Hey, what's up, fam? I've got a long clip for you today. Sorry I've been away for a while, just been plugging into family, and we have a 7 month old and everything. But this clip is going to be from Earth Awakenings on Discord yesterday. Multiple topics, super long. Witsit is there the whole time, and the clip is going to start when he just kind of randomly pops into the room. They cover, I guess they start on the Shiva conversation about like the FE globe earthers that are supposed to get together for an experiment. There's a lot of drama going on right now on X, but they talk about that. I know they get into the whole Charlie Kirk situation, cover that a while. They do dip into some flat earth conversations, and then some of the topics kind of cycle. But I'm going to try to get timestamps, so if you want specific parts, you can just click on it and be there. If you guys want to drop in the chat, when topics change or when topics begin, because they usually stay on topics for a little while. That'd be helpful. And yeah, hopefully I'll stream again soon. It's just kind of hard because the baby's not sleeping that long, and doing a whole stream is not possible. But love y'all. Thanks for everything. Catch up soon.
Yo, since when this room gets so dead at times? Where's everybody at? What does everybody do when they're not in here?
Uh, why aren't you
Austin,
just
what's up, brother?
telling me? I asked you.
What up,
Hey,
bro?
Dude, that's what I ask people all the time. Like, what are you doing with your life if you're not in here? Like, really?
Well, like the people that are usually in here, I mean, assuming they're like on Discord somewhere else, right? Yeah, I just always come here. Um, have you guys heard of the issue with the whole ordeal going on with Shiva, the Shiva guy?
I was going to ask
Yeah,
about
he
that.
went up
I
with
was going to bring
against
it up
flat
yesterday, but
earthing.
you guys were pretty in-depth combo about the Bible. But I was going to ask you because I read all your replies on Shiva's accusations, man, his unfounded accusations.
This guy's like got to be a narcissist, right? I mean, so like really only a narcissist would do that. Like expect to just be able to blatantly gaslight everyone while they can read the literal. It's really weird, but yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, and then he's obviously spiraling about it because he just posted on his YouTube, I guess yesterday, on the community portion, like a screenshot saying, which it received, got DM'd the details within 48 hours. And he intentionally doesn't show where I reached out to him because it was 4 days later in DMs and 5 days later in email. But anyway, it's just all weird because, Shiva didn't reach out to me about this. So he's acting like I asked all the big flat earthers if they would do it, and they're all scared. He didn't ask me anything. I reached out to him once I saw it, and a lot of people were asking me about it. So I reached out to him and said, "Yo, count me in." Once I saw his post, and he acted like, "All right, cool, you're on the panel." So I'm like, "All right, cool," because I know
They,
obviously a bunch of contingents would be like, "Look, they're not actually doing science, and they're going to use mathematical models and presuppositions, and it's not actually going to be a scientific method. It's a trap." And it's like, yeah, I know. That's why I want to go on there. Expose the whole thing. They're going to get cooked. But I think he knows that, right? Maybe he just doesn't want me on there for that reason, and it's probably not more complicated than that, to be honest.
well, I think that Shiva, like I've known Shiva for years now, and he was actually really interesting, like politically alternative, had good ideas, and he was actually really cool with flat earthers and all that in the chat, even bringing it up. He would be like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're doing your own thing and you're fighting for truth as you see it. He was like really intellectually neutral in a very good way. But I think something happened in the last few years where he basically got a hint like, if you do not shame flat earthers, you will not get traction. You will not be able to use internet to get big or something. Because, yeah, I guess recently he changed his position towards flat earthers because he was very amicable towards us, like even just a few years ago. So something must have changed. Very
So,
disappointing.
so I didn't know any of this, right? But I saw today that Mind had done like a clip covering from the stream he did when he covered like Dave Weissenham talking, Shiva talking. So I put together now that's where this all started. And that'll be the answer to your question. That's where even his sentiment started. So he's talking to Dave. Obviously, when someone comes like very pretentiously and arrogantly to go make fun of a flat earther and then they don't realize what
Yeah,
they're in
smug.
for, they're in over their head, they get embarrassed. and now you've brought in this whole like he's got to vindicate himself thing. So that's what happened, right? Because he offers this idea. Well, we'll get a panel, and you'll get your best flat earthers or whatever. And you can tell even in the little clips. I have not watched the debate, but he's like clearly condescending, and he's just kind of masking it. So anyway, I think that's where it started, and then this big embarrassing moment for him is when he says. David's showing us some high altitude footage where the sun is creating a localized hotspot, showing that the sun's local, and he interrupts Dave and he's like, "Oh, let's back up. Let's go to base principles. Let's do the
Yeah.
scientific method." Yeah, and then he was wrong about the scientific method. So I think that's why he wants to create this panel and focus it on the scientific method because he's trying to save face and act like he's going to teach everyone else or whatever. So I think that's where it went south. I don't know. But then I saw this is what's so funny about the whole thing. I reached out to him and said, "Yo, count me in." And then he said, "Okay, sounds good." Asked for my email. And then I saw someone send me a screenshot the next day, which was where they were saying, "I challenge you to talk to Witsit about relativity and heliocentrism." And he said, "Tell him to DM me. Sounds good." So I'm like, okay. So I sent him that screenshot. I said, "Yo, someone just sent me this. I'd love to have a conversation as well." And he said, "Okay, cool. Sounds good. I'll be in touch." So he ostensibly agreed with me being on the panel and to doing a stream where we were going to discuss like heliocentrism and relativity, which to me was like mind blowing. There's no way that guy will ever get on a stream with me and talk about relativity and heliocentrism. There's just no way. He'd get cooked. So
Yeah,
anyway,
especially if you watch Mind Shocks and break down on him, he won't ever do he won't ever do one of those again.
yeah, because that topic is like, dude, it's like an academic's worst nightmare. They're way better off trying to do like talk about flat Earth because they can just kind of, although it'll be fallacious, they can kind of confidently use a bunch of these reified models. They can bring up the sun and Antarctica. It's a much safer bet to go with flat Earth publicly. But dude, if one of these academics sit down with me and people that have really researched it and talk about relativity, talk about the cosmological crisis and all that stuff and like how debunked relativity is, dude, that's gonna be so bad for them. It's like career ending bad, like they will never be able to recuperate from that because
Right.
it's just irredeemable. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So
it's
I don't know.
because they're supposed to have those conversations as intellectuals based on the premise that they've already won as atheists and cosmologists, right? That they were right. And then like, oh, there's all these mathematical issues, aren't there? Yeah. It's like, it's so strange that the astrophysicists can't really figure these things out. If you then literally have a flat earther that comes in there and then points out exactly why it didn't work, yeah, then it all completely explodes. So those types of atheist like cosmologist conversation from a heliocentric perspective, they can't indulge an actual critic in that because
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
supposed to be bragging from a winning position and being
Exactly.
intellectual about it.
And the implications of heliocentrism being wrong is that there is intelligent design, right? So they lose everything there. This is why I started shifting towards prioritizing the motion part of the conversation. And of course, you have like all the haters saying it's because I'm running away from FE or I was preparing that we were going to see the 24-hour sun running away from. But that has nothing to do with it. I've been saying for years, I think that we should prioritize the motion because, for one, the very shape claim actually requires them claim that we're spinning. Literally, they claim the causal mechanism of the Earth being a sphere is that the Earth is spinning and it coalesces into a sphere. That's like you literally need
Well,
that if you believe in the mainstream model.
it came together like a whirlwind and then it eventually turned into a spinning ball. That's the idea. But the spinning of it is, of course, because of the celestial sphere actually spinning. Right. So they always have to, because that is the mind trick of it, the Earth has to be spinning because the sky is spinning. Always have to do that.
Correct. But like one thing that I've never heard brought up, and I just thought about this the other day, is that they can't even invoke a sphere without rotation, right? Like like for example, like the mainstream story, which they agree, they kind of concede this is like one of the weakest theories they have, but is that a Mars-sized body hit the Earth, broke it up into a bunch of pieces, and then conveniently just one of those pieces stuck around, and because of gravity, it started moving around the Earth, and it started rotating,
Yeah.
and then it coalesced into the moon, into a sphere that became the moon, right?
Yeah, the
So like,
Thea story.
yeah, so they're claiming that these bodies turned into spheres because over time the rotation coalesces them. And so like if you're claiming that the Earth is that ball, in their story, you actually need it to be spinning. So either way though, it's just like
It's the
there's two
idea of a
different portions of it.
gravitational vortex, right? It's like even the black hole, it's a hole. So it like goes and spins as it goes to the center. So it's like that turbulence uh aerodynamics effect of like even tornadoes forming, right? That is what that principle is based upon. And it's reasonable to think like that if there was such a thing as gravitation to a central point. Then it would probably kind of work like that. Of course.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever gonna get a PhD to debate me about that. I just don't think it's ever gonna happen because I tried to set up the show in the field, and the whole premise is just like that was the name of the song I recorded, and it was like I was going to talk to experts in their field, and I had plenty of people agreeing to do it. Plenty of people agreeing to do it. But then what happened was I did my first one, and it was that PhD astronomer, and he got cooked. He got cooked. So then what happened was the people that had already agreed, they went back and watched the first episode, and then started watching my other stuff, and then they all backed out.
Yeah, of course they did, because they realized how freaking devastating it would be for
Yeah,
their
it's a
Yeah,
bummer.
like
credibility if
It's
they went
it's
ahead.
a bum. It's a bummer that they were able to watch it and you didn't just like withhold it until you got
Yeah.
I know in
like
hindsight I should have. I should have
five
recorded like
no.
10 episodes and then like released them once a week or something. But what can you do? There's no going back. And
Yep.
I have this issue a lot. I have an issue a lot. Like someone will do like what Shiva did. They won't be that familiar with my stuff. Someone will be like, I challenge you to talk to Witsit about whatever. And they'll be like, okay, yeah, no problem. And then they'll like go watch me on MDD or whatever. They'll come back and be like, oh, I can't, I'm not gonna do it. I'm backing out. Because if you think about it, to be fair, they have everything to lose, and I really don't.
Well,
Yeah, they
there's
had
one
their
Rather,
way.
assistant.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. There's one way to basically avoid that from happening, and that is by having all the material, including those interviews, behind the paywall. That really heightens the threshold for them to find out. They'll be much more inclined to just try it out, because they're not going to pay to actually watch what it's like. It's very unlikely they'll do that.
yeah, maybe so, but then I'm like holding out from everyone else seeing it. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
not
then I'm a
necessarily,
grifter,
but you
they'll
could do a
say.
later release, right? You just put it behind a paywall, and then like after half a year, you give it out and like premiere
That's
it.
true. Yeah, that's an idea. But it's too late now. So
Yeah,
I think
but maybe for the
I think I had
future,
6 or 7 PhDs. Six
right?
or seven different PhDs. I had a PhD geologist, another PhD astronomer, a couple PhD astrophysics, did a
God,
PhD in physics. All these people had agreed to dates and everything. And I
can
thought
you
about releasing
imagine
these
having a
emails.
PhD geology, like, and then
I was
figuring
just I
out?
was just gonna debunk the age of the Earth thing.
It's completely useless. I mean, geology is technically not even science. It's a total waste.
Way to kind of pressure them, release the emails, tag them in it on Twitter or on X or whatever.
I
Maybe
thought
put some
about that.
pressure.
I thought about that. Yeah, I try to like actually have a lot of nobility with stuff like that. Like I wouldn't have released the personal messages with Shiva if he wasn't just like publicly lying about me, right? Like he like forced me to do that. But like normally I don't release private conversations. Um so yeah, I try to like, kind of show some integrity there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
I mean,
mean,
if
you're not
somebody's like
attacking them though,
attacking you and
right?
lying, then I mean, you got to
Yeah,
defend yourself.
I get the nobility, um, characteristic you want to uphold, but I don't think it would be breaking that code. Just putting pressure on the talk. Just you're not attacking them. You're not putting out any embarrassing things. Just stating, hey, what happened? You know, look how many people would love for this combo to go down. Type of thing.
Yeah, I got to figure out a way. And then like I don't want to get into it right now, but like maybe having some issues with MDV. So I'm thinking about creating my own like debate platform and hosting debates where they're actually run correctly, which basically exists like nowhere. And maybe that will help. Like if I'm able to just set up some debates that like have no flat earthers in them too, right? Just like a couple professionals, and then maybe they'd be like, "Oh well, look, my colleague did this, and it went well." I don't really know. I got to think of some type of way to like put it back in the bottle in a way, you know. Um, Anyway, so I'm trying to. I guess I'm about to stream the next day or two. I'm having to finish set stuff up, and then I was going to cover the Charlie Kirk thing, but I'm going to just pull up his DMs, Shiva's DMs, go through them so we can clip it out, and I'm just going to get everyone to go just like pile in his comment sections. So on YouTube and on X, just pile in there saying like, you're scared to have Witsit on there, have Witsit on there, why are you lying, whatever. To where if enough public pressure happens, because in my opinion, and I have some experience with narcissists, we'll say, um, people throw that term around a lot, but I think he is a narcissist. So he may not be full blown MPD, but he's got some of the characteristics. The thing is that like if there's any shaming or anything to do with like his public image, that's how you get them to react. That's all they care about. So I think we can still
Yeah,
get him to put me on the panel. I think we need to have somebody that's going to be able to really present the flat Earth measurements and really be able to quickly point out the fallacious presuppositions in whatever they present. I don't know who's on the panel. It's like the I know one person that's participating, and he's like, I don't even know who else is on there. So they're not even telling the flat earthers who all else is in there. So I feel like we're getting set up. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I agreed to do it in the first place. Same thing with the final experiment or whatever. I'm like, well, if I don't go, some other flat earthers are still going to go. So it's like I took one for the team, kind of is how it felt, and I feel like I have to do that with this, where at least I can feel like, well, we'll have someone that, in my opinion, accurately represents our position. Of course, everyone won't be happy, right? There'll still be people that say I don't do it good enough. But anyway, so I don't know. I'll have to try to figure it out. I'm just going to try to publicly pressure him and ask everyone to jump in his replies, I guess.
Yeah, when is the deadline that they initially came up with? It was in October or November, right? And then like
So the event's supposed to happen in November, but the deadline was like September, or the one that I saw in the email was like September 18th or something, and or maybe even 20th. I don't know, but he was sending me messages after that. So like, it's just so goofy, bro. I reached out and said, "Count me in." He said, "Okay, cool." And then 4 days later, he sends me a list of like he needs my name, social media, all this stuff that's publicly available. I didn't see that at the time. I had like a death in the family. I had to drive like 6 hours to the funeral, and then I had to drive 11 hours to make another visit right after that. So I was just busy and didn't see it. But anyway, I had already agreed. I go back and look, and he sends that list. It's I guess he's forwarding it from his Heather, so his secretary or something. And then he sends me another message, and it says, "Oh, I had forgotten you already confirmed." So, like in our own messages, he's sitting there acknowledging, like from his secretary, "Oh, never mind. I just sent you that on accident, so I'm sending it to everybody, but I forgot you had already confirmed." And then he jumps on X claiming that I chickened out because I saw that Dave wasn't doing it. I didn't even know anything about if Dave was doing it or not doing it. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know anything about that. So
yeah,
I
I
know.
saw it was such a projection. Me was saying that you weren't responding and you were chickening out, but in reality, he had done nothing even to that deadline, that first deadline that they came up with, and that's why Man of Stone was like calling him out, like, "Hey, what's going on? There are no parameters set, and you have no plans in place." And then so he just like goes full blown opposite and projects like everyone else is not responding and not doing what they need to. It's just
Yeah.
crazy. And
And
then his
by the way,
assistant to call you
why
that,
does he?
it's
He,
crazy.
he need he needs my stuff before. What does it even like? Okay, if I say okay, count me in confirmed, and it doesn't happen until November, the fact he hasn't gotten a written bio from me how is that even relevant? It's in November. So, like, I agreed. You're going around claiming none of the big flat earthers will do it. They're all scared. You didn't actually even ever reach out to me. I reached out to you and said, count me in. You said, okay, cool, you're in. And even agreed to have another conversation with me and said, I'll be in touch. I'm like, okay, cool. I kept an eye out for the email for that day and kind of into the next day. Didn't email me for 5 days, and I just didn't see it at that point. And then I saw everything at once. My point is, like, it does none of it makes any sense. It seemed clear to me he actually doesn't want me on there. He wants Dave on there. He seems to think that he can trap Dave real well. He doesn't want, like, me or Alan or Shane. There's certain people he doesn't want on there. And I think that's all it really is, right? It's like he can't publicly say, oh, well, we don't want Witsit on the panel. So he has to just pretend that I backed out. Because think about this. Even on
Because
his
you're a
face,
little bit too astute for him. It's a
yeah,
bit too
exactly.
much.
And if he's saying Witsit chickened out, oh, it's like, okay, here I am publicly saying that I didn't, so problem solved, right? That should be problem solved. Okay, well then never mind. He's on the panel. He didn't chicken out, but he's not doing that. He's just still saying that I'm not on the panel. So it's just also stupid. But anyway, I guess there's the update on the drama. I'm setting up my stream, and then I'm gonna probably do a little video, show the DMs, and trying to get everyone to pressure him because he does have a pretty big platform. And if there are MIT students going to be on this Zoom call presenting it, it does have some potential to kind of go viral in a few ways, you know. So see if I can figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. We all need to get on there, comment. Just flood the comments.
Yeah, because I worked with InfoWars, right? Like I was like, I quoted Harrison Smith asking who he should debate,
Yep.
and I said,
That was
everyone
so
go
cool.
tag me. Yeah, and it worked.
So cool to see. They couldn't deny it, because have you read the comments? You were like every other.
Exactly. So, and we should do stuff like that more often. By the way, it's actually like all that showed to me is like, well, we don't really like work together at all. Like because you could do that on any post if you ratio a post enough, right? Like if the average person goes to the replies and they see like all these requests for the certain person, then they're just going to be like, wait, are you scared? Why are you ignoring this? We could do that with all kinds of stuff. We could do
Yeah,
that
I
with
saw.
major
I mean,
podcasts.
Patrick Bet David always asks, who should I have on next? Every time I see that, I'll post your name, and then I've seen your name on those replies. But yeah, we need to. I mean, that would be a really good podcast to go on.
It would, yeah, but my name's always beside names like Candace Owens and But yeah, I think if everyone did it at the same time, maybe we'll see. We'll see. I'm coming back here soon, so I guess we'll just see what we can figure out.
I heard Alex Jones came back after 7 years or something. He wasn't allowed to be on YouTube or something like that.
Yeah, I think he got banned again within 24 hours.
Are you serious? For what?
I don't know. They just kicked him and Fuentes off immediately. So they made like a public announcement that said everyone that's been kicked off of YouTube can come back. And then they immediately kicked both of them off in like 24 hours, I think.
I wonder if he could like appeal that somehow.
Yeah, I mean, kick those guys off, man. They too much propaganda.
Wow, someone's super free speech.
No, it's not free speech, It's dangerous language these guys talking, my youth. Free speech only police the government, not you and I, really and truly. So
Austin,
It's more complicated than that, actually. Whenever you act as a public square, as a public platform, and you don't have the liability of a publisher, which means you have the liability of what's on your platform, like they enjoy the benefit of not being legally liable as a publisher, right? Which means that they should have to adhere to full free speech allowance. That's how that works. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. If you're going to selectively choose who's on your platform, which you have the right to do as a private company, you're legally liable for what's posted on there. Obviously, YouTube could never be legally liable for anything that's posted on their platform. That would be insane. So they have the insurance from the government that they aren't legally liable for what's posted on there, as a publisher would normally be, which means that they should have to allow free speech. So they get to basically have the best of both worlds. It's total bullshit. It's like Section 213 or whatever.
No. They're allowed free speech. What I'm saying to you is that they're a private company, and if you don't like what they're saying as a private company, you can shut them off. You know, mess it up. And you and I are private citizens, so we can express our dissension. We can say, listen, brother Fuentes, your speech is dangerous. You know, we don't like it. We're going to push back against you. We're not going to kill you. We're just going to let you know that we're going to advocate for YouTube to shut you down. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Did
YouTube
you
can
not listen to anything I said, man? Like, yeah, they're a private
He
company.
doesn't. He
Yeah,
doesn't
like you just
listen.
didn't
He doesn't
even listen to
respond to
what I said.
points. I mean, just feel free to mute this guy anytime you want. What's it? It's fine.
I'm just going to repeat it one more time, though, so everyone knows. Yes, they're a private company, okay? But as a publisher, a private publisher, you're allowed to kick anyone off that you want to, house anyone that you want to, because you're a private publisher. But as a private publisher, you are legally liable, meaning you can be sued for and held accountable for anything that's on your platform as a publisher. YouTube gets to censor people as if they were a publisher, but simultaneously enjoy the benefit of not being legally liable for what's on their platform like a publisher has to do. So they get to enjoy being a public square platform while simultaneously having the benefits of a publisher. That's not the way it works. That's why they had to have a specific section of legislation made to create that exception, because that's not how the law works. So they should
Guarantee he
repeal
wasn't
that and
listening.
allow free speech. Yeah, probably
brother,
not.
brother, you said everything I said.
Okay. This
Yeah, you
He's
said
gonna
everything
ask
I
if you
said.
ever talk to
That's what
this
I'm
guy
saying,
before.
bro. Whenever,
I
if
said
you
it.
want, you can just.
I said it quickly. You went in circles.
Why do you
Just
want to free
whenever you
Comey,
want.
dude?
What's it?
Comey needs to go to jail, Robert. Comey's a criminal.
No, man. Comey's good, man. Criminal for what? What did he do?
Oh,
Comey,
this guy's like
Clapper,
full blown leftist.
A leftist? Being a leftist is a criminal?
Jay
Oh, this guy's a
Clayton,
No,
leftist.
this
Jay
is
Clayton,
a
all these guys need to
stated
go to prison.
ballpark.
Hold on. Being a
Jamaican
leftist
rumpus.
is a criminal? So hold on.
Yeah,
I think
no, it's
MAGA,
not criminal. It's just gay.
Yeah, this
yo,
guy's
MAGA
Jamaican
people,
rumpus. I mean,
MAGA people,
he opposes every of our positions. He's
MAGA people,
really good
Yeah,
at
wait.
rumpusing.
what? MAGA people beat police just because they lost an election. Those people, MAGA is your problem, not leftist.
All right, man.
What
Like,
did leftists do?
okay. Cool, man. Yeah, you're probably right.
No, I am right. Come on, no man.
Yeah, you are. You're right, man.
MAGA people lost an election and they beat
Yeah,
cops.
yeah, for
What did
sure.
leftists do?
This guy
Leftists
killed
say,
the
hey,
VC earlier, bro. We had it cooking in here. I had people coming
no,
in. We
you
had
killed
like
the VC.
15, 20 people. This guy came in and ruined the whole shit, bro. He's
Yeah,
like
Okay, so yeah,
jinxing.
so
that's
hey,
what he
hey,
does.
fall
That's what
back
he
some, bro.
does.
Fall back some.
Jamaican rumpus to wreck the room.
But let me ask him one question, Comey. I'm gonna ask you one. Oh, someone muted. I want to ask him one question. Do you disavow all of the leftists that were celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Yes or no?
Yes, I disavow anybody who is celebrating death to anybody. Yes.
Thank you. There you go. So you're not the worst human alive. That's good.
No, brother, you can't celebrate somebody dying, my youth. That is against. That's not good. What we're saying to
Well,
you
a
is
lot of
that
people did. A lot of people on the left did.
a lot of people, a lot of MAGA people celebrated the beating of cops. Remember, a lot of MAGA
The
people
what?
did that. MAGA people beat cops because Trump lost an election, and MAGA people celebrated when they were let out of jail. So, do you condemn those
Dude,
people?
oh my God, dude. My attorney is the main attorney that represented the J6ers. He was just appointed to the federal government by Trump himself, okay? My attorney did that. I know all about it. Those people were not even given fair trials, dude. They were imprisoned for months and years without even being given trials, without even the requirement of probable cause being established. Okay. So, what the government
Oh my
did
God.
to the J6ers is total BS.
What, brother? They are on video beating cops. It's a
No,
rap.
no, 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 no. Like one person is
What?
on video. Dude.
me
All right, I'm
let
gonna
me
disengage from this because this is such low
ask you.
IQ
Hold on, no, this is
conversation.
no, no, this
Okay.
is not low.
Yeah, I think he has nightmares about January 6th. What's
Let
so
me ask you
funny?
this. Let me
What's so
ask you this.
funny is like they go on about like what do you call it, due process for illegal immigrants, but then are totally cool what happened to the January. They're like terrified of
Yeah,
January
like
6th.
American
I
citizens.
Yeah, he might be a little triggered and he might cry a little bit right now.
no,
Hold
I
on.
don't. No, I don't
I
cry.
want to know how he's coping with all the information coming out on all the agents that were activated for January 6th that we just found
There's
out
no
about.
problem.
That
There's
they're
no
like
Probably just
admitting,
denies
oh, it's
it.
no problem. It's
no,
no problem, man.
no, there's no problem. There's no problem. Some of them were agents. That's good. But what about the
That's
regular? What about
good.
the regular? What about the regular? Guys, don't cut me off.
What?
What about the regular MAGA people that were caught on video beating cops? What about them?
We disavow.
You on them?
We disavow.
Do
We
you,
disavow.
do you? If I caught you on video beating cops because you lost the
We should
election,
go to jail.
should
Yeah,
I?
then we
Should
should go
I?
to jail.
Should I embrace you? Should I
Nope,
embrace?
we should go to jail. Nope, we should go to
You
jail.
mean
Should I embrace?
Antifa guys? You mean the Antifa people that did that? Is that what you're talking about?
Which Antifa people, brother? All of the people them are on video beating cops.
No,
I
no,
know you're
Comey, that's a
traumatized,
lie.
You're
bro.
the
Comey,
I know you're
Comey,
new to the
can we
those
country.
were
stop?
MAGA people. You're
Comey,
a
can we
liar.
stop
Those
here? Can
were
we just stop
MAGA.
here? Comey, just stop, bro. Okay, you're not gonna
Yo,
brainwash the
come
people.
on now.
Comey, if I have to mute you for, no, I will mute you.
None
Okay,
of
I
those
got you on.
people were
Just let me
Antifa.
remind you. Let me remind you,
None
Comey.
of
I got
those
you.
people were
Oh
Antifa.
my God, are
None
you
of those
kidding me
people
right now?
were Antifa.
Okay, I think
None
I'm
of
muted.
them
I'm not
were
sure if it
No,
was
he
server muted. Okay,
literally talks
none
over
of those.
everybody
Not
always. He has
one of
yeah,
them.
can
absolutely no respect for
Have some
anybody
respect,
ever.
homie.
He
None
Witsit's
would
of
here.
those
talk over
people
the
were
freaking
Antifa.
president if he had the
None
chance.
of those people were Antifa.
Yay. Let's continue.
Brother,
Could I ask you
none
something,
of those
Witsit?
people wear Antifa. Sorry, that was my Robin impersonation.
Can you hear
Witsit?
the peace of mind?
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, I was
Witsit?
getting a board cut. What's up?
I mean, I think I have to disagree a little bit with you with the free speech you said.
Okay.
Because like free speech is basically saying the government isn't allowed to discriminate to censor you, right? But
Yeah.
a company is allowed. So
Yes, it is.
yeah. So
But did you not hear the nuanced part of that though? Like, yeah, a company is allowed to censor you as a private
Yeah.
company, but they're legally liable for what's on their platform.
The United States company?
not necessarily, right? Yeah,
Well,
like
yeah,
if
no,
a
necessarily. It's called publishing laws. It's not like a conversation or anything. It's just like the law.
no, that's
Publishing law.
because the editor is like it's like watching everything. It's moderated. That's why. So that's why they're
Publishing
liable.
laws. Publishing laws. Okay, you can just look it up and read them. There are publisher laws in America. As
Yeah.
a publisher, you're liable for what you publish.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I know,
YouTube is a publisher. So as is Instagram, X, you name it. These platforms are publishing content. But just like New York Times is legally liable for whatever they publish, right? But they're also allowed to fire their writers if they have an opinion they don't like. But they're legally liable for whatever they publish.
Yeah, but that
These
has
other
nothing to do with
publishers,
free speech, though.
dude, you're not listening. So these other publishers, like YouTube, for example, right? They're allowed to kick people off that say things they don't like, but they have to be
Yes.
legally liable, just like the New York Times, for whatever's published. But they have legal protection. They were given an exception. These social media companies were given an exception against publishing laws where they're protected entirely, no questions asked, against the legal liability of publishing law liability. They're given complete exception and protection against that. This is why they had to create a whole new piece of legislation. I think it's like Section 230 or whatever. I remember the exact number. They had to create a whole new piece of legislation for social media companies so that they could enjoy the benefit of censoring like a publisher, but not being legally liable like a publisher. That's the issue. So it's like either they should A, get to censor and be legally liable, or B, get to censor.
I don't think this
It
is
is
about.
Section 230, by the way.
I don't think this is about free speech, though.
Okay, so you don't have a substantive response pending specificity. Did someone confirm it is
No,
Section 230?
I know what you're saying, but like the
Yeah,
I understand
230.
what
Yep.
I understand what you're saying, but the section isn't like about. I don't think it's about free speech, because free speech is a separate law, which is attributed not to. It's attributed to the government, not to the companies, right?
Okay, now it's yes. The reason it becomes relevant to these companies is because they are operating as a public square. Okay, so they're
They are not.
operating as
They're not.
well. The Supreme Court disagrees with you, bro.
Isn't the
Facebook
United
is
States a
operated like a
corporation?
public sphere.
Yes. These companies, there are certain ones that are so big that are used by everyone that they operate as a public square. And this is to their benefit, by the way. They actually wanted that because they don't want to be legally liable. Imagine the nightmare for YouTube if they were legally liable for any video someone posts. They'd be totally screwed.
I
So
don't
would
think
Instagram.
it's considered a public square, because if it
Okay,
were, I
well,
would
have you
agree.
researched this at all? Have you ever heard of Section
Yes.
230? Yeah, you clearly haven't researched it, bro. Hey, this is why for people on both sides of the aisles, we're calling to repeal Section 230 because the only reason Section 230 exists is because they needed to create an additional new exception to the currently existing laws, and that's because they were screwed. They would have been screwed. They would have been legally liable for whatever's on their platform. So, like anyone that covered Sandy Hook, anyone that covered any of these conspiracies, anyone that I don't know, lied about the stuff during the initial election, right? Anyone that lied about COVID, anyone that did anything, they could be legally liable for those things. Imagine the nightmare of all the medical misinformation, the actual medical misinformation that was pushed through on these platforms during COVID. That's now been proven to be a lie. They'd be legally liable for that stuff. They don't
Yes,
want.
but
They would
it's
never.
not to create a public sphere. It's only to not make them liable for something that is user content. That's the only
That's
reason.
and the
It's
only
not.
reason, the only way that you can be not legally liable for what's on your platform is if it's treated like a public square.
No, you can just say you're not liable. You can. That's
You
the
can't
law. It's
just
nothing
you can
else.
just say it. This is the most retarded. This has
Yes,
devolved
because
to a
that's the
very
law.
stupid
Oh,
conversation.
sorry, but that's the law. I'm just.
Okay, what law is it?
I've
What law
heard
is it? Cite
about
the
it.
law. Cite the law. Cite the law.
Say,
What law is it?
you're talking about the Section 230. That it doesn't say that
Oh,
it's.
you mean the new law that was created to give them publisher rights of censorship, but still protect them from the legal liability that publishers
Yeah.
have to typically adhere to?
Yes.
Okay, so you're
It
just
only has to
confirming
treat it
my
user.
point.
Well, it's not a public sphere, because a public sphere
Oh
is
my God.
different.
It's a
Because-
square, a public square.
No, it's a platform. It's a platform
Yes,
with
it's a
user content,
publishing
which is it's
platform.
different.
Dude,
The
where's
reason
the
why they had to make
miscommunication? I'm
this law
convinced that
was.
people that took the vax just became incapable of
But
like good
where do you
faith conversation.
where does it say it's a public sphere? Like, where does it do they treat it like that? Where do they say it?
Okay. Listen, dude, YouTube is technically not a public square
Mm-hmm.
because it is a publishing platform. You're with me so far? So it is
Sorry,
technically
could
not
you
a public square.
repeat the last thing you said? What is
Yeah,
not a public sphere? Because
YouTube is not technically a public square because it is a private publishing platform.
yes, it's a
Yeah.
private company with a private platform. Yeah, company owned.
Okay, correct. So private publishing companies
Mhm.
have to be legally liable for what they publish.
But they're not a sorry. You said private publishing company. I didn't mean private they're not a publisher. They don't publish.
Why not? What do they do then?
Because they're not a
Why does it-
publisher. A
how come when
publisher
you go
has an
underneath the
editor.
video? How come when you go underneath the video it says published date?
What do you mean published date?
Oh my god, dude! When you go to a video and it's uploaded, it's published.
Well, it's not published by Facebook. It's published by its user content. It doesn't
Dude,
have a publisher.
dude. Okay, either I'm not gonna go. Either you can research it
It's
or
not
not.
moderated.
Listen, I'm gonna state a fact. The only reason YouTube is now not considered a publisher is because of Section 230. It's the Communications Decency Act. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act changed it to where they were no longer considered publishers. because it was a gray area. They're like these huge
Mhm.
tech companies. They're basically serving as public
I agree.
squares, but they're
I
technically
agree.
private
It's a gray
publishers.
area.
So they created a new legislation to address it. And what they said was, oh, they get to have the best of both worlds. They'll get to operate as a public square, meaning anyone can say anything and they don't have to be legally liable for anything. Just like if I go on the street and I pull out my microphone and I say something crazy, the city of Tampa isn't legally liable for anything I said. It's just a public square. So they get to operate, they get to have that benefit as if they were a public square. Okay. Because in the world, as a private company, you are legally liable for anything that you say and do. If you defame
Yeah, they
someone, you
have
can be
that in
sued.
common with the public sphere. That's they have that in common. But that's the
Yeah,
only
they
thing they
have
have in
the
common. It's not the
huge
exactly the
benefit.
same.
They have the huge benefit of being a public square, which is that you aren't legally liable. Because
Yeah.
in every other scenario in the world, a private company is legally liable for anything they say and do. Because that's how our country works. If the New York Times puts out something defamatory about me, I can sue them. Okay, that's it, and that's the way
Yeah.
it should be. But the difference is these major big tech companies that you can't sue them. So something defamatory can be put out about me on YouTube. I can't sue them. Their argument would be like, well, yeah, because we're not really doing it. It's the users doing it. And the argument
Yeah.
back would be like, okay, well, you need to make sure the users don't do that then. Okay. That's the way it works. But so because it was considered a gray area and obviously they were complaining, we will go under tomorrow if we're legally liable for everything on our platform. So like, okay.
Yeah,
So
Facebook
then
wouldn't exist without it, for
and of
example.
course, by the way, these places donate huge sums of money to people in Congress. Okay, this is why they got such a good deal here. Okay, so they get the benefit of being a public square, meaning that people can say whatever and they can't get sued for it. And then they simultaneously got the benefit of being a publisher where they get to pick and choose what people can
Yeah.
say. Okay.
Yeah, so
'Cause-
therefore
'cause-
they're not a public sphere because they can censor, right? They are because they're treated
right,
like a
only
private
because
company.
of the law that gave them the exception, brother.
I agree. But
Okay.
like listen, Witsit, I don't disagree with you. We could treat it like a public sphere, but we don't. We say it's a private company. So they can create a platform with user content. They can also indiscriminately kick out people. They can censor. They can make their own laws.
I know
like
that they
YouTube
can,
does.
but
Everybody, right?
dude, your argument is basically to tell me the current state of affairs.
Yes.
Duh, I'm
No,
not
I know.
disputing the
I
current
just
state of
agreeing
affairs.
with you. I
No,
agreeing with you that
I agree
it
that's the
should be
current
that, but it's
condition of
not
things.
that.
Oh my
Section
God.
230
Okay,
doesn't
so
say.
what the? That's my whole point. My whole point is that Section 230 should be done away with because it isn't right. You shouldn't. If you're going to get to pick and choose arbitrarily, which by the way, look, YouTube just told everyone they can come back. YouTube rolled back the censorship
So you
stuff
want
that was
them to
censored.
treat it like
Can
a
you let me?
public
Can you let
sphere?
me finish talking, please? So YouTube that was censoring stuff about COVID 3 years ago, you can now say those
Mhm.
exact same things and not just stuff YouTube. So not only are they just arbitrarily deciding, they're changing their mind. Okay. So some people are actually relying on that for their livelihood or whatever. It's just a terrible situation. Now one could say, but dude, that's a private company. Just like Jimmy Kimmel getting fired. You chose to work there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with that. I think that should be the case. America would suck if you couldn't do that. But that means you should be liable for whatever's on there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just
But
how it
I
works.
think it's I kind of agree, but at the same time, the same reason we are in here, and if somebody starts like fucking posting child porn on this server, right? I guess the server owner wouldn't want to be liable for the person posting child porn. So if
No,
that's
but
the
the
case,
law allows.
then if
You know
if
the law
you're
though.
saying you're liable, then what?
You know the law in that case though. Like for example, if that happened, as long as the server owner removed it as soon as they knew about it,
Yeah,
they wouldn't be liable
of
for
course.
anything.
I can't
Okay, it's
leave it
just like
there on
defamation.
purpose.
It's exactly just like defamation. You
Yeah.
can't sue someone for defamation just because they lied. You have to prove that
Yeah.
they knew that they lied, and then once they knew it was a lie, they chose to leave it up. Okay, so then YouTube would be fine. It's just as YouTube sees that people are putting stuff up that would cause them to be legally liable, they could take it down retroactively.
Yeah,
And they
I
wouldn't get
agree.
sued.
But look at the. But what I'm trying to tell you now is the consequences of doing that, because you couldn't have servers which has it could have a theme, it could have they have a moderation team. You couldn't have that. None of that would exist. You couldn't have any of that. The user content and all that, all those user-based communities that exist on internet would have to fall under that umbrella as well, which
Okay,
would
but do
be
you not see the
detrimental.
very easy?
It
Do you
isn't a
not see the
problem
very
any
easy
longer.
solution? You're making my argument stronger. Like, yeah, I agree. The
Yeah,
current
he is.
situation.
You think that's
Yeah.
a good thing?
But yeah, listen. No, the
Well, this
solution is
server
very
couldn't
simple.
exist.
Dude, calm down, my guy. Okay. The solution is very simple. It's just let people say what they want to, as long as it isn't a call to violence. We already have laws about speech. So you just apply the same laws to the content on these platforms. Problem solved. But that's not what they're doing, right? They're arbitrarily censoring with bias.
Also, they
So
have
how
the
do you
technology
solve
to.
when demo comes in the server and start screaming? How do you solve that?
They already have the technology
You can mute
available
him?
to. Am I heard? They already have
Yeah,
the
I
technology
just had a
available
follow-up
to.
question to him,
Okay,
but
I'll start a sentence a third time then. They already have the technology available to extract patterns of speech and what is in an image. For example, just earlier, I shared a picture from a butchery, which I've never done before over the internet. And the first thing that happens, even though I have a very protective phone that blocks trackers and all kind of stuff, the first picture that came up on my Instagram reel that was posted and supposedly, given to me was that of an animal that was being butchered. And I never used my Instagram to scroll through these kind of things. But it did immediately give me sort of content to watch that matched what I have shared in a private message to a person. So the thing is, that same technology could easily be applied for example, YouTube. So this argument about, for example, oh, they can upload child pornography, it doesn't exist because it will be detected immediately and it could just be automated to delete it or remove it or, create sort of a restriction or impeachment on the account. So not a problem. Same thing with speech. If they can do that with an image, what hinders them from doing it with audio? Well, nothing. We have voice detection fucking running in the background on your phone at all times, picking up what you say. So it wouldn't be a problem to enable software that exists. It's just that it's not enabled by default at all times. So you're not familiar with its existence, but it exists. So there's really no argument. And lastly, I'll be very brief with this one. When Witsit earlier was sharing a fact of what the law is, there's no point in agreement or disagreement because your opinion about something that is a fact doesn't really matter. Like you're not going to add to or refute or remove something that is a fact. It still stands, it still exists, it still is what it is. And yeah, that's it.
Let me make a couple of more points here. Like what the example you brought up was like child porn, right? That's already illegal, bro. Okay, so child porn's illegal. Now, this was like a big debate in the Supreme Court. Was porn in general, and it was considered free speech, right? I don't like that, but whatever. So then, that would be the tricky issue. Would actually be you'd have to write some type of exception that, like, okay, but YouTube has the right to ban pornographic material, or whatever, because people under 18 have access to it, and that would probably already be covered. So they wouldn't even really have to create an exception. But child porn's already illegal. Calls to violence already illegal. So, and also it's already you're already liable for defamation or libel, right? So we already have the laws in place. All that would have to happen is that they just operate as if they're a public square. They have the benefit of a public square. Like if I go grab a microphone and talk on the streets of Tampa, I can say whatever I want. And if I were to make a call to violence, I can be arrested. And if I say that the vaccines very possibly have nanoparticles in them that have EMF sensitivity that could be manipulated and then cause them to swell up and then release whatever's inside of them, Tampa's not liable for anything I say. That's all that should happen. It's like a very simple fix. But the reason that this doesn't exist is the owners of these big tech companies, they have agendas. Okay. Like with the COVID thing, they were all getting a cut on every portion of the lockdown, every portion of the pandemic, right? So they wanted to censor the information. So big tech working with the government, which has already been proven, right? They worked hand in hand with the government all throughout the election, for example, and we already knew that they did that. So the government and these big tech billionaires and trillionaires, they don't want to allow free speech if it goes against their current agenda. So it's wild that they've somehow gotten certain people in the population to go around and play their defense attorney, right? Because it doesn't make any sense, bro. If you disagree with something, free speech is if someone that you hate can say something that you hate, and I'll still defend your right to say it, right? So I mean,
Yeah. But like the point, I think the point I tried to make a point until Sinai talked for a while. But my point was that if you have free speech laws apply to places like this, for example, you can't have it's impossible to have a room because you're not allowed to moderate it. That's the problem. So if you want to have a
no, that's
Flatter
not.
server
No.
and I
You can
come in
moderate
here
servers.
and I start to talk about, if I start to talk about something else I want to talk about, I can just say, well, it's free speech, buddy. I can say whatever I want to in here.
No.
Yes.
The servers could still be run individually, and worst case, then the owner of the
What do you mean
server would
run?
be operated and run, meaning moderated, whatever. That was, why did you interrupt to say that? Okay. So my point is, worst case scenario, right? It's like the owner of the server could be liable for what was said in it. But realistically, it would still fall on Discord, and Discord has the protection of, so the point is that Discord is the one that couldn't censor people, not the individual servers within it. The individual servers within it can have whoever they want in it. The law doesn't apply to the users or the consumers. The law applies to the person that's actually offering the platform, the publisher. There aren't laws against the users of the New York Times. It's just the New York Times. So that's a made up problem. That's not real. So anyway, it's so obvious
Uh,
what should happen. And by the way,
I
this has
don't
been
think it's
talked about for like
obvious. I
6 or
think
7 years.
you're talking about the positive, but not the negative part of it. I think you're just
Well, I just
focusing on
I refuted your 2 negative points. So what else you got? So child porn's already illegal, and the user and consumers aren't actually liable as the publisher itself. So what else you got?
No, the childborn thing is kind of different because it's already illegal, obviously, but they're not responsible for it. But if you want to say it's a public sphere in the sense that you are allowed to say whatever you want to, and
Yeah, but
people
child
can.
porn's illegal in public too, my guy.
No, but okay, yes, that's true. But that's one part of it. But me saying stuff that's not illegal, but you don't want me to say it because I'm interrupting whatever. I'm destroying the server, the theme of the server, whatever.
No, you're not. You're destroying yourself. He's refuted everything you said.
Yeah, I just addressed that, man. The consumer could still run their server how they wanted to.
How can then it's not free speech?
Oh my God, the consumer is not the one that is the publisher, dude. And by the way, the companies could for sure say, hey, in fact, we don't want to adhere to that. We don't want to ensure free speech as a public square. They could personally choose, I would rather operate as a private publisher so that we can fully control what is or isn't in our platform. They would have their full right to do that, but they would just also be liable for whatever is on their platform. The reason these companies won't do that, most of them wouldn't do that, is because they just want, like, Discord is free. They make their money off of like Nitro, right? Off of upselling. But what, maybe 20% of Discord users have the Nitro. So they need to maximize the quantity of users. It's the same with YouTube. They want to maximize the traffic because of their ad revenue. So these big companies want as many people as possible. That's why they want to operate as a public square, and it's a freemium business model. So they would choose to be the public square as opposed to a private publisher. It would be up to them. They could do whichever one they wanted to.
Well,
And that's the way
YouTube
it should
has
be.
YouTube has an amazing business model. You got places like HBO and Netflix and stuff. These guys are making the content. They got to spend millions of dollars on making content. Like YouTube, just everyone gives it to them for free. They don't have to do anything.
Exactly. And after they've been here for so long, just their catalog alone is priceless. Like what's already on there. Like I can look up 2000, fix the steering wheel on my 2008 Honda CRV and there's a video.
So what you want? Sorry, I'm a little bit confused by what you're proposing. So are you proposing a kind of like a hybrid between publishing and free speech?
No, that's what currently exists. What I am proposing is that Section 230 is repealed entirely, and then each company is allowed to choose that they either operate as a public square, which means that they do not censor anything other than what's already considered unlawful, or they
Yes.
can choose to operate as a private publisher where they can selectively censor based on informational bias, but then they are liable for what they leave up. And which
So
means it would just be like by the way, it would just be like
that's impossible.
everything. It's not impossible because that's how it has been forever until Section 30, and that's how everything else in the.
When did Section 230 came? I've never heard of like anybody being. If anything, it must have been like one of the cases where the law came in the first place. When did it? When did Section 230 come? 1996. It says there.
Free speech
So
has
that's
nothing
like
to do with
long before. Like that's like the birth of internet.
Wait. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Is like, sorry, go ahead.
So Section 230 came in 1996, so it hasn't operated like this forever.
No, I'm saying
Internet has
everything
pretty much
else.
always
Listen.
existed.
I got a call. I don't know if you heard me. Everything else operates like that. So
Yeah, but
Section
internet
230 only applies
is
to social
different
media.
than
Section 230
newspapers.
applies to social. Okay, bro. No, it's not. New York Times is online, dude. It's digital as well. Okay.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
internet.
The
That's
difference
after
is
1996.
that isn't the point. You're laughing because you think you're right about something, so you're not even listening.
He thinks he got you. It's a
Yeah. So
classic got you
so he's just
laughter.
not listening.
Yeah, but
Maybe
you're talking
listen.
about internet
Maybe
stuff.
listen. Maybe listen. Okay. Everything else in the country works like this. Either you're a public square and you cannot censor people based on your bias. You can only censor based on what's illegal, or you're a private publisher. You can censor however you want to. Okay, you could be gay and be like, oh, hey, anyone that doesn't love gay people, I'm going to kick them off. You could do that. You're just legally liable for whatever is said on that platform. It is very simple. None of these huge platforms could ever afford to do that because they let everyone say all kinds of stuff. So
Yes,
they should
that's
just
the model of internet content.
Exactly. So it's just total bullshit. It's just the fact that they're super
So what you
powerful.
want? You want
It's
not?
super
Do you want that,
powerful.
or do you
It's
want
super
free
powerful.
speech?
It's super powerful, rich people that have donated to Congress that have bought them off to create
My
Section
God.
230, where they get to have the best of both worlds. There is no logical argument against this. You haven't made any type of logical argument.
Sorry, can I respond? I hear what you're saying. Your response
you can
is
respond, but you
you
interrupted
have
7 times.
You have two options, right? You either make them a private company under your definition. That would mean that they are liable for the content that is produced on that, right? Then this platform, social media and Discord and all these platforms wouldn't exist, right? It would be impossible for anybody to have a model nobody wants to be liable for that. Or if you are, right, it would be a completely different model where everybody here had to probably pay 10 times the amount that we are paying, or I guess it would definitely not be free to say that. You make it free. In that case, you are not allowed to kick people off the servers. You're not allowed to mute. You're not allowed to moderate because then you'll be violating
I just debunked
speech.
that, bro. I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm in Lowe's and I'm getting some wood cut and stuff like that. I'm busy.
How do you debunk that? That would be.
Did you notice how I let you finish and then you interrupt me within 7 seconds? You notice that? You notice the difference here that you're interrupting me every time? Can you maybe listen and then we'll have to have the same conversation 12 times? Okay. You're right. If there was if they decided to operate as a private publisher, they would have to increase the prices. It would collapse and go bankrupt overnight because their business model I already said this though. Their business model depends upon maximizing the amount of users. That's why they have a freemium business model. They upsell you within the
I agree
platform.
there.
Okay.
That's great.
So we agree. They would never choose these huge social media companies would never choose to be a private publisher because they'd have to change their whole business model. Okay, cool. So if they acted as a free public square, you keep on saying that the users would be screwed. That isn't true. First of all, the users on Discord can still be sued. If someone in this room says something defamatory against me, I can still sue them for defamation. You realize that, right? So I still have my legal protection against defamation in America against the individual consumers and users on this platform. Okay, so if it operated as a public square where they didn't get to subjectively and arbitrarily censor people based on what they like, during COVID, you couldn't talk about the vaccine. So, okay, if they became a public square, they couldn't do that. The consumers are not going to adhere to the publisher laws, though, because they're just the consumer, they're the user. They don't have to worry about that. It means you could still have your own server and you could still kick people out. You could still mute people. Nothing would have to change with the users. And just like always, if a user comes on here and starts to defame me, I can still sue them. Just like if I'm standing on a public square in the middle of
How can you
Tampa.
kick people out
Listen,
of the
dude,
server?
I'm almost done. If I'm standing on the street in Tampa and I start defaming you, even though I'm in a public square, right? I'm in a public square. You can still sue me.
How come
So
you
if
never sued me with
How
it?
can you
threatened to
kick
sue
me
me last
out of the
attack.
server and not
who
violate my
said
free
that?
speech?
Who said Rusted? I could sue you. Rusted, I literally could sue you.
You threatened to sue me. I was waiting. I'm waiting for the papers still. Please do.
I could sue you. The only complication with suing people like you is that you have a defense in court to just say you swear you really believed it. Because to actually win the
Oh no.
defamation suit, you have to prove that the person knew it was a lie. It's not just about suing someone because it's a lie. You have to prove that they knew it was a lie.
Yeah,
It was
you
brought
have
to
to
their attention
prove
that it was a lie.
that you were telling the truth, which you can't do. So that's
No,
why
that's
you're
not.
not
I
going
know
to
that
take me to
I know
court.
that you're
Oh my
kind of
God,
slow.
please
I know you're kind of
don't
slow,
do this.
Rusted. Maybe listen really slow, okay? It isn't about just proving myself to be telling the truth. It's about proving that you knew it was a lie. Do you not understand the difference in those two things? So you can't just sue someone because they lied about you. You have to prove that they knew it was a lie. So your defense could just be like, no, I truly believe the stuff I said. I didn't know it was a lie. And then I wouldn't win the lawsuit, even if I proved without a doubt that you
But
were wrong
with
and
it,
what you said was a lie.
you're talking about stuff that's illegal, right? But I'm talking about stuff that makes a channel, right? The what makes this a channel isn't that I can say stuff that's illegal or not saying stuff that's illegal. What makes this a channel is that it's flat earth based and you have your own moderation, you have your own internal rules. Or talking about if people don't, it could be different, but there are servers and there are rooms that want to have a specific theme and they want to have their own rules. They want to have their own house rules.
They would
How
still
do
be able
you
to do
you
that
can't? Okay, so how can you do that without if you
because
mute or kick somebody, you would be violating their free speech.
Dude, they're a consumer. It would operate. Here's an analogy for you. It's like a permit. It's like if I go get a permit from the city of Tampa to be a vendor and sell some hot dogs, I can put whatever sign I want on it. I can sell whatever kind of hot dogs I want to. No one can stop me. I don't have to let people do anything. I went and got a permit from the city to have my own little vendor section inside the public square. Okay, so that's the way it would work as a consumer on these platforms. They would operate as a public square, which is actually the government giving them the benefit of technically being a publisher, but not having to adhere to publishing laws because it's unrealistic, right? Because it's operated as a public square. And you really can't even pull these things out. If you just removed X and removed YouTube, we'd be screwed. That's how we largely communicate. So we would allow them to operate as a public square. The consumers would get to operate as private consumers within that public square. So you get to still run everything. Nothing would change. If this change happened tonight, tomorrow, Discord would look exactly the same. The only difference would be we wouldn't be getting kicked off because we say things that the government doesn't like, right? That's all. That's the only thing that would change.
And just to throw in the point that was never spoken about, child pornography has nothing to do with expression or free speech. That is an infringement. It is a crime against the lives of children and their bodies. So you believing that it falls under expression is actually it's a miscategorization.
Mental problem. Sorry.
Please, could you say that repeated that cuff that you made with the commentary?
Yeah, I said
Please
that if you
say it
think
again.
that it's someone has the right to spread child pornography as a means of expression, then they have a mental problem.
Yeah, it's called shock theater. This argument. It's really a confusion of what is actually expression and what is exploitation.
Yeah, but the
This
point
is
that
where
this whole conversation was about him, explaining the Section 230, and then there was an endless argument about a very simple point, and it took like 15 minutes or 20 minutes just to make that simple point because of the constant interruptions and the nuh-uhs. It's like crazy. You
Yeah,
can't
but
even
then
talk to people about
yeah,
anything. Like if I was trying to tell people in this server, "Hey, it's a blue sky with a few clouds today," they'd be like, "The sky's not blue. It actually doesn't have a color. You have to actually use the sun to fluoresce the oxygen and the helium and the hydrogen in the air in order to get color out of it." So no, it's like, bro, you guys will
I
argue
like
about anything in here. It's crazy.
no, I think we should really rest it that's child pornography is not about speech. It's rather documentation of abuse and an exploitation against the children. So
I think we could
yeah,
all
it has
agree it's
nothing to do
gross,
with free
dude.
speech.
I don't even know if we gotta have this conversation, do we?
Yeah. What's the point in talking
No,
about it,
it's
bro?
super dead. It's super dead. I don't remember how it came up. To be fair to the guy, though, real fast, like he brought up child porn just as like kind of a default example. That probably is the first thing that came to his
We could
mind
use
as
any
something.
example. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
at all.
yeah, I think he just like something egregious that we've all heard of someone doing, like dropping pornographic material in a Discord and
I
getting
could just
kicked out. I
say,
don't.
Yeah,
yeah, I could
that's
just
why I
say
called it
like,
shock theater. That's why I called it shock theater, because he attempts to create an argument through the theater of shock,
no,
which is
it
really
wasn't really my intention.
giving
We could
view
just
to a
pick any
topic that
other example.
supposedly puts people back in their seat and like supposedly gives you a
No,
good
No,
point.
it's
But
not
there's
only
really no point.
Anyway, by the way, guys, just so you know, like Trump, I mean, obviously we can't trust that guy, but he has historically basically echoed the sentiment that Section 230 is infringement on free speech and that it should be repealed, which of course raises red flags. And I don't know. I mean, I kind of have a prediction that Trump will be like the Trojan horse will come in, act like he is going to stand up for free speech, and then what they'll do is try to say we're going to make the internet itself a public square, and here's a new internet bill of rights or something like that, and like discreetly slip in the fact that now the government is in control entirely of the basically a state sponsored internet. So I think that's maybe where we're going with this whole like tech surveillance thing.
I never got to hear what your take was. I'm taking a social media cleanse right now, for at least a week. So I've like not really even touched anything. I never got to hear what your take was on the Charlie Kirk thing from like a week ago.
Yeah, so for sure the mainstream or the official story's retarded, and he definitely didn't get shot with the 30-06. It would have ripped his neck off.
Yeah.
So it's either A, that's an exit wound and he got shot from his right, which it does look like a bullet is actually caught in one of the frames. B is like something in his lapel mic or what was connected to it actually shot him from there. Or C is that the entire thing was faked. And the evidence for that is like, well, we're kind of predictably programmed with Charlie Kirkland in Snake Eyes from like was it 98 I think or 89, a movie where on September 10th the guy gets shot in the neck. Charlie Kirkland, so that it was kind of all set up and it's fake, and then there's like a couple options as to how that happened. People were saying he went in a little trap door beneath him, but I mean there was cameras rolling and you never see him go down in that, so that's kind of the flaw with that. Some other people have said that there was actually like a hologram and that the dimensions of the tent are the exact dimensions needed for this hologram technology they found on YouTube from like 8 years ago, which is like super realistic. And they showed a band playing and interacting with the audience live, even though they were actually holograms. So basically, they can talk and play their music and everything somewhere else and then look like they're realistically on the stage. So people have claimed that's what happened to try to even explain some of the anomalies in some of the videos. I don't know. So anyway,
that
that's where I'm
blood
at. Is
looks
either A,
fake,
it was
dude.
all, yeah, it was either all fake, like WWE Trump assassination attempt 2.0, or he was shot by someone else, probably working with Mossad or something.
They got the wrong hue on the color of blood, dude. From what I saw, dude, it just looked like completely the wrong color. I agree. The exit wound should be larger than the entry wound, and in his case, it looked like the entry wound was the largest portion of it all.
They said there was no
Murdoch,
exit wound, by the way. Just so you know,
yeah,
they came out on
that's what
Fox
I hear.
News and said that.
That's what I
that dude,
hear.
like,
There's,
They
it's so
called him the Man
stupid.
of Steel. They called him the Man
I
of
hear,
Steel. Said
I
that his
heard that,
neck
and
stopped the bullet that would
I
go
heard that.
through like elk and moose and stuff.
Right. That's a round for large game animals, dude. And his vertebrae somehow stopped that bullet, dude. That's insane, bro. That shit would have knocked out that C1 or whatever fucking vertebrae it was like a Jenga block, dude.
Yeah, for sure. It's insane. So, like, I
It would
don't.
have splattered all over the screen behind him.
I'm actually inclined to think it's all fake, right? I mean, because like if you look at the movie, so the only difficulty there is figuring out exactly how they faked it, right? Because if you look at the movie, what are the odds? Like Charlie Kirkland is shot in the neck on September 10th, really, in Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage. And then you have the Illuminati card that says enough is enough with what looks like Trump screaming on it. And then it says our snipers can take you out at anywhere or anywhere at any time. And then the last short published on Charlie Kirk's YouTube said enough is enough. And it's a video of Trump talking about the stabbing of the white girl on the train. And like, of course, all the other anomalies, right? There's like no blood on his shirt or shoes when he's carried to the SUV and et
That was an
cetera, et cetera.
interesting one. That
Just so
was,
you know,
yeah, for
really
me,
quick,
that was a deal breaker. Go
the
ahead, Russ.
Snake Eyes part. It's not the 10th. It was the 18th in the movie. And someone pointed that out earlier. I think go find the others pointed that out. So anyway,
You
carry
could,
on.
you could see
I
also.
think in the first few minutes of the movie, the there's like a like a banner or something that says September 10th on it.
It says
Yeah, it's
18th.
like a billboard. There's a
It
billboard
says
up, and I was
it
looking
says
at it
18th. Look at
yesterday.
it again.
Yeah, I was zooming in on it, and I couldn't tell if it was a zero. It looked like a zero to me, but
I'll
it
post
could
it,
be
and everybody
an
else
eight.
can decide.
Yeah, it could be an 8.
Okay. Yeah, if it's an 8, I definitely want to know so I don't keep saying that. I thought I saw on like some
Yeah,
video
that's
they
why I
showed
said
it.
it. Because yeah, so people have been saying that, but that's why I'm saying maybe I'll post it. Hold on.
But then
No, we're off the.
I'll say this: a big thing that made me think it was fake is Erica Kirk, bro. So Erica Kirk holds his necklace out the window and does the 3 6s, bro, and then Trump like signals to her to basically like as if to do something. Then she holds up the devil horn signal, and everyone's like, "No, that's I love you." The devil horns is whenever you put the thumb down. Well, go look in Masonic literature. The thumb out is one of the 10 signals, actually. And then she's like talking in this creepy scripted way, pretending to dry her tears, but she's not actually crying. And she has all this dark makeup on, and the handkerchief doesn't change colors at all. She's like pretending to
She
cry.
she only blots the left eye over and over, and off the at the edge of her eye, never in the middle where tears actually come out. But yeah, I totally agree. She gave it away like crazy. I'm posting
Yeah,
it in the side chat right now. It's the 19th, not the
dude,
18th. My bad.
dude. And this girl comes out, bro. She comes out and then does this weird little stance, like holds her arms out and looks up, and then fireworks shoot off behind her. It's like, are you kidding me? Am I watching like WWE right now?
That's
And
what
then
I
she
was
does
just
that
gonna say.
creepy,
WWF.
yeah, she does that creepy little whisper thing, like she's talking to God, and then she says, "I forgive him." I don't know. Like, dude, if you actually saw such a gruesome, like the most horrific political assassination in the 21st century, and it was your husband, and you have 2 little kids, and he was just brutally killed like that in front of like all of his fans, you would be distraught, dude, especially at his funeral, and you would not be quickly talking about, "I forgive him." And it serves as this confirmation as if we know for sure who it really is. And then, of course, that whole story's BS too, right? Where it's like, oh, his dad, he confessed to his dad, and their neighbor's a sheriff, and then never mind, his neighbor's not a sheriff, but he confessed to his dad, and the dad called it in and conveniently got $1 million reward. So he confessed and turned himself in, and then immediately they're saying he's not cooperating at all. Which one is it? Did he confess, or he's denying it and not cooperating and lawyering up? So I don't know. Like, it's just all so stupid. It's almost as if it's meant to be so stupid that people question it, though. So it makes me
It's
kind of
crazy
step
that
back and be like,
Discord's
I don't know.
involved.
Yeah, and Discord denied all the accusations of what they said was on it, right?
Wait, did his
Wild,
dad
dude.
get a reward for turning him in?
Yeah, and guess what? The person that offered the $1 million reward was the same Jewish donor that had said that he was going to all the funding and donations he was previously giving Kirk and TPUSA because of his recent platforming of quote unquote anti-Semites and stuff. So he pulled it. He pulled like $1 million donation back. And then once Charlie dies, he offers $1 million reward to anyone that can find the shooter. And then conveniently, this Jewish donor is now giving the shooter, quote unquote's father, $1 million. So that makes it look like if he really did get
Yeah.
shot, then they clearly set up the patsy. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, that's
Wow.
fucking crazy, bro. The money handoff right under our noses.
Yeah, right in front of everyone. Like, and that story doesn't make any sense. And then, of course, everyone knows, right? The official story is just retarded, right? Like, this guy climbed up there with a 30-06, which is not a collapsible rifle. Want to take apart, you have to use a screwdriver. And I've seen videos of like pros taking it apart as fast as you can. It takes like 90 seconds for like a pro to do it. We're supposed to believe that he went up there, shot him, took it apart, stuffed it in his pants and backpack or whatever, jumps down, goes to the
When
woods,
you
and puts.
real quick, when you take apart a platform like that, a rifle platform, you're losing accuracy, dude. Unless you sight that thing in after the fact, you're losing a significant amount of accuracy, dude. Just wanted to throw that out there. 200
Yeah,
yards might
I
not
have
matter
seen.
for that, but
Yeah, I want to say I've seen like a pro sniper that said, "Well, you could technically put the scope on there, and it would be maybe accurate enough to get a shot off from 200 yards. It just wouldn't be exact pinpoint accuracy. Which, if the shot was real, it looks like it was like he got shot like in the jugular, basically. So I don't know.
and then I don't know if you've
Anyway,
ever seen
because obviously
somebody.
the neck is pretty small.
Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Oh, you got it.
I was gonna say I don't know if you've ever seen somebody get shot with a high velocity round, but it it doesn't act like that, like a big globular mass coming out in like one singular direction. There's a thing called pink mist. Like you can go watch military footage and somebody gets hit with a high velocity round, dude. That shit sprays in all directions, bro. It's not like the majority of it sure might go one way, but there's a mist that takes place, dude, when you
Would
hit
you?
when
There's
you hit
acoustic
large
analysis too.
arteries.
I think one of the
would you call it like Mistgate?
I think one of the most like damning pieces of evidence, quote unquote, of that something's off, other than just common sense about how powerful that round is if you look at like the timing between the sound of the impact of the round and the sound of the rifle report, and you just use physics, basic physics, to do the speed of sound 1125 feet per second versus the speed of a 30-06 at 200 yards averaged out, which would be about 2700 feet per second. The round should get there in about 0.23 seconds, and the sound should get there in about 0.53 seconds. So there should be
Well, I don't
tenths of a
know.
second. There should be 3/10 of a second delay. And when you actually look at the cell phone footage, there's different angles. Of course, all the delays and all the videos are between 0.08 and 0.14 seconds. So they're like,
Jeremy claims if you shoot a rifle round and you drop a bullet out of your hand at the same time firing that rifle round, the bullet will hit the ground. Both bullets will hit the ground at the same time. If I'm not
what?
butchering that, is that correct,
No.
Jeremy? Jeremy, you there?
What?
This is
He's
one of
talking
Jeremy's
about if you
arguments.
shoot it flat out, if you shoot it parallel, if you shoot it horizontal, dude. He's shooting a target like downwards. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, the angle's gonna have a play in things for sure. But I'm
That's
just
okay.
saying.
That's not how that works,
But I'm
bro. That would say, yeah,
yeah, not that
not
I
how that
agree
works.
with what
Okay.
Jeremy's saying, but
If you shoot a
anyway.
rifle at the ground, the bullet will reach the ground before the bullet that you drop. That's like, what are you talking about? That's probably not
That
what
I
he's
don't know.
seemed
I
saying.
like
don't
a
know why.
relevant
I
point.
don't know why you're getting
Yeah.
all like hostile with me, dude. I'll just back out and let you go.
He
Okay,
did
but
give you
just real
that.
fast.
He
So,
did
like,
say that. Anyways, but he did say that. He did tell you that. Yeah, you're right. With the angle, definitely does play a part. But anyways, that's beside the point.
yeah, that was. I mean, I don't think it's relevant at all. Respectfully. But anyway, the point is that you see how like what everyone does though is starts arguing about the 30-06 not making sense, and so then what kind of ends up being taken for granted is that the assassination's real. So this is one of the other reasons that I think it might not be real at all, because like we're set up with such fake details that everyone argues about the blatantly retarded official story, that what happens within those arguments is the assumption that there was an assassination. So then everyone just trying to figure out, well,
who's doing that here?
Who was the
correct?
What direction? Who's doing that here? Are you capable of following arguments, or are you just desperately sitting in the corner of your room hoping to get a gotcha like your
Why you
stupid
got
little
an
gate
ad-hom, bro? I
comment?
know you're mad about me exposing me for
Ad-hom? What was the ad-hom? What was the ad-hom? What was the ad-hom? What was the ad-hom?
Pointing out that I'm like sitting in the background, like not listening to something.
Yeah, that's what you did. You jumped in the middle of the conversation a second ago and said, would you call that Mr.
I don't want to talk
bring
about
up
TFE right
Antarctica
now.
because
With
you're
it,
such
how
a
you
loser, and
fake
then months later
TFE,
you still
bro.
desperately have to talk about it. And why did you make the comment about Mistgate then?
Okay, we'll talk about fucking Vapegate. Okay, fine, we'll switch it to that. God.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You're a loser. So anyway, so my point is that like on a grand scheme here, on the grand like scale, they got everyone arguing about the caliber not making sense. And that's exactly what you would do if the whole thing was fake. I will say though, has anyone seen the still shot that looks like you can see the bullet? Because that part's crazy. It perfectly times up with the shot, and frame by frame, the bullet is caught. And then I've seen someone jump on Grok and ask, like, based on various calibers, even a handgun, you know, when the frame per second of an iPhone, would you be able to see it? And the odds are you would catch the bullet in a couple frames.
Has that ever happened before?
So it is definitely possible.
But I mean, if you look at the other videos that were playing, there was so many mosquitoes and like things flying on the air that you catch glimpse of them in there. So it could just be one of those just at the same practical time.
Well, that freaking mosquito is ungodly fast and flying super straight at an angle down toward them. You know.
Well,
There were multiple critters just flying around. If you look at any other videos, that is definitely probably the cat, because you'll see them like just one frame if you see those videos. So there might have been multiple things. Also, I don't know if you've heard the other theory on the one is the squib, and the other is that the mic blowing up.
Yeah, I heard that the compression is going to be trickier in the mic, but I have heard that. I mean, so like the hologram thing is super interesting, but the issue with the hologram thing is the same with him going in the trap door in general. It's like he was seen throwing the hats out, and then he goes, sits down, and so how's he getting the trap door? And the video I saw about it was like, well, maybe the tent had these cloaking sheets, because there are like these invisible cloaking sheets that you can hold up, and you just see right. It looks like you see right through it to whatever the background is. But it's like, what? No, people were walking in and out of the tent. You know what I
Dude,
mean?
there
Like
was guys.
the whole
It's
tent
not a
wasn't
tunnel
covered in
anyway.
sheets that were then.
It's not a tunnel. What is it?
No, it's an access panel. It's an access panel.
I think
Okay.
it's like a yeah. It's
So
like
there
you could
couldn't
fit
be a
in it.
tunnel
You could
attached
fit
to
in it
that?
though, right? Like
No, it's
Like-
like an access panel to get like to wiring under the ground and stuff like that.
Yeah, but have you been in it? Like, do you
I mean, I
know
guess
that
technically-
there's not? It couldn't be connected to something else. Like, there's
Well,
tons of tunnels all over.
I've seen pictures
that
of
part
it
the
from
country.
overhead. I've seen pictures from it from overhead. It looks just like a normal access panel.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
a person could fit in there, and I mean, you can't claim that it doesn't attach to something down there, because unless you know and you've been there, you know.
But why?
I don't even know
But
why
why
it
would?
would need
But
to,
why
right? Like
would they need that? Because they were gonna drag them out anyways.
They didn't drag them out. They
Put 'em in a
dragged out
van.
a body. They dragged out a dummy
Exactly.
doll that didn't drop not one drop of
Again.
blood.
Again, why would they need that if they could just throw blood on this? On because of if you see the other video, the one that's high def, he moves his hand, right. There's a thing with the blood in his hand on the right hand, and when they're dragging him out, they have the same blood on that right hand. So it wouldn't make sense to throw him in there and bring out a doll.
Well, where's the blood then? Where's the blood on the ground? Why isn't there? Why did the guy in the white said in this SUV that they were trying to stop the bleeding in the SUV? So that would mean, so what? It stopped. He stopped bleeding on the way to the SUV, but then once he got in the SUV, he started bleeding again.
When you raise wherever the gush, where the blood was gushing from, above, it could stop the bleeding.
So you think this was real? Well, first of all, okay, wait.
I'm
I want
not
to say something
saying
about the
that, but you're
bullet.
asking where's the blood, so I'm just
Okay.
giving you a.
Okay, back to the bullet part though. Okay, is there any other shooting, or I mean, even just like regular, has there ever been a time that people have caught the bullet in the frame like that? Like how do we know that wasn't photoshopped in there?
Yes, I saw a video where someone showed an iPhone videotaping a shot of a smaller caliber, and then they did the frame by frame, and you caught the bullet.
Frame by frame. Remember
From
that
how far
bullet was
away?
going 60.
Yes, frame by
Hold
frame.
on, just so you guys understand. I mean, I'm not saying either way. I'm just giving you some perspective. The bullet will go 60 feet in one frame. 60 feet. So every frame either
I know.
it's
I've
in
already. So it's possible that one of the
60
frames catches
frames.
the bullet.
60 frames though. I mean 60
What?
feet in one frame. One frame change, 60 feet.
Okay.
So it's pretty.
I was about to say, I think the theory. I read
I
that.
just want you to understand that one point.
Yeah.
Okay. That means it
I
could
read
be in the frame. The next frame, it could be way past impact inside the body. So 60 feet. If you catch it in frame, you are extremely lucky. That's very, very rare to do that.
Right.
Well, actually, I've seen the actual math broken down. So if you want to break the math instead of just saying phrases like extremely lucky, because I watched a video where they caught the bullet in frame. So I don't know why
I
we're.
just
It
watched.
is possible. It's possible.
Can you post it?
It's possible, but highly improbable because the fact that it's going 60 feet in every frame. Every frame at a 30 frame per second capture is going 60 feet. That's a long way between frames.
Okay. Well, I mean, somebody King 8 Ball just posted one with Trump's bullet whizzing by. But
that person had like crazy settings. That person had like the perfect settings that no photographer, the camera where it's just like the shutter speed is obnoxious. It's just like taking 1,000 pictures as fast as it can. So how did the guy know to set his camera to that? Right, he would have filled his memory card up in like a couple minutes.
Yeah, so there's another thing that I watched in Redacted that was kind of trippy, which is the timeline, right? So when supposedly he got up there and when he started running, right, the time that it happened, and so there's two angles to where you see him running, right? Well, yeah, two angles. There's the CCTV camera and the one from the from inside the cafeteria. So they show it at the time that timestamp when he was running, and when in the cafeteria one, when he starts running, the people are just barely going down, right? They're barely going down. So what they're saying is that by the time they say he shot the gun and when he was running, there's no way that he could have been that far ahead running around and people are just ducking. Because when you look at the other cameras, other video footage, as soon as they shot and they noticed him getting shot, everybody ducks, right? So that timeline doesn't make any sense of the supposedly shooter giving that information, and especially when they didn't release, the FBI didn't release the video of him getting there and taking the shot. They just released it when he started running.
Yeah, the whole shooter story is obviously yeah. Like there's cameras that would have watched him climb up and get on the roof. There's cameras that would have watched him take the shot. So they actually showed after he took the shot, according to them. But there's another camera that would have saw him take the shot. So it makes no sense. I think everyone knows that the official story. It's like they were so lazy they used AI to write his text messages. It's like noticeably AI that wrote that. Yeah, so I don't know if anyone's put the text messages in an AI, like a software that recognizes it, but I'm sure it would flag it. Like it's obviously ChatGPT in my opinion, but the real question though
the
is
dude
like
was 20. The dude was 20. 20-year-olds don't write that way, especially not in text message.
no, he's supposedly anxiously waiting in the parking lot for hours until he can go to the woods and then somehow put the rifle back together without a screwdriver that he supposedly left on the roof. And while he's anxiously waiting, hoping none of the cops knows it's him, and he's just sitting at this crime scene for hours, and we've got none of that footage, he decides to write a play-by-play confession to his tranny boyfriend.
Which has since now disappeared as well.
and has said nothing. And then I guess the family supposedly spoken out, said they don't buy the official story at all. And who knows if that's even real though? That's from Candace Owens. So
Yeah, and the fact that he's so prominent and well off, he's the owner of
Oh, did
Turning
you?
Point. So
Yeah, and did you heard no autopsy now? There was no autopsy done.
yeah, well, though they claimed there was an autopsy, but they haven't released it.
Right, but there's a video. There's a audio of somebody. Yep, about them talking about it not being an autopsy.
I thought in it they talked about they were going to do an autopsy. I don't know. I don't remember.
Well,
No,
either way, bro.
Supposedly the medic was the one that signed the death certificate.
You're right. You're right. It said there was no autopsy, but in Utah, it's state law with any homicide investigation, there has to be an autopsy. But of course, there wouldn't be an autopsy if there was no real homicide. And option B is, of course, it was a setup from the government working with Mossad, and so they just wouldn't allow an autopsy. So who knows?
So it was is it explosion at his neck? Was it a device on his neck that actually penetrated his neck and made the hole?
We don't know, but like I said, the acoustic forensic analysis shows that it did not come from 200 meters away. Like, it couldn't have come from 200 meters away. It should have been a 0.3 of a second delay, and it was only about 1/10 of a second, depending on where around the amphitheater the phone was, because there's a bunch of different cell phones. You can analyze them all. They're all within.
Let me say this though, that
Where
gets
was this
complicated.
where was this kind of analysis on TFE when we needed the ether cause guys to look into this stuff?
Dude, shut the hell up, bro.
Dude, your TFE argument was equivalent.
I'm just
to
wondering, like, there was I don't remember him saying
dude,
like
your TFE argument was equivalent to a third grader trying to tie their shoes, dude.
I know,
You got
that's
so
what I've
thoroughly debunked within a week, and you just kept saying it anyway. Now
I'm
it's
a
been
grown
9
man,
months,
you
and
life, and we somehow make
now it's 9 months, and you're still saying it. So, like, that's why we just ignore you. If you want to know,
I'm
that's
just wondering why that guy, like, he's like so like, he's so
answered you.
smart, and he didn't like where did he use his brain for the TFE stuff?
Hello, this is there a mod here that can mute Q up because he's definitely not on point with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'll mute him next time, so he can cry about how he's being censored because he's such a truther that we can't handle him. But yeah, the point is that actually who you're talking to about being so smart, he was sitting there with me watching my screen as I showed the full 4K 30 hour, and we tried to figure out how to export it while you were sitting over here making up stories schizophrenically in the corner. So can you stop interrupting the conversation? That's the fourth attempt to derail the conversation and go back to your TFE obsession.
Yeah, he got muted and he bounced.
Left.
So it's so gay, dude. So, but because I am about to do a stream on this, so I'm glad we're talking about this because I'm trying to, on the stream, I'm not going to make any claims other than just to kind of cover everything. So I think it's cool that I haven't until now because so much stuff keeps coming out. Right now, it's post-memorial, all this stuff. So the autopsy thing makes no sense. So because like it's a state law, you have to do an autopsy. It's a law, right? Like if any homicide investigation requires an autopsy. So that makes no sense.
Because the shirt blowing up like that before there was even any kind of shot, it's kind of weird. I think Jill sent me something that there's the pneumatic squibs that use like air squibs and squib FX that produce air power systems that are safer, reusable, and don't require explosives. So I mean, there's they use CO2 cartridges and shit like that. So
yeah, because that's what it implies, right? Is like that something inside the shirt went off,
which also broke his necklace.
It did, yes. The necklace flew off. But it's another thing though. Like it looked like in one of the videos that this like ex-Marine was showing, where he was saying that the bullet came from his right, entered in behind his ear, and then the exit wound is what we saw, which by the way would complicate the time frames as well, right? Like if what you're considering an entrance wound is actually an exit wound, well, now it has to travel through his like head down through his neck, which is going to cause a delay right before the exit. But it's like when he goes frame by frame, it looks like a splatter. It looks like a splatter comes off of his neck, right? Like I saw a guy like 2 days afterwards trying to claim that was the necklace. But then he's like, wait a minute, it doesn't really make sense. And it doesn't make sense. It almost looks like something. It looks like a wire almost. But it could be like a little splatter of blood pops out to his right.
What I thought it was, at first he had an earpiece, but because it looked like something just flying off of his ear. So, but if you search Donk, he has some high quality. If you're gonna make a video. Donk has some high quality video that you could download and
Yeah,
see.
can you drop it or send it? Because I'm driving.
Sure.
Or I'll try to remember. Yeah, but like it's not an earpiece, right? Because then people zoomed in and all the higher definition frames before that from different angles, and he doesn't have anything on his ear, which doesn't really make sense to have anything on your ear. He normally doesn't have anything on his ear because he just mic'd up for backup audio, and then he's sitting there with the mic listening to the person. He doesn't really need to have headphones on. You know what
By
I'm
the
saying?
way, that
Yeah.
video that there's different videos. The 4 second one, like the really short one where he's like bleeding out of his neck and it's like super traumatic to watch. That one was manipulated. The other ones that I've seen that I've analyzed were real. So like it's interesting that there's like a mixture of like real and like manipulated video. Like I think that they did like overlays over the real video and like added gore and a bunch of stuff to it because I
Yeah.
used deepfake scanners. Like the 4 second super up close, super gory neck fountain video said like it was like 61% likelihood of fake, and then like the far away one, which was like up in the center, kind of off to the left, that zooms in and then sees him get shot. That one said it was 4% likely to be fake, meaning it was real. So
Yeah, my
like,
only issue is like so people send me screenshots of like AI detecting if something's fake with pictures from our trip to Antarctica telling me that it was fake. I'm like, okay, I was freaking there, brother. So
I did that.
I don't know. I don't know how reliable those are. I mean, I don't know.
I did
I know
the
there's
same
one we
thing for
used to
the
do back
moon
in the day.
landings and for the what's the other ones? The parachutes on the rockets or whatever. Those all came up fake, and it was the same thing dude's saying. Like some of the pictures came up as real, and then the ones with the parachutes came up fake. The ones with the sun from Antarctica came up fake. The squishing sun shot came up as edited. There's, I mean, some of them. That's what they do. They interlay the fake with the real. Like they can't just sell it all fake. They have to mix in, just like Alex Jones, tells you some truth and then mixes in
Nothing
bullshit
from
with it.
Antarctica was fake, man. I was there, so it's just
Okay, well, we're not
I'm
talking
no
about
longer going to
TNT,
talk about
right?
it.
You
Yeah,
brought it
but
up this time.
you brought it up
I
again.
didn't bring that up this time. I've been
Yeah, fair
avoiding it.
enough. Yeah,
I'd like to believe it. I didn't see any penguins.
it's like, yeah, penguins are only on the coast, man. They would die in there. Are you kidding me? There weren't
There
even
was no
insects where we were.
Pretty
ice
sure he was
fishing.
joking.
Okay. Yeah, but I can't tell because some of the accusations are so retarded that I would think they're jokes. But anyway, bro, I like this. I will say for me, it's on the table that Erica Kirk was a honeypot and that he really died. Like, I'm not saying that he did die for sure, but like it's still on the table for me. I haven't made
Yeah.
out like a really coherent storyline as to how it was faked. I never saw him go down the trap door. If it was a hologram, he still would have had to go down the trap door because he threw the hats out before that. And then this whole idea of like cloaking shields around the tent, that's stupid. I watched the videos. People go in and out of the tent. That couldn't be the case. So it would have been really tricky to get him to really come out, throw hats, and then go sit down and become a hologram and get in the trap door without us seeing it. And yeah, it just looked like a typical kind of botched intel cover up with a patsy. And they have the one guy that claims he did it, so then the fake patsy can get away.
I got one
I don't really
question though. You just said that that we didn't see him go in the trap door. There was a table and a bunch of people covering him. How can you even claim that you didn't see it when nobody got a good shot of what happened behind that table?
There's actually a slow motion video that I just posted. I linked it to the original poster. There's a slow motion video that you see him raise his arm, and you also see him when he has no blood in his shirt. But his hand, he moves his hand as well. By the way,
Yeah, he's still alive at that point. I saw that video
Right.
too.
so
I saw a
his
video.
his hand has blood, and the same hand that had blood when he was being dragged out had blood in it as well. So
And then Candace Owens, take her or leave her, I guess, but she says that the video was shown from the back where they took the camera and then never released the footage. And that guy says he's getting all kinds of death threats and stuff. She knew him, reached out to him. He said he turned it over to the feds immediately. That's why he grabbed it. But she says that they jumped on a Zoom call and he showed her the footage and that from the back, it's not gory at all. You don't see anything. And that the only blood you see is on his hands. But I would say I saw footage where you can clearly see Charlie Kirk, right? There's not people blocking him or anything. Like when he walks over to the table and he's setting up and then sits down to talk to people, like there's not just people blocking him. You can see him. And
no, I'm talking about after the shooting happened. Like after the shooting, there's people everywhere. There's like 10
I'm
people
talking
that
about,
pile on.
I'm talking about if it was a hologram story or if he got in the trap door, he would have to do that before the fake shooting, right? Your theory is that he was there, he like faked the blood and then got in the trap door and then they carried a dummy or something. Is that what you're saying?
Probably. That's what's most likely.
You think he's still alive? Seriously? You think he's still alive?
Yep.
Where do you think he went?
Valhalla, man. Didn't you hear?
Where?
You didn't hear the Valhalla? You didn't hear that dude talk about Valhalla and all the memes?
I would say it's gonna be really hard to put that guy in
island.
witness protection though, because he's got I don't know if you can put surgery on those gums. I said that the other day. I'm not even really joking.
That's not his wife though talking
Was-
either. Look at pictures of his actual wife versus who spoke at his shit. Like that's not the same person.
Well, like, wasn't the guy that supposedly shot him, like the patsy, wasn't he eating at Dairy Queen like 5 hours later or something like that, or 6 hours later?
Yeah.
That was during, if you notice the Superman, there was a Superman thing on the wall. That was from, what, a year, 2 years ago?
No. Some Dairy Queens still have that up. It's allowed to promo all the way through September 31st.
It's weird. They said Charlie Kirk has bones.
Somebody went to that same Dairy Queen, and it wasn't up.
Yeah, a week later.
They said Charlie
video.
Kirk is like Superman, like his bones, and he was.
I posted a video.
Superman thing.
I posted a video of 10
I think he's a
minutes.
lizard person.
Damn, Sanic, you heard me trying to get in.
Gray.
You heard me trying to get in. I posted a video about 10 minutes before the actual shot happened. That was posted on UVU Review. And it's pretty much quiet death of him having a conversation as he had in. I think it was like 10 minutes before the shot.
Yeah, I sent it to you to Witsit. The full video, high quality.
Have you seen the share going through the table though? That it looks like it's going through the table.
Yeah, that big video.
I just walked that.
That's motion estimation MPEG artifacts. I said it before on other things. That's for sure MPEG artifacts.
So you're saying that the motion estimation artifact was that it actually put it. If you put it through the hold on, I'm talking. Put it going through the actual table, bro.
Yes, that's exactly how.
Don't even argue with him about it.
That's how MPEG works. You're gonna argue with me about something you don't know about.
Yeah, is it quiet in here?
Videos don't have motion estimation.
All this is compressed video, and when things happen quickly, there is a lot of confusion of the motion estimation device.
Go through the fucking
algorithms in the actual MPEG encoder that'll cause that problem on the encoding side.
Motion estimation is not a thing.
You talk completely over me and not let me do one. The only person here in the entire field that knows about MPEG, and you're going to shun me out.
Hey, can I moderate? Can I moderate? Can we not interrupt each other, man? Like, look, everyone's all excited to talk or whatever. Can we just like keep it concise and not interrupt each other? That'd be great.
Yeah, here's a good fact. Motion estimation doesn't exist.
Yeah,
sorry,
motion estimation is an integral part and intrinsically.
No, it's not.
No one
doesn't
cares,
exist.
bro.
Oh, it's not.
Doesn't
you know how
exist.
MPEG works? If I videotape a ball in the air and it's got a trajectory, do you think every frame has got the ball? The data from the ball is
from this.
Look. Let me explain real quick because I think you have no clue.
So it estimates what has to be there.
You can't help yourself.
We don't want to.
I'm the only one here that has worked professionally in the field, and you're just going to shut me down. And you think you know more. You have a Dennis disease. You should get it looked at.
I'm going to try to moderate. I'm going to try to moderate one more time. Zanuck, first of all, this is what you do. I don't know if you're even aware of this. Okay, you're so intense that as soon as you get in a conversation, it derails everything because you're just so high strung, bro. So you're just like, it's like you're trying to fit in a million words a minute and you just start raising your, I'm talking right now. I'm talking right now. You start getting really loud. You start getting really loud and you start like talking super fast and then you start interjecting over people.
Speaking over me.
Zanuck, that isn't true because you're interrupting me right now. Okay.
Because you're saying things like you do to me. When you say things incorrectly, you're gaslighting me.
Okay, I'm not gaslighting you. You don't seem to know what that word means. Okay,
I do know what it means.
I'm trying to help you out.
What I am, what I haven't done.
Victimhood manipulation.
Like I've done it. I haven't done
Now
it.
he's hijacking the
Let me have the
stage,
floor for a
victimhood
second. See if you can
manipulation.
control
No,
yourself.
dude, you just talked over somebody that was modding, bro. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm literally trying to help the situation here. So
But you're
that's my advice.
gaslighting me.
Yeah,
You're lying
Xanax,
about me.
You're
dude,
crying.
Xanax, I'm gonna
Victimhood
mute you.
manipulation.
Xanax, if you interrupt me again, I'm gonna mute you. Okay. So I'm just giving you a genuine piece of advice. That's what happens, and then it just starts cascading from there. Okay. So if you want to just act like everyone else in the room, and just kind of be more calm and then more concise, not interrupt, then I'll try to mod for you as well and get people not to interrupt you. But last thing I'll say here, do not hijack this conversation talking about how you're such an expert and we all need to get out our notebooks because you're going to teach us and talk down to us and try to lecture us about some BS that we don't want to hear. Okay. So try to keep it concise and try to stop being so loud and intense and interrupting. Okay. And that goes
Got
for
it.
everyone, I think.
To be
Yeah.
fair, he was the one being
Wait.
interrupted.
Now this isn't you're trying to jump in. It's my turn to respond. So yes,
She was trying to help you.
I know you think you are. All right. In one way you are helping because I think moderation is a good thing. But the reason that I will start raising my voice and start speaking
now
more
he starts to
loudly
teach.
is when people like this idiot starts talking over me.
Thanks.
I had a simple point. I said MPEG estimation. He's in background saying it doesn't exist. It does exist. Go look it up. It's common knowledge for anybody in video. Where the MPEG, different from motion JPEG, which actually takes individual frames and like JPEG pictures and strings them together to make video. Very data and data intensive as far as quantity. MPEG doesn't have that quantity issue because it's estimating where it thinks things will be and actually takes the image that's already got and replicates it without increasing the data quantity in that file. So it's very important for MPEG, and it's the reason you can have compression as we do. And as a consequence of that methodology and that algorithm, you can have things that was just talked about where chairs can look like they're going through tables and things because it happens so quickly. The motion estimator doesn't have the amount of information and the predictive analysis to be able to actually replicate where things are going to be. Can't do it actually because it's not doing it actually. It's doing it by predictive algorithms. So that's all I wanted to say. And that is a real thing. And it definitely is the reason for that kind of, not the other kind of things we're saying that we're talking about and discussing, but the table and other things like that are definitely MPEG artifacts.
Hey Zanuck, does it? So that's a thing in certain situations, but this is a two-part question. One, doesn't that doesn't that apply way more often to lower frame rate and lower data bandwidth video captures? And two, that wouldn't have anything to do with like people's fingers becoming like spaghetti string long and then like rings on the fingers, switching fingers and stuff, right?
It can stretch things for sure because when you talk about it, sees motion and it predicts by whatever information it has on the math, on the physics, the actual acceleration that it's measuring for brief instances. If it doesn't have an information, like for example, if you move your hand real quickly and stop it, it thinks it might be going longer, so it might stretch your fingers. It might do things like that. But you're
talking about motion blur. I'm talking about like a person sitting still, like because if they're sitting there and they're just sitting in a chair, normal motion, moving their hands like in place, wiggling their fingers just while they sit there stationary. It's not going to cause rings to like be on the ring finger one moment and then be perfectly on the pinky finger the next moment, or for their fingers to like elongate while they're just sitting still.
For that F to disappear, but I think that video might have been faked. I think the video might have been faked to confuse everyone.
I agree with
In
that.
the high,
it's from the 4 second
in the
video.
high resolution
Okay,
video, we
respond,
don't
okay.
see a morphing of the ring. We didn't see that in the high quality video.
The ring moved from one finger to the next.
Not in the high quality move.
Can you
for
post
this
a video of what you're talking
university.
about? Because I've been looking for that and I didn't see any ring drop. I saw people claiming a ring drop, but I didn't see a ring drop, and I didn't see
It
the ring move
switches fingers. It goes from his ring finger to his pinky finger.
Yes, but can you post what you're talking about and not stills?
I put it in the chat.
Thank you.
Does it also fall off too?
That's
like
what the claim was, but I
after,
when you
Well,
look
it
at
does.
the
I've seen him
footage,
play with that ring before, and it does have a hinge on it. And he does have. In fact, one conversation he spent like half the conversation trying while he's holding the microphone to try to get the ring back clasped.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't matter.
I wonder how really.
The point I wanted to make regarding the MPEG is that yes, not only can it blur things, it can actually move things and create the actual image can be in a different part of the frame, in different part of the field of view. erroneously.
Okay,
Because it
Zanuck, we
needs
heard
it
your
to be
point.
there.
Okay, cool. The cameras can do stuff. Yeah, you say that about all the
No,
fake
not
space
the
stuff too.
camera.
Okay, look. Okay, just consider your point duly noted. Okay, so the point here, though, is that the high definition footage of the same shot, the same time, there's many other angles that don't show any of those anomalies. The F doesn't disappear. The ring doesn't move around like that. So that would lead me to believe, right, that that was faked. And it was
Yeah.
interestingly the first video I saw, it was all over the place at the very beginning. So very quickly, how does that even happen? Like right afterwards, they have a video ready, right? They quickly took a video and altered it some way and shoved it out there. So then instead of questioning all the other details or saying like, wait, did a bullet come from somewhere else or whatever, everyone's talking about it was AI. And he wasn't even, that would require him not really even be there. And those 3,000 witnesses aren't real or whatever, because I know someone through someone else that was there because that's the college they're alumni to. And then their like younger cousin goes there and the event was real. So anyway, that's just my opinion. It's like what makes the most sense to make sense of all the angles is that evidence or that video was altered to kind of muddy the water.
Was the
which
HD one showing all that blood
which
the
is
same
kind
as the
of
other one?
weird. Which is kind of weird when that nobody ever heard talked about the ring until we saw the ring, when I go shift from one thing to the other, one finger to the other, and then all of a sudden they have a new camera, a new angle of him actually playing with the ring in some other event, which nobody ever noticed for some odd reason.
I noticed it.
You've never noticed it until now.
I noticed that. He made a big deal
No,
out of
because
that.
when we
I always
first had the
say about it.
conversation, you said it was also some kind of motion MP frag crap.
Yes, the reason
So don't come with that bullshit that you noticed it the first thing out of your mouth when we
No,
were
I
having
didn't
the first
notice it at first,
conversation.
right.
When we first had the conversation, was that it was an artifact. That's what you
Yes,
said
I
that
didn't
whole
notice
time.
it at first.
You did not say it was a hinge.
I didn't notice. I'm admitting to you, I did not notice that.
Okay,
at
so
all.
then if you but you said
brought it to
you
my
just said
attention.
that you noticed it.
Wait,
No,
can I
I've
do
noticed
something
the
real
ring
fast? Can I do
before.
something real fast? Well, don't let him get you. Don't let him get you worked up. I know, Zanuck. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna speak for the room here. There's maybe a few exceptions. You're kind of becoming very frustrating. Okay, so look, we want you to participate or whatever, but can you try to? What we're trying to do is figure out what's going on and make sense of all the evidence. We really don't need some like defense attorney to let us know how everything's on the up and up. Okay, so I'm
I
going to
didn't say
ask you a
that.
question. I'm going to ask you a question for a litmus test. Okay, are you buying the official story about who they claim the shooter is?
No, I definitely have questions. So I'm on
Okay.
the same page as you guys in that respect. Not everything else. I think you're bringing up a lot of points. I like the way you're scattergunning everything, which is great. We're going to review everything we can get our hands on. I like that. But as far as being gaslit to be saying I've knew this and did that and
Oh,
make
stop making it about you,
that's all
bro.
bullshit. The
Stop with
ring
this
can't things
narcissistic.
like
Everything's
things like
about you and you're a victim stuff.
no. I don't look. My ego is strong enough to not have to worry about being put down and taking it personally. I just want
Well,
to
you
have a
certainly
conversation.
seem to work it in
Well,
every.
you,
Okay, yeah,
again,
I asked you
don't
a yes or no
gaslight me
question.
about.
I asked
I
you a
think
yes or no question. I asked
don't
you a
don't
yes or
no.
no question. I asked you a yes
Who
or
are
no
the
question.
arbiter of everything? Let me just.
Answer it,
You're
Zanuck.
moderator. Let me
No,
just
no,
say
Zanuck. I had
something.
a point I wanted to make. I just wanted you to say
You
yes
have
or
lots
no.
of points you want to make, but go ahead. There
Dude,
must be more cool than
projection,
mine.
projection, projection.
No, you
So,
won't let me make a point.
oh, I just cleared the room for you to make your stupid point about the camera.
Last time you did, I appreciate that, but that's very rare. But go ahead, make your
Okay.
point.
Thank you so much. Okay, so you notice how even Zanuck says he has question and isn't just buying the official narrative. So the reason I asked that question is, don't you guys realize or think that they know that, right? Like, they obviously made the story so stupid that everybody, the people that would typically just say, no, the feds have no reason to lie. They're doing their best to get this guy. And the current administration's Republican, so of course they want to catch the bad guys, right? Even those people are like, this isn't adding up. And it was the same thing with Trump's assassination attempt, right? The official story didn't add up so obviously that everybody was like, wait a minute, the Secret Service had to be in on it. Wait a minute, the feds are obviously complicit with the cover up, right? That's so you get my point. They clearly want us to think that there's something going on. And to me, that actually makes me step all the way back and be like, okay, this may all be fake. If what they want me to do is argue or talk about the discrepancies and everyone to question the official shooter narrative, then, well, that's a perfect sleight of hand where you're just assuming that there was a real assassination.
Can I
I
bring
agree.
some?
I think that's like a very reasonable point. You don't, if you use the concept of fog of war and you apply it to propaganda and world events that happen and get all of the news like this, you have to really like step back and choose to like disconnect yourself from the events happening, at least for a long period of time. Keep up with stuff, but don't like form any conclusions, because you're right. Like, even the information that you're getting fed, because you are getting fed information by the algorithms and whoever's like releasing this stuff, is like being carefully crafted in order to make you think along certain lines. Anybody who, like, if in this example, anybody who's from the South who has any kind of background hunting or shooting rifles or anything like that, everybody knows that if a man got shot straight on with a 30-06, his neck would get blown out. And when they come on the news and even on Fox News and they're like, "Man of Steel, Charlie's Kirk, stopped a bison killer bullet." Like a 30-06 has 2,800 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle, like over 7 times more than a 9mm. It would, like, everybody knows that's crazy. You can go to YouTube right now and look up 30-06 videos, and all the comment sections are talking about, well, this definitely didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. Like, literally. Like, just random videos from years ago. So
I just wanna
everybody
say-
knows that. I think he's right.
Watermelons and things, which are a little
I actually
different from
predicted
everybody.
this would happen. About 2 weeks before he got shot, I was on Riggs' server saying, what are they going to do about Charlie Kirk? Because it became very obvious to me that this guy's a Fed, and I was realizing that it's too obvious that this guy's a Fed, Charlie Kirk. So they have to do something about it. I literally predicted this.
He's a
Can you
Fed.
Can you record it and drop it?
Well, look, I was
or is it
looking
too
at.
far back?
Yeah, I don't think Riggs uploaded the VODs, but
Can I just bring up one thing really quick? Just on what that guy was saying, Donk's video that he just posted. The question is that what people keeps claiming is the ring fell off of the finger, but all the video footage that I've been able to find is it doesn't. It cuts off right when it happens, so you don't see if the ring falls or not. Like, that video you posted is great and all, except for it cuts off right at the point that, like, people, like, just the people that are claiming that it's falling, they're not posting it actually falling, and they're just showing like a screenshot, but it's not from the actual video. When I look at the video, I don't see anything fall. So if anybody has that,
But
I've still been looking for that.
You do see the finger be at the pinky in this video.
It does.
Did
It
you
does
see
look
that?
like that. Yeah, it does
It
look
does
like
mess
it
with the
changes
pinky.
to the pinky. It is also really super grainy and hard to see. So I don't know where this other footage is coming from, where it shows it really clear and clear as day on the other finger, and then showing it dropping while he's not holding onto the microphone. So if that's the case, then what, did he grab the microphone again when it changed to the other finger? Like, it's just some of the stuff I'm seeing is not adding up. That's why I'm asking if anybody has
The Donk video shows it changed fingers. I'm looking at it right now. The one he posted at
But
412.
he's just saying it's grainy. It
It's
was
grainy
from the
and it
original
cuts off.
image. It was from the original video. For some odd reason, now that video is now 380p, not 720p. I don't know if it's because it's from older view and they start removing videos. Unless, I don't know if anybody here, you have Witsit, you should have X. You pay for X, right?
Who, me? I don't have
Witsit.
X. Oh,
Witsit.
I don't know.
Witsit, you pay for X, right?
Yes. Yeah, I was watching the video.
I wonder if you could download a higher quality video or get this video in higher quality.
Yeah. If someone can send the link,
I'll send you
is
the
there
link.
a link? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's not necessarily. It is the quality of the video, but it's mostly that it cuts off right when the ring would be dropping, and we would be able to see it dropping. Is where you don't see the video keep playing.
Yeah,
so I'm just trying to look for a longer, extended version. Is what I'm looking for.
Right. The original video though that was posted on X had that the finger the ring coming out with the gore part, right? The whole thing.
Yeah, I never saw anything about the
video-
ring falling off. All I ever saw was the video where the ring switches, and then I thought it switched back, and people were saying it was AI. So I don't know. I don't remember anything about it falling off, but
yeah,
I was in an Uber, like super busy at the time, so I could be wrong, right? I don't remember.
Yeah, I
the
just
ring
posted what I
was. open backed. It was open backed, so like it would make sense that it could fly off if you were to jerk your hand away fast enough. But switching fingers magically in like fraction of a second doesn't make sense.
I thought it was a hinge finger, of a hinge ring, which opens
Because
up.
if you look at the fingers, there is a chance.
That's
I
what
know
he
you don't
said.
like this answer, but there is a chance when something moves quickly, that object, with respect to other flesh and other fingers and things that are of certain shapes, MPEG can cause things like that to happen, depending on which way it moves.
I gotta be honest, bro.
Look
You
at the
sound
skills.
like you work for the feds and you're like a defense attorney. This
No,
is
no,
just like when we
I'm just
cover
saying
NASA
I have
footage.
a lot
It
of
is just
experience
like
with these
unbearable.
I have a
Okay,
lot of
well,
experience with these kind of artifacts, and that's something that's similar to. I'm gonna say it's the same, but it's similar to what I've seen before. It may not be the problem. It may be something else, but it is.
Okay, cool. I think Rust has tried to get in a few times.
I just want to finish my thing about the ring.
As
I
I was
posted the
talking over
pictures of the stills, and it shows a ring dropping. I'm trying to find if this is a fake, because the hand's not holding on to the mic at this point, so it could look like it moved fingers if it's in free fall going down, or Earth coming up to catch it.
Right.
Just joking.
That's
Anyways,
after he gets
That's
shot.
why I was asking if it went back. I thought I saw it go
that's when,
back.
because he doesn't have the microphone in his hand right here either.
No,
So
it doesn't
obviously he didn't re-grab the microphone. So whatever that thing is dropping, I'm just looking for that. But every footage that I see, it ends before you see anything drop.
No,
So
no, no.
that's
What
all.
happens?
I
What happens,
got
Rusted
that
Soul, is
video.
he has the mic in his hand. He puts his hand with the mic in it down to rest in his lap, and then he immediately raises the mic back up to answer back to the guy. And this happens in about half a second, right? Like he puts the mic down, picks his hand back up, and when he picks his hand back up, the ring is now on his pinky, and then he gets shot, and then he drops the mic as he gets shot, and his arms fly back, and that's when you see the ring flying off. So that it's like two separate things.
Okay, I guess
So
I
I'm
just
kind of
still haven't
inclined to
seen
think
it
Xanax might
actually
be
dropping.
something like Xanax saying may be right. I mean, has anyone seen anything iffy about the ring in any of the other shots?
Yeah, I'll see it in every video I have that's able to see it close enough. The ring looks like it switches fingers.
So because we could like always try to get the resolution. You know, it's up the resolution. There's upscalers now, right? AI upscalers. But what's super annoying is that these are all iPhone cameras or something that was running a live stream, but they had 4K all around this dude. Okay, so where's that footage? We're talking like it's recording in 4K.
Not only all around him, but all the cameras on UV were replaced not like 2 weeks before with 4K cameras.
Well, I thought 1080, but yeah, like 200 something, I think. High quality cameras all around campus.
They're still using MPEG though, just so you know, MPEG 4 or MPEG 2. So it still is.
Okay, but is your argument that every one of these shots had the same like anomalous MPEG artifact?
Depending on the angle, but no, I think that'd be
okay. So thank you.
You're right.
Then please don't say that again.
As a quick comment to what was said before about seeing in other, I did see a picture of or a video of the ring actually not being in the frame or in the scene, and that might have been a whole different situation where he dropped it. But I thought it was in this particular instance where actually it switched fingers, and then the next couple of frames later, it's actually gone.
There's only one that you can actually see close enough to really make out in detail, and it's one angle. The other ones, you see him wearing a ring, but you don't see the shift because it's not the right angle to see the shift take place.
Right.
But there's different quality copies of this video from the one angle you can see.
I'll go look at it some more, but I mean, it really depends on the motion. Whatever happens, there's a lot going on in that scene, and the MPEG, the encoder, is overwhelmed with other things that's trying to prioritize. That has a priority type of algorithm as well. So sometimes
it's not moving though when it happens.
Things like that. Even though the hand moves, sometimes the ring will be left out, and it will.
We know you so doubt
again. Unbelievable. Okay, I was just making some general comments.
You're saying unbelievable, but you said the same.
It might not be. Forget it. You know what? Just rude. It's just plain rude.
We all want to forget it, so no problem.
Yeah, it's absurd because like when you see these stills that she's taking, that's not an in motion shot. He's holding the mic in his hand steady, talking, and it's on his ring finger. He puts it down, picks it back up, and he's holding it steady again, and it's on his pinky finger. And then he gets shot. It's not like this chaotic motion scene where all this crazy stuff's going on. That's not what's going on.
You talked to everyone before, so you couldn't hear what I was saying. So why don't you just shut up for a second and let me finish
Yeah,
the thought so you can hear it.
I'm sure
Yes,
MPEG
it
just
does.
replaces the location of
Any kind
objects
of
in
motion.
stationary
You
frames,
can't
huh?
take a
In
still
stationary
picture.
frames.
It's not a still.
Oh my gosh.
What really sucks about this is there not any other mods because I keep like I'm on my phone, so I go trying to look at the video, and then
Mute
it's
him.
like
He's
I
the one
go look at
talking
the
over me.
video. You're talking over me right now. So and I go look at the video, and then it's like Zan's going crazy, and I gotta come back trying to get ready to mod him. Like, can someone help me out with that? Because I'm trying to figure out this video. Did you send the link? You want me to try to see if it's in 4K?
Yeah, I just posted the link.
Okay, I see
I'll
it.
help
I
mod.
see it.
I'll help mod.
That
Don't
that's
worry.
that's
If Witsit
that is
monologues, I'll mute him.
Jesus. That this
It's
is
not. It's not in 4K.
this is the original. I know this was supposed to be in that it was in 720 before, and you can this is where they got the ring finger thing, but now it's in 320 or some shit.
Okay, so I went to that link, and if you like click down on it, if you have premium, it'll say load in 4K. This does not have that.
What was the highest you get?
It doesn't let you do anything. I'm just downloading. The only option is to download.
Because this is where because I know one of the person that noticed it here was Pure Rigor, and this was from this video where he got it from. And here you can see the ring in the pinky, but after that it gets really blurry. You can't really tell anymore.
Thank you
I
for
wonder if they
posting
had.
stuff. I've been asking for like days, so thanks.
I wonder if they had cameras in the front. 'Cause I know they had like multiple 4K cameras behind them, but surely they have some set up in front, right? Because you repurpose the content for clips and stuff.
Yeah,
So
they had 4K actually looking at him 100%.
yeah, and then they gave all that to the feds. So
Yeah.
What's so weird is these videos that I downloaded all these like from Twitter the day that it happened, like within minutes of seeing them, so before it got wiped. And now they like barely will play. It's so weird. Like it won't play in the Discord client, and then when I try to play it on my video player, it's like not wanting to play. It's like the audio's playing but the video's not. Super weird.
you know what really sucks about this is clearly at the least trauma-based mind control, and because we're lied to so much, we're having to like investigate it, and we're just watching it over and over in slow motion and just watching the shot over and over. Like it's pretty crazy. Like
I'm
we're
not wanting
super
to watch it. I auto
desensitized.
hooked it within 3 seconds.
Same.
I'll say this, dude. After like the emotional impact on some people within my like local Christian congregation who are deep into this like whole political thing, they will do like whatever Trump is backing us to do or pushing us to do now. Like they're so deep in this psychosis. It's like rallying. That's what I was saying yesterday. It's like rallying populations for something, for
I
some sort
agree.
of event.
I agree. I
predicted
agree.
this.
So okay, you said that earlier, bro. So whether it's real or
No one
not,
acknowledged it.
because what's the point? What do we do with it?
I
I'll help
didn't.
Why
Bob.
would I predict that?
Bob,
Why would I predict that? Like, what's the reasoning for
You said
thinking
because
he's
you
going to
thought he
get?
was a Fed. So what does that help us with
Based
now?
on
How's it
what?
help us now?
Based on what?
his diet.
You literally just said he was obviously a Fed. That's what you said.
All right.
Was he pushing soy?
I guess that's
soy
all the
milk?
analysis we need.
You're the one that keeps interjecting with that you predicted it, and then you got the other guy dropping the
I
profound
said
and
it
put up
twice. It's the only
he
time I
auto
talked about
hoaxed it.
Charlie Kirk ever, and I predicted him getting shot. It's not a
Okay,
big deal, though.
that's. I mean, that's kind. Yeah, that
But
seems
on
like
the internet, like you
pretty
kind of have to
interesting.
have proof or it didn't happen. So if you don't have a recording, like I'm not trying to say it didn't happen. I'm just saying like,
Well, I sent that screenshot, and
Oh, you did? Let me see.
there's
Hold
people
on.
who I talked to about it like a month ago, and they were like, "I do remember you talking about Charlie Kirk and saying that." They're like, "That's weird."
So you got any other predictions? Now is your spotlight. Now is your time
I
to
have
shine.
a lot, yeah. But
Is there gonna
give us
be a fake Witsit shooting?
Dude, like, are you gay?
I can't help myself, Witsit. I'm sorry.
Are you
I
gay?
love you. I love you.
I'm just saying. I think you might be gay. But anyway, like I get the whole auto hoax take, right? But like respectfully, even if it is fake, if you just auto hoax everything, right? Like people are telling me I didn't go to Antarctica, so like obviously
Who's
your
bringing it
opinion
up
may.
again
I'm
now?
making a.
What the
I'm making a.
fuck?
I'm making. I'm making a
All
point.
right, we're going
I'm
in.
making
We're
a
going
point.
in.
I'm making a point. Right.
Okay, challenge accepted.
Your opinion may hold weight to other people, but you can understand, like in good faith, right? Even if it was hypothetical for you, if I really went and you are swearing up and down I didn't, you can see why. Obviously, I'm just not going to take your auto hoax seriously. Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah. So just even in that hypothetical. So anyway, my point here is like it's like okay, I'm interested in it being fake, right? Because I think that even if it didn't happen, or even if someone else killed him, right, like Israel killed him, whatever, they get the same thing they want out of it, which is trauma-based mind control, and they got everyone up in arms. Everyone puts their differences aside. We have this huge memorial, and like he just said, everyone that was kind of supporting Trump or whatever, they're die hard now. Everyone's like ready to do something. So they definitely accomplished what they wanted at the
Like
least,
they're
which is
gonna
just to get
name streets.
everyone's attention.
They're gonna name streets on with his name. They're going to put him on a $400 coins on a dollar, silver dollar, is it?
And isn't there a
Or silver
holiday
dollar?
for him now, like a Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day or something?
I believe they're gonna make a holiday for him as well. They're
And
putting
it's
that
not the
in the
day he
Congress.
got shot. It's like a day in May or something. So maybe that date is important, but
So then people have like talk about it for 2 days out of the year from here on out because they just have it on some random
it's like
other
our
day.
it's like our 9/11. It's like
So check
9/11
this
was
out.
traumatizing.
Check this out. So according to what I heard on the redacted, they're saying that unless the lawyer it's a patsy, that this is a lawyer's dream, because the guy supposedly hasn't confessed yet. Those videos timeline doesn't fit the narrative, and whatever. So he should get out free, right? Now, could it be that now they're probably gonna try to kill this kid, somebody,
Yeah,
and then
or they're trying to get people to react to that. Because did you guys know that the original Patsy that was like conveniently there after also being at 9/11 and Boston
the old
bombing,
dude?
he immediately says that he did it and then kill me or whatever. Did you guys know he like I heard this, or I haven't fact checked this. I actually heard Rogan say it, so I mean, take it or leave it. Usually, if he says it, it's got some truth to it. I don't know because he's such a big platform. But he said that he was immediately taken up on child porn charges, and he's in jail, so he
Oh
can't
yeah,
be
yeah. I
interviewed.
did hear that. I did hear
Yeah,
that.
so he can't be interviewed. No one can ask him why he was there. He's like in prison now for child porn, which we all know that is like a play they have, which is to just put child porn on your computer and arrest
And
you.
he looked like he has mental issues, since he did say that he killed him. He's gonna probably unalive himself in the prison.
And if anyone would have child porn, like I would believe that guy would, to be honest. But so that part of it's pretty interesting. So that makes it look like okay, you let the shooter get away just so you can get the footage of him getting away. Then you say, "Hey, we got the shooter." And you know what else is also very interesting is we are in a new era of psychological operations where it's like this whole the resistance gained power outside of the system, and Trump's different. He's putting all these like people together, these Avengers and former Democrats, blah blah blah. Right? So you have this dude in the FBI, and he's now coming on X, and what they're doing. If you read the post he makes on behalf of the feds, it's like we're looking into, and he names off all these conspiracies, the idea of multiple shooters, the idea of whatever these discrepancies, da, 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 da. He lists off, and the plane that took off and then turned the transponder off. He put all of that in a post saying that the FBI was looking into it. Everything that what they listed that they were looking into are different conspiracies that were on like TikTok and X and Instagram that people came up with. So they're just actively monitoring what has the internet put together, and then we're going to placate to them and claim we're investigating all those things. When in reality, the Fed should have 10,000 times more information than we do. They should be able to come up with way more than we're coming up with.
Because it's not a real criminal investigation.
Duh, bro. That's my whole point, though, is that we're in a new era I'll just make the point again, I guess, because you don't listen in good faith. So we're in a new era of psychological operations where now they actively monitor what the internet can put together, and then they come out pretending to be on our team and like as if they're truly listening and looking into all of it. That's never happened before. This is the first time ever that the government has gone to that extent, right? To pretend that they're like on the side of the people. They're
How do
like
you know that?
lifetime.
Or the
Okay, can you give me
first party,
can you give me another example?
the first party they instituted was the against the Democratic Republic was the Freemasonic Party. So they were totally placating the trying to stop Masons with this fake anti-Masonic party, which was led by Freemasons. So they
That had nothing to
continuously
do
do
with
this.
my point at all. That was just that was
You,
nothing to do with what I said.
yeah, you don't listen.
What are you talking about?
That had nothing to do with what I just said.
You said the government never goes along with what people's grievances are on the government.
I didn't say that.
Basically,
No, not basically. No.
you're saying specifically the FBI.
No, just specifically, we now live in a new era where online in social media circles, people are starting to investigate things, and we don't believe anything that the official story is. And what the government's now doing is in live time taking the conspiracies that we come up with and
Yes,
reacting to
understood.
them in live time.
Yeah,
That
so
has nothing
what
to
I
do
said
with
was
what
that
you said.
people's conspiracy theories were before that there was Freemasons in politics, and so they started a anti-Masonic party to act like they were dealing with that. It's the same thing as what you're saying. You're saying the government has never done this stuff.
The government has
There's always done this stuff.
never. No, okay. In a very general, broad, vague way, yes, sure. The government has tried to pretend to adhere to the grievances of people and controlled opposition. What a profound interjection there, bro.
You're saying they never done this. They've always done this. When have they not done this?
Dude, I can't even be in rooms with you.
I
It
know.
just it
I hear
devolves
you
to
tell people
such a
that. You
low
complain a lot.
IQ
I don't have.
to such low IQ slop, bro,
Is
that
it
it's
low
just like,
IQ? Yeah. Are you sure?
yes, this is low. This is your only
I just
objective with
debunked what you said.
you didn't debunk shit. Your only
You
objective is
just
this
granted that
hyper
it
is this
was
hey,
similar to
hey,
what
I'm
you're
about to
saying, which means that
have to
government
big
does do
bro
this.
you, dude, okay?
Don't big bro
You
me,
have
bro.
this parasocial hyper obsession with me.
I don't
So
care about you at all. How can
yeah,
I make
yeah.
fun of you so easily if I cared about you?
Are you serious? Have you ever
Yeah.
watched Hey Arnold? You're like Helga, bro.
Oh my god.
You're like Helga, bro.
I
Wait,
So
no,
routinely
I'm
forget that you
supposed to be
exist,
like
bro.
Helga.
yeah,
I'm
you are
Helga.
more
You can't
like
give him
Helga,
Helga. I'm
but he is.
Helga.
But because he's being so feminine, it's like you kind of
Feminine? Feminine.
yes. Okay. I want to move on now because this is what you want. My point is, what you're doing is every time that any point is made, you want to interject with something that's
I
actually
was
not
countering
in
what you
good
said.
faith. Dude, I can't handle this guy, bro.
I
It's
know.
so stupid. Bruh. You I'm saying, hey guys, do you realize this is the first time we've ever had a supposed administration in office that's actually on our side, and they're actively listening to what we're saying, and then pretending to placate to what we're saying with hyper specificity, with public statements, live time, based on the conspiracies we come up with online. And you said back in the day there was a Freemasonic counterintelligence. That's totally irrelevant, dude. That's totally irrelevant.
You said it was similar to what you're saying.
Right. Okay, cool. You're so right, dude. Thank you. You totally nullified my point. My point totally
Do
doesn't
that.
exist now.
Yeah,
They're
because
doing it more.
it's the same shit they do over and over. They just do it like on a broader scale because they got fucking Wi-Fi and they're watching our
Yeah,
phones like
they're doing it more
24/7.
now for
It's
sure.
the same
Yeah.
thing. It's just
Oh, so you
faster
made
and
my
more
point.
of it.
Oh, cool. So my point is right.
No,
Right,
you
cool. So
said
now
they've
we can
never
just.
done this before. I'm
I
just saying
did
that they're doing the
not
same thing
say
better.
that, dude. I said we are now in a new era where the feds are live time responding to all these specific conspiracies we are coming up with.
Yeah, but they also made it look like they tried to make it look like the official story is all BS. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is weird. I'm just saying it's weird. Like, they even acknowledge the plane and the transponder. So, in a way, it's advantageous because whatever they put on that list, is actually probably just bullshit. Like, they're not going to claim to be investigating something if it's right. So that plane with the transponder thing, probably just bullshit. Because there was another plane that came and dropped down to like 300 feet altitude, and it's a military spy plane known for releasing like spy drone technology. And then it swoops back around and comes down at 300 feet like 30 minutes later. So then that's where the whole like theory that a drone assassinated him came from, and that, but even if not, there were multiple drones seen, and there were no permits or anything publicly accessible of these drones on campus. So at the least, they were surveilling the operation. So like a military spy plane comes in, drops to 300 feet altitude, which is insanely low. Right, and it's known to drop off spy technology, and then it comes back 30 minutes later and drops real low, and then takes off. So they're just like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna look into this other private jet."
See, and that story for me that started, like, you know, with the whole people saying, "Oh, there was a drone here," and you see like 3 frames. Doesn't make any sense because the speed that thing is going, it's ridiculous. You will definitely hear that thing going through the air. I mean, there's nothing that I mean, especially a drone. If it's going that fast, I mean, you will definitely hear the
Well, if it's a military drone, I have no idea what you would or wouldn't hear or how fast.
I mean, you look. I even asked Grok a question. I mean, unless they're saying there's nothing. I mean, the speed, according to what it said, if it flew by, it was about 3,500 miles an hour.
Okay, so I will just say this. So the first, I saw the same thing you saw at first. It was early on, someone claiming a drone, and then I just ignored it. But I saw a video a couple days ago that was claiming, like, I don't have time to fact check all these videos. I'm always like doing something while I'm listening or watching, but it was claiming that they had spotted, like, there were multiple spottings at this point. And he showed like 4 or 5. I don't know how true it is, though.
Right. But I think that's probably other video just inserted just for that. Because
maybe so,
because the speed that thing supposedly goes, ridiculous. I mean, that's way over freaking. I mean, that's like a gunshot speed.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the guy like zoomed in and increases resolution to even get the little shot that you see. I mean, I will say though, I'm sure you've looked into some of the stuff like DARPA has. Like DARPA has like crazy stuff. They have like mosquito size surveillance.
Right.
So I really don't know at all. I mean, if they were doing a full operation, like if they actually assassinated them, or really if they didn't, they probably do. They were definitely keeping eyes on it somehow, right? But so that doesn't even really help us. I mean, other than to say like, oh, the government is in on it somehow, and like that's a foregone conclusion for me anyway. There's no doubt that the government, had foreknowledge, right? So, I mean, this is all planned.
For them to make it so close to that movie Snake Eyes, it's just, you cannot argue it without being a full-blown crazy coincidence there.
Yeah, and if the date actually isn't the 10th, then it's like someone inserted that to just discredit the rest of it, because with or without the date, it's just ridiculous. Just the name and the shot in the neck alone is crazy. Right? Like, I wish I watched the scene.
His name was also Taylor.
Yeah, Tyler the Executioner was like, what was he, the shooter or the boxer? I don't remember, but.
Oh, so like the date, September 10th, and that movie is refuted?
Yeah, supposedly. I haven't seen it. I think she posted, it says actually the 19th or something.
Is there any explanation, like mainstream explanation for the guy that jumps over, grabs something off Kirk, and then seemingly hands it to someone else right after the shot happened?
No. The only rebuttal I've heard. Good.
Yeah, the high definition video of that, it shows that he didn't hand him nothing at all.
All right, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. I heard that like with the higher definition, he doesn't actually hand anything. It is just sketchy in and of itself that he slides over the table as if he's going to go help, and then he just runs away. Unless that officer said, "Get out of here" or something.
Yeah,
and what's even more funny, the high definition video didn't come out until everybody was questioning that video.
Yeah, that's odd.
So,
his security detail.
Yeah.
His security detail has to be the worst too. Like, what kind of rich person that, is this scrutinized and goes to these public events where he could potentially get shot has such a bad security detail with their combat care under
Supposedly,
fire. They
supposedly the
just
security
grab them.
guards that
They
he
don't.
had, the security guards that he had was the company's owned by some Jewish military or something.
Yeah, so dude, there's a by the way, because you guys have ever heard of Uncensored America? I know like Myron Gaines does some stuff on campuses for Uncensored America, and they host debates and stuff. Like someone reached out to me saying something about me doing that same thing, like going on campuses with Uncensored America, and my first thought was like, dude, there has to be security because I piss people off on the internet. You know, like I'm not just going to be a sitting duck where someone just walk up on a gun-free zone and just shoot me, bro. Where I
I
can't even
think you up
conceal
with
carry.
that.
Yeah,
And
some
so
parasocial psycho.
they would have had to train. They don't even put pressure on it. They just grab him. He's bleeding profusely, supposedly, and they just carry him off. Like the first thing you do is stop the bleeding, no matter, you know what I mean? Like at least put pressure on it. If you don't, it's crazy.
Or go
It's
to the
just so crazy.
closest hospital, which was like 3 minutes away, not the 10, 15 minutes away.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking is like the whole blood not being shown when he's being carried. Like the only answer to that would have to be that they were putting pressure on it while they're carrying him, and then when he says we were trying to stop the bleeding, they just continued the process of trying to stop the bleeding. Right? The fact that because she was presenting that like he said he was trying to stop the bleeding in the car as if they didn't try until then. But realistically, that wouldn't be how that worked, right? You would have done it immediately, which, like you said, you can't really see them doing that immediately. Like, dude, with the amount of blood that was coming out, dude, the first thing you would have done was just put, even if it was your hand, you would have put it over
Put
it.
it on there. Yep.
They
Like,
just
did you
grab
know
them
there
by
was
the
a, there was
arms
a
and
there was
legs
the
and carry them
UV
off.
there's a UV medical center there as well, right? Right there in UVU.
I did
Like
not
there's
know
an
that.
actual hospital. Yeah, there's an actual freaking hospital there. And somebody
What?
yeah. They took him to a different place, like far away. What's crazy was somebody from Utah told us this the other day on here on Discord.
Dude, they claimed that they got a pulse back once he got to the hospital.
Yep. They supposedly he was in critical condition but had a pulse. Yep.
Well, that's also like, and then the other preacher guy that does a little like grabs his hat, he said that by the time they got to the car, he was already looking right past him. He was already with Jesus. He was gone. So it's like, okay. And then 20 minutes later, they got a pulse back. I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, that's true. I did hear that. Isn't it the same guy that said that he was in critical condition? But that was I swear that was the same guy that said they have a pulse.
Oh, maybe. And I mean, I will say, I mean, with hearing some of the stories I've heard about NDEs and stuff, like pulses can be brought back at like pretty wild times, right? Like, I don't know.
Dude, forget a pulse, bro. 30-06, that's a machine gun sniper bullet, man. You're not going to have a neck. You're not going to have a head after that.
Yeah. But to kind of go on with what I was saying earlier and Piazza was saying, it's such a, why would, like, if they just they made this up, right? So why would they pick 30-06 as the caliber to lie about? And it's like, it's because they want us to know it's not real. Why else would you do that? You don't have to lie about that. You could have said it was 5.56. I mean, you know.
Yeah, you could have said it was a 2.23 or 5.56 or something. Yeah, and it would have made sense with the round, but with a 30-06, the round don't make no sense because that's like you're probably not going to have a head if you get hit in the neck.
Yeah, you're definitely going to lose like most
your
of
head will
neck.
be dangling.
Yeah,
your head will be like dangling if at all connected.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that they did that, and the bullet would go right through. And you know, there are some crazy internal ballistics because our body composition is pretty wild, but it definitely wouldn't have just stopped just under the skin. And that's what they originally said. Then they came back and kind of clarified and said, oh, well, it actually went down, it ricocheted down, and then bounced back up and stopped right by where it entered. What? So they're like, it's like they're just making stuff up, right? Like like originally they claimed the bullet went in and stopped.
Like a 22 would do that. I could see a 22 doing that.
Yeah, I will say though, like I've talked to some people that have lots of shooting experience. They say bullets can do some pretty crazy stuff of all calibers in the body. So I don't know, but the point is, like, they said that it just like went in and then stopped right there, and he's the Man of Steel, and then no one bought that, so they came out and said, oh, it actually ricocheted down and came back up and then stopped right where it entered, because they couldn't go back at that point. They claimed they found the bullet right underneath the wound, and then it's like, okay, I don't. Then you didn't actually find the bullet, right? I mean, so now, but if that was an exit wound, then the bullet would have come out, right? If his neck that we saw was an exit wound, then the bullet would have come out on the ground somewhere. Because they claimed they didn't find the bullet, and then later claimed that it was inside.
All right, so look, I'm gonna post the map right here. Check this out. Of UVU and the hospitals that are close to it. They passed up another hospital to go to the one that actually took them. So the blue mark is is UVU. There's a hospital right down the street, a minute away. And they took them to the one that says Timpanoas, whatever, Timpanagos.
Oh, they passed like multiple hospitals.
Yep.
Don't be a conspiracy theorist, man. Those hospitals were out of his network. He had to go to his
They didn't have
insurance.
insurance. They were checking insurance real quick. No, I think the Erica Kirk thing kind of blows it wide open for me, which is like, I don't trust that person at all. She's a 100% honeypot actress. And I started looking at other stuff. I mean, she's just an actress.
The Illuminati card that you posted blew my mind.
Dude, wasn't that crazy? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Illuminati card?
You didn't see about that? I'll post my post. I'll post my post real fast. It's so weird. There's just no way it's a coincidence. There, it's in live stream text. Who's an actress? Erica Kirk. Like, Erica Kirk is acting when she's up there on stage and she's like pretending to wipe tears, but there are no tears. And then I watched another podcast that she does with Charlie Kirk, where she's like pretending to be so enamored by him that she can't do it. You know, she's like, I can't do this. So I'm gonna have to be looking at you, just like he's just blowing her away. And then, just like with Candace Owens, the videos of how they met, they tell different stories at different times. Like, Erica Kirk and Charlie's stories don't match up how they met. There's a video of him telling his daughter, this is where I met your mom, and blah, blah, blah. And then the other story is that she saw him on a pilgrimage to Israel, but they didn't talk there. And then they initially met at the interview for Turning Point. But then the other story is that they met at a restaurant. And like, there's just like multiple different stories about where they first met and how they met on record, on video from both of them. Like, dude, if you actually fall in love with someone and marry them, you know when you first met them. Like, I'm sorry.
And then they're both connected to Trump in some way or another.
Yeah. So she worked for Trump, and then he put her in the pageants that she owned. She had never been in a pageant before that. He puts her in Miss Universe pageant, and then actually there's a video where she walks on, and then they cut to Trump right after that. You know, like, shout out to the owner of the pageant, Mr. Trump, and then they show him, and then he gets involved with Turning Point, and right after that, someone anonymously recommends they hire Erica Kirk. So that was Trump, right? And then Trump goes, so now you zoom out, it's like, oh, Trump is if he really assassinated, in my opinion, then she's a honeypot for Israel. Trump's obviously fully in bed with Epstein and Israel. And he owns these pageants. He picks certain girls to recruit other younger girls. And that would mean, like, this testimony of this girl who claims she was raped by Trump multiple times when she was 15 with Epstein, or at Epstein's island or whatever, that would all kind of be true. And Trump was put in by Israel this whole time, like, since the very beginning. And that would obviously make all the evidence make sense because, you know, he has Israeli and Jewish ties going back to the 80s. So anyway, now it gets very interesting where it's like, because if I watched Charlie for some reason, bro, this guy was saying he knew he was a Fed immediately. I didn't feel that way. So if this guy was like full blown an actor, in my opinion, he was pretty good, because the way I looked at it was like he had like a Christian bias towards Israel. So he just kind of wasn't fully intellectually honest about that point because he had a theological bias, but he seemed just like kind of a real person. And if he was set up, it's like, well, yeah, they gave him like a beauty pageant star that pretended to be like just so obsessively in love with him when she first saw him, and she's beautiful. And then they were kind of priming him to be a more powerful political figure. They're like, okay, you're getting up on 30, you got to get a wife and have kids and have family if you're going to run for office. Conveniently, he's just sitting there, and she comes in for an interview, and then he's like, okay, well, I can't hire you because I want to date you. She's acting. The other story is that she told him that you're not going to be my boss because I need you to be my boyfriend. I don't know. My point is, I can see a scenario where he's not in on it and he's being set up, and he's just kind of a useful idiot in a way because he's like so diehard Israeli first, and then and he wants to be in political office, so he's not going to push the envelope too much, right? He's not going to say like crazy conspiratorial things. He's not really a threat to the system. Like, Israel would love him. He's like getting the younger generation on their side to be pro-Israel, and then he did start to kind of turn on them. Right, he turned heel on Israel, and then within weeks, donations are pulling out. He's getting threats. He's saying he's getting texts from people he's known for years, calling him an anti-Semite. Supposedly, he's turning down money. Money's being pulled. Netanyahu's calling him, offering him like 150 mil, but he turns it down. Then Netanyahu asks him to come to Israel, but he turns it down. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Now that, so if it's all fake, then they intentionally created that whole narrative so we would think that Israel took him out. And to me, that really doesn't make sense, because that would be the way out of left field for them, right? They do everything for Israel. That's actually one of the major hiccups I have for it all being fake, because they could have done the movie. No, because how old would Charlie Kirk have been when that movie came out?
Well, this is a really, really out of left field or really deep conspiracy or theory. All right. What if Israel is trying to fit himself of the what's it called? Not prophet. Man, I'm drawing a blank.
Messiah.
So in the Bible, right? All the countries are supposed to mount up against Israel.
Yeah.
The prophecy.
Ezekiel 38.
What if they're trying to get that to happen, to make that prophecy come true, and then further paint themselves as the true chosen people?
Well, Israel actually wouldn't, from the Jewish perspective, that's not supposed to happen anytime soon. The Messiah needs to come way before that. So I think from like a Jewish interpretation of the Bible, yeah. I mean, maybe like to trick. Okay, I can see what you're saying. Like to snowman that, to trick the Christians. They could like imitate that prophecy just to maintain Israeli control and convince the Christians they are in fact the real chosen people. So yeah, I can see that. Pretty dangerous game to play. Pretty dangerous. Well, because if Russia and Iran and all these places converge on Israel, I mean that's gonna be a rough time. And to really fulfill the privacy, America has to turn on them as well. It says all nations.
But if they are the true synagogue of Satan, this is really getting wacky. But if they are the true synagogue of Satan, then they wouldn't worry about those countries coming after them because they have Satan in their back pocket,
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's crazy because I will say, if all these nations turn on Israel to fight them, and then America turns on them, like I'm gonna be pretty convinced something's going on, personally. So it would work even on like me. I mean, I wouldn't just blindly believe it, but I would be like, this is pretty great. If America turns on Israel and all nations converge on them to fight a war kinetically, I'm like, my prophecy bells are gonna go off for sure.
Right. I mean, if you follow the momentum on how things are going, did you hear Trump just? I don't know if this is like completely true, but he was saying that he denounces Israel um, basically attacking and trying to take over the
West
West
Bank.
Bank.
I did
Yeah.
see that, which is crazy. Yeah,
Right? That's so wild.
it is crazy. But I think that so I think that he does that with Israel, like because he's like, I did talk to Netanyahu, but it doesn't matter. I'd do it anyway. Like I think that's like they did that with Iran. Remember, he came out and he's like, Israel's like he's like neither one of these countries know what the f they're doing. He acted like he was mad at Israel, and then before that, he acted like he was distancing himself from Netanyahu and cutting him off. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, Trump just did the unthinkable. He turned on Israel, and then 2 weeks later, he attacked Iran for Israel and later reveals they had been talking the whole time. So they were just lying, pretending to be at
Yeah,
odds so that no one would know that they were working together to attack Iran. And so I don't
that's
know
true.
that could be it. Because I will say he was given the crown of the Messiah. It wasn't put on his head, but he was given the crown of the Messiah, which is pure silver. It's thousands of years old. It's only supposed to be put on the head of the Messiah. And he was given the plaque from the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance or whatever, and a bunch of Jewish rabbis and stuff. They gave him that plaque, and on it calls Donald Trump the Prince of Peace, from which and then quotes Isaiah, which is a prophecy about the Messiah. They named the heights after him, the Golan Heights. That this guy like the Trump Heights. There, he moved the embassy to Jerusalem and recognized it as the official capital, which is like prophetically important. Uh, it just goes on and on, right? He was bailed out by Wilbur Ross, which was the lead financier of the Rothschild like banking institute. They gave him like a sweetheart deal when he was totally screwed on the casino and bailed him out for hundreds of millions, and then he never even had to pay it back. He got the Tree of Life Award in like 1988. If you go to Wikipedia and look up Trump and look at all the awards he's won, like almost 50% of them are Jewish awards. On and on, right? He is the one that got the redefining of anti-Semitism that was posted on WhiteHouse.gov, which was basically just using the exact definition of anti-Semitism that the Holocaust Remembrance Alliance uses, which is basically like any questioning of Israel whatsoever. And he did that immediately upon getting in office. He's talking about anti-Semitic speech laws, hate speech laws. He said that if there was like an anti-Semitic hate crime, then it should be a death penalty. He's quoted as saying like, Israel used to run Congress, and they've lost a ton of control. But if I get back in, we'll get it back to the old ways, more control than they've ever had. Just blatantly said that in an interview on Fox. There's just so much evidence that this is why it makes it interesting. If the prophecy says that the Antichrist actually goes to Israel, goes inside the temple, and some people say the temple is you, because we are told that our body is the temple, right? But he goes inside the temple and then proclaims himself to be God. And this is after three and a half years after he signs a peace deal with Israel, meaning like the Antichrist actually befriends Israel, signs a peace deal with them, and then betrays them. So who knows? I'm not saying Trump is
Yeah.
the Antichrist. I'm just saying like if he was, then like being friends with them and then turning on them is what he would do.
Supposedly they said they're about to have a deal today. He said that with the we gaggled with the press.
Wait, what? He said, oh, like the Middle Eastern peace deal?
Yeah, no, with the Hamas.
Oh.
So he's gonna be. He said, "It's gonna be my eighth piece." What's it called?
Treaty deal.
My eighth piece deal.
Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna be. They're gonna keep amping him up as like the Prince of Peace.
Don't forget, he's also supposed to appear to receive a deadly headwind.
That's true.
Dude, the
He did
first thing
mention
he did
something
when he got
about
in
that
office.
though, about him being
All right.
the president of peace or something.
What's up,
Yeah,
Jeremy?
the first thing he did when he got in office was drop a Moab.
Yeah, but the way they present it to the public, they don't know all the details. Like he's presented as the first president where there's no new wars underneath him, and all that. That's why he says peace through strength. So they spin stuff like that, and like the attack on Iran as like an act of peace. You know?
And to say something about the deadly head wound.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, like, I mean, he didn't really appear to suffer a mortal head wound, though.
Well, it says
So
appears.
I
It
see it
doesn't mean
differently.
it does.
But I'm saying it didn't even appear to.
I see it differently. I think it's pretty clear in Daniel that he goes from Babylon, and then Babylon will be murdered or taken over by Medo.
You know, I'm not trying to do a big Bible thing in here right now. We did like 10 hours yesterday.
Yeah, and then the mortal head wound. So Rome's in power, right? The papacy, and it also talks about 42 months, which in prophecy, a month is, or a day is like a year. So if you take 42 times it by that many, if you take that many days of 42 months and you turn that into years, it's 1260 years. And the papacy was actually uh, they had power for, or no, they had their power taken away by Napoleon for exactly 1260 years. So I think that's the mortal wound that appeared to be a mortal wound, but then they gained their power back. Sorry, it's
Yeah.
the opposite. It's the opposite. They were actually given power by the state of Rome, or Rome, and Napoleon came and took it away from them. So they have been dealt what appeared to be a mortal wound, but I think in the end, the papacy and America will, or the world government will come back together. Church and state will be combined, and that will be the beginning of the end.
Word. Yeah, I guess we did take over the room for like 10 hours yesterday, but I will just say quickly in response to that, bro, like, yeah, like some people interpret the beast to be like an empire or to be a realm and stuff like that, but we do know there's an actual figure, like the son of perdition, the man of lawlessness. There's an actual figure and like an individual. And so if that individual is what the prophecy there is about, the mortal head wound, Sean from Kingdom Context would say, well, it tells us point blank who it is because it says like it's in the Greek ton, Apollyon, and I forgot the other one. But
A bad Hebrew.
Yeah, and that's referencing Nimrod, and which is the man of many names, and also referred to as Apollo, referred to as many other things. And Nimrod, according to one of the texts that were removed from the scriptures, was killed and then decapitated, I believe, by Samuel. But he suffered a mortal head wound, as in once that they killed him, they cut his head off to make sure he was dead. And so he appeared to suffer a mortal head wound, and it says it was the king that was and is to be again. And so it's like the same figure, Nimrod built the Tower of Babel, basically took over the whole world. He was effectively the Antichrist 1.0 in rebellion to Yah. And then like that, he's going to come back, and he appeared to suffer a mortal head wound. So like, how could he come back? But he would still come back even though his head had been cut off. So that's Sean Griffin from Kingdom of Context interpretation, which is pretty interesting. It's a much more literal. It's like, no, he's saying like literally the king was and is coming back, and he suffered a mortal head wound, appeared to, but he's still going to come back, and it's the same guy that was the first time.
Dude,
Yeah, I would need to look at his
about that-
interpretation again. But what wouldn't make
What's
sense to me
fascinating-
is that if Daniel 7 describes Babylon, he's telling the king Nebuchadnezzar that your kingdom's going to fall, and then that happens, and then you can literally go through it, and he predicts Medo Persia is going to take over, then Greece, then Rome. It like kind of gets rid of that whole prophecy being fulfilled if you don't then see that the rest of the prophecy is going to happen. And Nimrod was before Babylon, correct?
Well, Nimrod was the king at the Tower of Babel, so that would be the OG Babylon, the one that like
originated all of it. So the Babylon that came later was basically a daughter of the original one that Nimrod was the king of. And just to add to what Witsit was saying, what's fascinating about this idea of Nimrod basically being the same as Apollo, because it says in Revelation 9 verse 11 that his name in the Greek is Apollyon and in the Hebrew it's Abaddon. That same character in
All right,
the
man,
Egyptian law is
guys.
no, real quick.
Hold on a
This is
second.
about other
Hold on,
religions.
real quick. Hold on a second, real quick. I mean, dude, we did it was like 12 hours yesterday. Like, you guys just read me a text or a verse or something. Like, can we not do this today? Or
This is more
if you
about
want to
occult
do it, I'll
stuff.
go to a
That's
different
how
VC. I'll go get a different VC popping if you have to, but like live stream
For
too or
sure, we can
something.
do it later.
We're trying to make you a
This is
sport,
more about
Jeremy.
like a cult. I'm just making a point about what the occult believes actually, and connecting it to what Witsit said. It's not really like
Somebody
Bible.
just read a scripture, a verse.
I'm just referencing what Witsit just said. That's all. I was just gonna say that like because he mentioned
And
Apollo
then
and Nimrod,
somebody's
and I'm
gonna
saying
reference what you
Osiris.
say. Dude, I know how this goes, bro. Like,
What's, are you down to talk about it at a different time?
Yeah, we can talk about it later. I was gonna say, like, because realistically it will go on very long.
yeah, like this isn't my first day. Witsit knows this will go forever, right? Like, I don't. If you
Well,
guys
we're
want to
talking,
do it, I'll
yeah,
go get
talking about
VC two
Antichrist.
popping.
Yeah, we'll talk about.
Yeah,
forever.
I think it's super important. So I'd like to sit down and talk about it sometime.
Yeah, we will, man. We will. And I'm gonna start doing occasional meetups in my Discord as well. So DM me or something now, and we'll set some up.
Cool.
I'm supposed
Yo,
to be
how could
reading some stuff and coming back with and talking with North as well. So,
how do we get in there with it?
right now I have it set up where the only way to get in is to sign up on my like as a member on my Ko-fi thing. But I'm thinking about setting it up where people can get in for free, and then there's just some rooms that are only.
I'm a member in Kofi, but how would I DM you?
How do you DM me? Just DM me on Discord or Telegram.
Cool.
Telegram at Witsit. I got a call, so it's like, is anyone talking right now?
No.
Is it quiet right now? Okay.
I
Sometimes my
have
audio goes up.
I have a detail. If you talk about Babylon, I'm here in Germany, and the city Berlin is named called also as a nickname, aka Babylon. And in the museum here is the Babylon Gate.
Did he just
I
cut
don't
out?
know.
Like, am I tripping? Something going on with my audio? Or?
Have you guys heard the concept of what the occult believes during the swearing in of the president? That essentially, like the belief with the Osiris worshippers and the Masons, they believe there's apparently a ritual that happens at every inauguration where they, during the time where the president puts his hand on the Bible, they believe that the spirit of Osiris comes up through the obelisk, because that's what the obelisk represents. It's the phallic of Osiris, and that it enters into the president. And they're waiting for, like, they believe each president is a form of an Osiris, but they're waiting for the Osiris. And so I don't know. I find that interesting relating to all the stuff we were talking about before, and that's all I was saying with the thing. It wasn't about the Bible. It's more like Apollo and Osiris are basically the same character, and the occult believes that spirit is entering in the president at every ceremony, every inauguration.
That's crazy. Yeah, they are the same character for sure. The man of many names. So is Gilgamesh and Apollo. So, like,
right. And they found Gilgamesh's body supposedly in 2003,
which is why we were in the Middle East. Yeah.
Exactly. And so what I'm saying is, like, that's what I find fascinating is that, and they took the U.S. government invades Iraq in 2003, which is, ancient Babylon, takes a bunch of different relics, right? And then they give a lot of them back, but they keep the ones that pertain to resurrection. And so what I'm getting at is, it's like, dude, it's crazy. And so, like, they believe this ritual is happening with the spirit of Osiris, which is AKA Apollo, AKA Abaddon, AKA Shiva, AKA Thor, whatever pantheon you want to call it. The point is, like, yeah. So there's something there, dude. Like, it's occult magic.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
If no one's ever looked into that, they definitely should. They because like that's actually even in the WikiLeaks of Hillary's emails. She asked about the Tomb of Gilgamesh, and they supposedly found it, and then we invade Afghanistan same time, like it's like 2 months later, and then they obviously like the museum got abandoned, and then Intel ran in. There's actually witnesses to it that our like special ops ran in there and grabbed tons of stuff out of the museum, and they returned a lot of the stuff. But like you said, they kept specific things pertaining to resurrection and certain like
Right.
deities.
And Osiris was the god of resurrection. They believed he was coming back. They believed he's going to come back at some point. And dude, there's like a BBC article today that says, "Oh look, Gilgamesh wasn't fake, maybe." You know what I mean? And like you look at the whole, I don't know, each ancient culture. Yeah, dude, it's real. Like, and so yeah, Jeremy, my bad, dude. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to do a whole Bible thing, dude. I was just connecting it to all the occult stuff. But I get it, bro. I'll be quiet now.
Well, they released an article today, you said?
No, it's from 2003, dude. BBC did. And so, like, but it's still up. They haven't taken it down. So basically, you know, the mainstream narrative is that, oh, all these ancient cultures are just making up crazy stuff, when in reality, it's like, I think they were all seeing stuff and they were writing down their perspectives. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
no,
they
yeah,
really,
dude, that's for sure. That's for sure.
yeah,
Like,
and right, dude. And so, like, yeah, it's just fascinating to me, dude, because that's the mystery religion that the occult has today, and those are the people that rules over us.
yep, it's real life history. It's not mythology, and
That's right.
And it goes the same for their cosmological descriptions. And so the implications of that is super crazy. But I really don't get how any truther doesn't get there, because, like, say you got beef with the Bible or whatever, right? You haven't gotten to where you kind of figured out that, in my opinion, the truth is definitely in there, and that's why it's the most attacked thing or whatever. But all that aside, if you start to just look at it, even before you find out about FE, it's like we're told that they were just these primitive people that made up a bunch of mythos, and these were all kind of like religious claims, right? But when you really look into it, wait a minute, they weren't primitive. They knew all kinds of things, right? They knew all kinds of things. They knew about the ether. Everyone did, right? They had like incredibly advanced uh,
Brahmanas,
astronomical
dude.
capabilities, and yeah, exactly, like basically like UFO blueprints and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? And obviously just their architecture itself can't really be replicated, and they make all kinds of claims that end up being later proven to be true. Same goes for the scriptures, right, where they like specifically use the anisotropic stones, which we only figured out how to tell which one of the gems were anisotropic, like in modern time, which is where basically the stone either gets completely black based on how the light travels through it, quote unquote travels, or it gives you like this incredibly beautiful array of like all the colors. And then the temple, the foundation of the temple described in the scriptures is like coincidentally only the one that would be incredibly beautiful. And we only found this out recently. So my point is, like, there's like 100, 200 examples of stuff like that, where we were told these people are stupid, they have no idea what they're talking about, and then we, like, with super advanced technology now, start just now discovering they were right. So my point is, as any truther investigates those things and kind of discovers, like, wait, what they're saying about dinosaurs is BS. Wait, there were giants, right? I mean, and this was like kind of an accepted thing in the 1800s. And if you look up newspaper articles into the early 1900s, the Giants one's a major puzzle piece. When you find out, wait, why did Abraham Lincoln have a quote talking about, we're looking at the same mountains that the eyes of giants gazed upon? So now if there were giants, okay, well, that was one of those claims that they said these people were definitely just making up stories. There weren't actually giants. Well, there were. So then now you're like, wait, so we're just going to pick and choose where they were being literal and where they were being like figurative and hyperbolic or whatever, because you told me that it was all fake. It was all mythos. So now we know that that's not true. So anyway, you get it. So I'm probably preaching to the choir. So when you step back and like, wait, let's just take what they say as if they were just actually taking a record of what they really observed, it gets crazy because, like one of the big ones here in the alien psyop is going to absorb this. That's why they have to roll out the alien thing at some point, because they're going to have to kind of absorb a lot of these truths. But like, there's this story of like what appeared to be stars in the sky, then coming down to the earth, landing in the ocean, coming up out of the ocean, and then coming and teaching them how to form languages and civilize societies and structures and laws and currencies and all these different type of like ways to grow plants and food and medicines and all this stuff, right? Basically told them all kinds of secrets, and then would leave and say they'd come back to check on their progress but never returned. This story, a variation of that story right there, which is what appeared to be a star, fell down out of the sky into the ocean, came up out of the ocean, and then came on shore and helped them build a civilization. That same story is told like 7 or 8 times, spanned out across the earth, thousands of miles apart, where they should have, according to the mainstream story, no ability to communicate. So what's going on? You know, it's like, maybe that really happened, bro. Maybe, you know, there really were like hybrids. There really were entities. There's some type of sentient entities in the sky. They actually can come down and interact with man, and they worship these things as gods. And they were told that they're coming back. So.
Right, dude. It makes you think of the whole panspermia narrative. Like, they're working towards something, and this whole cosmology thing isn't for nothing. And so, if these dudes come back, you know what I mean? The whole panspermia concept can be like, hey, look, we look like you because we just seeded your DNA here, and you know what I mean? The whole Anunnaki thing is big. And you see people talking about these truths, like Graham Hancock. You know, that's what I was into, like, before I in my current understanding of things. But like, yeah, it's there, dude. These cultures that had no way to talk to each other all have the same story, really. Like, according to the mainstream narrative, there's no way they possibly could have communicated with each other. All their pantheon of gods have the same attributes. They all have that pointy fork-looking thing that's actually a vajra. It's like a weapon, you know what I mean? Like, dude, it's crazy. It's like, it's insane. It's not nothing, bro. And I just find it fascinating that I can't go into that one. But yeah, interesting, dude. Something's going to come of it, I think.
Yeah, well, then now if we just look at what they said and take it seriously, they say that these entities came down, they took women as wives, and these women died in birth, once impregnated, and they gave birth to giants. And that these giants were worshipped as demigods, the sons of gods, that they were super advanced and insatiable and would turn on man and demanded all these things, but that had all kinds of secrets, but that their parents were worshipped as the real gods, and they came and they told mankind all kinds of secrets. And now you have these people saying, oh, well, those were actually aliens. And also you have all kinds of stuff being declassified, quote unquote, and they're conditioning us to accept this whole alien narrative. And so now it's like all those civilizations said that they're returning. Like they all say that. They all say that they're coming back, that the gods are coming back. And they all refer to the planets as gods. Like, these ancient civilizations did not claim that the planets were just pretty lights that were like inanimate objects. They all claimed they were deities. And they're still named after gods today. And you know, like the Enoch interpretation is basically that though, like, the stars themselves are also sentient, and that the planets are entities or beings, sentient beings, just like the stars, but they were rebellious. They were the ones that didn't follow their appointed paths. And so they were then punished and basically put at a lower altitude in a lower density and chained up and forced to go to their new paths. So now they're closer, so we can make them out better. We can see them better. And they appear to, you know, do things like retrograde because they're in a different path and they're closer. And if they were just like, say it was an entity that emitted light, right? So they it was like, say, even if it looked like a human, but it emitted light. It was super bright, like a light being or something. If you were super far away from it, what's it going to look like? It's going to look like a ball of light because the light's going to radiate out in every direction. And so, I don't know. I find that all very interesting because they still call them gods to this day. So if something insane happened, like one of the planets were no longer in the sky, right? but something like a shooting star comes down to the earth or something. And there's also like a conspiracy that a lot of these like what they claim are craters from like meteorites and stuff, that's actually places that these beings landed, like on some Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan, landing on the ground type of thing. And that's why there's no debris or rocks or anything in them. Now, I know this is pretty crazy. I'm not claiming to know that any of this is true or anything like that, but I do think it's very possibly true. I actually kind of think it is true. So I'll stop rambling.
You think what is true, sir?
That the lights in the skies are sentient.
And so, if you were to assign a probability that the Earth is a globe versus a probability that it's flat, what would that be?
0.0001% globe.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, it would be like an incredibly big one, I guess. Like, and it's not a globe, man. Really, the answer is 0. I was trying to be intellectually honest and say,
Well, I got a lot of money on you turning into a glober. Come on, man, please.
Well, that will never happen. So,
Do we want to discuss Antarctica right now, or is that
no, dude. I sat there. I sat in here for hours and hours for 2 weeks straight, pulling all nighters, answering everybody's question on repeat, and it still wasn't enough. So
He wasn't doing anything in Antarctica but just talking to us, dude.
what was I supposed to do?
I don't know, science experiment.
Okay,
Maybe
give me one. Give me an idea of one.
Walking around the supposed big area you were in.
Walking around.
Yeah, I don't know. Walk around.
I'm supposed to walk around.
Yeah.
That was your big input here.
I think it's
okay.
I think it's a good reason.
My guy. There's like nothing there. It's just like ice and mountains, and it's super bright. And then they don't even let you walk outside of like the approved area. And by the way, you don't really want to because you're not getting anywhere there unless you're on a plane or in a vehicle. It is a mind-blowingly big expanse of ice, dude.
The mountain didn't look very far.
And that's actually one of the things they first told us on the initial tour, which is like, hey, do you see how that mountain looks super, super close? It's actually like, I think 2.3 kilometers. I don't think it's miles. I think it's kilometers away. And none of us believed it. We're like, there's no way. And he's like, yeah, it's just a thing. I forgot he explained why they look closer than they are, but whatever.
Like the Stanley Kubrick moon landing.
Q up, man. I gotta be real with you, man. I don't care nothing in my body cares that you think it was fake. Nothing in me cares.
Bro.
Yeah, but you immediately jumped all over it, ready to go. And every time we're talking about anything, right? Like you had to say the whole, oh, would you call that Mistgate? It's really stupid, bro. Q, I asked you this question the last time I was in here, and you were in here. I said, dude, have you ever even? And you couldn't even answer this question. It's like you can't even allow your brain, your mind, to actually even entertain it. And I said, how would you feel if hypothetically, right, it's the mark of an educated or intelligent mind to entertain things without believing them, right? So how would you feel, hypothetically, if after everything that you had said and done and how you're still acting, if the actual truth was, I haven't lied about anything to do with Antarctica. And I actually just went there. I actually just saw the sun. I actually got turned on by everybody that was there except for the girl Liz, I guess her name, Lisabeth. Everyone else there turned on me and were scheming on me, and I got no sleep, and it was miserable. And then the whole community turned on me, and it wrecked me financially. Just hypothetically, if that's the truth, if the actual truth is that I just went there and saw and reported back the truth, my question for you is, if that was the case, have you ever considered that? Or like, how would you feel about your actions if the actual truth is just that I haven't lied about anything?
But you lied directly to me. Remember about VapeGate? I was like the first person to talk to you about it.
This is like the 5th time that you've said, and I want everyone to take note. You notice how just like the first time, he can't even engage with my question. Like he can't even answer it. He can't even entertain it.
How would I
So
entertain the
you have
possibility that you didn't
typical
lie about anything when you lied
you have
directly to me
typical
about having not used a vape?
okay, that's a lie. Okay,
It's
post
not
the
a lie.
clip. Post the clip.
So why did you even lie about the vape
Wait,
in
time
the
out. Shut
first
up.
place,
Shut up.
though? It doesn't really make sense.
I didn't. Post the clip, Q up.
Bro, I was the one that first said that I thought it was maybe a
Hey,
vape or
post the clip.
it will go on YouTube.
Yeah, so you don't have it. So this is 9 months with you obsessing over it, looking at all kinds of stuff, doing all kinds of presentations. Every time I'm in here, you won't shut up about it. You keep claiming that you were the first one that talked to me and I lied about the vape, but you don't have that clip. You know why you don't have that clip? It doesn't exist. Never once did I claim that I didn't vape. And actually, the first person that don't interrupt me, I'm going to mute you. The actual first person that asked me was Geo. The first person that asked me directly, did you have a vape? Was Geo. And I said, yes. Okay. And I've explained that the truth is I used to vape. I quit vaping. Okay. So that means I told my wife I quit vaping. I told everyone I quit vaping. I quit vaping. Then I found a vape and started vaping there. I did not want people to know that I was vaping. I did not want to in any way put it on a stream as if I were promoting vaping because it's not good for you. So I wasn't trying to jump on the internet and talk about how I was smoking a vape. So when someone said, oh, you faked your breath, you were faking your breath. The first claim had nothing to do with the vape. They were claiming I faked my breath with some vaporizer that was stuffed inside my shirt or some bullshit. And I was like, what? No, I didn't fake my breath. When the vape came up, okay, and someone said, did you fake your breath? Or actually, it was always accusatory, right? Why did you fake your breath? Just like the little gamma stuff you're doing right now. Why did you fake your breath with the vape? I said,
Okay,
I
you gotta stop
objectively,
rambling.
no, I don't have to do anything. I said, I objectively did not hit the vape and fake my breath. That is still true to this day, dude. And when I was asked directly if I hit a vape at all or had a vape, I said, yes. Okay, so I never lied about anything, bro. Never, not one time. And then I sat in here. And this is the funniest part of the whole story. You guys act like you're super truthers, and you found out that I hit a vape, but we were in some big scheme to fake my breath and pretend we're in Antarctica. We released the footage that you went through to see me vaping. How retarded can you be? The whole home run that you discovered the truth that I hit a vape is because we released 4K 360 video of 30 consecutive hours of everything that went on there. That's how you saw me hitting a vape. Please enlighten me how that makes any sense. Oh, we were lying and trying to trick you into believing we were in Antarctica, so I had to fake my breath with a vape. Then we turned around and gave you the high definition video to prove that we faked it.
It's a lot of gymnastics, bro. I don't know if I have the energy
Dude,
to
Can't even answer the question. Can't
no
even
one wants to
address it.
hear it.
Well, because
No one
the
wants to
point is,
hear.
so
No one wants to hear
uh,
it anymore, dude. Austin's been out here talking about it forever. We've
oh
heard
my god, this
everything.
thing goes
Are
in.
you Are you
Yeah,
kidding
Sophia
me, dude?
has
No one
this.
wants to hear about it anymore.
All
If
right,
you can't
I'm
have the
fine now.
discernment, if you don't have the discernment to tell the difference between someone like MC Toon and Austin, why are you even here? Why do you want to listen to Austin anymore? It's ridiculous. No one wants to hear about it anymore.
Witsit, come in his mouth. Come in his mouth.
So you're just very immature, bro, to be honest. You're just like immature, and it's kind of like this parasocial thing, man. And I've tried to be super patient with you, bro. So I like to be honest. And the other guy that's on your side right now, that's trying to jump in right now, a known troll. A known troll. You're a known troll. I've talked to you for 3, 4 years in here. I interacted with you in good faith and explained all kinds of stuff about flat Earth, all kinds of stuff about geocentralism. Stayed up for hours, answered all of your questions. Everyone's telling me, "Dude, this guy's a troll. He's being disingenuous." I'm like, "No, I think he might actually come around." And I took time out of my life, which, hey, mind you, bro, I don't get paid to do stuff like that. I have lots of bills. Okay, I
No,
spent
but
hours and hours and hours answering your questions, everything you could think of. and then you just like amnesia, like Men in Black, black pin, pretended it never happened the next day and came in trolling again. So that's who you
But
are.
if you're trying to hide the vape from your wife, why would you purposely blow it into the video? The way you blew the smoke, it makes it look like you're trying to say, "Oh, this was my breath."
No, that's not what happened. So if you actually go and watch it, if you watch the 360 footage, what happens is I play like a song or whatever, okay, and say, I'll be right back. I go into the room, I get a drink of some warm water, okay, which is why I originally thought that's why you could see my breath, because the water they give you is hot. Because you can always make it cold by just picking up some of the ice off the ground. Okay, so I drink some hot water. I then come back. I hit the vape while the song is playing, and you actually can watch this. This is why I know you guys are not good faith. Okay, you watch me walk back to the laptop. The song is still playing. I hit my vape and then turn my head away from the computer, the opposite direction, and fully exhale to make sure I turn my head away from it to make sure that no one sees the vape. That was the whole intention. I then turn around, get on there, and apparently, right, some of the vape was still left in my lung even after I did a full exhale out. I start talking, and you can kind of see breath, and I'm like surprised, as you can see in the video, and I say, oh, what's up now? And then attempt to take multiple deep breaths after that to see my breath
This is
again,
why I
and
step
then you
back
can't.
too. Austin, this is why I step back, y'all. Like it's people like this. Like, dude, I went back just to. I thought I knew the truth, but I went back to get every single clip of, and it was Gio who first asked you. You know you were hesitant because you didn't want to admit, but you were not dishonest. You told the truth. I went back and pulled every single clip of every single question and the important ones, and posted them in a video for everybody to see if you were lying or not. And dude, it's like people still like you up. Like what the fuck are you doing, dude, man? Like listen to yourself, dude. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous, man.
I didn't come out and say that I was vaping until I was asked directly by Gio because I didn't want to say I was vaping. And then when Gio asked me, I'm like, dang, I don't want to say that I was, right? But then I did anyway. And so like it's whatever because it's not the
You're
end of the
honest.
world. Yeah, it's not like I was gonna hide it from my wife forever or hide it from everyone forever or something. Like I didn't. I told her or whatever. Like I found a vape in a bag and then I hid it. I didn't feel good there, and I was like, fine. And people were smoking cigarettes and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to really do that. So I was like, fine, I'll just hit my vape some. So whatever. Like the point about that whole thing is like, it's all so stupid. If you say that I did fake my breath, what's it matter? And because it doesn't, it's inconsequential. And I can understand why people think, oh, well, that proves that you're lying and faking stuff, but that doesn't happen. But it's still inconsequential. And the other part of it that's super annoying is that you can go look at the other like 5 streams that were done out there by other people, and the same thing happens. You can't see their breath when they're out in the sunlight, direct sunlight, but when they go over behind the container little room and they're in the shade, you can see their breath.
Here's the thing,
So
Austin. Here's the thing. Is when you said and this is where people are pulling clips. When you said I didn't hit the vape to fake my breath, they took that. I could name a list of names, but I'm not gonna. They took that and
Flatfoot,
made it
Flatfoot.
to try to make it seem like you said that you never hit a vape when you never lied and said that you didn't have a vape. You never said you wasn't vaping. All you said in that one conversation with Platzoid was that you did not hit the vape to fake your breath, and everybody twisted that to make it sound like you lied when all you was doing was fucking being perfectly honest, you know?
think about
And
how low and dishonest that is. These people claiming to be truthers. I respond to a question and I say, I objectively did not hit a vape to fake my breath. And I say it that slow to make a point because I was getting frustrated. I said, I objectively did not hit a vape to fake my breath. And what do? Just like Brian said, they take the I objectively did not hit a vape and cut it out of context and then run around claiming that I lied and said I never hit a vape.
It's old now, too. Austin, let me know if I can get a small chance. I don't want to pile on at all. I do want to talk about truth, though, if you get a second.
Oh, if it can be brief, yeah, because we were talking about something, and this is what always happens. These trolls like derail things, but it's all good. What's up? I don't want to
Like,
talk about Antarctica anymore. I've talked about it till I'm blue in the face. I've answered every
yeah,
question
don't
400
do it.
times.
It's just like, thanks, Bob. You know, it's not worth repeating over and over again. It's really not. And let's assume that you and I have no differences for a sec. What
Okay.
about the people that are outwardly involved in what they call the flat earth community that are total liars and have emerged as such? They were our friends. They were people that you and I spent time with. When do you think that, in other words, I've been ostracized for mentioning it. You were part of that. You were aware of it when I tried to correct globelusters on the fact that they were stagnant and not looking into anything, you know? And so when we bubble up or as flat earthers get into that echo chamber, it's been damaging. It's been a problem. And now you and I are outside of that echo chamber, and people that continually lie. Of course, you're getting accused of it because it's good sport for these idiots. You're right, the trolls. But I've been accused of being a troll. I bet you know I'm not.
I don't think you're a
You ain't a
troll. No.
troll. You got a very unique stance, brother. But you ain't a troll. But I mean, dude, he said it derails the whole conversation. Like what Dan brings up some important points. You know, I don't, you know, maybe not all of them, but some of them are right to the point, dude. Some very important shit that we should be talking about. Not whether he was vaping or not, dude. I listened to that shit for days, and here it is months later, and he's still bringing this shit up instead of talking about the shit we should be talking about. It's just disgusting, dude.
Well, and the guy who did it, Q-Op, and then Rusted Soul, and then the Slop guy or whatever, or Blop or whatever, right? They notice they'll all come in the room together, or if one of them comes in, the other two will come in a few seconds later, and they all leave the room together. And then whenever Q-Op will enter, no matter what we're talking about, we were talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Someone made the point that, you know, that's not the way the blood would work. If you actually got shot like that, there would be mist. And then he jumps in to say, would you call that mistgate? Like, no matter what we're talking about, just blatant disrespect for what we're talking about. And then they have people like this. What's his username right now? NBA Truth Seeker. Like, notoriously a troll, never been honest about the conversation about the shape of the earth, piling on with him. And when you asked about the people that are been shown to be liars, right? Like, that was sufficiently vague, right? I don't know specifically what you're talking about or anything, but I will just go ahead and say one of the reasons, there were many reasons that I stepped away, even things that had nothing to do with flat earth, right? But one of the reasons is like this thing where everyone seemed to think that I owed them something. Like everyone seemed to think that if they had a request or they had something that they thought they wanted to see done or something they wanted talked about, that I was supposed to do it. Or that if I ever came into this room, it was expected that I take a line of people, like a queue of people that have questions for me, and then I sit in here for indefinitely answering all their questions, and then come back the next day and do it again. And for years, I did that in good faith to the detriment of like my mental health and to the detriment
Yeah,
of my
right.
financial well-being. And it
That's the
was
main thing is the financial,
never,
dude.
yeah, it
People
was
don't
never
understand
appreciated.
you're doing all this shit for nothing, dude, and then getting ostracized by the community. And who I meant was I'll give a few level Earth Observer, Flat Zoid, Flat Out Truth, a few of them who didn't take the time, and then a couple of them like level Earth Observer seen the facts that I've spent hours and hours pulling up the what was actually said and posted it for people to make their own decisions, and they just ignored it. And I'm like, oh my god, dude. What
Well, that's
these are
when you
people
know
that
that
I
they're
liked
liars.
and watched and you know I held them in high regard, and it's like these people are just ignoring what was said, like I didn't even take the time to pull up what was actually said and the truth, and then you're going on and on instead of talking about what should be talked about, man. And I'm starting to repeat myself, but you get the picture, man.
Yeah, and I was actually referring to like Dan's comment about people being liars because he just like said it vaguely, but like just in response to that, my approach to the whole thing, one point to make is that TFE, the observation itself, like it ultimately did deliver a blow to flat Earth. It actually was less the observation; it was much more the reaction to the observation and the trip itself that was the blow. Because what happened was, say,
Yep.
people would make those claims like what you said. So someone had to deliberately take it out of context. Someone else took a one scene where I'm hitting a vape, and then they cut it to make it look like that's when I walked up to the stream, and then you saw my breath. But it was actually a totally different time. It was hours separated, right? But they cut it out to make it look like it was the same time, like just blatantly deceptive. And then
Yeah,
they
and
cut
then
me. They,
Plaxoid, then you pinned him down, and he still, and then he stood behind it. He doubled down and then tripled down, and that's why I made the video. It was really because of
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Plaxoid.
whoa,
Then
whoa, whoa, whoa.
then
The problems emerged months before you went. Let's get real about what really happened. Is nobody had a plan for how to describe flat Earth if there was a 24-hour sun.
yes, I
Everything was.
did, Dan. Dan, I already had a fucking model that explained the 24-hour sun.
Do
And
you
that's what
believe
I
it
wanted to
does
do. I
today?
wanted
Do
to
you
work
believe
on
I
that
could use
model. I
it
wanted
today?
everybody to
Do you
acknowledge
believe
it if it's
it
true and
does
work on it, right?
today? Is it something I can use today? Because I don't have anything I could use today to show somebody the flat Earth.
You have
Because
something from the globe that you can
all
use?
I have is these insane people lying around me. The flat Earth community is disintegrated to nothing.
You have a
There's
scientific
no
model that we
globe.
could use for the globe?
Yeah, there's no globe model that works.
Yo, can I ask? Because I've asked this a couple times in here, and I haven't really got a good explanation. And
I
maybe
asked
I'm
Dave
retarded.
something,
And he's
man. Hold on.
obviously wrong.
I
But
asked Dan something, bro. Give me a second. Let him answer.
I didn't know you asked me anything, and I certainly wasn't talking to you prior.
Oh, I
You should be
understand
clearer.
that, but I
You
asked
should
you
be
a
clearer.
question. I asked you a question. Since you're
Really,
saying you don't have
you're
nothing we could use,
not a
I didn't
normal
know we.
dude. You're kind of
I
a
didn't know
whiner.
I didn't know we had a working model before the TFE.
Okay, so you're pretending, so for the sake of argument, you know and I know that the AE was something that we all stood in hopes of. In hopes of, not in any other support. It's just in hopes of. It was an idea that there was going to be an ice wall and that the sun moved in a circuit.
There still could be an ice wall.
Right, hold on,
But
bro.
there's
So you're saying the AE model doesn't
there
work?
isn't any proof of it. There's no one trying it, Brian. There's no one that gives a shit.
Yeah,
And
sure,
you're just saying
fair enough.
so
But
is a dream. You're dreaming.
Hold on, Brian.
I know. No, I'm not
Hold on,
dreaming because
Brian.
I really
Hold
don't
on,
give a shit
Brian.
if there
Hold
is or
on,
not.
Brian. Hold on, Brian. Dan, you're saying the AE model doesn't work?
I'm saying
No,
that
you should say the Gleasons, bro.
our clear way of
dude.
pointing a concept out via the AE is no longer a valid concept.
You should say Gleasons, bro, because the AE
No,
is not all just stuck with the North Pole as the center, bro. The AE is that and everywhere in between in the center. So you should
right,
say
but
Gleasons when you make that
I'll
statement, Dan.
go with the AE because I mean he was pointing out the AE map. So you're saying the AE map doesn't work? Isn't
The AE
that the
map
globe
is
model
awesome.
squashed
No,
up?
the AE map is awesome, and as honest, and this is what I was trying to get to with Austin. Had we not been bickering so much, him and I, as honest flat earthers, we would have recognized it as a northern projection and the impossibility of it suddenly making an ice wall a reality. It is a
Yeah, but listen
northern
to this.
projection of a
If
globe.
you center the AE map, I gotta keep saying something. Stop saying AE, say Gleasons, because Gleasons is the particular AE. Look, if you take an AE map and put it with like by Africa near the prime meridian in the center, you get the two poles. In fact, you get two poles if you put it anywhere except at one of the poles. You get two poles, and it
What's the
shifts the continents
relevance of you
around.
pointing that out,
Let me
dude?
finish. Let me finish because I'm
We
not
all
saying
know
that's
that.
exactly how it is, but let me just finish real quick. When you make these claims, say Gleason. Don't quit saying fucking AE because the AE
More,
is not stuck
more,
with the
right.
North Pole
Okay,
in the
we
center.
get it. We get it.
Is my
More
whole point.
importantly, my dear friend Chris Pontius animated it with a moving sun and moon, animated the AE map, and made it into a quote unquote working model, which he gave to me to show people this is how it might be. And we all, as flat earthers, rallied around that hope.
Okay, you're talking about the one with the North Pole in the middle a long time ago, right?
Anyway, the map rocks, Elbow. It's never been a model.
Dan, can you hear me?
We should have recognized that.
Can anybody hear me?
Yo, so I was
That
We
asking.
matters?
hear you. We hear
I
you,
was.
Brian. I
I know
think
you hear me,
he
dude.
was.
Yo, can I ask somebody real quick? I tried to ask this before. What's wrong with the Joseph Hanvey model? Somebody that's like, scientifically literate. I don't, because I'm not
Here's
deep
why.
into that stuff, but to
This
me, it's
why.
kind of interesting. It seems to go ahead.
This
It is interesting, but here's the problem with it. And Geo does a good job of pointing that out. Okay, if we take the Celestial Almanac and we agree that there's a point on the ground that is representative of what's in the sky, okay? So whether you think it's just projections or it doesn't matter. If we can agree that the sun's over my head at a certain time in one spot on Earth, and then so if there's two of us and you're somewhere else and I'm in another place, the sun can't be over both of our heads, okay? It's unless you want to say that the celestial almanac is just all made up, but that's a stretch, man. I guess it's possible, but that's a hell of a stretch. But if it's just if there's a sub point underneath every star and moon, sun, planet that equals a place on Earth, then it can't be. Then there'd have to be multiple points. You see what I'm saying? I'm not doing a very good job of explaining it, but there'd have to be multiple points that we'd have to be under, let's say, Betelgeuse in the south. There'd have to be three places that or infinite amount of places that you could be and have Betelgeuse overhead if it's a reflection, but it's
In
not.
addition, in simplicity, mirroring the north does not create new star patterns. So mirroring the north doesn't help you if you have different patterns in the southern stars.
Here's the thing, though.
What, he doesn't mirror the north. What, like, the stars have nothing to do with it. And also I don't agree with Brian's critique here either. It's like the sun, that what you just said requires the assumption that it's an actual position of the sun, and it's not, right? I mean, I thought that this is what I didn't get about it. I thought I had sufficiently explained this on my channel. I guess I mean, maybe assumptive of me to think that like everyone had watched my channel or whatever, but people I know that have watched my stuff were still, I don't understand, right? Like, because the AE map, quote unquote, had many more problems than that, bro. Like, the sun goes a different way in the south.
Dual pole doesn't have that problem, though.
This was well known for a long time that the sun had to be in a parent position. That was the only way that map had any viability. And I feel
Yeah,
like
but
I've said that for
I agree with
4
that.
years, dude. Okay, so wait up. So the sun, what he does in his demonstration is he takes a light source over top of a dome and moves it, and then out in the corner, it creates an apparent light source that goes the opposite direction and does a circle and stays up in a small little circle, and stays up for the observer. As you move the camera all along the outside, that follows you, which means no matter where you are. So the critiques of like, well, if you traveled along the outside, you'd all of a sudden see two suns. That's not true. That's a failure to grasp the concept of what's being demonstrated, because it is just an apparent position. It follows the camera. It would be the same thing for the star trails. It would be the same thing
You
for
haven't
the
thought this
issue with
through,
the
though,
sun
brother.
looking like it's going the other direction. The sun's in an apparent location.
You haven't thought it all the way through.
Go.
Okay, so if it is that, and I considered that too, man. If it is that, and we're seeing the sun that's in an apparent position, and what if we're all over the earth and we all go to that sun? We all go to that apparent spot. So are you claiming that we're all going to be in different spots? I'm just trying to clarify.
Dude, your rebuttal is if we all go to the
That's not a rebuttal. It's
sun.
a question.
You're asking me
It's a
what's going to
question.
happen if we all go to the sun. How am I supposed to know what happens if we all go to the, yeah, if we all go to the sun, we're not going to go to the same place because the sun's apparent for each person.
So you don't believe in the celestial almanac?
I believe that we built the celestial almanac based on the observation of the sun from each person's position.
Yeah, but it says
Which
exactly
is
where
just
the sun's
factual.
at all day, every second of every day for years to come and years past.
For who?
For anybody. Like no
Any
matter how
individual
you model
observer.
the Earth, no matter how you model the Earth, if you use a longitude and latitude system, You can make a figure eight out of it. You could do a circle, an oval, a square, a triangle. But if you use latitude, longitude, it will tell you right where
Okay, cool. Yeah, of
everything's at.
course. Yeah, how did we build the longitude latitude system? What is the longitude latitude system? What is that?
Using the sun. It's not using Polaris, which a lot of people say, misquoting. It's using the sun and using the equator, using the sun's path on the vernal equinox as 0, and then everything positive and negative beyond that.
Okay, actually, we didn't build a longitude latitude system just based on using the sun. That isn't true, but it doesn't really matter. Like, we used celestial observations and we created a model based on where those observations are observed to be, based on where you are on Earth. So, what we've done is model out what the sky looks like based on where you are on Earth. So, it's cyclical and it's still that way, and it has a predictable cycle. Okay. But how do we somehow jump over to those are actual positions? They're definitely not actual positions. Even if the Earth's a globe, they're not actual positions. There is all evidence ever says that they're not actual positions. And even the globe says they're not actual positions. So I don't understand how after I go to Antarctica, I come back and all of a sudden flat earthers think the sun is an actual physical object and we're
No,
seeing it
dude, no, no, no,
exactly where
no.
it
I don't
is.
think that. No, I'm saying the spot on the ground underneath the sun is an actual position. I ain't talking about the sun, bro. Come on, man. I'm talking about
The
there's a
spot on
place
the
underneath
ground
Jupiter. Hold on, hold on, hold
is
on.
based
There's a place
on.
underneath Jupiter. Every second of every day, there's a place on Earth that's directly underneath it. And same thing with the sun. Every second of every day, there's a place on Earth that is directly underneath it. There's a place that's like 10 degrees. There's a whole little circle, I guess, around it that's like 10 degrees. I mean, I ain't talking about the actual lights, bro. I can't believe you even think that, dude. Come
Dude,
on, man.
you're the one not understanding what I'm saying. So please stop making comments about how I'm somehow failing to grasp what you're saying because you clearly don't even understand what I'm saying. Okay. And this is super annoying for me because everyone's acting like they're so positive that it's impossible. No, dude, let's just talk about a physical
I ain't
demonstration of
positive of
this.
nothing,
Okay.
bro.
Dude, please stop, dude. If I take a light source, you said I failed to think it out. Okay, and now you're saying I can't believe you'd even say that. Like, okay, well,
No,
you're
I
not
didn't say
understanding.
that, dude. I
You're
said I
not
don't think you
understanding it.
fully
You're
thought
not
this through.
understanding. You're not understanding it. So if I take a dome and I take a light source over top of it and I climb inside that dome and I walk around, that sun is going to be, or that light source is going to appear to be somewhere different based on where I move. And then there will be corpuscular rays from that light source. There will be shadows based on the apparent position of that light source. And there will be a light distribution on the ground beneath it based on that apparent position of the light source. All of those things will happen and change based on where the
I agree with
observer
all
is.
that.
Okay, so then there's no
I agree with all that,
problem
dude.
with anything that we see with the sun being in an apparent position. If the sun's in an apparent position relative to the observer, if we get it out to the outside based on dome optics, we could have a totally apparent sun. The only
Right,
issue
dude,
that you
dude.
could
Quit
try to
saying apparent sun, Austin. Listen to my concern. Okay, so I'm asking, do you? So you kind of already answered. So I'm talking about the spot on Earth. You think there's multiple spots, actual spots on Earth directly underneath that projections, and you answered the question. So you think that yes, if we all converge to the sun, and we're all in different places in the world, that we'd wind up in different positions, and that's the part I don't think you've thought through. Maybe I'm wrong.
if we
I don't
all
try to
go
be
to the
certain about nothing,
sun,
bro.
if we all go to the sun, what does that
Yeah.
mean?
If we all go, you walk toward the sun. If it's over your head 45 degrees, then walk toward the sun until you're directly underneath it. You think we'll all
Okay,
wind up underneath it in the same
you
spot?
realize that the sun is going to update as you walk towards it. The apparent position is
Yeah, I
going to
do.
alter as you walk towards it.
I do.
Okay,
That doesn't answer the question.
what?
I know we'd
What?
have to
It's
keep
basically
moving to follow it.
there's an actual position of some light source, and then no one on Earth is seeing that. And so then, based on where they are, they're seeing the apparent position. So if we were to all walk towards it and meet up, that would require what? That would require the actual position of the light source.
I'm talking about I know, but I'm talking about the actual position of the ground underneath the apparent position. And I'm still trying to get an answer. I think
I just
So now
answered
you're
that.
saying,
If I was in a dome and I put a light source up, the position, the ground position is going to be based on the apparent position of the light source.
so we would all converge to the same point on Earth underneath it. Is that? I swear, I'm not trying to be any kind of way. I'm literally trying to figure out what you're saying. Would we or would we not converge to a point on Earth around each other? I understand it's moving. We'd have to, kind of angle out as we went. But if we all went and just kept following the sun, would we all wind up in the same spot on the ground underneath it and then following it, together as a jumbled up dumbass bunch? No, I was just kidding. But no, that's a genuine question.
You're saying if you paused the sun and it stopped moving, and then everyone on Earth, even the people that couldn't see the sun, then tried to go follow the sun when it wasn't moving anymore, and we all walked towards the sun while it wasn't moving, but we all end up in the same place.
Yeah.
Good question. I don't know. I've never
The
done that.
answer is obviously yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is
Is it?
obviously
Is it?
yes, but it doesn't make Austin wrong about the apparent position. Like I'm saying, like he's saying with the dome and all that stuff. Like you might walk a type of curved path as far as going toward that light source, but you're still going to converge underneath it. So he could be right, but that's what I meant by I don't think you think this through. I didn't mean that as an insult.
What's the
I swear to God, I
reputation of
didn't.
the
I meant
apparent?
that
But
as
what's the
a.
reputation though? What's the reputation of
No, there is no
Hanvy's
reputation.
model? Oh, okay. What's the reputation of Hanvy's model then?
Oh, here. Oh, yeah. Here's the reputation on that because when y'all seen the sun directly south, I could give a little bit of a reflection, total what you call it, total internal reflection, but I can't give you 180 degrees. In other words, if the sun is directly south and you're in Australia and Australia's behind you, like I don't think you could. I could see you walking toward the sun and having to curve a little bit to the right or the left due to the total internal reflection, but I couldn't see you having to do a total 180 and then walk around. But that's assuming that we're all going to converge at the same spot underneath the sun, which I do believe is true.
Well, when you two said it was obvious, it's not, because if the sun out towards the outside is a totally separate apparent position, meaning that there's more than one. If you somehow jumped out to an orthographic view, then the people that are closer to the outside that are going to go follow that one are not going to meet up with the other people because they're
That's a
going under.
possibility.
Right. So, okay. So none of this refutes anything. This is what I haven't understood about the whole situation. Like, I'm not even claiming that that's true. Like, I'm open to some bipolar models. They have
Yeah,
their
me
own
neither, bro. Me
issues.
neither.
The bipolar
That's why I'm
models
trying
have their
to tone
own
it down a little.
issues, though. The bipolar models also have issues. But since when did flat earthers forget the fact that the entire point is that they gave us a model, reified it as if it was reality. We tested the model. The model isn't true. And then suddenly turned into, unless we can come up with a model that we're going to reify and it be accurate, then the globe that's been falsified is true again. Like, how in the world
Exactly.
did that happen?
Yeah, that's a good argument, man. I'm not, and then, like I said,
Can
I
I
had to
just
tone it
ask?
down because I'm not against you, bro. But what I'm saying is that like when I come up with the model before TFE, I might add, go look at the dates on my models and stuff. I was trying to get help modeling. And I was getting aggravated that everybody's acting like, no, that's a but the dual pole model does explain all the directions. It does explain the sun circling two different ways. It explains all that shit. There's a couple issues that we would have to work on and stuff, but as far as the TFE, I sent Will Duffy this model, and he's just acting like I never sent it. I've emailed it to him 3 times.
But
I could post the receipts if anybody doubted that. But
have you
he's acting like,
tested it?
there
Are you
still could be an ice
scientifically
wall
tested?
and a continent of Antarctica. Yeah, I'm just saying it's possible.
Hold on. Are we talking about a model where the sun is appearing at a different apparent position for every observer? Because that's what you would require astronaut collectively bunched together under it if you walk towards it.
I don't believe that. But
But is
I
that
like
what's
to
being
keep an
talked
open
about here,
mind for
though?
any possibility.
But that is what's being talked about here, though, as a possibility, right? That the sun appears differently for everybody.
I don't, like I said again, I don't believe that, but I try to keep open mind for every possibility. If there was 2 suns, like I don't believe that either. But I like to
Well, you'd need one for every
contemplate
person.
things like that. Sorry.
Gotcha, but even with two suns, I mean, this doesn't work. I mean, you'd need one literally for every person. Like, it would have to be some perspective thing on viewing the sun in some weird way. That would need to
Or you
be
need two
addressed.
poles, you know.
Well, we don't have
Well,
two
not only,
suns.
yeah.
Like, why would there? The
hmm
sun's in an apparent position, man. Like, dude, and this is what actually, ironically, the other side, which has been falsified, and somehow people make the illogical jump over to somehow their falsified model isn't falsified because we're going to shift the burden of proof and then all of a sudden accept the reification and then demand a replacement of the reification or whatever that nonsense is. But like all that aside, ironically, right? The side that's opposing the claim that there's some type of an apparent position of the sun and relative to dome optics has to actually claim that there's mind-blowing repetitive coincidences in terms of if I take a light source with a dome, all the phenomena happens. Meaning, like if I take a light source and I move it over the dome, I can perfectly replicate a sunset, even though the light never sets. Like if you move a light source away from a dome, what happens is it, even though it's going in a circle at maintaining the same height above the dome, it looks like it arcs up from the bottom, so it's coming up as a sunrise, then
Wait,
arcs
wait.
over top. I'm talking, dude. It arcs over top of you, does a giant arc, and then starts to go down and disappear bottom up, just like a sunset, even though the light itself just went in a circle at the same height. And we're supposed to believe that that's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that exactly what would happen over top of a flat Earth with dome optics just so happens to perfectly be replicated with a local light source and a dome.
It
That's just a coincidence.
absolutely does not. You're talking about the dome experiments with the flashlights and different light sources. It never maps
No, I'm
even
not talking about
closely,
that.
remotely
What are
to
you
what's
talking
real.
about?
So
I'm
what are
not
you
talking
talking
about that.
about?
Oh, so
You're not
you
talking
were
about
wrong.
light
So
source,
you were
light
wrong.
sources on domes? No,
I'm
that's what
not
we're
talking.
talking
No,
about. The
no, no. I'm
light
not talking.
interacts.
I'm not talking about the ones that you're talking about. The little gifts that you're talking about. No, I've turned my camera on in this room and shown it 10 times. And guess what happens? Every time I do it, all these really confident Globers that are so sure it doesn't work, they jump out of the room. All of a sudden, they go on mute because I show that
No, I've
it's an
seen.
objective
I mean,
fact. It's an objective fact that if you have a dome with a light source outside of it and you move it in a circle over top of it, okay? So I don't think you're understanding. As in the dome represents the limitation of our vision. Okay, the physicality, the actuality of it, the dome and the analogy would be the physical medium that we see through. And we have a limit to our vision. Unlike stupid fairy tale globe land where we can see infinitely far in perfectly straight lines and we're Superman or whatever. In reality, where we can't see forever, okay, we have a equidistant limit to our vision. It basically creates a dome, which is how we've had to model the sky. Even the globe did that. That's how we made the globe, actually. So if I take a little dome representing that equidistant limit, okay? Not a dome over the whole flat Earth. There could be a dome over the flat Earth, and then this within it, where I'm talking about a dome, take one of those little dome glasses or like a clear plastic dome, okay, that's empty, put it on top of an AE map. And then take the light source and you start moving in a circle over the AE map, meaning the dome is much smaller than the full map. Okay. As the light source goes over top of it, what happens is within the dome, it starts to rise up just like a sunrise, even though it starts to rise up and then arc up to the middle, and then it arcs back down along the curvature of the dome, even though the light source actually just maintained the same height and went in a circle the whole time. It didn't arc anywhere, but within that dome, it arcs up like a sunrise, comes up to overhead, then arcs back down and starts to disappear bottom up with a perfect horizontal cutoff, just like we see on Earth. And it creates sun pillars. It creates all the solar effects, sun pillars, solar pillars that can't even be explained within the mainstream globe interpretation. You can replicate all of that using a dome. So objectively, if this globe model is true, then you have to believe that that is just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence
okay.
that the dome perfectly replicates it.
So if this dome is created by a max render distance, essentially, as you're talking about, you would have a curved horizon as well.
if you look out, like say if you look out over the ocean, right, it does indeed look like there's a giant circle around you. This is how reality in fact does render.
I know that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about the edges of the ocean. Literally, would have to curve for you to have a max distance in all directions, right? So it would look
No.
like a curved horizon.
Why?
Oh,
No.
really? So if
No, yeah,
so,
why?
if you stand and look straight and you see, let's say the max render distance is 1 kilometer. Obviously, it's way more. Let's say 1 kilometer for simplicity. If you turn right from that point, that is going to be closer to you. You're not going to be able to map a flat horizon doing this. So it wouldn't only be a dome overhead. You would also necessarily understand that the ground you're standing on would be a max render distance of a circle. So it would be looking just like a sphere curving at the edges due to curvature.
Okay, first of all, like no, because you're on a flat ground, so the bottom is flat. Okay, so it would curve as in like start to curve around you in theory, right? It would curve from like the point directly in front of you, and it would curve out and back around you. Okay, which is what we see, which is what it looks like the horizon does. Like if you go out to the ocean, and then what would happen? You're getting closer and closer to that limit of how far you can see. You begin to lose information and resolution. It would start to get really blurry, and the horizon, the vanishing point, as in the ground and the sky, would appear to start to merge together, and it would get real fuzzy, and you're not going to actually be able to perfectly resolve all the way to the distant, the limit of the vision. That is also exactly what we see in every observation of the horizon ever. There is always a gradient, a fuzzy gradient where it blurs together. What a coincidence. It's another
I
coincidence.
understand that part. But what I'm saying is your maximal sphere, let's say the ground weren't there, you would map out like a sphere of vision, essentially is what you're saying. If you take a slice of that sphere, that would be the maximum viewing distance horizontally for you. If you stand around and rotate, that will be formed a circle, right? It would be a cut of that whole sphere viewing thing that you have going on. So it literally would have to
I don't know why
curve
you
at the
keep saying
edges.
sphere. I don't know why you keep saying sphere, right? Because it's a dome.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if you could see through the ground, you're saying there's a
Okay.
maximum viewing distance.
If you could
You
see
would
through the
create a
ground. Yeah.
sphere. Yeah, if you looked at every direction, you would like map out a sphere that you're standing inside of that's kind of hollow, right? Of
It
a
would be a
max render
dome. I
distance.
mean, yeah, it would be a
Yeah,
hemisphere.
yeah, sure, but
Like
under you would also be a dome,
the
right?
azimuthal grid that we use to create stellarium, that's what you would get. You would take your
Okay,
azimuth,
but
and then you would have your well, this is how the world works. You would take your azimuth, you would have your horizon, you would measure angles from the horizon up to the azimuth, you would do that 360 degrees, and you would get a dome.
yes, and if you did the same thing opposite angles underground, it would form a double dome, and you'd have something resembling a
But
sphere.
we can't
And if
we
you
don't go underground and see through the earth in reality.
no,
So
all I'm saying is when you're standing on the ground, you have a
Mhm.
slice of that dome being the bottom of the dome. That would necessarily have to be a circle you're standing on. Your entire
Yeah.
horizon would be the edge of a circle. Therefore, it would have to curve just like you would expect curvature on a
Okay,
globe
can
when
you
you look at
still
the
man my
horizon.
no, okay, first of all, no. There would only be left to right curvature forming a circle around you. On a globe, there should be curvature looking straight out. There should be a mountain in front of me. Okay, so no, it's
Well,
not
okay, so we agree.
curvature just like a globe. It's completely different, actually. It's only one half of the curvature you would see on the globe, which would
I
be
know.
left to right,
I know, I'm saying that
which
it's
is
the
what we
same
see.
apparent viewing perspective. You admit that there's a curve, there's a circle in your model that you're standing on that you can maximally see in all directions. It's not the same
Correct.
curvature, I understand, but
Okay,
that
so you
will
misspoke.
look to
Okay.
your eyes. That will look to your eyes as if it's curving down when you look. If you look straight forwards, the left and right of your vision should be a closer point on that circle edge, and that will look like it's
Yes,
curving
if
down. A lot of flat earthers agree to this already.
only if you could see all the way to the edge of the limit, which I already addressed this. So I think you're just not listening. Maybe I'm saying too many things, you know. If you could in theory, if you took out the atmo, yes. If you looked straight ahead, the place 1 foot to the right of the center and 1 foot to the left of the center would technically be closer to you, which is what you're saying. Yes,
Yeah.
but you have to actually see to the actual edge. Okay. The issue is that we have an atmo. So we have an actual limit to our vision, and then we have a medium within it. Okay. That's why sometimes we can see further than we can on other days. And this is where you're going to actually get the loss of information at a faster rate than the natural optical limits. And so again, this is what I'm trying to explain, and this is what's so beautiful about being a quote unquote flat earther. What I am is I reject the globe model. It's been falsified, earther. Okay, and so now I get to just be honest. I just get to have good faith. I can just look at everything. What I did was just go look at a little dome, and objectively, this has to just be a coincidence if the Earth's a globe. If you take a dome and you take a light source and you move it over top of say an AE map with a little dome on side of it, and that dome represents the individual observer in the middle and their little azimuthal grid of vision, their little personal bubble. Okay, if you take the light source and you move in a circle over top of that whole map, what happens inside that bubble is the light source, as it gets closer, appears to rise up from the edge of that dome, and then it arches overhead. Then it comes back down and disappears bottom up, just like a sunset. So if the Earth's a globe, it is just a coincidence that the sun does exactly what it would do on a flat Earth if you had a dome limit to your vision.
But you're adding
but here's
another
the thing,
layer of
when the dual,
explanation
hold on.
upon observation.
With a dual pole, we need a very little of that internal reflection. We do need a little bit, but everything else works perfect. We just need a little bit of internal reflection to slightly arc some of the past, like on the edges and stuff, man.
So your response is no with something else we can do it? Like, okay, so if your model's correct and this isn't what's going on, then again, it would just have to be a coincidence. So my point here, the concession that should have already happened is if you believe it's a globe, yes, it's a coincidence. Okay, and what we're going to say is, I don't think it is a coincidence, and that's my actual opinion. And if my opinion changes, if I'm convinced of Brian's dual pole model, cool, because I don't have to have a model, I don't have to reify them, and that's the very thing that was such a detriment to us in the first place. That's how we got deceived in the first place, right? And then when you say, and when the other guy says it looks just like a globe, or it would be similar curvature to a globe, somewhat similar with you need to be specific about that point, but there is some truth to that point when said properly. And that actually is our point, which is they claim that our vision is perfectly straight lines, right? They claim that it is plane trig, that we've seen in plane geometry, that everything is perfectly straight, right? But that is actually not how we see. And so they claim that the Earth itself is curving, but our vision is straight. Flip that around, and the Earth itself is straight, and our vision curves. Now you can see how if you made the improper assumption that our vision was straight and plane geometry, you could then model out what we're seeing in actual curved visual space, right? Assuming it to be not curved, you could then model out a globe, and it's going to perfectly match observation because that's how the globe was made. The globe was literally made from said observations. So, of course, it's going to perfectly match, and it's always going to match. And in fact, so much so, you could extrapolate it out to build the whole model, and people would call that a prediction. And then it would still match because our vision is going to be the same everywhere we go. It's going to be curved visual space everywhere we go, and the overall geometry of the Earth is going to be a plane everywhere we go. So that's actually our position. And there's a whole bunch of repetitive coincidences that seem to stack up, such as the fact that when I look at the actual 69 miles per degree claim and I actually look at the manuals that they use for cell nav, they say do not use any of the measurements within like 9 to 10 degrees towards the horizon. Don't use any of the measurements close to your azimuth. Wait, why can't we use measurements close to our azimuth? Because they claim the measurements close to the horizon is just because it's refraction. And that, okay, well, isn't the less refraction straight up? So there's no refraction straight up, right? That's the least amount of refraction. So that means that the measurement close to the azimuth should be the most accurate. But it's not. They say do not use the measurements close to azimuth. Do not use the measurements close to the horizon because they won't be accurate. They won't match 69 miles per degree. Well, what do you know? If we have curved visual space, we would expect it to be logarithmic, right? So we would actually expect the ratio, the ostensibly linear relationship that the globe claims to be actual and consistent all throughout, that ostensible linear relationship would be a little bit above the horizon to a little bit within the azimuth. And as you got outside of that, it would become a lot more logarithmic, and that ratio would no longer hold true. What do you know? I go look at the Cell Nav Almanac, and it's exactly what it says. That's exactly what it says. But that's probably just another coincidence. So there's like 30 of those coincidences that happen in real life that perfectly match the prediction of a curved visual space with a limit. Okay, so that's my position. So if I'm going to go try to understand what the sun's doing, I'm not going to toss that out, right? Because it's like it's explained so many things so far. So if there is an alternative explanation, which again I'm open to it, because I'm not in a religion. I don't have to believe anything as if I know it's true. That's what
It's a
I'm
crazy
free.
leap, though.
What's the leap?
Like to rather believe the fundamental ground state is for vision to be in a curved space.
Well, no, the evidence suggests that, right? So, like, what's crazy to me is to believe that we see in perfect straight lines infinitely with no limits. Okay,
No,
and that's
vision doesn't have a side of the eyes receive things, and the things can move in a path before they get into us. Vision isn't a thing that extends outwards.
okay. That's a cool claim, right? But when we model out vision, we use lines that extend out from our eyes, right? That's how we do it, and then we use a
Describe how
specific
things move
equation
to
for
them.
perspective. No, that's your model. You believe that we're getting, I'm guessing, pelted in the eye with little light paintballs or whatever. I don't believe that. That's stupid. It
No,
can be
no, that's not
that
what
can
I
that
believe, but okay.
that can get easily falsified. Photons are stupid. But outside of that, it doesn't even matter. The point is like when we're modeling out, because by the way, that's all this is. So when you're making this like tedious, distinction here where it's like, oh, well, no, what actually is happening? Okay, yeah, we're talking about models because the Globers love models, and apparently now they've shifted the burden to where we need to replicate and replace their model or something. Like, okay, let's go back to the model worlds, and I'm going to falsify the globe model. And the way the globe model works is they take our eyes and they draw straight lines out from them, and they extend them infinitely forever. And you have to do that. You have to do that because I don't know if
Well,
you're
you can
aware.
have absorption, but
I don't know if you're aware of how the globe was made, right? But the way the globe was made was, hey, let's see the way the stars change as we move around. Okay, now we're going to create a geometric claim based on the way the sky looks. And so they're like, okay, so these stars, in order to do that, we're going to have to claim that the reason the stars say drop as we get further away is not because of perspective. Even though perspective causes everything else in existence to do that same thing, just like a plane flying overhead, it looks like it's going up as it gets closer, looks like it's going down as it gets further away. Just like a boat that sails out on the ocean looks like it's going up, right? So when what we see is if something's above us, it looks like it's going up as it gets closer and down as it goes further away. If it's below us, it looks like it's going up as it goes further away. And it look right, like that's what we see. That's how perspective works. It makes things start to
well, it's
converge.
opposite. It's the opposite of those, but yeah.
No. If I look at a plane and a plane's flying towards me, as it gets closer, it looks like it's going up until it's overhead,
Oh
and then
yeah, it
as it
does.
flies
Yeah,
away, it looks like it's
literally
going down.
in a 2D view. Yeah, in a 2D view.
Well,
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
no, just in how we actually see it. Like if you just walk in your backyard and you watch a plane fly towards you, it's going to look like it's angled up, right? That's just how we see the world. So my point is, that's what perspective does. And both sides all agree that's just perspective. The plane's actually maintaining the same altitude the whole time. It's not actually angled up. It's not actually angled down. It's just a perspective trick, right? Okay, so we agree that that's what perspective does. The globe says, yes, that's what perspective does in all scenarios except for the stars. When it comes to the sky, perspective doesn't do that. And yeah, when we get further away, the stars look like they go down. The same thing perspective normally does. But this time, it's actually not because of perspective. It's actually because we are physically changing our orientation as we traverse the earth. And we're tilting, and it's making the stars look like they're changing position just because we're physically changing. The actual physical geometry of the earth is causing us to tilt and make the stars look like they're dropping down. similar to how they would if it was perspective. And so if we're going to make that claim, now we have to say we're seeing the actual position of the stars. Okay, so if we're going to make that claim, we're going to draw a straight line out to the stars and we're seeing their actual position, and we're tilting on a globe as we walk across the globe, and it's making that actual position change, right? The angle changes. Okay, so in order to see those stars, we're going to have to say that they're super far away, because if they weren't super far away, we know perspective would make them change. But we're claiming perspective is not altering the position. It's just the physical geometry of Earth. So now we have to claim the stars are super far away. In fact, we're just going to assume that they're infinitely far away. We're going to treat them all as the same distance, and they're all infinitely far away. So then we have to figure out, wait a minute, how could I see something from infinitely far away, though? The only way, even in theory, that I could see these stars from infinitely far away is if there was
Nobody says that.
nothing. No, this is the mainstream position, dude.
No, it is
Nobody says
absolutely
infinitely
not. We have
far.
known
That's not a
Oh, really?
distance.
distances.
Oh, really? You guys didn't know that to do the
Listen,
math,
yeah.
to do the celestial math, you have to treat the stars as infinite distances? You didn't know that? I'm glad
No,
I could teach you guys something.
we don't. No, you can trace lines back to that if you want. Nobody says stars are infinitely far away. We have an observable
Straw
limit in the
man.
universe
Straw man.
from any perspective.
Yes, I did.
No, that is not a straw man.
I didn't say that they actually
And
say they're
also,
infinitely far
what?
away. I said that when they
Well,
do
hold
the
on. Just
math, they treat them as infinitely far away. That's a fact.
well, it depends on
So,
what type of math you're talking about. But why is it when you're on
the kind of math that
Math
we're
doesn't.
currently talking about.
the north? Well, hold on. Just I want to address one point because the north celestial pole, the sky rotates counterclockwise, and the southern it's clockwise. And if you follow it, you walk all the way across and across the equator line. It'll map
Red
perfectly.
herring
You're
But
newbie.
fallacy.
it's still the same
Red herring
direction.
fallacy, dude.
How can
So
you
Dude,
explain that?
red
they
You
always
herring.
go
don't.
east to west. They always go east to west. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's a red herring anyway. It's a red herring. You know, the first time when you were saying, you jumped in so confidently saying that I was lying and I was wrong, and that doesn't actually happen with the dome optics, and I proved it did. What did you do? You use a red herring and you change the subject to the
No, no, no.
horizon.
You said
To the horizon.
Atmos.
You changed the subject to the horizon. Now that we're talking about the stars, when I was building and I was on the last point about to make the conclusion, it was getting really uncomfortable for you. So you jumped in and you deflected with another red herring. We're not talking about star rotation right now. What we're talking about is the star changing the angle as we move along the Earth. So I'm telling you how your belief was created. Okay, so we're saying, okay, even though perspective normally makes things drop, we're going to say that it doesn't do that in this case. It's actually the physical geometry of the Earth because we're on a sphere. So we're tilting and it's changing. Okay, cool. Well, in order for that to happen, we're going to need the stars to be super far away, because if they weren't super far away, then perspective would cause them to change as well. And that's really going to complicate math
I
and
see.
complicate our model. So we're going to have to say they're super far away. Okay, well, if they're super far away, now we have the question of how could we see something that was that far away? The only way in
So you're.
theory that can I please make the point? The only
Sorry.
way
Go
in
on.
theory, that we could see something that far away is if there was practically nothing in between us and them. That is
I
literally
understand.
how we came up with the claim that space was a near perfect vacuum. We did not go there and make some measurements. No. We just said, out of necessity for our mathematical models, we need there to be basically nothing there. So really
I
soak that in.
understand.
Okay, so how lucky they were to have guessed that, right? Just like how lucky Democritus was to magically know that everything was comprised of little atoms and there was a big bang where everything came from nothing as a Greek philosopher thousands of years ago. How lucky they were
That's
to
not
just
really what
basically
they
have
say.
guessed
That's a straw man.
of
Yeah, that's
Democritus?
not.
Yeah, they didn't get lucky. They deduced it. That's deductive logic.
Really, what was his logical reasoning for that?
You just explain the math.
The math?
It's a lot of logical deduction from the mathematical findings.
Democritus had nothing to do with math. He was a
No, the math
philosopher.
you were just talking about. I'm not
Okay.
following you to your other sort of
So you took the conclusion of the
making
point
fun
about
of the other.
Democritus, and
I'm
then
going back to the
wait,
point that you've been on for the last 10 minutes about the math. That led them to deduce that there must not be anything interfering with the light.
you mean the presupposition?
Which turned out to be true when we went up into high altitudes. That the
Oh, so you mean
atmosphere diminished.
you mean You mean the presupposition, right? So, and this is the point that, and you guys are going to start doing this again. I'm just going to say if there's like repetitive like derailment, then I'm going to tap out. Though, because the point here being was that he's saying he rejected the idea that visual space could be curved. And I pointed out, no, actually, I reject the claim that it's perfectly straight. And he tried to deny the mainstream accepted claims about vision. And now we've gotten to where he's reluctantly accepted them. So now we're back on the same page where we're actually properly identifying what the model claims, which is that we see in perfectly straight lines infinitely. That's the only reason that point even came up, was I had to clarify what you denied, even though it's your
Oh, my
belief.
bad. I've only been
Yeah.
here the last 10 minutes. I didn't get the
No,
part
you're
about
good.
visual space.
You're good.
Be
Yeah.
sure.
So okay. So now we are going to say, okay, is that actually true though? Are we in theory, could that have been true? In theory, could they have just gotten lucky with, because we just laid it out. It was just a sequence of presuppositions. And actually the ontological premise behind it was that the sphere is the perfect shape, right? There were Platonists and then there was Neoplatonists. The sphere is the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must be like that. And it looks like the moon could be a sphere, so the Earth's probably a sphere because it's the perfect shape. That's why they actually proposed it, including Aristotle. And then he only proposed some test after that, such as if I can't see the boat forever as it goes away from me, then it must be going over a ball, right? Okay, and we now know that's stupid. If you had a telescope, he would have been like, wait, I can see the boat again. So anyway, the point here is, like, the question is, do we actually see in perfectly straight lines? And I would say very blatantly we don't. Because if I see in perfectly straight lines, that's plane geometry. So if I look out at railroad tracks, if I see railroad tracks are parallel to each other, they are perfectly straight and parallel to each other. So if that's plane geometry, right? We use plane geometry to build the railroad tracks. They're parallel to each other. One of the primary postulates of plane geometry, which is very easy, we would all agree, is that parallel straight lines will never intersect. They could go on infinitely. They'll never intersect because they're straight and they're parallel, which is a primary postulate of plane geometry. So, okay, if we see in plane geometry, which is the mainstream claim, and we're looking at these railroad tracks that are parallel straight lines, that means we should see them just go off into the distance and never intersect or go towards each other. They're just parallel. But what do we actually see? We see the railroad tracks look like they converge towards each other, and then they get all bundled up in the distance as if they're converging, and we lose information. So we see the railroad tracks look like they go towards each other, even though they're actually parallel. So that means that there's a separation between, almost done with conclusion here. That means there's a distinct separation between the actual physical reality of what the railroad tracks actually are, and then how our minds perceive them with our vision. Our vision is not the same as the physical reality. There's a distinction there, right? We can all agree. The railroad tracks aren't actually converging.
Could I stop you real quick? I don't want to.
Perspicular rays are pretty easy to explain.
It seems like you just conflated converging toward each other with intersecting with each other. Can you disambiguate that for me? Because converging toward and intersecting are different. So we don't
Not
ever
really,
see them intersect with each other. We just see them get, closer as far as like, the
right, because we
angle.
always lose information before that.
Right,
But
so
like,
the angle gets smaller and smaller towards zero, but it never gets to zero. We never see that.
Okay, but the logical conclusion there is if two lines are intersecting towards each other, if they continued on, they would have to intersect at some point.
Wrong. Why?
Because they can't infinitely converge towards each other and never intersect.
That is so
Can't an
incorrect.
angle
Dude,
always be divided?
It's Euclid's. I could tell
Wait a
you
minute.
why.
Wait.
It's Euclid's parallel postulate. That's why.
Let me tell you why.
Correct.
You correct me if I'm wrong.
You
on
know what
this.
that is?
Can't the angle, right? If the angle is 5 degrees, can't it diminish to 4 and then 3, then 2, and then 1, and then half, and then 0.25, and then 0.125, and then everything always be divided smaller and smaller. So it could be a smaller and smaller decimal, but that's always going to be above 0.
Your resolution rate of your eye. Think about that.
You know what
It's not
Euclid's
always
parallel?
Yeah. So the point is, you'll never
You know what
see them
Euclid's parallel
converge. You'll just see
postulate
them
is?
get closer.
All right.
Well, they don't have to intersect.
Okay,
They
but
could
it's
just
like you're arguing
converge. The
against
fact
the
that they're
thing Witsit said
converging
when
is
it's like you're arguing against the thing Witsit said. All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure for a second there. It sounded like you guys couldn't. But I don't know why you're trying to argue against the thing Witsit said. Obviously, that's the triangle axiom or the parallel postulate. Like, they would obviously intersect. Like, it sounded like you were like trying to like argue that, and you didn't understand why they intersect. So looking at like the
No, you're
Euclid a little bit.
You're breaking up a little bit, and I was asking Witsit why he's conflating getting closer with crossing. Those aren't
Well,
the same
Jeremy
thing.
just answered you, which is what I said earlier. It's a primary postulate of Euclid, the Euclidean geometry, the plane geometry that's being invoked, right? A primary postulate of that is that parallel lines can never intersect. And if they converge at any angle, they will eventually intersect.
But
If
we
you
know
just
that they're
keep
parallel
on
lines and they're not actually intersecting. What we're seeing is an
correct.
effective
It's just
visual
an illusion.
perspective.
It's just an illusion. Correct. That's my whole point. It's just
That's
an
Witsit's
illusion.
point.
But the point you're making is that what we witness is them getting a smaller angle, right? At
No,
over
the point
distance.
I'm making is
The
simple.
angular size decreases, but we don't ever see it get to zero.
It doesn't matter, okay? Because what we're seeing isn't actually happening anyway, which is the whole point. The whole point is that in actual physical reality, they're just parallel. But for some reason, we don't see them that way. We see them appear to converge towards each other, which means it's an illusion, which means the way that we visualize and see the world is not in plane geometry. It cannot be, because a primary postulate of plane geometry is that parallel lines do not converge. Okay,
Okay, but
so
here's the difference when we're talking about the sun or anything astrological. With the railroad tracks, we never see the angular size get to zero. But with the sun, we do. We see it go out. We lose the light. That's zero.
you don't seem to understand the point,
He doesn't
right?
know
So
he's never read Euclid or
Listen,
anything. He doesn't know about the
no, but
parallel
this is
postulate
easy
or
though. This
anything you're
is easy.
talking about. So I don't know why you would even keep going on with this, but
you say
If
it's easy,
you
but I've talked
have
to a
somebody
PhD
extend, hold on.
mathematician professor who seems to not be able to rebut it. So please enlighten us. I've been waiting for like 3 years.
If you have somebody extending these
What?
railroad tracks infinitely far,
Appeal to
and you have
Euclid, appeal
somebody
to
else
PhDs.
walking along
Explain it.
I
with
didn't
them
appeal
with
to
a
anybody.
camera,
You not hear? Wait, time
The other
out. Can
guy
you not
did.
hear?
then you'll see
Can
it's
you
just
not?
a
Can you not
smaller
hear the
angle.
other guy talking? Big Tech. The Big Tech. This is who I've been talking to for a while. I want to wrap up our convo. I don't care if you jump in. Obviously, free room. I want to hear the other guy's response to this though, because it seems
Okay.
like the point's getting lost on him. I don't think he gets the points.
Go ahead then. No problem. I'll pull back.
We're talking about me.
Yeah, man. Could you still, man?
Yeah. So
Why are we
yeah.
even talking about
So
this? Can you
we're
still,
talking
man?
about. Well, we're talking about perpendicular rays here, but if you have somebody extending this railroad track infinitely far, and you have the perspective of them getting closer, you expect the cone to intersect. If you have somebody else walking along with a camera infinitely far, you will see it's just a smaller and smaller angle over time. You will be able to verify that it's just a tighter cone
You're
the whole
making
way
my
down.
point stronger, so that wasn't a good point. So here, let me ask you this question. If I had built two railroad tracks, but I actually tipped them in at the smallest angle imaginable, but I tipped them in to converge towards each other, and then I built the world's longest railroad track, what's eventually going to happen?
The point is they're never moving
Answer
closer
my
to each
question,
other.
dude. What's eventually going to happen?
Yeah, but you're assuming they're getting closer. They're not.
Wait, why can't you answer my question, bro? What's eventually going to happen?
Well, okay, if they're getting closer all the time, you can still have a smaller and smaller distance, just like you can have infinite of halfway points between a meter, right?
It's called a
What's
vanishing
eventually
point
going
and
to
a
happen?
resolution limit.
What's
In a
eventually going to
microscope
happen?
or a telescope, there's a resolving
Nothing.
power. The
If you
distance that you
half the
can resolve two
distance,
objects. In the
if you half
distance,
the
the objects
distance
will
every
appear
time,
to. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I would
I'm
just
just
love for
saying,
this
if you
guy to
half the
actually answer the
distance,
question. Can we not build this guy? Hey, man. If I built two railroad tracks, but instead of being parallel, they were actually tipped in towards each other, and then I build the world's longest railroad track, what's eventually going to happen?
oh, yeah, they're going to form a cross.
Thank you. Right. They're going to intersect. So now we don't see that when we look at the railroad tracks because it's just an illusion. It's just an
Yes.
optical effect. So what we have now definitively and objectively established is that we do not see the world in plane geometry.
That's true.
Well, if it's a curved, now we can imagine not just a straight line, right? I mean, you're appealing to perspective in a way that it never crosses because you expect the distance to get. This is what you would expect in that geometry, though.
And what geometry?
Like you could do it in planar. I mean, when you say visually curved lines, I mean, this is what we started on, right?
I didn't say
You
that.
understand that the ice.
I never said that.
Well, I mean, you said it was kind of like that, right? Like a visually
No.
curved space.
Okay. Yeah.
You did.
Yeah. Curved visual space. Yeah.
So, what do you mean by a visual space? Like, is that a particular medium?
Yeah.
Just like
The
fisheye
space,
lens,
the space in which we see things.
like a fisheye lens. Do you know how that affects how things appear? I think that's what he's arguing. But y'all also say the photons curve in the atmosphere.
I mean, you said
It's almost similar. It's
photons
almost
were
similar to that.
bullshit. I mean, you believe in like
First of all, she
electromagnetic
said
radiation and stuff, right?
they say. She said they say. Why are you desperately deflecting to light? One of the most profound conversations known to man.
I'd have,
I
You're
just
opening
remembered you
not her. I mean,
talking about
you're
photons.
opening up a can that's like a 3 hour conversation. It's like well known that's like the most perplexing, profound topic known to man. I have my take on it, but that's not what we're talking. Can we get to the conclusion here? Here, I'll just wrap this up with my conclusion. Okay, so we established how your model was created, and it makes the assumption that we see in perfectly straight lines, plain geometry. When we actually look out at the world, that isn't the case. I used a very simple example of railroad tracks. People always bumble around. They try to claim that they wouldn't intersect, and they try to say, "Oh, but here's an equation for it." Yeah, we actually have to transfer. We can't use plane geometry. We actually have to fix it to try to make perspective work because we don't see in plane geometry. But we don't even have to do that. We can just look at like modern times robotics. Like the visual optics of modern robotics is so sensitive that it has to be super accurate. And they used the assumption of plane geometry and they started being wrong. Their depth perception was off. Their rendering of distances was off. So they actually had to start to correct it. And what did they do to correct it? They used curved visual space. And when they started to make corrections of curved visual space with the robotics, they started becoming more accurate. So actually the assumption that we see in straight lines literally cost the company millions of dollars in robotics and they had to fix it. And there are tons of papers about this over the years. It's been like this kind of elephant in the room topic. And it's not like sexy. Who wants to write their thesis on visual space? Who wants to talk about that? When people, perspective largely, it's like, well, there's only a few scenarios that you even need to use it. It's like art class and something like robotics or like really sophisticated military technology for target acquirement or something, right? It's not something that's like, it's not like a popular subject in college. Okay, so it's kind of flown under the radar because there's not an easy fix to it. Because if we're going to switch over to curved visual space, it's going to throw a wrench in everything. It has major implications. How we map the sky out is the one we're talking about. Okay, it's going to change how we map the sky. If we're claiming that, if we're using mathematical models that assume the stars are at infinite distances, which is what we do, and now we're going to claim that we're going to adhere to the fact that we see in curved visual space, we're going to have to change a lot of stuff. Right. And that's just not anything anyone's ever going to do in the mainstream, but that's not our problem here because we don't care about that. So do you see the issue though? So like now if we wrap it up, right, like the way this whole conversation started was someone talking about the sun and the 24-hour sun and then curved visual space, blah, blah, blah. And I told you, well, if the earth is a globe, then it would have to just be a pretty major coincidence that if I take a little dome and I move a light source over it, as the light source gets closer, it comes up like a sunrise. Even though the light source stays at the same height over top of me, it looks like it's arcing up and then it gets overhead and then it arcs down and then it disappears bottom up just like a sunset. So that would be a huge coincidence. And like if I was a glober, I would have to say, yeah, whatever, dude, it's a coincidence. So the fact that globers don't do that, that they have to fight everything, is super gay to me. Like at this point, when I'm coming back this time, I'm not really gonna do that anymore. I'm not gonna like have these like bad faith. Either just say, yeah, that would have to be a coincidence. Okay, that's weird. I've never seen it. Show me, but yeah, that would be a coincidence. Don't argue with me for an hour about the fact that that's just the case. It's just stupid.
I guess I would wrap it up by saying, I guess you could model the same thing from different perspective using domes, but we would also add the fact on that the energy output that we measure from the sun is the exact same. We would expect the fission of a mass that size to do over total area, and that would also explain the distance to all the other stars and explain most of the phenomena on the different celestial pole rotations of the sky, and it just pretty much just fits the overall model
Okay, I
and
think
ties into the rest of physics.
I will take that as a decently intellectually honest comment. So you did slip in the concession of the dome optics. I'll take it. I would obviously disagree with your claim about the energy output of the sun perfectly matching. Like, no, we built the model of the sun around it. If you actually look at whenever they try to verify the distance to the sun in modern times, they try to shoot radar radio waves to the sun. Right, like some Globers, like because they listened to Mattoon, which is their first mistake, and he lists this as one of his first evidences of that verify the distance to the sun. What he doesn't tell you is that it was attempted in the '60s like 5 times, and it never worked, and that's why it's never been done since then. But they
Isn't
claim
the
they were able
sun
to
a
shoot
black body?
I think they use
exactly.
triangulation with other planets, though, right? That's the main thing.
That's one of the claims, but they claim that in theory you should be able to shoot radio waves. But like he said, it's claimed to be a black body, which then they say
Yeah.
is just theoretical. But and black bodies absorb all light. You can't bounce radio waves off of a black body, but they claim that they did. And then what happened was it didn't work. It didn't match the predictions. It didn't match the distances. The signals were so, and I say it didn't work as if they actually bounced something off of it. That's not what happened. They just had such erratic signatures of EMF that they couldn't even isolate what they thought they sent out there. And then they made a bunch of calculative assumptions and corrections and then tried to say, well, we think if we pretend that this one is the one that we sent, it's relatively close and there's some stuff we still got to figure out. And then people like McToon
No, but this is,
put that as a proof on his website.
but that's not possible, though. No, you can't take that seriously. Like, you can't bounce something off of the sun, right? I don't think that's.
I mean, that's what a lot of people believe that they did. So. Well, yeah.
That
So
sounds pretty
I don't
dumb
know.
to me.
And
But
dude, have you seen this though? This is like, I mean, we're on different ends of the spectrum, right? Like it's always been like this. Someone that's like really in defense of the globe mode, it's just different. Like the way I view it is, I'm in a much more free position. I don't even care. Like people thought I was going to come back super defeated from Antarctica. I couldn't care less, dude. I thought it was cool. I was just tired. I don't care. I don't care about the A model. I don't care about stuff like that. I don't have like a devotion to like this religious devotion to some like rigid dogma of a model. I think that's super gay, and that's what I broke out of. But I will just tell you. So we're able to kind of look at stuff I think with less bias. A lot of flat earthers do have lots of bias, and they do reify the model, whatever. But a lot of us don't. And so, like, here's an example of where a Glober will just fight against this, desperately looking for excuses. But when there's high altitude footage and you can see the sun, and the sun creates a local hotspot underneath it. So how does that work? If it's not a local light source, how can I send a balloon up 120,000 feet, see the sun, and then all around the outside of the picture, it's darker. As you get to the sun, it's brighter, and there's a concentrated little localized hotspot underneath the sun on the clouds.
But the next person from his perspective will also see that hot spot in a different place. It's not there. Whoop-de-doo.
what do you mean by hot spot? I mean, it pretty much lights up. I mean, the more you stand under it, the more light, right?
No. When you send a high altitude balloon up, you can look at the sun, and directly underneath the sun, there's a little circle hot spot. There's like a circular light. It's called a hot spot. It's like if you shine a light, you take a marble. Yeah.
Can I quote
Sounds
you
like
when
Dan's
you came
trying
back?
to say that's
Can I
relative. Like
Austin,
it's
can I
relative
quote
to the
you?
observer.
When you said a couple of months ago, I never said it was a place. I never said it was a thing.
Okay.
Are you saying it's relative to the observer, Dan? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just trying to get Austin's perspective. I was still waiting for the skip test and what we should do with the bullshitters and what we should do with flat Earth, what direction we could or might want to take
All right.
it.
Well, let's say
you
get doxxed and receive 45 death threats, and then have 7 bank accounts hacked, and then be kicked off of 2 banks. Let's say you go through that, and then come back to hear people on Discord talking about why haven't you done all the stuff I think that you should do for me for free. Then you're a Mason, by the way.
You don't think I've been through all that? You don't think that's been documented since 2019? I've been through the same bullshit. Were you any help when it was happening to me? Were you any help when it was happening to me? Were you any help when it was happening to me?
No, Dan, you've never been kicked out of a bank for calling out Jewish supremacy. You've never been kicked out of banking institutions. That's
right,
not
because
true.
I would never publicly say the shit you say.
Oh, I don't know what you would
aside
or
from
wouldn't do.
attacking racism,
That's
aside from
crazy,
me
bro.
He'd never say
defending
facts.
Judaism,
He'd never say
I
facts.
just want to know if you really said or feel it's. I never said it was a place. I never said it was a thing, because that's how I quote you now.
Nobody cares what you think, Dan. You're fucking.
Oh, that's funny.
liar.
But you chiming
Everybody
in
knows it. Just be
defeats
quiet.
that statement.
No, just
See,
shut up,
you
dude. Put yourself
chiming
on
in
mute.
defeats that statement.
Hey guys, real quick. Just hold on. I just muted you guys to keep the combo. I'll unmute you in 1 second. Andy, you're kind of just creating drama, more drama than is needed. Witsit, do you want to answer that? Because Dan did just ask you that. Like, because you were saying the hotspot under, and I think he's trying to say that implies that the sun is in a place, and then he's maybe thinking you had said something. Do you want to respond to that?
I don't know. Is that what you're talking about, Dan? I never said it's a place or a thing in reference to the sun.
No, it was in reference to the earth. But thank you, Gio, for saving me. That was nice of you.
Dude, Dan,
Yeah,
you
that was
just showed your cards that you had a super bad faith intention, and then it all came out at the end, and you have some big gripe that I didn't do the skip test yet, and I didn't do all the stuff that you expected me to do, and you were
It
waiting on me to
wasn't
do.
a big gripe. It was, I asked you what we could do together going forward. See, you just twisted that like a fucking dick. Now, don't say anything about being gay or Jewish. You twisted that right now. I absolutely recorded just within 2 minutes ago, asked you what we could do together going forward. Ha ha.
I know that.
Ha ha. Ha ha.
No, you're proving my point, which is that you came in here pretending to want to be all buddy, and then at the end of that right
No,
there,
asking
notice
what
how
we
I
can
didn't. Notice how I'm
do
not
going
screaming
forward.
or
Hold up,
interrupting
dude.
you.
Just don't interrupt.
I
Just hold
absolutely
on,
an
dude.
hour ago
Hart,
said
chill,
everything
bro.
between
Hart,
us in the
chill.
past, right? I said let's not hold anything. The fact that you pulled anything or that you pulled a Jew thing or any of that. Nobody's even going there. I said let's assume we have no differences. And now a minute ago I said let's go forward, and you twisted it. So your ability to be twisted makes you just as full of shit as the rest of
All
them,
right, this
and
is
that's a
it.
bummer. I'm
Okay,
bummed.
notice how I'm not.
Dan,
All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. I think Dan finished his point. Out of respect, Dan, I'm going to temporarily mute you because you've interrupted Witsit 3 times in a row. I'll unmute you if he wants to go back and forth, but I am temporarily muting you so he can respond if he wants to engage. Go ahead, Witsit.
Yeah, like you're screaming at me and interrupting. So I never said anything to you about being a Jew. So please don't say that lie again. That's a lie. I never said anything to you about being a Jew. I didn't even know you were Jewish. Okay, that's a lie. I didn't even know you were gay. I guess you're gay. I didn't know that. Don't care. Okay. So anyway, the point I'm making is that you came in here and I received you in good faith, actually on the heels of being attacked by the same 3 trolls that always attack me when I come in here. Blob, Rusted Soul, which she was actually being somewhat cool today, and QOP or whatever, right? Bringing up the Antarctica thing, no matter what we're talking about. It was really just mainly QOP. Okay. That started that conversation. Right? Then you came in and you were like, hey, man, despite all of our beefs, let's pretend we don't have beef for a second. I was cool with you. I didn't say, but right here at the end of this, you jumped in and you very clearly started going down this talking point that you've done with me many times, as if you have a gripe with me because I didn't hold the whole community in check. I didn't do all the things that I was supposed to do, that I came back and did something wrong with the trip. And what I said to you, and you're talking about when we come back, you were expecting me to do all these things. I didn't do them. My response to you was like, okay, well, let's see you be doxxed, receive lots of death threats. My point here is that's what happened to me after the trip. The reason that I stepped away was tons of stuff happened to me, including being kicked out of 2 banks and having 7 accounts hacked, 2 debit cards in 1 day. My point is that I was stepping away. Whatever happened with that trip, whether it was flat earthers that did it, it was other people that did it, I don't know. My whole life got attacked and crumbled. So yes, I didn't prioritize, oh man, there are people in Discord who have a list of questions that they feel I need to answer. That was my response. It wasn't even a personal attack. So like, yeah, that's my response to you, bro. It's like, okay, I stepped away. I stepped away because, honestly, I feel like I took tons of sacrifices to go on that trip. It cost me a lot of money that I didn't have. It cost me tons of money after that. And then all I did was all that happened, everyone turned on me and acted like I was some Masonic shill or something. So yeah, I stepped away. I didn't prioritize the skip test, man. Okay, so that's what happened.
I didn't turn from you, bro.
All right, so hold on. We were on a bunch of other topics. Dan did bring this up. I mean, Dan, obviously I'll unmute you to respond. He needed to be uninterrupted. So I don't know if this is where the convo's going. I will unmute Dan, though. Obviously, let him say his piece since a lot was said there, and then we'll decide where we go from there. But let's just not have drama. I will do temporary little mutes. We're not shutting anyone down or censoring anyone, but if there's chaos and multiple talking, since we want to keep it good right now, clean audio, and there's a lot of people in here, and that means when anyone can open their mic, it gets wild. Go ahead, Dan. You've got the floor if you want to respond to that. I don't know if this is what we're shifting to, but Witsit obviously engaged with it. We were talking about like the sun position and stuff, but it's all right. Just go ahead, Dan. You got it.
No, I don't want to go on and on. I just want to say that I certainly talked about going forward. I certainly would like to talk about what happened with FE Core. I'd certainly like to talk about what successes we had. I'd love to talk to you about the mathematical equation that may account for that. But of course, we're going to talk and sit about speculation about vaping or stuff, whatever. I just want to say I'd like to talk about real stuff if you ever have time. Now, I've confronted you face to face about that when I met you. I said, how come you're not available? How come you blocked me? He said, well, I didn't block you. He said, well, you showed me on your DM, here you are. I go, but you don't respond. So I was sorry what happened with Nathan. I was sorry about the client tour. I was sorry that you were in shock back then. So don't talk about TFE as being the problem. You were in shock back then. You went out as a lone nut. I've been trying to work with you or anyone else since. And for you to twist it today isn't fair. It isn't okay. And you're not going to get away with it. Okay? You're being called out. Don't twist shit. When I clearly said, what can we do together?
Good. All right, man. Sounds good. You didn't call me out for anything. Every time you come in here, you have like a big story about some personal gripe I have with you. And from my perspective, I don't even ever know what you're talking about. So it's like, that's actually my.
I'm done. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate
it. All right. Sounds good, man. So what happened was earlier we were talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination, which I did find to be a fascinating conversation because that was going to be my comeback stream. All right. So we're talking about that. And what happens is people found out that I'm in here. Like I'm going to have to use some voice changer and some like other account or something.
No, Austin, it's good to hear you back, dude. I'm glad you're all right. I actually wanted to get Big Tech's a take on that too, because I'm sure he's interested. I like his commentary as well. If you're at your mic, Big Tech, anyway.
Well, I'm still here. My take on what? On the
Charlie Kirk situation.
Yeah, can we go back to the non-Euclidean thing after that?
Yeah,
I'll give my Charlie Kirk take.
No. I mean, we can come back around. It's up to you. But I'd like to get your take at some point.
Yeah, sure. Well, look, I love all the theories. I've looked at them all. I find them fascinating. I think they're fun. I'm typically sort of an auto hoaxer. I assume that there's a possibility of a cover up and an alternative narrative, especially when there's a large sort of like world shifting event. I assume the possibility of a false flag or setup or a covert operation or whatever. So I've looked at all the possible angles. I've maybe just like the rest of you guys, I'm just letting you know I've seen probably all you guys have seen, right? I've done streams about it and I find it all fascinating and I like it. Yet, what to me, what's kind of clogging me up from being able to buy into those as much as I would like to is there's one frame that's from Charlie Kirk's right side. You're probably familiar with the camera angle. It's like a handheld video to the right and behind him. And it was brought to my attention that you can see it appears in the first couple frames post impact, right? So he's going from sitting there, he's chilling, and then immediately when you can see that something's happening, there's an impact seeming to happen on the video. What you can see in the first frames, it seems like the back of Charlie's body. Like, so at the top of his, I guess it would be his thoracic spine below the cervical, like where the back and the neck meet, right? That lump at the top of your back below your neck, right in that area right there. If you examine those first couple frames of that video from that angle, you can see it seems that Charlie's back it's like a balloon instantly expands in his back. He becomes Quasimodo for a couple frames. So he develops this giant hump in his back and his shirt stretches out. And it's like a car's airbag went off instantly, it's just like boom. And when that was brought to my attention after I was being very skeptical of the narrative of the rooftop shooter with the 30-06 and all this stuff, I was thinking the whole time, there's no way Charlie's neck caught a high-powered supersonic round out of a hunting rifle like that. I thought, of course, his neck meat wouldn't stop that. It would pass straight through his neck. And since there's no blood spatter out the backside, there seems to be no, exit wound. It's really hard for me to believe that a high-powered supersonic rifle wouldn't penetrate his neck flesh. And then, they come out with this tweet of like, he's the man of steel and he caught the bullet with the spine. That even sounded very sus to me. Like, what's with all of this language? If he's like a hero who saved everyone with his steel skeleton or something, I'm like, what are they trying to pull here? But then it's brought to my attention, if you can see in that first couple frames, it actually looks exactly like I would expect it to look if he did, in fact, receive a bullet through the neck that lodged into the upper part of his spine, like at the top of his back, bottom of the neck, right there where it comes together. If that did take place, like they're saying, it would look just like that, actually. And so when I saw that, and so the story now does line up, so it seems like some sort of miracle. I mean, I don't know you can call it a miracle or whatever, but it's the way that the shot went down, it seems like it went through his artery right there in his neck, resulting in the gushing blood. And then if it was caught by his spine, you would see something just like what we see in the video. And that really sort of like made me turn around on being willing to go along with so many, palm pistols and above him to the right on the other roof and multiple shooters and tunnels. And there's a million things. Yeah, I've seen them all and I like them. But then when I saw that one, and if you want, I could share that. I have like a clip of those couple frames that I'm referencing if you guys want to take a look at it. But when I saw those, it made me more willing to accept the main narrative of at least where the bullet came from and maybe even what kind of bullet it was. Like, so the idea that it was a 30-06 from that roof, I'm pretty open to believing that now that I saw that point. I don't know who fired it. I don't know if it was that kid they're pinning it on. Who knows?
Where the blood supposedly came from.
Oh wait, wasn't the official claim not that it got lodged in his spine though? Like, didn't they come out and say that it was like right underneath where it went in? And then they came out and corrected it and said, "Oh well, it ricocheted down and then ricocheted back up and stopped like close to where it entered." That's what I thought.
And they said that they pulled it out of they pulled it out of the skin.
Yeah, so when we say they, what we have, I think what you're referring to, right, is Charlie's producer. So this is a media person who put out a tweet, and I don't trust that guy, right? I'm not going off of that guy's word, and I don't trust any individual personally. But so what I'm receiving from, the amalgamated tale, right, is that the bullet came from that way. It went in through his neck here, and it stopped inside of his body, which I could even just deduce, like, all right, if it was coming at that trajectory, where it would have hit is the top of his spine. That seems really possible. And then what I see in the video is that part of his spine ballooning out.
Oh, I get it. So that'd just be,
I'm not
then it
taking
would be
that
weird
guy's
that
word
they,
for it. Yeah, I
it'd be
think
weird
that guy
that they're
probably
giving like a weird take then. All right.
Yeah, that
Why
guy's
would they
telling me that he talked to the doctor and the doctor told him that it was under the skin. I don't care what that guy says. That guy's just telling, he's saying what he thinks looks good in a tweet.
Because the feds originally said that they're still looking for the bullet. Then it turned into they found the bullet. He's the man of steel. And then people pushed back on it, and it turned into, well, it ricocheted and went back up to where it was entered. And I don't really know, right? Because
I heard tale that there wasn't even an autopsy, that he was pronounced dead.
Well, that's the other problem. That's the other problem, because the Utah state law is that there has to be an autopsy anytime there's a homicide investigation.
We can't autopsy someone who isn't dead, can you? Well, not very easily.
So that's what they're saying is like the reason there's no autopsy is because it was fake. I don't really know, but has everyone seen the most recent?
I think my understanding of that is that when they find a dead body, an autopsy has to be done. But since they brought him to the hospital, when they received him, I mean, even the guys who put him in the car, he was alive with them, and then they brought him to the hospital. So it's not when you discover a dead body, you have to do an autopsy. That's what I heard.
No, I think the law is anytime there's a homicide investigation.
I want to say something after you, man.
Yeah, can I go after you, Dice Flow?
Yeah, of course, man. I was just gonna say real quick, if that bullet hit Charlie from the front, like they claim, he would have did a backflip, dude. He wouldn't have fell forward. He would have did a fucking backflip. Anyhow, go ahead, man.
Well, okay, if Beast is next, but what I want to say just to Big Tech, you said at one point like an airbag, like the way the shirt puffed up in the back. You know there's something called a pneumatic squib. Are you familiar with pneumatic squibs? Which deploy with a detonator and an air, and it's like an air system, and there can be a blood pack that can be connected to that as well. Now I know that the idea that it's completely staged like that the whole thing was like completely faked in that way, there's a lot of implications that brings in. But the way the shirt puffs up and all that, anyways, I just wanted to comment on that
It looks
briefly.
like he got uppercut.
Can I say
And
my
pretty
piece,
mu-
please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let Beast go.
Yeah, I think I asked next. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have a huge archive of all the different Kirk videos that popped up on that day, and I have them all saved. If you guys want them when I get home, I'll share them with you. On top of that, you have to also, take into consideration that 3 out of the 5 angles that we get of his shooting is there's been a lot of weird fakery inside of it. Specifically, like the blood pouring out of his neck and it's hitting his white shirt and it's not actually staining the white shirt. The ring going up to from or down from his ring finger down to his pinky. Then you got the F on the freedom part where it disappears for a frame. People say that that's just the shirt folding in. Sure, whatever. But then you got the angle from the right side of him where the guys are running towards him around this like little box thing, and the guy puts up a chair, and the chair falls right through the table. Like it literally just goes right through, like as if it wasn't there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, can I
and then you got
give
the
a comment on that one?
sure, but just real quick, I'm almost done. But you can go next, yeah. Then you got to take into consideration that you guys already said, right? There's no autopsy report, and the fact that it's a crime scene, and they started to pack up all the stuff right after that happened. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like it's supposed to be a
Yeah.
crime scene.
And
But
they
anyway, go ahead.
concreting over
15 minutes,
the whole grass
especially
patch
after
now.
15 minutes after the incident, there were supposedly FBI units in the ground there.
All right, let's let Big Tech respond.
Yeah, I saw that AI video, and I agree with you. I think that frame is AI generated, but a good explanation for that I heard, and I can't, but what could explain that in sort of a common sense way is that what you have there is they weren't filming in slow-mo, they're filming in the normal speed rate, and whatever that camera was, it could have been a low-end smartphone. Some of them are filming at like 24 FPS or something like that. When you try to slow that video down, you sort of have a choppy footage, right? When you try to go frame by frame, it's a little choppy, and anybody could do these AI interpolation slow-mos, right? So what they'll do is they'll take something with 10 frames and turn it into 20 frames, and basically the AI is guessing what would go in between each frame in order to create the illusion of slow motion. So what would have taken place there is that in the first and last real frames, the chair moves from one place to another, and then the AI is guessing where it would have been in the middle. And that's what they've done in that one clip that we're all looking at. They did an AI slow motion interpolation. So what we're seeing is an AI generated frame, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the original video would have been AI or that it was a fake, hoaxed video. It's just we're seeing an AI generated frame in order to create the slow motion effect so that we can look at it in slow mo.
You can see it in normal motion though too, and then also different angles. You see the chair acting the same way. So.
But besides that, right, you got to also take into consideration that he claims to be a man, that believes in Christ, right? He has faith in Christ. He's very serious about it. For the fact that he would fake his own death is totally antithetical to his belief. You know what I mean? That's the one thing it's hard to chew on. So Yeah, but people can fake being a Christian, right? Like, so I will say that, like, what Gio brought up is like, so the two things, like the most recent theory I heard, which is that the actual lapel or something within his shirt hooked to it, so maybe the lapel itself actually shot around, and that we did actually see the exit, is actually pretty interesting for me. And then this idea that that like it's a known device that fakes blood, it actually explodes out just like that, which would create the entire impact, right? Like it would make it look like there was an impact. It would actually be pretty overwhelming. I will say the part of me that's crazy about if it's totally faked is how well he acted. I mean, he actually just like went limp basically, and then like laid over, faking with the whole impact. I mean, it would be pretty crazy if he faked that, and that's why I looked into the like, oh, the hologram I did, and that thing that the dude immediately took down in the middle was a hologram projection. But it's like, well, that doesn't really make a ton of sense. He came out and actually tossed the hats to everyone, right? And then if he sat down and was being holographically projected, he had to get back in that trap door without anyone seeing him. And then we have footage that he didn't do that. So I don't know. That's my take. My take right now is at the top of the list is that there was a round that came from his right and it entered in the back behind his ear, exited out the front right there, and he actually got assassinated. And that has all the implications of, well, obviously the feds are working with like say Mossad covering up Erica Kirk is a honeypot, all that. This was all kind of set up and staged. And then two is that it was just all fake, and they put that thing that Gio's talking about that basically explodes like almost like an airbag, and then it creates that impact, and then the fake blood comes out, or the lapel shot him. So I don't know, anything but the 30-06 from the roof straight up.
So
I'll go after you.
Pure Rigor sent me the video that he downloaded, and what Gio told was that one of the things Gio said was one of the frames in those videos, it looks like if it was CGI, doesn't move much. It looks like it's just on there as well. I sent you the video with it, by the way. And if you look at that, he looks like, first of all, he braces before the shot, and there's like the skin where the blood comes out looks kind of like a little like a white sack or something in there. Like it looks lighter than his regular skin. Just if you want to go.
I could accept that he did die, and the footage was also fake and put out like to basically psychologically traumatize people, because it was like uncensored all around, Twitter and everything, like just free flowing all across the world. Like they would have censored that. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
Yeah, the one where the girl got stabbed on the train, that was like heavily censored. This one's like all in our face. Blood everywhere.
Yeah, bro, and it's like perfect trauma-based mind control. It's like our 9/11. And then what's happening is because the story is so sketchy, we're all watching it over and over and over, trying to figure out what happens. And so we're just reliving the traumatic event like in like slow motion.
So I've got thing I wanted to add real quick on the on the expansion of his back there. Your point is, well taken that it could have been some sort of squib, a little airbag or something. But the problem, I think, is that we don't see his shirt like come away from his back. It doesn't it's not like his shirt flies off. The whole back of his neck, even all the way up to his ear and the bottom of his head. You can see that the part like his body, what we maybe call his corpse after he's dead. I mean, but his carcass is. His whole neck is expanding. So there would have had to been an inflation device inside his body. You can see a deformation on the back of his head from his ear down to his shoulders. His whole back side of his body expands tight against his shirt. So it's like there's a balloon inflating inside him.
Are you able to
what would happen if the high-powered round came in there with all the pressurized airwave basically creating like decapitation inside?
Unless he has something on himself that pretty much blew up and gave him a high impact, and he was bracing for it. So in other words, some kind of shock.
No, the point is like it's clearly not on him; it's in him. Something inside of him is expanding. That's what it looks like.
So again, what video? You could have been wearing a thing. Hold on, real quick, guys, real quick. You could have had a thing over your neck, and then something in between your neck to make it expand like that. I mean, that's easy.
Wait, how would something over your neck make the inside of your neck expand?
You have a little thing. You have a little thing over your neck, right? And then you have something in between your actual neck and the fake skin, and then you have it expand.
Oh, yeah. So he had like a fake back neck.
Yeah, so I uploaded the video. What's it?
I never thought of that.
You ever see those masks people could put?
Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy. You're lagging as usual, but go ahead.
You ever see those masks people put on? Like that might not even have been him, dude. You could buy a mask on Amazon to make you look like that. Anyone.
That's true.
It goes down
I
to
mean,
the
for
neck.
that matter, I mean, the whole event could have been fake. Like maybe they didn't even do a TVUSA event.
Regardless of
Wait,
who was there, the question is, did the dude get shot and assassinated, or was it fake? Right?
So it's another thing that I've seen, right? So check this out. So let's say he did have some kind of weird explosion, right, in his thing. Remember, he had a necklace on, right? You see part of the necklace fly off, and if you look at the frame when you start seeing the hole, it looks like there's something in it. Like there's probably part of the necklace probably went in, if it was supposed to be fake, and that happened by mistake.
But Big Tech, let me ask you a question. You sound like you're on fence. I haven't actually watched this, and I'm not going to watch it either. But I did see on Mind Unveiled's channel last night this quite, I don't know, there's a lot of coincidences with this old 1998 movie called Snake Eyes, which is quite funny. Like Charlie Kirkson or something gets shot in the neck, and
Charlie Kirkland, yeah, he's a politician.
And then the what's it called? The the executioner Tyler something or other.
The boxer's Tyler the Executioner, and he goes down in the fight, and the fight actually happened on September 10th. And then the story is basically, or the cover of the movie, it says, "Believe everything except your eyes." In the movie, they quote Snake Eyes. They actually talk about Erica as like the storm, right? The hurricane in the movie. There's a lot of stuff in it, dude. Yeah, I think the September 10th thing supposedly is not correct, by the way. Supposedly the date's actually the 19th, and that people just repeated that. I haven't fact checked that, but that's what we were told.
No, we watched the movie. I have the screenshot of it. It says September 10th.
Can you drop it? Can you drop it? Because she was swearing it wasn't.
Yeah, it's not. It's 19, but it does say 10 p.m. It says 10 p.m. on there, which kind of throws your brain a little bit.
I've the
because you're looking for a 10, and it says 10 p.m., but it's actually it's 19th or something like that. So, but anyway, I just wondered to. So you up?
They're saying they watched the movie. Just drop the picture. I don't know. We can look at it. But this is the other thing. There's also the Illuminati card that says "Enough is enough." That looks like Trump is screaming. And then the last upload on Charlie Kirk's YouTube Shorts, it was titled "Enough is enough," and it has Trump talking, giving a speech. And then that card's description says, "Our snipers can drop you anywhere at any time."
That card is, you know what? I kind of looked into that card, and that card is not Trump.
That's just irrelevant. It doesn't even matter. I mean, like whether or not you think it looks like Trump doesn't even matter.
Look at these two pictures I posted. Witsit, look at the two pictures I posted. You can see it's like the necklace. Hold on, biassicles. It's you can see that like it looks like the necklace probably was the thing that got inside his neck.
You posting this in the debate chat bot? Where'd you put that?
Live stream.
Oh, my bad.
You're saying it looks like the necklace is what?
It's what got into his throat. The necklace still be, if you can see behind the neck, but behind his head, the necklace up there, but you can see like the necklace on, like right under inside, like on the hole or something.
Okay. Yeah, I was pretty convinced that the necklace did get shot back. I don't know though. I saw another one that looked like there was some like almost blood splatter that came out from the back rights that almost looked like it could be an earpiece that flew off, and then we saw that he wasn't wearing an earpiece, and that would kind of support the entry wound being behind his right ear. I mean, if this is all
you can also see the necklace
dude,
here on behind his head.
Good job, dude. They did a pretty good damn job.
You can also see the necklace on there behind the like close to the M that it curls down the M behind him.
There's another thing though that Trump says where he's like he was a master builder of people.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, the guy said it doesn't look like Trump. I've seen while Trump's getting angry, I've actually seen it overlaid with the card, and it almost matches perfect, dude. So I mean, to each their own. To me, this looks like Trump screaming, but it may not. I mean, whatever. To each their own.
He said it's the guy from The Network. That movie,
It's
The Network.
a guy from. Yeah, he screams, "I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore." It's kind of a famous meme. That's what it was.
Okay.
Peter, can you put the Trump video in the chat? That would be cool.
Can we all agree that just the fact that video is called "Enough is Enough" is weird? Like that's weird, right? The last short uploaded on his YouTube was "Enough is enough," and that card says the sniper's going to drop you. I mean, combined with the Snake Eyes thing, combined with Erica Kirk coming out like it's WWE, and then doing some weird pose and fireworks going off behind her, and then holding up the freaking horn randomly, and then Trump smiling like he's about to smash her or something. Like, I don't know, it's just all very weird.
Don't forget his hand. That's.
Hold on,
She holds
his
the
last
necklace out
short.
of the card and then throws up the three
Wow.
sixes.
Yeah, the coincidence.
I didn't know that the short was actually said enough is enough. That's crazy.
Yeah, literally is titled "Enough is enough," bro. It's crazy.
Oh, and the mannequin hand. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, the fact his hand looks super fake. The fact that it's Utah state law that you have to do a freaking autopsy with the homicide investigation, and then they don't say anything about the autopsy. They quickly embalm him and then quickly show us this weird video. And then she's giving her speech, which is clearly scripted. She's pretending to dry her tears, but there are no tears. You know, then she does this
I got
creepy little
a
whisper
question about.
thing.
I got a question about protocol. So they just rushed the body out, or whatever the supposed situation is. Is that a normal situation for security to do? Someone gets injured like that, just to rush them out?
Yeah, I think
if he's bleeding out, I definitely want to rush him to the hospital. If you wait for the ambulance, definitely dead.
They're gonna do, yeah. What they should have done was immediately put pressure on his neck, even if it was with their hands, and then tried to get some type of cloth, tightly pressed it on his neck, and then carried him to the hospital as fast as possible, for sure.
But it took him to the furthest hospital ever instead of the
Yeah, they
ones
skipped
that
like
a
3 or
minute
4
away.
hospitals. Yeah.
By the way, if you look at Erica Kirk's last post, it's I think it's Psalms 461 or something like that. It's either Psalms or either way. If you look at her last post and you go to 461 in the Q post, it says what makes a good movie? Great actors. And then that's like the last thing she posted on her Twitter.
What?
Yeah, dude. Check that out.
What?
And
Wait,
by the
what
way,
did she
my
post in
opinion
the
is
song?
she's a terrible actor.
She's the only bad actor.
Yeah, because if Charlie fakes his death, he did phenomenal, bro. Like he aced that. That's why I was like the hologram thing. Because I don't know if you guys have seen it. Like 8 years ago, they're showing technology where like a band is performing on a stage that looks like they're really there. They're live time interacting with the audience, but they're actually just in another location, actually doing the interaction. Just live time. It shows them on the stage. It looks like they're really there. And I mean, a lot of the equipment that does the holograms look exactly like what was hanging up in the middle behind them. So I know that sounds crazy, but I don't know, man. It did look like his ring kind of jumped around and stuff.
But what about that box? The one with that also looks like you're there. Exactly. It's like, I mean, they did have a tent, so there's a box that you look like you're actually there in person, and they could use that for actually getting out of there. And while you saw him sitting down. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's an episode?
Let me see if I find it
in the chat.
One thing about the hologram theory idea is that the security guard, the one that's off to his right in the black shirt, who grabs him, like he almost pushes him off the chair right after the event happens, after he gets hit or allegedly hit. That guy goes up and like taps his shoulder, 5, 6, 7 minutes before the actual thing happens. Like there's some footage of because there was a first guy that asked questions, then the one when it happened was like the second guy, and during the 10, 15 minutes before the whole event, that security guard goes up and taps him on the shoulder. So in terms of the hologram thing, yeah.
Okay.
Kind of touches him. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, this does look like it could be a number other than 0. I don't see a 9 at all. It's either a 0 or an 8. Is this the best resolution we can get, though? I'm guessing that you had to pause it or something. It's pretty bad resolution. I guess this is from 98. Yeah. By the way, this is when Charlie Kirk would have been, 4 or 5 when this came out. So this was he was born into it. They knew his name, made the movie. They groomed him the whole way up for sure, right? Because he would have been 5 years old or something.
Yep. By the way, I tagged you in the post. She posted that at like 10 a.m. So like 2 hours before the shooting.
Oh, she didn't post the actor thing. She posted the
Psalms 46:1. But that was her last post for a long time. Like that was on her page for a while. She just now recently started a post again after that.
Yeah, and she's clearly, I mean, by the way, with this whole like she's the typical trad wife, it's so stupid because they have an interview where they're talking about how she's been going on this big spill about you can't have a career and be a mom and properly raise your kids. And women have been deceived into thinking that that's oppression, and you can have a career after your kids and all this. And then Charlie dies, and the first thing she does is take over like a $500 million organization, one of the biggest orgs in the entire nation. Like what? It makes no sense. So like if Charlie really died, it's like super disrespectful in a way like that. He wouldn't tell her to do that. He would say, "Comfort my kids and raise them and be with them right now." So
And
it's
isn't
all
the
very
whole
weird.
organization geared towards young men? And you got a woman running it?
Yeah. And now they're obviously they now have gotten more donations than ever because it's a nonprofit, right? They're like going to be more influential than ever. They're going to have memorials, any future event, whoever steps in, they're going to pack it out. You know, I mean, they clearly got what they wanted, right? They got everyone's attention, put our differences aside. They're all focusing on it. Trauma-based mind control. You kind of go into a fight or flight type of mindset where you're just like super malleable. I mean, you guys know all this, but and what did they do? They voted the same day to not release the files, and now they're talking about releasing them again. I guess they only need one more vote, and apparently the White House is like trying to convince them not to pass to release the files, but I don't know. So if he was really killed, I mean, there's plenty of things to lay out. I guess you guys get my take. I've kind of said it a few times. Like my take here is that is like the official story is so overtly retarded that they want you to know it's not true.
Yeah, there's
And
inconsistency on both eventualities or both potentialities.
yeah, like there's
So
no way they think that we'll
obviously,
believe that.
yeah, but I want to push back on something you said. You said he did a good job. I mean, to just play dead is not really that hard. But
Well,
in
to pretend to be
wait,
impacted is hard.
yeah, but maybe it's just because of how I like physics and all of that. But the way his body reacts is not normal. Because if you actually get shot by anything, and you get, even if it's like a light round, the only impact in that particular space, the only like body response is going to be like a slight flinch perhaps, but then you just go limp. But he's holding tension the whole way down. So if it was actually like they said, like one of those big rounds, the physical impact would have been like, getting hit by a truck. That would have been what his body would have done. But then he would have just gone limp. Would have been instantly
If it hits
dead.
your spine, your spine, you tense up though. Technically,
I
he'd have a
still think
hard
he
on too.
actually. I think
but
he actually died.
He tensed up before he would have got to his spine, and that's assuming that it even got to his spine, because all we see is the supposed jugular shot.
I don't think we have enough frames of information to be making that conclusion. But okay,
they just dropped dead in the chair. But anyway, I mean, I can't prove it. I just don't see that as a very good acting if it was that way.
Can we talk about the fact that he could have literally been the sacrificial lamb? Like, and he actually did die? Like, he could have possibly actually died, and the footage also be tampered with because they wanted to basically cause a psychological traumatic event and then have us rewatch it over and over again, just like Witsit was saying. But he could have actually died as well.
That's true, but that would require Erica Kirk to have been in on it because that woman is not mourning. Is not mourning the most like gruesome public execution, political assassination in the 21st century with two little children. And she just going on like a WWE movie star posing behind fireworks. I mean, like that is my opinion. I mean, I know that's not going to be a tasteful, popular take. Like, dude, something's going on with this chick.
Yeah,
Whether he died
I
or
don't
not.
think it's her. I don't think it's actually her.
So, regarding what was said about him not acting right and like not just going limp, if you look up decorticate posture,
Is it just me or did he cut out?
am I still there?
It's just
Did I
you.
cut out?
No,
Yeah,
you're
I think
good.
it's just you.
All right, I'm good. Yeah, decorticate posturing is actually the medical term for what you see with the arms coming up and the wrists bending and like sort of like the contracting of the limbs. And the name decorticate posturing is referencing to what a body does when it receives a spinal injury of that type. Like typically, like what he did, if he was acting, he perfectly mimicked what happens with a massive spinal injury. It's called decorticate posturing. That's when your spinal cord gets severed, your limbs go like that. Like his arms kind of jump up and then he falls over to the side and you tense. That's what happens when there's a spinal column damage. So he acted in a way that lines up with having his spine, you know.
Is it just the arms, or is it like the whole, like your whole face and everything?
Well, the face looks kind of AI to me, but I definitely agree with what was just said. But the thing for me is about
Yeah, I have
the
no
calorie.
problem with getting corrected. I'm just curious about the details, but I'll look it up.
The thing with me is like the caliber of the bullet. If you look that up and you look up videos of that hitting targets, like for example a watermelon, after you do that, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just directs the water.
Right,
Yeah,
but we're
that could be
dealing with the thing
but
of
if
like,
you look at it, if you look at it hitting like a boar or like a deer, a lot of times what you see is like I've seen deers get shot with 30-06 and it passes straight through, hits the dirt on the other side. You see a little cloud of dust, and the deer goes off running. You know, sometimes depends on where it gets hit, right? So the deer doesn't explode like a watermelon necessarily.
that's what I'm
but
saying.
you know.
Another part of it is he moves upwards, and you'd be like, either he doesn't move because of what you just said, or he moves backwards. It's as if the chair is not doing the right job or something. There are too many inconsistencies, and the other problem is interpreting it on what basis? On the basis of the narrative of a bullet that definitely didn't hit him, or the potential of another way of him dying if it was actually a jugular shot. There's too many variables, which goes back to what Witsit is saying. They're just taking the piss.
Hey,
Yeah, I mean, but like if the deer
could I ask
keeps
Witsit
running,
again?
it goes
Go ahead.
real fast. If the deer keeps running, right, it's because the round, like you said, would go right through them because the impact is going to come from it not going right through, or at least hitting something on the way through. And they claim that it stayed in his body. So I would like, yeah, that's my issue with it. Is like, bro, at 30-06, dude, I can't even imagine that not going through him. Like it would be crazy. And if it didn't go through him, it would have had to ricochet inside of his body. I guess you're saying you think he lodged into his spine. I guess. I mean, that's why they said the whole like his bones were super strong and super dense. It would basically have to be a miracle.
Didn't they also say that it might have ricocheted off of his Kevlar vest?
No, he didn't have a vest on for sure because you can look. I don't know if they said that, but you can zoom in and like see his nipples through his shirt. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, when they're carrying him away, carrying him away to the car, his shirt is kind of pulled up, and it just looks like skin. Like there's no. I mean, it's not like 100% because maybe I guess the vest could be skin colored or something, or maybe they took the vest off of him. I guess you could say, but there wasn't a lot of time. But I'm just saying when you're carrying him away to the car, there's no visible vest when the shirt's pulled up a little bit.
Yeah, I doubt they would take the time to take it off.
Can you see in that shot, Gio, you were just talking about? Can you see blood on the shirt or no?
Yeah, there is some redness on his arm and shirt. Yeah.
Okay.
Is some red. Yeah. But you know where there's not blood though. Have you guys seen this? This is one of the weirdest things of all that I still can't. There's only one or two. There's two explanations I've heard for. But on this higher quality footage, this screenshot may not be the higher quality one. I might have. Well, I think that might be about all we have. Actually, but there's several frames. I have more of them too, but there's several frames where he's being, where he's over. So this is on the shot that was like the UVU, which actually apparently the college did not film that. There's a guy on X who said that he actually went around the crowd and asked for that footage, but I don't know the full story on it, but it's kind of a side thing. But it's that footage from kind of Kirk's upper right, and there's all these frames where he's down on the ground and they're pulling him up and there's no blood on his shirt. And there's other frames, like that one's got the table a little bit in the way, but I've got all the frames that show There's other ones too that you can see his full head, and there's just no blood. So the only explanations for it, maybe like his shirt was twisted around, or if they already had like another white shirt, and there's no freedom on his shirt either. But if they already had something around him, that's the only explanation. But it's just strange that there's like no blood when he's down on the ground on these shots.
Do you know the material of his shirt?
You reminded me of something else, Gio. So in the original, like 2 seconds or whatever, the impact, his body movement, then the blood supposedly dripping out. Now, somebody might be able to correct me because you guys might have more experience with this stuff. But from my physical experience of getting cut badly and different stuff like that, there's always a delay between the injury and the blood coming out. Now, obviously, I've never been shot, but I've had some bad injuries.
So where he got shot right there, that's the carotid artery. And so you have arteries on both sides of your neck that are one of the most high pressure areas of blood flow on your whole body. And it's because they come straight from your heart through the aorta, and it's feeding blood at pressure to your brain. That's like why you pass out if you're in high G situations, like on a roller coaster or something, or you stand up too fast. If you get that thing punctured, it's going to shoot out immediately.
Yeah, because obviously
the next
at some
heartbeat
point
is
it's
going to
going
cause
to
it to
come out. But when you know, like for instance, when you know you've cut yourself, you instantly go shit and you grab it and whatever, right? And I've cut myself on the artery line on the thumb and stuff. So I know what it's like for it to just not stop bleeding and pumping out. But the question I'm asking is, if it's completely unfounded, then go ahead. I'll still have my thoughts on it. But to me, it seems like there should be more of a delay, however minuscule, from the impact, the body resolving the force of a bullet, to then going, oh, okay, now there's a hole. I'm gonna start finding equilibrium with the pressure. It's not like as if I don't understand that, but it happens way too fast, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have some.
Literally, the very next heartbeat is gonna squirt out because you got an open hole now in the pipe.
It doesn't really.
I have some experience with.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was just going to say I have some experience with butchering sheep and cutting their throats. I would say it was accurate. The timing, it does come out right away, as far as I can remember.
So another thing is the delay of the sound of the round is way too fast. It's like a tenth of a second. It's supposed to be 0.3 of a second or something like that. And I mean, that would make sense if what they're saying is the entry is the exit. It took it that long to go through the neck or something. But this is what Piezo was saying earlier. So I know he didn't just make it up, but anyway, that's what I heard.
Another thing with that, have you seen the audio analysis? I can post it. There was this guy who did a little audio analysis, and he shows like two events, shooting events, which were around a lot of buildings, like in cities with a lot of buildings nearby. And he shows the sound wave pattern where it's like crack. And dude, the ones that he shows, it sounds so much more legitimate, dude. The one at the Charlie Kirk, it has like a kind of a squeak sound to it, and then there's like, but it's interesting how different it sounds in like the real gunshots. Although it's like similar. People that were there said it sounded like a cherry bomb kind of hit, like it just didn't sound like a normal gunshot. But even that aside, he shows the regular gunshots that on the sound wave pattern, like it's like crack, that there's one crack and then it just fades off. And if there's several gunshots, it'll be crack, crack, crack. But he shows on the Charlie Kirk audio that there's two major sounds and then two smaller sounds that follow. So there's four sounds that are way higher than the rest of the audience noise. There's the first noise, which kind of sounds like a gunshot. Then there's a second, very like almost equally loud, but a little bit less loud sound, which is more like a thud or kind of a chunk, but it also has a bit of a crack to it, but it's kind of a chunk sound. And then there's two more that come later. Now, one theory to that is that if he did have like a pneumatic squib detonator thing, that's what you're actually hearing is like the airbag thing popping off. That's the second noise. But anyways, he just pointed out how that is completely abnormal for the way gunshots show up, on sound wave patterns, that there's like two, like a first crack and then a thud sound, and then the two little sounds that come later. So it's another strange thing, kind of an anomaly of sorts that's linked to this. And I always thought that every time I've seen it, I'm like, why doesn't this just sound like one normal crack? Like it's got this kind of, and then the way his body reacts too. So to me, that could line up with a pneumatic squib kind of setup where, you're kind of hearing the actual noise they set off and then the little explosive thing that he's wearing. potentially.
So like
well,
a
I
major
think what you're going
curveball
to hear
for
on the video, if it's a supersonic round, so you're going to hear the bullet hit Charlie, and then you're going to hear the gunshot. Because the bullet's traveling faster than the speed of sound. So the second sound you hear is the gun. The first shot is actually the first sound is the impact. Because the bullet gets there before the sound wave does. Supersonic round.
So the part that's super weird for me is leading up to his death. Say this was all fake and he was an actor and all that. Leading up to his death, he started like questioning Israel. He started saying that Epstein was clearly Mossad, all this stuff, right? So we would have to say that they specifically want us to start questioning Israel, because if he's just an actor, so then there's a planned fake assassination, blah blah blah. Then like anyone that really looks into it, they're like, wait, he did make one major kind of pivot after the years of being a diehard like Israel loyalist. He all of a sudden started like being critical of them. And then it comes out that he turned down a trip to Israel and all this stuff. So it's like, if it was entirely fake, it kind of in my opinion, it requires like explaining why they would want us to suddenly like suspect that Israel had something to do with his death. And then the other thing is that they made the story so like overtly retarded that it makes me think the opposite in a way, which is like of it being fake, of it being real, which is like anybody can tell it doesn't really make sense. And so then when we start arguing, like the story that's a 30-6, personally, I don't think it makes sense. Like the best argument I've heard for it actually is big tech right now. So like, you know, it's like, well, why choose that caliber and lie about it? Why say that he, you know, put the scope on real quick, happened to get that lucky shot off, takes it apart, jumps down, forgets the screwdriver, but then somehow puts it back together before he throws it away in the woods. And then I've seen like pros breaking it down. That's like 90 seconds. Just to finish the point here, I think the official story is so stupid for many reasons that they know that people aren't going to buy it. So if it was real, to me, you would do that if it was fake, because then everyone would just be arguing about the details of, well, who was the real shooter? Is this a patsy, whatever? And then it kind of coaxes you into the assumption that it's real. So anyway.
Aren't you assuming that people seeing it as a stupid story is a very small you're assuming it's a bigger subset of the population than it really is? Because not everyone
How do you know that?
They hear somebody tell them, oh, he got shot like this, and then that's it. They don't conclude any further.
I'll try to resolve that, but I mean, this is just the thesis and the antithesis, is it not? Like the primary one is like anyone who's gullible enough to just want to go along with the mainstream story, they'll sink into that. That's fine. The antithesis is essentially that of which Israel took him out, and this is where the truther community is going to be embedded into, so that the truther community becomes the anti-Israel.
But why? What do they gain?
And then
the true.
By the way, here's just real quick. I'm posting the audio video for the audio analysis, just since I mentioned it. But yeah, if anyone wants to check that out, just to reference what I was referencing. But yeah, go ahead.
What would they gain from having the truther community have like specific rhetoric against Israel? I mean, that's the whole premise, isn't it not? To have like the sort of the mainstream, the anti-mainstream, and then actually what is probably the truth, which like I don't know. But essentially, they're just setting up the left-right interpretation.
Didn't they do that with JFK? Didn't they do that with JFK, where like his speech before that, he was like calling out the conspiracy and all that stuff, and they took him out?
He was, but people didn't know about people. Yeah, but people really didn't know about the Israel part, right? My part is specifically about Israel. People didn't find out JFK had beef with Israel until decades later, right? Like, and that everyone involved was Jewish, which is probably totally a coincidence. So, like, we know about that, but they didn't know about that. This is like everyone's talking about Israel right now because he absolutely changed his stance on Israel leading up to his death. And that's like, it's very clear-cut motive for Israel. It's like his target audience is the younger people. They've expressed a huge concern with the fact they're losing the younger generation. He's going at conservatives, which are where they get most of their support. Young college conservatives. He's always been super pro-Israel. So he's kind of been the one that'll win them over to being an Israel loyalist. He starts to turn on them. They're going to lose all of those young people. And so, on this idea that it was all fake, it's like then in the script they want everyone to turn on Israel. And I'm not saying that's not true, because that does kind of fit in with the fact that all of a sudden the censorship has loosened up on Israel, and now everybody's talking about it, and like blue-haired leftists that love to murder babies now all of a sudden agree with me. And I shouldn't always throw all those details in, but the point is like super hardcore leftists now agree with people on the right, right?
Yeah, maybe they don't want an overwhelming
We gotta call it.
majority of people supporting.
It just seems weird. It seems weird, and I'll say this yeah, it seems weird. It would mean that they're making a major pivot, right? Like there's some major new pivot that they want everyone to turn on Israel. And whenever you said that, I'm kind of assuming it's a subsect. I disagree with that, or that it's a bigger portion of people, because if you think about the Trump assassination, I think that was fake. That's the minority position. The vast majority of people said the official story doesn't make sense. The Secret Service must have been in on it. Was there multiple shooters? The story about this guy doesn't add up, et cetera, et cetera. That was actually like kind of the majority position. Fox News was talking about how the official federal story doesn't add up, right? And so I think it's similar with this one. People were like, this doesn't make any sense. You're telling me that he's just sat in the parking lot for hours, and then he gave a play-by-play perfect description of his crime that looks like ChatGPT wrote it, and then he went and like put the freaking rifle back together without a screwdriver and sat it in the woods, and then detailed where to find it in his text that he could have had no idea the feds could get, right? I don't know. I don't know.
Are you chasing a motive, Witsit, like an idea for why they would sort of essentially have Charlie come out just before his death, go against Israel, and then now you're seeking him? Yeah. I don't know. I had thought about this previously. I'll try to make it as succinct as possible. But essentially, within Turning Points, okay, so that major institution, if it starts shifting gears now, right? So Eric is taking charge of it. It's going to shift its mannerisms. It needs to move in a new direction. And anyone within the Turning Points, what do you call it? Like involved within that organization. Anyone that sees it and says, oh, this is not what Charlie would have wanted, is going to be driven down this truther side of like, what happened to Charlie? Why did he go away like in the way that he did? So it kind of pushes them out of the institution of what is Turning Point as they part ways with their old Charlie Kirk form of Turning Point. Now it's going to be morphed into something new. So they want to they need a reason to get rid of people inside of the institution when they start basically changing direction.
Okay, yeah, I think the best way for them to have won people back over to Israel was to have Charlie just keep doing what he's doing, or to even ask those like critical questions and then come back to Israel and still be a loyalist. Like by far, the number one weapon that Israel had on the youth was Charlie Kirk. There is no one I could point to that was greater. It's not even close, because he makes very good arguments with every other kind of typical conservative argument.
The problem is his fans would turn on him. They would realize, like, why is this guy defending Israel? And this is what happened. And they basically realized, like, they have to do something about him. They had to get him out of there. But yeah, it's like any other true topic. Yeah, any other true topic. It's like Joe Rogan. All of a sudden, when everyone wakes up to the COVID vaccine being bullshit, all of a sudden he's like anti the injection. But at the time when it first happened, he was like, "Oh, I'll take it if it's safe." But
okay, I get what you're saying. So to still man your position, basically, it's like Charlie's character was a man of the people that's always listening to the feedback and is like really honest and fair about everything. So with the growing sentiment of everyone being pissed at Israel, if he didn't at least criticize them somewhat, he would have lost credibility with all of them. So then to maintain that credibility, he would have kept going further and further on the line of questioning with Israel, and then they would have lost everyone that was following him. So just get him out of there sooner than later.
Exactly. The thing is, he was very tame. He was very political, and I thought, like, when he got shot, I was like, you know what? Maybe his whole thing where he just says very normie political points, like I'll just say gun control is bad, feminism is bad. He's not really saying anything high level, but that allowed him to get this massive movement. And yeah, they couldn't allow him to just continue to be a normie with all these people, like all these people into Nick Fuentes, and like some guy called in to Charlie Kirk's show saying, "Are you going to debate Nick Fuentes?" This was recent, and he goes, "Oh, I'll never talk to that guy. He's a bad faith actor." Now that clip, I was like, okay, this guy's a Fed. This guy's an agent. Why would he say that about Nick Fuentes? He's all. The thing is, what they did was they legitimized Charlie Kirk by getting him shot. Like, if he continued to, if he was still alive, what would happen is he would just fade into obscurity, and people would stop paying attention to him because it's like, we're not gonna, continue with this shit where you're defending Israel. Like, dude, just shut up. So it would just completely evaporate, this whole movement. But by killing him, what they did was they emboldened those people, and actually, they kind of like cemented his like legacy and legitimized him, even though he was a shill the whole time. It was like, anyway, whatever.
You think he was actually shot though? You think he's an agent and was shot? That's your theory?
That could be. I'm not sure. It could be fake. I think based on the information we have, the correct option or the correct choice is that he's still alive. But I don't know.
Well, that makes your theory a lot more complicated, by the way, because now to make sense of the movie, then they planned this whole progression out all the way up to the last minute turning on Israel, meaning knowing all the geopolitical events of October 7th, the 2-year war, the growing sentiment against Israel, and all of that, and then the turning last minute and then getting shot. I mean, that would be pretty
Dude, his
damn
whole
impressive.
life.
I'm not saying they couldn't, but
He look, the whole thing about like the Baphomet cult and the whole thing about him having Man of Steel, strongest bones that can fucking tank this high caliber bullet. It's obviously not true, because if you look at his face, he has a malformed skeleton. He looked like someone with weak bones. He looks like the perfect example of someone with weak bones, and he has the face of someone that could be gender swapped. So he's probably from birth in the cult.
Yo, Witsit.
Did you check his gate? Did anyone check his gate?
Dude, look at his face. It's ridiculous. There's like people talking about how he has a tiny face, like normies are bringing it up.
Well, also, if you try to look at his face during the videos when he shot the three, like let's say just the three ones from the crowd that you can see his face, they're all in like the same horrible quality. I think we all know that. That's weird, right? But like also, if you look at his facial expression, it looks very interesting and weird. And two of them are the same, and one of them kind of looks different. And it's just this very like plain, I don't know, like almost looks like a line for his mouth instead of like his actual mouth. It just looks like very AI, in my opinion. And why would they all be in such horrible like 240 360p quality? Like, do we not have better iPhones that were like, one of them was pretty damn close to it.
Yo, Witsit. Before I just wanted to ask you a question before that you continue this discussion.
What's up?
Yeah, so I did see on your channel you talk some about how you're like Unitarian.
yeah, no, bro,
Yeah.
I'm not doing that right now.
No, I'm not trying to discuss it right now. I'm just saying I am Trinitarian, but I do believe that the Old Testament, its laws are valid and everything. I was wondering if one day in the future, I could email you one day, if you'd be up to debate, like eventually.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I feel pretty strongly about my position, but I see your position. I see how it would how you'd come to that conclusion and
Yeah,
everything.
I feel super strong about mine. I'm happy to debate it in the future. So I would say look
Yeah.
at Second Philippians 5:6 and look at the actual original language before you agree to debate me.
Okay.
Okay.
So
But
what
yeah,
was the second thing you said?
Second Philippians 5:6. Just look at the original language before you actually agree to debate me. But you can
Oh,
email me, and yeah, if you still want to, I'm down.
yeah, I always look at the original definition. So second. So did you say Second Philippians?
I mean Philippians 2:5-6. Sorry.
Okay. Philippians 2:5. All right. Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Peace out. I'm heading out. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too.
Anyway,
ask before I go about the non-Euclidean.
Yeah, did you guys want
Sure.
to touch on that for the last few minutes?
Sure. Just let me get downstairs and upstairs or inside and upstairs.
Let me
real
get
quick.
in. All right, I
All
got
right.
this, Witsit. I'll take it from here.
Well, wait, Witsit needs a second. I just wanted to say on the Charlie Kirk thing, if we're going to shift from that, it was just from before. I think the acting that he did, yeah, there is the posturing. There's two kinds, like the one big tech you mentioned. There's also the decelerate posturing, and then the one decorticate. Those are like the two different kinds of posturing when you get like instant spinal injuries. And I know it was from before, but it does look like, I still think, like, from the perspective that he completely faked it, the acting would be pretty darn good. However, I could also make an argument, like, how difficult really is that to do? Like, if he had practiced it a bunch of times, and if it is like a pneumatic squib thing, which popped the shirt up like crazy, made his body, do all of that. I mean, all he really has to do is kind of arms up, clench a little bit, and start tipping off to the left with his eyes closed. So, I mean, without practice, maybe it wouldn't be, like, just first time you think it wouldn't be that good. But if he practiced it 10, 20, 30 times, I think it's conceivable that could be the case. That could be acted. Also, like, his right hand is still clenched up, and then his left hand, when it's like letting go of the microphone, like he's actually moving his fingers, like his fingers are moving, which I guess you could say he's still alive. But I know that was from before, but I was just going to say that, like, I don't think it's really out of the realm to be able to act that. But I would agree that, like, if it's completely faked, he did a pretty good job of faking it in terms of that, the way it hit like that, and the way that, it looks pretty genuine to a degree.
Looks pretty real to me too. Yeah.
The only thing I would say to that, Gio, is knowing his beliefs. Like, we all know what he believed.
Damn, I was trying to predict
come
what you
on,
were
I'm
going to
not
say.
even on that yet.
I was trying to predict what you were
That
going to
used to
say.
be
My
my
bad.
thing. Sorry, Jeremy. Sorry to disappoint you. No, I was just saying, we know what Charlie Kirk believed. Do we think he would actually participate in this high-level deception of fooling the entire world?
I don't have
like
any reason
Jesus
to
would
believe
ever
that.
do that?
I don't have any reason to believe that he was or wasn't a Christian or anything like that. Like, what, just because he spoke things like that? Like, you just believe that he was because he said it? I mean, good actors are good at acting roles.
Sometimes you got to take a man at his word. Do you know what I mean?
He said Nick Fuentes
can't
is a
prove
bad faith
one way or the
actor
other,
when
that's
someone
fine.
asked him if he'll debate him. That's dishonesty.
I think he could have been subverted even if he wasn't, like, with them the whole time. I definitely believe that.
No, I understand.
Fuentes has
I'm
already
not
been
trying
called
to
out as comp.
say one way or the other.
Yeah,
Well,
but
Rob,
Charlie
I
Kirk
mean,
isn't.
the only way, Rob, if from the perspective that he faked it, the only real way I can see that's the case is that he's just completely an agent, as it were, from the beginning. Part of
from the entire get-go.
Yeah, part of the Illuminati family network of actors. I mean, his father was like an architect for the Trump Tower. He's got all these connections, I mean, how many people do you know that, like, are friends with the president and, like, the president and vice president show up for your funeral? So, like, if he's in the club, as it were, then he would just be in the club and be an actor. But I mean, I hear you. Then you could get into the thing of, like, okay, if his whole thing over the whole decade or whatever when he did his stuff was all acting, like, how good at it was he, in terms of that he really believed those things when he was just faking it the whole time.
Well,
so that's something
not that he
each
was
to analyze. But yeah, go ahead.
It's not that he was like acting. Like, it's not like he didn't think, feminism was retarded or whatever. It's he wouldn't talk about certain topics, but he would say, like, oh, transgenderism is mental illness and feminism is stupid, gun control is bad. All very normie points. And that allowed him to get this very legitimate, massive political movement. Starts to question Israel, gets shot. It's kind of ridiculous. But yeah.
Well, he said lots of truth about the Bible, right? Like, he exposed Catholicism with, like, very accurate critiques. But Big Dad, let me I'll jump on in like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Cool. No problem.
Well, I'll go over it with you right now, this non-Euclidean thing. I mean, it's pretty simple.
So do you understand my question? Do you know what my question was going to be? Because I understand
Go ahead.
geometry, but yeah, I was just wondering why he's saying that we see in non-Euclidean, we don't see in Euclidean geometry. Like I want to understand what's the relevance of saying that.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
we're
man.
talking
Let
at
him
the same
finish.
time, bro.
Can you let this guy finish, please? I'm going to
Yeah, 'cause
answer you. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, because we're seeing in binocular vision in 3D, and so seeing and doing math are different. And geometry is mathematics, and Euclidean is two-dimensional on a plane. So why is it relevant to mention that we don't see in Euclidean geometry? I mean, it sort of seems obvious.
Because
we're
whether
not.
people like it or not, they bring it
Oh,
into their
okay.
argument.
I thought I was going to answer. You go ahead, though.
Sorry, no, my
I
bad.
really want to ask Witsit, but then this other, it's like let's do one, maybe two if we're waiting for Witsit, but not three.
Okay, it's because you're trying to map things out using Euclidean geometry, using the stars, how we see, but we're not seeing in Euclidean geometry like the railroad tracks. First of all, we don't see in 3D. We could debate that, but you see the railroad tracks. They look like they're converging. Parallel lines don't converge. The railroad tracks are parallel. If we saw in Euclidean geometry, you would see the railroad tracks not converging because they're parallel.
Yeah, you would just
He
see them
conceded
going
that.
on. In
He conceded that.
infinity.
He conceded that. He conceded that. So his question is, why does that matter? It seems obvious.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. Let's
Seems
just,
obvious.
if Witsit's here, hold on. Let's just let Witsit
Now
and
is
Big
where we
Tech go
bring
back.
up the water level.
Hold on, Rob. Hold on. You guys, please, everyone, keep your mics muted. We're gonna because Big Tech only has a few minutes. Let's let Witsit and Big Tech go back and forth since they were planning on that.
Thank you. Cool.
Yeah. So the answer is just the way that we made the globe model was with the assumption that the visual space is Euclidean. That's actually how we modeled it out. So you actually it requires the assumption that visual space is Euclidean to form the globe model from the celestial observations, like the stars.
Can you reference me to what you're
Yes.
talking about when you say that the assumption was made that the visual space is Euclidean? What does visual space mean? And like,
I mean, you could just say
I feel like we're
perspective.
getting ambiguous.
You could just say perspective, like
So are you
just the
saying
way
that
that we see.
So are you saying that when they mapped the globe out, they didn't realize that we don't see that we see in a
Euclidean.
perspective? Yeah. You
Yeah,
think they didn't
seems
realize
wild,
that?
right? Seems pretty wild. Yeah, they didn't apparently because they built the entire model under the assumption that we see in perfectly straight lines infinitely. And to explain the
So you're
concept, it's
saying we
like
don't see in straight lines?
no, we don't see in perfectly straight lines infinitely, meaning like once there's like off in the distance, things begin to compress and curve. And same reason why off in the distance, the railroad tracks no longer appear to be straight because we can use real planar geometry to actually map out that, the area on the ground that we're going to now build a railroad track and measure it and build it and everything. And if it's engineering, we use real plane geometry, but then like we covered earlier, obviously we see it differently than it actually is. But for the globe to work in the way it was made, is you zoom out like and envision an orthographic view. You see the whole globe. And now imagine putting little stick figures all alongside of it. Right? It's like they say the reason that the stars look like they drop down as we move away from them is because we're tilted back away from them, basically. Right, because our angle that we're standing on the globe, because the globe is curving on the ground, our angle is changing in relation to the stars, and that's why their angles are changing. It's because we're physically tilting, basically, in relation to them. So you have to draw straight lines from our eyes to the stars to make that assumption.
So what other type of line would we draw? Like a curved line?
Yeah, like well, you as you drew a straight line out, if you actually accurately mapped out the visual space, as you draw your line out closer and closer to the edge of whatever you're seeing, it's going to all begin to curve and compress and converge together. You can draw a straight line out, but it's just that once it actually starts to get off into the distance, it doesn't just keep going straight forever. It actually starts to all curve. And I would say if you get above it, it's going to kind of look like it's curving down. If you get below it, it could look like it's maybe curving like up to an extent. It's curved visual space. And actually, the specifics of the visual space is actually very complex. So they basically tell us it's like a caveman could do it, just draw straight lines, and everything is perfectly straight. And a railroad track debunks them, and it's not maybe
wait a
the
minute.
preferable answer. The answer is that it's actually very complex. Like there are many papers and many professors that have written about it, trying to explain it, and they kind of all end up saying the same thing. Like this is like my best shot at it, but academia is ignoring it because of the complexity.
But a decreasing angle between the railroad tracks, due to my perspective, there's still no curve there. It's still straight lines inward, but it's just a decreasing angle, right? But they don't
Right,
curve.
but what causes it to do that? The curve would be a giant circle around you, where you have like a limit to your vision. It's a giant circle that basically creates a hemisphere over top you. So the curve would be like from your feet. If you went out as far as you could see, it's like you drew a giant circle and you stood in the middle of a dome. As you go up from the ground, it's going to start to curve and arc over your head. That's where the curvature is. So what's going to happen is all the information is going to start to curve and compress and converge in at the edge of that dome. They say the line just goes straight forever. There is no convergence. There is no, and real life just proves that.
Interesting. All right. So that's why I was asking. I'm trying to wrap my mind around what you're proposing here. And so I'm trying to understand this concept of curved visual space. It's a little,
it is admittedly
not familiar, right?
A very unfamiliar subject, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up. So I really want to because if
there are some
form an
visuals.
internal critique of your position if I don't understand it. So when you brought it up, I realized I don't really understand what you're trying to express.
I think I'd have to send you stuff to look at. Yeah, I'd have to send you like visuals help. I don't know if I have them on my phone. Let me see if there's anyone in here. Shane has them. Shane can drop.
Let me try to
some
say
visuals.
it back to you, and you tell me if I got it right or.
Shane dropped one in the text chat. He dropped one of them.
Oh, nice. How'd I know?
So you're saying at distance, the information compresses to a degree where we just sort of like lose the ability to see beyond certain distances. It's sort of like a limit to our vision that is essentially sort of maybe like spherical or half spherical, hemispherical, whatever you want, around the perceiver. So at a certain distance out, the information becomes just it can't render or something. Like, am I saying it right? It sort of like compresses too much to be distinguishable from other shapes or something.
Yeah. All the information is lost because it begins to like compress and converge in the distance.
Do you guys know why
and
that
is? The robotics proved that. So.
Like why it's like that?
What robotics proved it?
It's just robotics in general, like little robots that basically the specific paper I'm talking about is like little robots that were used to just reach out and pick up objects. It was like for basically factory production or something like that. They move around, they pick up stuff. They have to be able to know exactly where the object is in the distance to know where to go to get it and to reach out and exactly where to place it. And it's like hyper, like the distances and the depths have to be exactly accurate. And they had to actually alter the visual space calculations of the robot, I guess you could say, to actually be accurate. When they just assumed it was all Euclidean, it was wrong.
Yeah, I'd like to check that out too.
Yeah, do you know what corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays are?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he knows who you are. Yeah, he definitely knows what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, no, corpuscular rays. Yeah, so what I thought is that this is just due to like optics, right? We have a limit to the degree to which our eyes, can focus to certain, what would you say, resolutions, right? At distances.
Well, that's where I was
have a
gonna
lens.
Go.
Yeah. So we have a lens. So if we pulled out a longer lens that could do more finely focus, all of a sudden that stuff that we're saying is lost comes back. So
You
why
can
would
bring
that
it back in, exactly, because you're changing the angular size. Like we only have a certain angular size in our eyeball, so you can only see so far. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So that's why we build more and more powerful telescopes, and it informs us better at things that about things that
you
seem
can
further away.
You change your angular resolution limit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we'd actually expect to see drop over distance with the temperature gradients over the surface.
So the point is, like, what we would perceive with our eyeballs, those railroad tracks converged and they touched, but now you pull out a longer lens and you find out, there's still space between them. They didn't actually touch. And so it does.
No, you would just extend. No, you're just extending.
The same thing with the microscope.
You're just extending. They're still going to converge in the distance, no matter how good your lens is.
But
your lenses are just going to allow you to see farther down.
Okay, so like the resolving power of the
They're still
microscope
going to converge in the distance, no matter your lens. Sorry, Taylor.
can still be resolved. And like whenever you get higher powered lenses, you zoom in more and you have better resolving power. But even like with our eye, as things go further away, the perspective causes them to converge with one another. And so our eye has a certain, people have different, people have better vision than others, but your resolving power will only be so far. You're not going to be able to distinguish, two needles from one another that are right next to each other, like, half a mile away. You just can't resolve it. And so everything will basically appear to converge based on perspective, and it'll be hard to resolve two objects. Also, I just want to mention the principles of refraction. If you just input a temperature gradient, you'll see that you're expected to have drop over distance near the surface of the Earth. And I've, measured my own temperature gradients and just put them in basic refractive calculations, and you'll see, greater heat causes less density, which will cause the light to bend up, which will make things appear shorter over distance. This is predicted and expected and repeatable.
All right, so my point was that we know that the tracks don't touch, right? If we laid them ourselves, if we lay out tracks for 1,000 miles, and the distance that we can see is a few, and they appear to converge, but then we pull out a longer lens and we see, oh, they didn't actually converge. So they've gone, the angle, right? The angular size between the distance of the rails shrinks, but it never actually gets to zero. Right, it's just always going to get infinitely closer. It's just going to be infinitely divisible space. You can always chop it in half and half and half.
Sure, because it's always you're always going to lose resolution before it would ever intersect in theory, because it's actually just an illusion. When you pull out your telescope or whatever, like you're going to see further. You're still going to see them appear to converge until it gets to the limit, and then it all gets blurry and you can't see it. You can't make it out. It just blurs all in together.
So what do you suppose is
no matter the lens?
So right, so I often hear the railroad tracks things brought up. You're chopping up. So I usually hear the railroad track thing and the perspective. We all understand, like the plane is over your head, and then as it further away, it gets lower in your view, and then we'll say, like, I'll see Flat Earth Dave's video of like, look at this thing moving. It's not going down; it's going level, but it appears to go down. We're talking about the sun. So at what point does the sun converge with the horizon? Like, why does it disappear when the space between the railroad tracks never disappears?
Yeah, so
what is the sun? You know what it
bro,
is?
come on, bro. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, so like I was talking about this earlier. If you take a big flat Earth map, and like the typical one everyone uses or whatever, and you take a little dome and put it there representing like our visual limits, like our azimuthal grid of vision is what we call it, right? But azimuthal grid is the term for it. Anyway, it's just like a little dome. So if you put that there on a flat Earth map, a little one to kind of represent that. If I take a light source and I move it in a giant circle over top the whole map, even though the dome is little bitty, right? What you're going to see is as the light approaches, it's going to rise up. It's going to look just like a sunrise, and then it's going to start to arc up over your head, and then it's going to arc down, and then it's going to disappear bottom up until it's gone, just like the sunset, even though the actual light source was just doing a circle at the same altitude, the same height, the whole time. Because inside that little dome, you see your own little apparent position of the sun or of the light source, and it appears to arc even though it's not, and it appears to disappear bottom up even though it's just getting further away. And it perfectly replicates a sunset, a horizontal cutoff bottom up, and then it just slowly disappears bottom up until it's gone. So, which is pretty crazy. When I did it, I was actually in this room and I started freaking out. I shared my camera and showed everybody.
The question is, how do you differentiate between your eyes, right, perspective and optics, versus it's the ground beneath you curving away, dropping over distance, right?
Yeah, if you can get to the point where they can kind of like honestly acknowledge that they're like this interchangeable thing, which is that either we see in curved visual space and the ground is flat, or we see in perfectly Euclidean visual space and the ground is curved. But if you can acknowledge that those are interchangeable, then you have to find some type of way to determine the difference between the two, which one's actually true.
Exactly.
That's why we don't experience in one sense exclusively. It's the combination of the senses and the reasoning within us, from the creator, of course, that allows us to exist in this world. Because if we just went on what our eyes did, then like, why can't I pick up the thing that's a million miles away from me that I can see it? It doesn't. It's that's not how it works. So it's a combination of all the senses and your ability to interpret them to allow you to operate. Because otherwise, how are you going to do things like throw a ball at something, or like throw a spear at a moving animal? You can't do that
Or you
just
can
based
even
on your
just
eyes alone.
you can even just close one eye at a time and watch things move. Like your thumb will move, right, to determine your dominant eye. Like I bring up the railroad tracks because they're super simple and everyone's seen it. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about like really long distance observations, high altitude long distance observations, and trying to make sense of what we're seeing in the distance. I bring up the railroad tracks because everyone knows what they are, right? And it's a very simple, clear demonstration that the way we see the world is not what the world actually is, like provably so.
Yeah, and you only have to bring that up because of the way that they're like assuming things into their models. So you have to use visual examples, simple ones like that, to deconstruct the folly in their presentation.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess cognitus, maybe? No. We just all were conditioned to view the world a certain way, right? So people never even thought about it. That's why most people push back against the railroad track because it sounds way too simple and obvious to be true.
I like this question right here. Name one globe argument that's not affirming the consequent.
How about just stop at name one globe?
No, but seriously, you can't see forever, right? And with the cameras
You're not
that
designed-
they're using,
you're not
with the
designed to.
telescopes and stuff that they're using, just because you can see further and the angular size of the lens or whatever inside the telescope changes, that also doesn't mean that the telescope can see forever either, or whatever they're using. Not necessarily.
Well, you don't see any distance. All you do is receive light, whatever that means. We don't get into that rabbit hole, right? But it's just the stimulation of nerves, or what are the imprint or the reception or sensing of light waves or particles or whatever light is. So it's just the reception of light and then the interpretation of that. We call that seeing, right? So does light go forever?
Yeah.
Then you can see forever, depending on your receptacle for the light. That's the question.
No,
we don't know.
No, that would be erroneous.
That would be crazy to think
Maybe in a
that
vacuum,
the last
not a
statement you
vacuum.
made would be erroneous.
I kind of agree.
Why would it be erroneous? If light can travel forever, then
In
you
a
could potentially
vacuum.
see forever.
Yeah, no, but I'll unpack it.
Time out. Nothing can go forever. Okay, can we just please
But
throw
even
that out?
even if you allow Witsit, even if you allow
How have you confirmed
the
that?
first part of the statement, right? The second part doesn't follow because he's assuming that the second part is bound by the first part. It demonstrates.
Right after that obviously the gun violence quote that he says, and then to me it looks like he braces. Again, that could be debated. I know people could say no, but he's just like the way he kind of clenches as if he's practiced. He knows the pneumatic thing's going to pop off. He knows it's coming. And then right when that happens, the guy in the black, the security guard, to me doesn't make a very authentic reaction. He makes a little jump, but he just like it's like he knew it was coming, to me, I think, from my look at the body language and all that. And then he quickly scuttles over to pull him off the chair, because if there is a pneumatic squib and a fake blood, and from all that perspective, they wouldn't want him dangling up there for very long. Like if he's going to do that acting thing of putting the hands up and bending over, you'd want to get him off that chair as soon as possible. You wouldn't really want him to fall, in a weird way, or just have him dangling there or whatever. And it's like that guy is like there to catch him, and it's almost like he pushes him off the chair. And I mean, I know someone could say, "Oh, that's a very quick reaction." He just he saw that he got hit real quick, but it just to me seems scripted and actor style, just to my eye. Again, I'm not trying to prove it to anyone else here. I'm not trying to like assert it in that way. I'm just saying to my eye, and then they pull him down. So, anyways, I'm just saying the signaling thing to me, and in thinking if they're going to fake it, they would need some kind of signaling system. Like Kirk would need to say, "We're on," we're good. He would need some way to say we're good. And he can't necessarily say it into an earpiece or anything. Like, he would have to have some way to say, we're good. I'm going to do the acting. The pneumatic thing's going to pop off here. And then Frank Turek does the signal, and then over to the guy in the black and all that. So
that entails that the U.S. government was involved then, right? Because that's a lot more orchestrated than if it was from another nation.
So if they faked it, then absolutely the U.S. government was involved. He's talking about them faking it. I will just say, what the official explanation for that is, though, right, Gio? The official explanation for the hand signals is they're not denied to be hand signals. They are admitted that the guy in the white hat and that the guy in the brown shirt or the black shirt that like stretches his arm out and then like just rubs his hand in like he's doing like a baseball signal on third base or something. They say that the security regularly uses hand signals like that at events, and they found videos of them doing it at other events and stuff like that.
Well, I haven't heard that because Frank Turek did a whole, and I have a whole story to tell about my reading of his body language and his stuff, because he did a whole he did an interview on Megyn Kelly, and then there's another hour-long thing he did on his channel. He's been, to me, the crisis actor nature of Erica Kirk is mirrored in the Frank Turek character. But nonetheless, again, that's just my detection and read of his body language. But he says in that thing, he's at one point he's oh, people think I was signaling something with my hat. He's no, I was just touching my hat. So I mean, at least from that,
you're right. I have heard that. And I he's standing up on stage or something. He's standing up on a stage and he talks about or maybe he talks about it twice, but he says he's heard the conspiracies that he was signaling something, and then just says he wasn't doing that at all. But I think that he's not the official security. He's the pastor position, and then the other guy that sticks his arm out and then rubs his hand down his arm, he's security. And I want to say, I think on InfoWars earlier they showed a clip of another event, but I might be mistaken. It may have just been Alex Jones saying that argument and then them playing the typical clip. I don't know. I was doing something else.
Okay,
I know for sure that's what Alex Jones said today, right? He said that argument is stupid because security details do signals all the time. I've had security. I've seen them do hand signals. You can look at other events and you can see here that they do hand signals. And so I don't know if they showed one, but either way, that's what
I mean, that security guy, I've seen him, the one in the black shirt, he's definitely in the other Kirk, when he goes to colleges. So he's always kind of right beside him. But I don't know if I've seen anything that he's given those same signals and other.
That would be the thing to do, maybe. I guess the problem here, right, is our footage is limited to really what people have or what Turning Point has published. So the live stream, and then if they kept it up, and then whatever they published. Because say a bunch of students filmed on their phone when they came to their college, they're not all uploading their footage of random events. Plus, no one even cares to see it. We would never find it. See what I'm saying? So a lot of the footage we're dissecting is college students' phone camera. So we're not even. Yeah, I don't even know how we would verify whether or not they use signals and other.
That's where I have a hard time. But when it comes to all the cell phone footage that should be there but isn't there, when it comes to these hand signals that are going to be used, police, military, and also baseball pitchers and catchers, they use these same kind of signals. So it's not uncommon.
Oh no, the military specifically uses signals like that.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, specifically I'll just say they claim that the hat one is the one for we're a go or whatever, get in play or get ready to take the shot, and that the other signal is fire at will. I don't know how true that is. They have some manual showing different military hand signs. I don't really know.
I saw that too. There's I saw a thing that showed all those sniper hand signals, and somebody had circled those two.
Yeah.
about the guy who was talking to Charlie Kirk, the guy at the microphone who was questioning him and stuff, or talking to him. A couple days after the event, he did like an hour-long interview with that Andrew Callahan guy. He's the guy on the YouTube channel called Channel 5 News. It's just a YouTube channel name. He's the same guy who did that like really humanizing interview with Joe Biden's son recently. That was like his last
Oh yeah,
viral
where
thing.
he like where he like makes the sales pitch for crack basically at one point.
Yeah, exactly. That same journalist, if you will, interviewed the guy who was on the microphone talking to Charlie when it happened just a couple days after the event. Somehow, I don't know. Somehow he got got that guy to talk to him before anyone else. And I would describe that entire interview like similar to the term humble brag. The whole thing was like a respectful mocking. You know what I mean? The whole interview was basically just about the conversation they were having when he got shot, and he got like a whole hour to defend how trans shooters are not statistically like more likely to be violent than any other type of demographic shooting and doing these assassinations and shit. And he was just explaining how Charlie's so wrong and he was so right, and how he has a YouTube channel and all of his community asked him to go put Charlie in his place, basically. And he felt it was his duty to attend this event to go tell him basically to defend trans rights and for everyone to respect trans people and they're not violent.
Yeah, that stuff like that. Just like, man, it makes me wish Charlie was legit and that the shooting was legit. And I don't know, man. It's like I guess that would work in either scenario, right? They would obviously amp up that side because they want division, right? It's not like they want everyone on the same page here. They definitely want the people. Because I mean, I guess you guys saw all the videos of people on the left, quote unquote, like cheering it on. And like, we're in a pretty dark place where I would like to venture to say when MLK was shot, although we know that he was a Freemason and he was a total psyop, that like most people, and maybe he's not the best example because probably a decent amount of racism back then, but just in general, like when JFK shot, I would like to think that pretty much everyone, whether you were Republican or Democrat, were like saddened by that. And we're in like a totally new era where you got, whether you think it's real or fake, people that think it's real were like celebrating his assassination like within hours, which is crazy. And that obviously is going
Yeah,
to like
that is
infuriate people.
yeah, that's a big difference to the old America, I suppose.
I mean, I've questioned though, are all of those legit, or it just whenever I've like done some searches on it, it reminds me a little bit of all the AI generated like during COVID, where it was like, you could type in any number and cases, and it was almost like there were these AI generated articles. When I've looked at that phenomenon, I haven't gone that deep on it though, but I kind of had a little bit of that vibe. Like I just got a touch of that though. I haven't like done enough of it, but it almost seemed like just the massive number of articles of all this guy got fired. They're getting fired for doing it, and it makes me wonder if like that's part of the psyop. A little bit of that, like if there's a huge event, and if you say the wrong thing, you lose your livelihood.
Totally
If you
true.
say the right thing,
Totally
you're
true.
fine. And
Yeah.
granted, celebrating someone's death is awful and just, I mean, well, if it's a fake death, but if it's a real death, either way, doing that is distasteful, on any level. But I just wonder if that was like hyped, like maybe there were some real ones, but were there even some fake ones and
They even used Jimmy Kimmel, right? Like Jimmy Kimmel, like supposedly got fired and ended up being like for 3 days, but it was because he said the wrong thing about it, right? Like he was kind of like making light of it in a way and said, Republicans are doing everything they can to pretend that this shooter was anything except for MAGA. And then he got let go. And he later said that he said that because his parents were, even though he got let go because like the text messages show that he obviously wasn't. But anyway, my point is like they used the famous like late night guy to like really push through that idea you're talking about. that like if you say the wrong thing about this, then you're gonna get fired. So
yeah,
They
Seemed
brought
like
Discord into the conversation about this event a lot. They brought it up a lot too. Like, yeah, the shooter, he was indoctrinated by people on Discord. It, it's so funny how the current administration and just like all these big cultural events seem to be catering towards giving a lot of attention to like online conspiracy theorists, as if like we're the biggest demographic out there that they have to like play towards. It's like, what? I thought we were a minority.
Oh, I don't think
Maybe
we are
not.
anymore. That's what I'm saying. I think
Yeah.
that things have changed. I think they ran logistics and like under 30, under 40, like that the majority position is that they go to TikTok and Instagram and X and watch reels to get their news. And no one believes the official story at all. And I think they know that.
Conspiracy is mainstream now, and it's
Yeah.
weird because they seem to have a plan on how to handle that.
Yeah. Yeah. And so then, of course, if that's the case, then there are truther traps. There are people that are like on the payroll, right? Like if back in the day, Mockingbird was that journalist and people on the news and the mainstream stations were CIA agents. Well, then today's version of that would be TikTok and Instagram and X influencers, right? Would be feds. And then they'll push the truther traps and the conspiracies, and then they've obviously got tons of accounts that are anonymous but have built up big followings that were fake, and they're pushing out these fake videos and these fake claims, right? I mean, they would be stupid not to do that. So yeah, it's like a new world. It's a new world. And that's why I thought it was so crazy. If no one's seen it, they should go read the Cash Patel post about the FBI investigation and read what all they say. We're considering tons of options, and they list all kinds of things. It's all conspiratorial things that if you had have even suggested we should consider like 15 years ago, you would have been like mocked and ridiculed and ostracized, for even bringing it up as like a crazy conspiracy theorist. Now it's considered legitimate enough that the FBI is seriously considering and looking into all of the conspiracies.
Truth or traps, man. Like I predict that there won't be a single major event in the news from henceforth onward that won't be riddled with truth or traps. Like it's like a very well thought out part of every plan from now, like for a while now, but from now on for sure. There's never going to be another big news event that isn't just riddled with them. They account for us, and they put so much effort into it.
I know it's a new world, man. It's a new era. Uh, it's very interesting. It's also very fast paced, and every single hour after the shooting was a new detail, a new idea, a new theory. And one thing that pisses me off about this is whether it was real or not, it's got everybody just confused. Like almost nobody. Like for one, it's traumatizing graphics that we've watched over and over and over. And I don't really care what anyone says, man. Like when you first saw that shot and all the blood, like you were taken back, right? It's pretty gruesome, bro. It's pretty intense. It's traumatizing. And so they got us not only all watching that, but they got most of us watching it more than once. Some of us watching it, apparently a big percentage of us watching it kind of obsessively and breaking it down frame by frame from different angles and stuff like that. And so we're just being like, we're kind of like watching the traumatic video over and over and over and over and over and over. And then you got all the people, like the major people, even like the Alex Joneses, all these people, like no one really knows for sure what their take is. Like some people think it wasn't real, but they don't really have like a ironed out way of how they could have faked it or what exactly happened. Some people think it was real, but it just wasn't a 30-06 and it was a different shooter, but no one's for sure. Like did the shot come from the right? Was it his lapel? Was it a handgun? Was it actually that guy with a different caliber? Was it all fake? Was he a hologram? Was it something that exploded and created fake blood? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's confused. So in that sense, real or fake, with that and the major response, the major memorial, the fact that we've all talked about it, and they're kind of guiding the reaction, and they've gotten like a lot of people where they're like, something's got to change. I don't know. They got us where they worked. I think now they don't even pull major psyops like that unless they know they're going to work, right? They only pull psyops now that absolutely work. You know what I mean? Like there is no risk. Like it works, whether you
They got
believe
it
it's
down
fake
to an
or real.
exact science.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Because I mean, I really don't know many people at all that haven't looked into it, kept up with it to an extent, tried to figure it out. Pretty much everybody. I think Andy said he hasn't watched it yet, so I think actually most people that just watch Fox News and stuff they haven't seen it either. Like because I asked my dad if he had seen it, and he said no, and then I showed it to him. But like he had never seen it.
Yeah, my mom's like pretty mainstream with most stuff, like, in a lot of ways. And like she hasn't really seen it. She's not really into it either. Like she knows it happened, but she doesn't even know that much kind of about him. And although my dad is like more of a Trump dude, I guess he kind of, so my dad definitely like has been following it to some extent. I don't know if he's like researching all kinds of theories. He probably believes the mainstream one. Although he's been open to like the idea of like even with JFK that there might have been like shooters on the grassy knoll. I actually haven't talked to my dad about it. My mom has said that he's like, because he follows Trump and all that stuff. But
Yeah, I think they probably all just believe like, well, I mean, wait, like the guy turned himself in and they got the text. So the trip to think about that, bro, they probably got, I mean, all the older generation that watches the mainstream news, they think that that's the real shooter. And then there's like the whole internet and the younger group that none of them think that's like that wasn't the real shooter shooting a 30-06. Basically none of them, right? So there's like two totally different train of thoughts.
Yeah, and then I mean, it popped in my mind. It only hit me like 3 or 4 days ago, but I was like, why did they choose the 30-06? Like if you're gonna fake, like I've said all along, there's three basic avenues of this. Number one, it's totally as the mainstream says. This Tyler kid just got up on the roof and took a shot, and it's what it is, and it had nothing to do with any other conspiracy. It's just totally that kid who just did it. Lone gunman in theory. The second option is that he was shot, but it's from some other shooter, or either Tyler Kirk was paid or something, or not Tyler, Tyler Robinson was like paid, or there's some other shooter. That's obviously the second camp. And then the third one, the whole thing was faked somehow, staged, faked, Hollywood style, secret society, Hollywood style, where these Masons or whatever just completely faked the whole thing, like the moon landing, the globe earth, etc. So if that's the case, then obviously that has all of its implications. But if it's either option 2 or 3, meaning anyone that's just not the Tyler Kirk kid who like grabbed his grandpa's gun or whatever, why would they choose to do a 30-06? Now I guess you could say if it's a real shoot. Well, yeah. Is there any scenario, because that round does not, because that's got all these guys that have like YouTube channels of like 500,000 subs or maybe 1 million subs. These like sniper channels, they're doing videos on it too. They're all captivated by it, and they're spending their time, making videos on it, talking about how the 30-06 doesn't make sense, would have blown his neck off. So that's a whole interesting factor. This is why do they choose that if it's option 2 or 3? I'm trying to think. There might be one option with the second one that he was shot where maybe they didn't have a choice. I'm trying to think about that, but it seems like if you were
they want us all. They wanted everybody to get more involved with it, so the story had to not really make sense. I think they did that with Trump as well, right? Like, I'm sure this room is split, but I think that was totally fake.
I think most people think that was. Seems like in here, like I don't know, percentage wise, I think a lot more think Trump was fake than this Charlie Kirk one so far.
Yeah, and I saw that. Like my experience is that sentiment became more popular over time. So like some people said, more people were saying that like a few months afterwards. So but you remember with that, like the story didn't make sense either. It was just unbelievable. It's like, oh yeah, the Secret Service didn't see this guy that someone else in the crowd thought was suspicious and filmed them walking around and climbing up the building, and they were screaming, "There's a guy on the roof," and no one saw him. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, no one believed it. They were like, the Secret Service had to be in on it. They had to know. This guy seems like a patsy. Is someone like, I don't know. I think that's the new thing. Like, we're in a new era. Like, think about that. I guess that wasn't even a year ago, right? Or was it? It was just over a year, I think. Like, basically twice in the last year, we have broadcasted public assassination attempts where there's actually shots being fired at the famous political figure while speaking.
Yeah, and then dude, there's so many
That's
similarities
crazy.
with that. Like a young kid on the roof, a lone gunman shooting a gun, and then Trump and all the connections with Kirk and Trump. I mean, Trump calls Charlie Kirk like his like a son, like as his son to me, kind of thing. Like I've seen him say, I've heard him say. I didn't hear him audibly say that. I had read that he calls him that. So it's just a coincidence that Trump and this Charlie Kirk, who's like this huge Republican, they've even talked about him being president. He's obviously like in with Trump in a lot of ways. Like his father was like the architect for Trump Tower, and then the Trump connection to Erica Kirk and the beauty pageants and all that. And then it just happens to be that, you know, another kid up on the roof as this big event. It's just
Yeah. Did
sort
you
of like
see how Trump reacted when they
lastly,
asked him?
it's like in that movie Back to the Future where he's like, "This all seems so familiar."
You remember when? Did you see where they asked Trump about it? They're like, uh, obviously your friend Charlie Kirk was assassinated. How you holding up after the last day and a half? And he says, pretty good, I think. So they're building the new ballroom over here. They've been trying to do that for like 150 years. Like he just acts totally unfazed, doesn't care at all.
Interesting. I had heard that, but I haven't like seen the footage of it.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. And then if you combine that with the memorial thing where he's just like chilling, sitting there smiling, and he hugs Erica Kirk and then like bites his lower lip like he's trying to hook up with her. Like he's like looking out at his friends like, bro, I'm taking this home.
And then he does signal her when she does, like you were mentioning that too. He does a little, he like signals her twice to do the, you know, the horn signal, or the, what is that? Baphomet is ultimately why they do that. Is that kind of a Baphomet thing?
Yeah, that's what they say. And then he smiles once she does it.
Yeah. It's almost, he's like his cue, like actors, you know, like, oh, you know, do your line. And then she didn't really get it because she was doing the fake, like crying into his shoulder. So she was like, she didn't really trigger by it. And then he did it again and she's like, ah, and then she puts her hands up and did it.
It's almost like Duper's delight when she does it. Like he looks out at the crowd like he can't hide how much he enjoys it. And that's why it makes me think like conspiratorial. Like some people say Trump's the Antichrist or whatever, but like just that he's obviously like in some very dark occultic, like satanic type of things, right? So imagine his perspective if he knows either it was a sacrificial real assassination or it was all faked. They got all this energy, all this fear, all of this trauma. They have this huge memorial, this huge like stadium packed, right? Everyone's kind of watching the show and like really buying into it. And then he nods and she signals her. She throws it up in front of everyone, and he just can't hide how much he's getting off on that. Like, how dark is that?
If Loosh is the real thing, this was definitely a major league Loosh harvesting event.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And nothing's
Yeah, I don't know.
making sense to any of us. None of us can come up with like the best explanation for it in a holistic way. So I suppose it's either if it is part of, if there is like a plan to all of this, it's either so simple we're overlooking it, or it's far more complicated than any of us have fathomed. But it's definitely
some
not on
other
the level that we're talking about right now, because at the level we're talking about, like, nothing adds up when you try to put it in one cohesive narrative.
I know. No, I actually hear you, dude. I'm not settled on it. I have definitely like a lot of my own like thoughts and evidences, and the way that dude, at the beginning, like when it first happened, I didn't even Well, I mean, I could tell my whole story with it, but at the beginning, I didn't. I guess like I didn't really consider that it could have been faked and staged until later. Well, I generally don't auto hoax things, so I generally just kind of stay neutral and then just try to look into evidence, with it. And the hit looked fairly authentic, like potentially real. I mean, when it happened, I talked to my mom like that day or the next day, and I literally said to her, I was like, I might have just seen a guy like get shot in the neck. Like I was like, I don't know about you, but have you ever seen anyone like get killed like that? Like literally shot? I mean, I've never been in the military. I've never shot anyone or seen. I mean, in movies, but I've never like looked up like snuff films online to like watch someone dying or getting shot like that. So, I mean, I generally accepted it could have been real. Like I just didn't auto hoax it, and it looked pretty real to where there wasn't like any instant fakery. My position has changed on it as deeper I've looked into it, but that seems to be the way like with a lot of people in this, like just even in here discussing it. We've probably talked about it 50 hours by now or more. Like it comes up at least once a day, it seems, and everyone going through it. And it seems like there's this sentiment of like, some people are saying like they didn't really get me. I can't say I fully like to where I'm like, oh, they got me, but other people have been saying that like they got me. Oh my God. Like I think like Noah was saying that, where originally he totally thought it was legit, and then now he thinks it's a complete faked event or whatever, and he's like, they got me. Oh my God. And then he was joking, saying like, he's like, this is a turning point for me. He's like, I'm gonna 100% auto hoax from here on out or whatever. He was like joking, but yeah. So it's kind of interesting how it seemed to hit everyone as potentially maybe real off the bat. And I mean, I think there's only, in my mind, a very, very small fraction in my mind that he was shot. Just because I haven't settled it yet, I can't say. And yeah, I mean, that's the question. Will we ever be able to, but but at this point, it's a very, very tiny fraction in my mind that he actually was shot, from where I've come to it at this point.
One crazy angle that I haven't heard anyone bring, this just came to me. One crazy angle that I haven't heard anyone come at it from, because it's so unintuitive, is that it was arranged, but Charlie was in on it, and he actually did get shot, like a willing sacrifice.
Oh, well, I haven't heard anyone really say that, actually. Like, actually agreed to be killed? That's an intense one.
Yeah, like for a cause.
I thought about that.
Like
I thought about that too, man.
Like a cult member who's like, this will be my legacy. September 10th is my day for the rest of time. And not even have, those type of thoughts don't even need to be involved. Just the core idea there that, people can be convinced, like kamikaze fighters, right? Like they kill
like you make
themselves
a
for a
deal.
cause.
You make a deal, right? Like you're like, hey man, you're gonna be on the world stage, but here's the deal. You're gonna be a huge figure. People are gonna think you're like president caliber. You're gonna be like the number one, blah 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 blah, right? You're gonna be super famous, you're gonna crush it. But your role in the play is like you get taken out at 31 or whatever. Like he even agreed to it like a long time ago. Or his parents agreed to it or something like that,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I was thinking more like that. I was thinking maybe like, how did he get into the position he held? Like, you got to wonder if people reach the heights they do on like the cultural stage, of like fame organically, or if they're like groomed and propped up into these positions.
Yeah, dude, and I didn't
Good.
really know that much about who he was. If you want to keep going, I'll just be real brief. I didn't know that much of who he was, but I mean, I knew some. I saw some YouTube clips on my YouTube shorts would pop up here and there, but I don't really follow like that level of politics, I guess, in that way. But like after this all happened, like he was flown on Air Force Two. Erica Kirk's walking off the plane with JD Vance's wife, like. I mean, I know, like Witsit, you were saying earlier, like potentially, like real people can get into positions. I mean, dude, I'm in that Netflix documentary, the Beyond the Curve thing, and I'm not involved with any of them. Like, Jaron literally put a video on his channel that said he's going to do this laser test at a canal. I looked up where it was. It was only like a 2.5 hour drive from where I was at. So I just decided to go. He didn't announce that there was going to be some filmers there until like a day or two before it. He did another video. He's like, oh, by the way, there's going to be like a film crew there. They contacted me. He's like, I'm not really sure what the film's going to end up being, but they're going to be there. And I remember sitting like and thinking like, should I go or not? Like before I went, because I was like, I don't want to be on film really. Anyways, I'm just saying I'm technically in that movie, and I realize someone else could say, oh, I'm part of a whole thing, but I'm not. You know, like, so I'm just saying, like, I understand your idea with that Witsit, that, you know, real people can actually just be involved to some level, but being like friends with the president and the vice president, and you know what I mean, and being flown on Air Force Two when you die, and then having this huge event where the president shows up, to me, it's kind of past that in my mind, of him being.
No, I totally agree. Like he was he got the green light from someone higher up, right? But this is how I think about it. It's like kind of the more that I do kind of meet some people and stuff, I have a different vision of it, right? Like when I hear people, I don't think people always think about the implications of what they say sometimes in these circles. And they say it as though like the implication would be that there's a huge network of people in on the fact that the whole world is a stage. And that's just not ever really been my experience. Like when I talk to some people, I'm like, you sold out basically, or you know people that I wouldn't want to know. The vibe is more like they sold their soul, I guess, but it's because they kind of like they know that there are people that do sketchy things that are giving them their breaks or putting them in position or cutting those checks. Like they know they're receiving checks from people they shouldn't. And then they're told not to say certain things or whatever. And there's like, I don't care. Like I won't talk about certain things. I'll have a couple opinions, whatever. Like I think that's how it goes with rappers. I think that's how it goes with certain athletes. Like I don't think that they're not considered important like that. You see what I'm saying? Like they're just like useful idiots. Like, so they know some stuff, but they definitely don't know like anything when it comes to like the top levels of how much the world's a stage. So I think that that applies to the vast majority of people, and they get each individual to sell out in their own way, and that really they kind of find someone that does have talent organically or that did work pretty hard to make a name for themselves, and then they basically intervene and they're like, well, you know, you're basically going to fizzle out here, or if you really want to keep going and have your dreams fulfilled, you're going to play by our rules. And they don't sit them down with a gun and say like, here's the deal, buddy, you know, like either you're going to sell your soul to Satan right now, or you're like, that may happen. I don't dispute that happens at all, but I just think it's much more discreet than that. And also, I think that's the most logical thing. That's the most realistic thing. That's the most attainable thing. That's the most viable way that you would do this. That's the less risky way that you would do this. Because if you don't do that, you run the risk that at any point in time, just one of the many people that you let in on stuff would just say, you know what? They would kill me anyway. They may sacrifice me anyway. I'm miserable. I don't care. I'm just gonna say it and let them kill me. And I don't know. That's just kind of my take. Now I'm not saying Charlie. Charlie's a little extreme. Like you said, he was like, I mean, dude, he was at the top. And when you see what they rolled out afterwards, right? Like you said, like the jet he got on, which is just for like soldiers and stuff, it's like really weird. He may be an exception, but yeah, dude, I was just saying, like when I hear people talk with so much conviction, they like there are people in the flat Earth community that they know in their mind, they know for a 100% fact that I'm like a Masonic actor that sold
So
his
you
soul.
admit it.
It's just kind of crazy, right? You can see my perspective if I'm on that side of it, and then I've heard them say that about like Harrison Smith and Owen Schroyer. From my experience, those are just real people, bro. Now, I'm not saying I can't be fooled or anything. I'm just saying like
Covering
I
up for your
don't think
bros.
yeah. I
But
don't
isn't
think
it like a
at
spectrum?
all they're in on a conspiracy. Like I think they just work at Infowars, bro. They think they just get to say whatever they want. That's just my opinion, right?
Dude, I'm
So
actually not even convinced Alex Jones is an agent, actually, an operative. Believe it or not, as many people think that he is, but think that he is. I'm not necessarily convinced that he even is an actual operative. But because that's what we're talking about. Like, is someone like an actual agent or operative? But like, aren't we kind of talking about a spectrum? Because you have like, let's say the regular old civilians that are not involved in anything. Okay, those are just the people. And then you have another category of people that are either like in music or Hollywood or where they have certain talents, or they get brought into the fold somehow, where they're not like in the highest level, but like you're talking about, some of these people that, you know, rappers and stuff that are maybe told they can't say something or they'll lose their deal if they do this. But they're not probably wanting to reveal too much. You know, they're not going to like sit them down, because once you do that, then they're potentially going to leak that information and then it could get out. So yeah, I would imagine they would minimize that and just try to control them in other ways, through money and just through fame, or, you know, if they have to like frame them in some crime or something maybe. But, you know, that's kind of all at that level, where it's like regular civilian people, but they're being in some way brought into the fold of the, you know, kind of highest level, quote unquote, of like maybe the actual like secret society, Freemason, Illuminati, whatever, the controller level. So, I mean, would you agree that there may be, like, let's say those 3 levels, and so like if they're at the highest level, that they're completely in on it, then you get the NASA, well, the highest people at NASA that are making the fake globe pictures, you know, the astronauts somewhere in there, like obviously layers of the globe deception, and then layers of all kinds of other banking, politics, big pharma, the media. You know, you would have like the ones that are actually in on it,
Yeah.
which is kind of freaky to think like who they are and like what is their mindset and like what's going on. Then maybe they're in a bloodline and they're possessed by demons. Who knows? And then you have like the civilian level kind of thing, and then the middle. So yeah, I just wondered if you kind of agree that's the case, because
Yeah, I think so.
individuals is going to fall into one category or another. You know.
I think so, and I think that then there's a group that's above all of that, and they're just in the bloodlines. They're entirely anonymous. I
Probably, yeah.
think that
Right.
I think
And
that
maybe
like
another one that's not even human, potentially.
for sure, and maybe even that has something to do with the bloodlines. Who knows? But like I think that even like really famous musicians and stuff, they're involved in like dark magic, quote unquote, or like occultic practices. Like I think that they do know, like I think Ye knows they sacrificed his mom. And they didn't sit him down and say, I'm gonna kill your mom. But he knew. He kind of knew in a roundabout way. They implied it, or they make you have firsthand knowledge of a murder, or you wake up and then they tell you that there was a 12-year-old in your bed last night. Whatever they do, like they're. I think it is still dark. Like as you get higher up in that spectrum, right? Like they know some stuff. They just know that they're part of something dark. To get to that third level kind of that you described, like I think that section is probably a much smaller number. And I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's a really small number. I'm just saying like it's like a handful of people in each field. It's like the Jay-Z's, the P. Diddy's. It's
Let me get on this.
it's like a handful of people. That's what I think. It's like Charlie Kirk may be there, maybe, but like I will say, until he got shot, I would not have guessed he was. And
Well, that's
if
the
Charlie's
question.
entirely fake, he was a super good actor, in my opinion, because I've consumed a decent amount of his content. He seemed to truly believe the stuff he said, super organic, and it's a long form content. And he's talked about so many subjects that I mean, he would have been a pretty phenomenal actor, which I'm not saying isn't possible, but.
Is that necessarily hard to do though? Oh, Fundy, you want to get in? Is that hard to do though, to like play a whole role? I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, but
No, maybe
there are
not.
people-
Maybe
there
not
are
because
people
like,
that
I
are just
can't.
good
I'm not a
at acting.
sociopath. I don't know, right? Like I'm not like no, it's probably not hard. Like I know people even in my personal life that seem almost psychopathic, and like you see the real them and stuff, and you're like, oh, whoa, I didn't realize this was like. No, absolutely, there are people that can just be super fake and like disassociative. It's all you have
Yeah,
to do is
I'm
be able
just
to
saying
disassociate.
it's basically acting when you think about it. When someone acts, they're faking. They're playing a fake role. And someone who's really good at it, like I think Jennifer Lawrence is probably on the higher end of good actresses in terms of how convincing she is to a degree. Maybe she's not the best ever, but she's pretty darn good. And then there's other ones, everyone will watch a movie like, oh, that guy's a bad actor. You can just tell when they're not good at faking it, Other people are good at faking it, even to where it brings you to tears, So, and really can move your emotions. So yeah, he would have to be on the potentially the higher side of that. Like he's definitely not terrible at it if he's just completely running scripts and just basically playing a whole role and told what to memorize. Like he maybe had to memorize Bible verses. He had to memorize all these different positions. I mean, he did play an influential position, and then even now more so. Go ahead.
Here's a far out idea for you, addressing the whole like how far can we minimize the people in the know on the highest level, because we look at the success rate and the coordination that we assume must be involved if it's just the work of rich elites pulling all this off, and it's like, man, are they really that good, or are they teamed up with a demonic sort of entity that has tons of weird influence, like magical influence? Or another substitute to that is the idea of a world simulation, right? Like similar to like the digital twin, right? Where they basically just have this Whopper computer crunching all the numbers with basically a digital parallel universe, basically, of our world with all the data they collect and all the profiles they have on people, and that they can make minor adjustments and they can calculate what sort of influence that'll have and butterfly effect out into. But when you have that's basically like oracle powers, right? To have like the digital like the parallel digital simulation of the world, and you can run tests and say, if I do this, what will be the results? And that can allow for a lot of people to be participating in something that you're steering them towards without them having much knowledge of what they're actually participating in to make happen. Because I think if you really like kidnap people and waterboard them and ask them, confess, you know what really happened. Tell me, you must be in on it. I think a lot of them, if you did that, wouldn't actually know. I think there's a very small group of people that have access to something of that sort, that just have like predictive abilities and an understanding of how they can manipulate the world in minor ways to get big results.
Yeah, like I think
Like,
I think it's
go ahead.
it's a lot of it. I think a lot of it is individual. It's similar to how Freemasonry is. Like when I looked into Freemasonry, basically, and like even like the cryptic answers I would get from like a Mason that I talked to, it's like they let you in, but that's it. Like you go through the rituals, but they don't tell you what to do. Like they give you access to the library and then sit back. Like either you're gonna go, use it and really study and really learn about occultic practices, or you're not. And then you can work your way up, and you'll kind of be let in on some of the secrets. But if you're like lazy and you don't work it, like they don't really care. Like you serve as like a shield for them. And I think this goes the same for actors, actresses, and I think that some of them they realize that the people higher up that are really pulling the strings that the money's trickling down from, that they're into some dark stuff, and that some of them take initiative and they start practicing rituals themselves. They start asking around and they get into the circles and they pursue it and they kind of level up that way. And I just think that I think would be surprised if even some of these people that are kind of in the know. I mean, there are obviously weird parties that do weird stuff, but what if that's really all they know? Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, what if you, like you said, you waterboarded them, or you like gave them truth serum or something? And you asked some of these people that we think are super powerful and they have to be in the know, what all they know, and
Uh-huh.
if they really told you everything, and they're just like, okay, well, there's like a meeting that we go to in the woods. Here's what happens at the Bilderberg meeting. Here's what it really is, and here is like a ritual we do, twice a year. And there's a restaurant here, and we eat what we kind of all know are humans. We do that once a year, and there's stuff like that, but they don't know just like a ton. They just participate in rituals, and they know that they get perks, and they're kind of protected. And they just, if they get a call and they're told to do something, they do it. Like I think, and that's high up, right? If we're talking about stuff like Bilderberg rituals, eating people at the elite restaurants, that's pretty high up, and still they don't really know much. So I think
Our
that it
enemy
has a lot to
plays
do with
a
personal
slow,
initiative.
long game.
Well, the compartmentalization, yeah, of psychopathy, like psychopaths, and then just the idea, like the Freemason levels, and just compartmentalization in general. Yeah, it's pretty wild to think about.
I'll say this too, though. I'll tell you. So, like, I looked a lot into narcissism somewhat recently, right? And that's a pretty crazy phenomenon, right? I think they say it's like 1 to 5%. There's like a whole debate. People throw that word around a lot, but then there's like what they call NPD. I think it's all kind of spiritual in nature in a way. But what apparently is like a very real phenomena is that there are certain people that they at a young age disassociate, due to some type of trauma. They train their body to do that. And what they're able to do is they rewrite reality live time or right after it happens to protect themselves from like in the case of narcissism, like any feeling of shame or any type of accountability or whatever. They rewrite it where they're either the hero, the victim, or the martyr in the story. They internalize that becomes a new reality. If you ask them about it, they lie with such conviction that it requires some type of belief, right? Like they actually believe it. They're able. So my point I'm making is that there are definitely people all around the place, all around us, that are able to click their mind over and truly believe something they just made up and like could pass a polygraph test. Because that's just, if you truly believe you're online, you'll pass a polygraph test, right? So in that sense,
Yeah.
I find no difficult. There's not difficult for me to believe at all that someone like, say, Charlie Kirk could be like that, could tap into that reality and like almost absorb the kind of character he plays when he's in the settings where he's working or on camera or meeting people, and they believe their own fake reality, and they even are able to like cope with the fact that they're lying and deceiving people because they get into this character. They're able to disassociate and believe the fake reality, right? And
I
like,
think you can. I think you can manufacture such people if you get your hands on someone young enough. I think the knowledge of what makes a human tick, uh, it's a it's a something that's been understood since ancient times. How to once someone understood themselves, they understood others. And once they understood what makes them feel certain ways or what influences their thoughts, they had the realization, oh, that if everyone's kind of the same in that way, then if I know what makes me tick, then I guess I know how to manipulate someone else. I think that's just an understanding that goes way,
Absolutely.
way back. And
Absolutely.
and
Yep.
and so when it comes to narcissist sociopaths, I think how to manufacture one, if you get your hands on a small child, you can turn anyone into that very subtly, where they don't even know that you're the reason they are the way they are.
That's crazy that you guys are on this tangent. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but you are literally talking about occult training. If you look into some of these cases where these really, really rich people claim that when they were kids, they were their grandparents and family members raped them and caused them to disassociate all the time. And then every time that they had like a positive reinforcement, they would get, tortured and then have like another personality. I'm trying to find the video where it talks about multiple people went through this. It's like occult abuse. Big thing right now.
Yeah, and like SRA. Has anyone ever
It's a
heard of
Yeah,
Nathan
science.
exactly.
Reynolds? Yeah,
Yes,
Nathan
exactly.
Reynolds. Yeah, that's my boy. He's a flat earther. He's super cool, and his story is insane, bro. Like he was like trained. Like I'll just say it, it's kind of intense, but so disclaimer. But like he was trained to like kill other children. Like they
Yeah.
would fight to the death, and he was like a trained assassin as a child, and he
Yep.
had to disassociate to even like cope with that.
Yeah, and if you look at like multiple of these people, their story all tracks and it's all the same. It's crazy how like they manufacture these children in order to become killers, and then they bring them through the system. And obviously, they are also really interested in Jews, whatever that bloodline might entail. Perhaps maybe they're connected to the Anunnaki or something like that. I have no idea, but they're really, really into bloodlines.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And like something else Nathan Reynolds said, this is why he's like, they asked him about, do you think they could be feeding us human meat? And he said, oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I know for a fact that they're feeding you human meat through the pork supply. And,
Mm.
yeah, he's like the Reynolds family owns some of the biggest pig farms in the world, and that's how they disposed of the bodies. And for sure, you should not be eating pork, right? But anyway, like the point is, like, he somehow broke out, and he would attribute it to like being a believer, and that he has a pretty crazy testimony that like he was able to basically overcome like memory regression and suppression, and like he had to go through like a period of where he had to kind of cope with all the stuff that he had disassociated from and begin to
Mhm.
remember it once he was like healed and stuff like that. So it's crazy to think think about how cold of a world that is. Like you grow up in a world like an elite bloodline or something, and you don't grow up with a family. Like you don't look at your family like family. Like they tortured and traumatized you from a young age, and everyone went through that. So you grow up as if like your family are just kind of distant strangers in a way. Like you don't ever really know them, you can't really trust them, and then you kind of probably go through like Stockholm syndrome, stuff like that. So like when they become adults, I mean, you could probably get them to do some very cold, heartless stuff. They developed the ability to completely be devoid of empathy just for survival.
Yeah, and they look for that in the CIA as well when they're recruiting people.
You
Yeah,
can
it makes sense.
you can
Yeah,
use
it's pretty
mind
dark.
altering drugs in tandem with these techniques just to you know, anchor it in even stronger. I mean, there's techniques that none of us know about because none of us have had that like sick-minded, you know, agenda to learn or use these techniques. But combining certain drugs and certain rituals and techniques and putting
And
youngsters through
murdering children,
experiences,
having to murder of your peers and stuff like that, that traumatizes you. Fights to the death.
humans are programmable in a lot of ways. You can
Yeah, I mean, this is one
input.
of the darkest. Oh, you're done? Sorry, if you want to finish.
No, you're good.
Well, I was just trying to get in. I was just going to say, because yeah, this is like one of the deepest, darkest like regions of all this. I think like the trauma-based mind control on this extreme level. I don't know how if we're going to like go really deep into it, but I mean, from my knowledge of like the human psyche through, because the thing is, people can heal from these. I think there's a lot of ways to heal, but like even the invention of LSD in particular, because LSD is such like a microscope into the mind that I think that they may have even used that to try to glean more insight into this. Because if somebody has been like deeply traumatized, they can actually use LSD and other like plant-based medicines as well to actually like unravel it and to heal it and to actually have permanent resolution to the actual trauma that happens, like the disassociation, the extreme abuse that can happen in sexual abuse and in all these like, other extreme physical abuse and so on, that fractures the psyche and potentially even like allows for like demonic energies to kind of come in. That's a whole nother part of it, that they try to fracture your real soul away so they can get like these kind of demonic implants basically. There's so many layers to it, but what I'm saying is that if like LSD is used in a way for like healing, where you close your eyes and go deep within, it seems to unravel and heal these very deep personality issues that people have, like in bipolar, depression, schizophrenia, these really deep things. And that's a whole topic in and of itself. But I don't doubt that they may have used LSD in a way just to study the mind more, to figure out how to actually traumatize people to go the other way. So instead of actually unraveling, like if someone was like repeatedly sexually abused and they're doing like LSD therapy or mushrooms or other like plant-based, of similar family of compounds, because lysergic acid in LSD, it actually comes from a plant. Lysergic acid is in various different like morning glory seeds and different seeds. So lysergic acid itself is like in the plant world, but just with LSD, it's like a very like highly active form of lysergic acid basically, and the way that it's in the microgram form and the way that it like chemically, it's basically just a lysergic acid to the max kind of thing. Anyways, but the fact that people could do something like that and unravel their deep trauma from sexual abuse or things like that would cause these like severe narcissistic disorders and sociopathic disorders, where like what's it like you were saying, when people just like they like rewrite their memory almost, they there's like, it's really severe, and they can like almost like they don't even have to act, because like the disassociation is so real that it's that real of like a shift in consciousness. But anyways, I'm just saying the way that LSD can unravel that and someone can heal from it, or like you were saying, the Bible, there's many avenues to healing, I think, as well. Like I don't doubt that, very spiritual avenues. But I don't doubt that these controller guys have probably gleaned that information and then figure out how to reverse it, how to do the trauma and cause the disassociation, which is why that's so dark of a whole area that may be potentially real, like that they do, who knows what they do with the sexual abuse stuff. I don't even want to fathom what they might be doing at that level, let alone like, just like, it's pretty dark. And then causing the fracture to then control people and have these kind of, go ahead.
If you have the heart and mindset to deal with it, this video that I linked in live stream text is another person that went through a cult ritual training, I guess we'll call it. And like there's a whole community, and he goes into some pretty deep, dark details of like how he was trained as a child to, you know, disassociate and have multiple personalities and murder other children, and then he was turned into like a breeding machine because his bloodline was really important to them, and they wanted him to continue to make children for them. And then he said he also met Epstein, and he said that Epstein was like a really interesting guy because he was able to like switch personalities really seamlessly, but he didn't like interact with him too much because obviously he was like literally chained up and just used as like a semen machine. Sorry for being crude, but essentially that's what it is. So
Wow, that is really intense. I will check it out. I mean, it sounds interesting. Like I don't know, it's kind of a darker area, but it sounds like an interesting story.
If you can handle it.
Yeah. Wow.
Like what you were saying, Gia, like they'll fracture people that makes them more susceptible to mind control when they do that.
I even think
that.
there's a demonic layer to it too, I think, from the spirit world. Like they're basically trying to replace, like, just to put it simply, like your actual soul with other demonic energies to then control you through that energy. Because it's a whole nother layer to it. Like people who do like the breath work I've talked about, which is very similar to what the psychedelics do, but it's just using breathing. But it's a more powerful. It's like a 2 or 3 hours of deep breathing to where you really go into a deep state. People that you do that, which is no substance at all, or any of the substances, the particular ones I'm referring to, like the plant-based ones, like when they unravel these traumas. Oh, what was I saying? What was the last thing you said, Taylor? Sorry. What was the very last thing you said? I was gonna.
Taylor.
Like you break people, they're more susceptible to mind control. You said demons and stuff.
Oh, what I was going to say, right, is that when people just like, regular old people kind of thing, like not people that were even in like any Illuminati or any like crazy occult stuff, they were just maybe repeatedly sexually abused, repeatedly physically abused as a child. It's when it's the repeated abuse. And I'm just saying some of those people, and they have like serious mental disorder type stuff going on. And then if they do any of these practices I'm talking about that actually like help to heal it and bring it out and kind of unravel it and heal it, there can be demonic energies, like almost sometimes exorcism type level stuff where, now it's all done in a safe environment where they can release it and it can be cathartic and healing, but I'm just saying there can be like really demonic energies within people. So that's another whole level of it. And if these entities that are doing a lot of these deceptions and at that higher level, if they are connected to a whole demonic lineage or a whole demonic thing, then they, not only someone who just gets sexually abused, just a regular person has that demonic energy. So it's obviously like in our DNA or the spirit world, we're all kind of maybe susceptible to it. Like all humans could be through the trauma, just if it's regular, just, quote unquote, regular sexual abuse in a household. It can be that way. I'm just saying, like, I couldn't even fathom at those levels where they might have actual like trauma-based mind control techniques that they do, or like traumatizing techniques that they do, and then if they're connected to specific demons that are like heading that up, it's a dark area. But yeah, just completely like trying to transform people's personalities. And could they, like, to what level can they control people, which is pretty dark and intense to think about.
Beyond your wildest imagination.
Also, this guy, he said that when he got to a certain age, when he was like 16 years old, there's a certain level where they can't control you anymore. And he said that they try to tempt him with like the 5 or 4, I forget exactly, like the I do's or I accepts. And they try to tempt him with like women, they try to tempt him with money, they tried, multiple lands, opportunities, and he rejected all of that.
Yeah, see, this is crazy because if anyone's ever met someone that's like maybe what the world would call like MBD or whatever, if you've ever actually experienced it, it's in and of itself, like just say, so like a typical individual that had like some type of abuse as a child that was traumatizing them and they disassociated, because that's kind of like what MPD is. You disassociate, and then it kind of stunts the maturity, emotional maturity growth, and all these things, right? And so what happens is like it's like you create this version of you that you feel like is a safe place that you can kind of handle it, and that way you're able to discard it when you're not like in your fight or flight, or you're like not in under threat or whatever. So my point is, if anyone's ever met someone like that, just like there's tons of child trauma now, and probably everyone in this room has experienced some, and then obviously some is so severe or whatever that people that walk amongst you, they're not part of elite bloodlines whatsoever, right? can develop this thing that we call MBD or whatever. Where, like, dude, if anyone's ever experienced it, because people throw this word around all the time, they throw narcissist around all the time, but if you've actually ever experienced it, it's insane. Okay, it's
Yeah,
like every
multiple
second of
personality
their
disorder.
life, yeah, like they are a different person. It's a mask. Everything they do, every other human, they don't even internalize other people as people. They're like objects. Everything is transactional and almost like survival, and they're just constantly in a method of manipulation. And when you watch them lie, you're like, you know, especially if you're like an empath, or if you try not to lie, like you're super susceptible to it because you can't really fathom someone being like that, right? So like they're able to trick you really well. And these are just everyday people. So if we're talking about someone born into elite bloodlines that they have boiled this down to a science from the time you were born, and then in those super important formative years of like say 0 to 7, they've like mastered how to do this. And those are the people that are now being put on the world stage as adults in front of us. Dude, like someone like Charlie Kirk could of course live his entire life in the scenario that he was one of those, right? Or anyone, you know, any of these people could live their entire public life 100% of the time manipulating you, being a totally fake person that isn't real at all, right? And like, yeah, dude, they would basically win in character. They would believe that's really them. So you're not going to ever catch them. You're not like it becomes their reality. So I think we maybe have kind of cracked the code in a sense, which yeah, I guess this isn't anything new. Like she was saying, and I've even heard Reynolds talk about it quite a bit. He has a book called Snatched from the Flames. It's a well-known thing, I guess, but I think that's probably how they do it. I don't think it's much more complicated. And I think that these bloodlines, like this is just how the world works for them. They're born into that, and then so simultaneously they're born into like limitless power and control. So for them, it's just like everything is transactional.
Yeah,
So
I agree with
that's
that.
all that they understand. Yeah. So just about like if you can if you can conceive of everything being transactional, like if you're gonna go date someone, you don't really view them as a human. You view them as like, oh, well, what's their job, or what are they gonna do? What can I get from them? Right? What benefit do they bring me? That's all that you conceive of. That's kind of like the way that they live. So that should give you. I mean, now you're wondering like, how can people do stuff so dark? Well, like that's very simple, right? They don't even understand a world outside of that.
Austin, do you think any of that, of what you were just saying, might be associated with MK Ultra?
I do, yes, I do.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that that's one of the main processes in MK Ultra is to cause disassociation. Once I heard Nathan Reynolds explain that they could basically, they had him as a trained assassin. And he was like a 7-year-old sneaking into like mansions with really wealthy people, and because no one suspected him because he's just a kid, he's sneaking up and stealing safes and carrying out hits, and that he would then just snap over and kind of like be a different person.
Yep,
I'm
I'm
like,
linking the
well, yeah,
video
of
now.
course they could.
Let's so once you've created, I guess I'm coining this term right now, a designer person, you know, a person of your design, like they say, like designer drugs, right? These specific cocktails. Once you've made a designer person, you don't actually need to give them orders. All you need to do is give them opportunities for them to do what you know they're going to choose to do. You just need to like basically make it possible for them to go seek after what you've designed them to want.
Well, and that may play
So
in. I wanted to comment because when Witsit said like the transactional, that is a very good word to use. You said it twice. The first time you said it, I was like, oh, I was thinking to myself, like, remember that, like, just remember to bring it up, and just that it just resonated because that is the case. Like, there does seem to be this this transactional component. Now, I could go deeper into like the idea of like how the disassociation is connected to that, because there's like a transaction. They're like, in some cases, like dealing with their deep inner suffering, and then the fracture that's there. But yeah, the way that you said that transactional. So linking into what you're saying, Fundy, like if it's transactional to the level to where, I mean, of course, like in the military, you know, they kind of are almost training people to be transactional. Like you just, you know, push, you know, they tell the soldier what to do, and the
Oh,
soldier
yeah.
does it. They do it. And why does the soldier do it? Because that's basically his job. That's his country. It's his whatever. It's like a transactional thing. Like, oh, like they you know, in the civilian level of it, they pay you to be a soldier, and you're going to do what you're told to do. But on a like a level of some of this deeper, like trauma-based mind control type level stuff, if they can fracture the person to some extent to where that person is always in a transactional thing, then basically what they're told to do, they'll do, potentially. So like, let's say Charlie Kirk as an example, if he was raised from a small child to be one of these or whatever, he may not even know his true self to some extent. And then I could get into like, is there like a demonic layer there that's going on? But nonetheless, like if it's just so transactional to where they have these people just like, it's almost like, like in a movie when there's like, sometimes when they do that, they mind control and it's like, what do you want me to do, master? That kind of vibe, just like that gazy eyed, like, what do you want me to do? Okay, do this, do that. Anyway, there could be some level of that involved.
No, they literally don't know who they are, right? So okay, I'm extrapolating out my like experiences with individuals that are like maybe just more of an organically formed like version of this, but they actually don't know who they are, right? And they may have like this rare moment of introspection where they'll tell you that. Like they'll even like it's actually super sad, right? But like they don't really know who they are, and then they have like an idealized version of themselves in their mind to kind of cope with what they do, and then they kind of rewrite it, and then that's why they'll also like even idealize other people, and then that's why then once they realize like, oh, these people are humans. Right, they have flaws or whatever. They're like, oh wait, this doesn't work for my idealized dissociative self. So like, yeah, that's all very sad. That's it's probably worth stomaching through some testimony of someone that has suffered SRA at a young age to basically be molded to do these things, even if just for a little bit, just to kind of get a grasp of like the true like severity kind of the other side of things. That's kind of like up at the top, I think.
Yeah, if it can help kind of equip you to understand it. Yeah, even though it can be dark, but
it's like a necessary evil in my opinion. I really need to know what's going on so I know how to prepare, because you need to know who is really like what type of monsters are we dealing with, you know what I mean?
You gotta think like the enemy to defeat the enemy.
I mean, there's a whole argument for even just being aware of it just for people in the world, because what percentage of the people just in our daily lives have this, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, how many, each person could probably say, people in there, either that they've known in their life, someone they've worked with, someone they've even dated or family, or, there's probably, and there's a lot of different categories too, like, but if we're talking about like some of the more disassociative types and personality, of course, there are like people that have like multiple personalities and all those kinds of things as well, but it can be really challenging to deal with for a lot of people, because in some of the layers of like the narcissism and sociopathy, it can be really tricky because they, someone who has that kind of condition, they can come off at the beginning as even being, very friendly and seemingly positive. And sometimes you don't know until some time unfolds. And also, yeah. And that person, like, it's almost like in some cases, they're like targeting you to manipulate, but that can come off as like they're really friendly and really like you. So for someone who's unsuspecting, to some extent, they could just think like, oh, this person's amazing or this person's awesome, and then it's not until like the card flips or something happens to where
I was gonna say, so they have handlers most of the time, especially when they're children, and they also have code words. And then there's also a thing called like like a black book or like a little red book. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, Witsit, but that has like the instructions basically for all the code switchings and different personalities for that person and how to like interact with them. Every I don't even know the acronym right now, but everybody that I've seen talk about this has like a little book. I don't know if anybody else can explain it a bit better. Sorry.
Yeah, I only know this vaguely, but yeah, it's just like a science. So we're talking about the people that are brought into these families. It's like a science to it. And then they have specific colors, they have specific numbers, they have specific codes that trigger like subsets of the personality and give commands. And which a lot of people have kind of heard the idea with MK Ultra, right? But this like makes the idea of MK Ultra kind of seem fantastical, because it's like always very loosely defined. If you look into MK Ultra, they were just kind of experimenting with things, but this is like a science to children that they build for specific tasks at a young age, and then they force them to do just the most cold-hearted things you can imagine at a young age. So that like it kind of what could you do that's worse than that? Like they'll make them like I don't want to say it all right, but it's like say they'll force you at a certain age to participate in your first like killing. And what they'll do before that is they'll say, they'll adopt a little boy and make you be friends with them, and then they'll make you do something to him, and then make you, then it's dinner time or whatever it is, right? Something so mind-blowingly insane and traumatizing that, like, from that point forward, that human will never be the same. The only way to survive is to dissociate, and then with one of their like primary experiences, they will associate specific words or colors or images, and they basically have like playbooks on all the people that they code.
Yeah, and then they sell those playbooks to the highest bidder.
Yeah, and basically you're selling a
That is-
slave.
Oh my god, mind controlled slave. That is so dark. Oh my gosh. That's like
Sorry, Dio.
they're like betting on the stock market of like a version, like some background version of like a stock market, or like some kind of a slave trade thing that's of like mind controlled slaves. That is such an intense whole kind of region. What I was going to say,
People do this
see,
to their
it would-
kids. Imagine like doing that to your child.
Right? No, I can't.
Well, I was gonna say,
Wild.
like, it would have been easy for like at the level of like these controller dudes like to figure this out, because remember that TV show? It was like my crazy addiction. There's been a few of those, and there's people out there that are like addicted to eating mattresses, like the foam out of a mattress. People are addicted to drinking gasoline. People are addicted to eating glass. Like, you guys have maybe heard some of these like insane things, which like just like to that level. Like, there's this one woman who literally ate her whole mattress. Anyways, so that, but see, someone might think like, what is going on there? And the thing is, though, if that girl, I mean, I'll be kind of graphic in a sense, but let's say she was sexually abused and her face was smashed into a mattress, and then now she like wants to eat the foam of the mattress. Like, it's pretty dark. But when you work with people who have these traumas, like with the methods I was talking about earlier, etc., like when these traumas come out and they heal it, it's like pulling a splinter out. So like the splinter's in there and then it's causing them depression, or maybe they're addicted or whatever, have issues like that. And then once the splinter is pulled out and they have healing, then they put the pieces together. Like, they understand like what happened. And that's not really that uncommon of a potential one. Like, someone will process their own deep sexual abuse and they'll realize like, oh, okay, I wanted to eat mattress foam because, when, they were being sexually abused, they were like some connection to a mattress. Or maybe with the eating the glass, maybe some glass trauma. So anyways, I'm just saying that at the level of like the controllers, it makes sense how they would have really kind of easily really been able to figure it out, just to see how humans are traumatized and how that occurs, to where then they could think, well, could we traumatize them, to control, to be some kind of like automaton, NPC control. Them. Yeah, manufacturer. Yeah, it's really dark, but it's just that whole side of it. Like, it's just conceivable to me that they could have figured that out, just knowing how people associate things with traumas, and if they wanted to associate something particular, like whatever it may be.
Correct. Like whatever the trigger is, it just immediately reminds them, even probably eventually over time subconsciously, of the trauma. So like, I heard one girl telling a story, right? And so she kind of told a story that I vaguely alluded to a second ago, and like the little boy's name was Charlie. And so like they can just say the word. I think it was Charlie, whatever the name is. That doesn't matter. So just say it's Charlie. I may be saying that because of Charlie Kirk. I don't know. It could be a coincidence, but so like anytime they say that word, it's a guarantee that she went into the disassociated state. Does that make sense? So they tie the traumatic memories to words, numbers, pictures, sounds, names, whatever. And then you can just now forever use it, and they're just going to become that other person, because they just dissociate. Because it doesn't matter how old they get, they can't fully accept what they did. So they disassociate to cope with it. What they did, what they were forced to do, what they went through, a combination of all of it. So you can kind of understand how it works. It's like, it's not super complicated even, right? It's just like the thing was so horrific. They haven't been able to cope with it. They were at such a young age when they went through it in these scenarios that they definitely weren't old enough to properly like sit in any type of emotions and cope with them and work through them and integrate them. So they're just left unresolved, and then they just trigger that unresolved like trauma response with some type of like, memory, something that triggers the memory.
Yeah, it
Wild,
takes
bro.
being triggered to a whole nother level. You know, how people always say you're triggered, which like basically means like you're debating or something's happening, and that means that like your ego's flared up. They're trying to say, or you're triggered because you're reacting or getting angry or just whatever. And people use it to like troll people. But yeah, this takes being triggered to a whole nother level. Yeah, and you hear about like people have like anger issues and they just like pop off and become like violently aggressive. Of course, if that's linked to like some violent trauma, but yeah, it just takes the idea of being triggered to a whole nother level to where instead of just you get triggered and you get angry, or you get triggered about something and then you want to drink or you want to do drugs or whatever. But yeah, at the level at that level, like you're talking about, yeah, it's just like a much deeper, more like in the case where they're like doing this like kind of MK Ultra level stuff, it's like they're like planting the trigger that they want the person to actually react to. So
Yep. It's really interesting and horrible.
yeah. Well, it is interesting because it's the human psyche on one level and what we are as humans.
But I just hate when they abuse children. That's like the biggest thing that gets me so worked up. I wish and pray that this all gets exposed soon, because I don't know how much more like torture is necessary. I mean, they're already like putting the noose around our necks with financial strain and, moral strain and everything else, and everybody's like talking about having a civil war, which is what they want because of Charlie Kirk, and I think he's a martyr regardless if he was killed or not. And so I'm just really worried for the future, honestly.
No, it is
We can have a
intense. Yeah, I do too. I was going to say, I try to say something positive. I mean, it is really intense, but there's also, I think, a lot of revealing and healing and transformation in the mix as well. Because who knows how long this has been going on too? Like, is it just more of a, like, if this has been going on for decades or even 100 years or hundreds of years, depending on what worldview, what you may consider is going on. I mean, if we're like a reset culture, if you're going to go that route, like, who knows how long this has been going on is basically. So it could be more recent, only like, somewhat recently, but that's the question, is how long it's been going on. I mean, to even lie about the globe is that's
a tremendous lie.
Tremendous, yeah. And what they would have had to get society into position to even do this. So that makes you think like just to what really is going on. And because if the globe is not really this organic thing where this Greek philosopher Aristotle just happened to see a boat going over, being cut off by the mast optically, and then thought it was going over a curve. And then Eratosthenes decided to put some sticks in the ground, as if humans never did that. We've been building sundials and all the, clocks for forever. But just this guy finally figured out the angles are linked to a globe if you assume a faraway sun. Anyways, it's crazy. But like, I'm just saying with the whole globe thing itself and how long like whoever these entities are have been doing this, even though it is like in a sense maybe at a peak level right now perhaps with all this, but then there's also the potential that there's like a larger revealing or even uncovering that's going on. Like if we are reset culture, just from that perspective, if we're all in some kind of delusion or deception of who we even are, or just like we've all been knocked and drugged out basically, like who are we, to like just using those analogies, then when we could be actually like the idea of waking up, like literally waking out of this larger system. So yeah, there's the potential for like some kind of an exposing and a revealing in the same way, like, if you have the splinter in your body and it hurts and hurts, it's never really going to be, you got to get the splinter out kind of thing. So like we may be in that phase, but if there can be, there's just a lot of potential for positive transformation, and maybe even for this huge dark demonic cult that's going on, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, maybe we're in the phase of them being dissolved and actually removed from their position. I'm not saying violent revolution, but we may be actually in an era. I mean, the fact that the truth about the shape of the earth came out really just about 10 years ago, we're like a decade in. So, what is the larger design for our, as it were, the creation, creator, etc., kind of have in store? And if we're in this healing process, then there actually could be a lot of good in the mix coming, even though we're kind of still in the middle of the storm in a way.
I can see that. Yeah. I don't know if you guys are into Tartaria at all. I just recently got a book. It was like the 1876, I think, World Fair, and it took place in Pennsylvania. And they had these beautiful buildings. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, by the way. But they had these beautiful buildings that they all built within 2 years with horse and buggy, apparently. And then they all just conveniently got torn down after the event. And I'm really excited to comb through the book to see what it used to look like before they destroyed everything.
Yeah, that is definitely a really whole interesting angle. What is the name of it, or what? It's a book?
Yeah, I'll link it in the text chat.
Nice. Yeah, people have a wide range of views on all of that. We had kind of we haven't talked about that much lately, but I think about a week ago we had like a multiple hour session on that kind of old world.
Yeah, I have an antique book of the history of the Centennial Expedition 1876 steel engravings. It's coming on Monday.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, let us know what you think of it. You had to actually order it, like it's not on like a PDF kind of thing.
I mean, it might be. I can look actually. I just wanted to have like it in my possession because I know they're doing a mass removal of information online.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to archive as much as I can. Let's see.
That's kind of the larger question. Like, are we in a stage where it's just going to get worse and worse and worse in 1984, and whoever is doing all this is just going to, you know what I mean? Or is there actually a larger shift? And I mean, why have all of us even been aware of all this if there wasn't a larger shift happening? Is one question. You know, like, why would we even? It just seems like if it wasn't in the process of shifting, we would have just gone on. You know, the 80s, 90s. It would have been another. You know, the 2000s would have just been another like the 90s or but it's like, and they are showing their cards too at things like 9/11. But
oh my God, they're showing the cards super hard right now. But I mean, the age of the internet has made it really difficult for them to control the narrative, because we can watch, we can gather like this and we can watch different people that have different views and opinions. Like we don't have to watch a program anymore on television. Like we're not subject to what they require us to like and to watch and to consume. So
yeah, imagine like Charlie Kirk back in the day. Like you wouldn't have any of these alternative angles recorded off their phone. You would just sit down the news, they tell you what happened, they maybe would show you something, maybe, and they would just tell you the update every day. You would just tune in, like, yeah, let's go here. Have they found out who the shooter is? Or like you wouldn't know anything. And yet you've had the internet just like tear apart like every official claim and like comb through everything known about anything to do with both of them, Erica and Charlie, and TPS. It's like a new world. So we would have to be a reset for this to have happened before. And I mean, I will say either way, unless we're dealing with some like truly non-human entities, which I think we are ultimately, but I mean, like in terms of the people kind of like pulling the strings, I don't know. Have they experienced this before? Have they experienced a dynamic where the public so quickly can kind of like sift through the lies? Because yeah, I think people give them too much credit sometimes, right? I think oftentimes they kind of are running around with their heads cut off. There does seem to be like some type of metaphysical pulling of the strings that's going on, but I think like a lot of the characters carrying it out, they're kind of like retarded in a way. I think a lot of them are inbred. I don't know. I just don't like to look. I just don't like to give them more credit than maybe they deserve.
what do you mean?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, they're not necessarily like all powerful demons kind of thing. Although they might be connected to something pretty dark.
Yeah, just like the families in general, right? I think that like, I mean, if you've been like inbreeding for that long, like you may be kind of stupid. And yeah, you may be raised with lots of pieces of information that's hidden from the general public, so it's advantageous, like fundamentally. But um, like I think if say some people in this room were given all the information of some of the people born to the bloodlines, they would be like they'd crush way harder. I guess is all I'm saying. I have a feeling that they may be kind of retarded, a lot of them, and I think that the true enemy, like we wrestle against, not flesh and blood type of thing. I think, yeah, there's some like entities that have been here for a long time that probably are, yeah, probably a few steps ahead of us. But outside of that, I think the people that actually carry this stuff out are just kind of
Stupid, yes.
low.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on a
So I like to
soul
make fun of
level.
them.
Yeah. They would also have to be like some of the most unevolved like beings on this earth, you know, because think about all the evil stuff they're doing. Like even the worst person any of us know in our lives, would they even do some of the stuff these guys do, you know, like the vaccines and, you know, so I'm just saying they would have to be like at the lowest level of integrity possible, you know, even though they could have like an evil genius vibe going on, but if they're of that low of integrity, because you know people will even call like, oh, they'll say, oh, that guy's a scumbag or that guy's whatever, but yeah, at that level, it's not like anything to look up to in any way, and they're not like all powerful either. Even though that's kind of a question though, could they be connected to something metaphysically that actually is, you know, pretty dark, you know, and then the actual ones carrying it out, or because yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like to what level like evil genius, but it's just
Well, I
like
think for
if
that's
you
the
have
case
integrity,
because
you're going to be much more amazing if you have integrity. Yeah.
some of the stuff you see, it's like, I mean, the timelines, the consistency, kind of like the discipline. It's for sure something beyond man, right? But I think that even that, I like to make fun of them, right? Like disembodied spirits or something like. If there was some like bucking of like the natural order. I mean, yeah, it sounds crazy, right? But every ancient civilization said entities came from the sky and took women and made babies. Who knows? But and they worship as gods or whatever. But like, I'd be like, well, look, dude, you have 6 toes, dude. You look kind of stupid, and you got all these rows of teeth, and like you're goofy, bro. And then they're gonna die, and they weren't really supposed to exist per se, so they just kind of aimlessly wander around. So I think that they may have a lot of historical context and kind of be smarter than us in a way. I still think that like they're lame, in like I think in a way they envy just like good-hearted people, and I think that's definitely goes with the bloodlines. I think I've told you on my whole take, but I think that some people were born to the bloodlines. They believe that basically their family history is the history that they're taught. That's the true history that's hidden, and they've kind of been in charge of things for a long time. But I think that they just like look at normal people and like envy us. And imagine being raised in that kind of environment that we were describing earlier. Like you would just be super jealous of like
Normalcy.
anyone normal. Yeah, exactly.
That's actually really intense. Is that why? Because they also seem to hate us too. Like they're willing just to vaccinate us, and they have this like all of the dark thing too. So now outside of the like idea of like that's more of a demonic nature, but that component of envying us, do you think that would even be linked to why they would actually want to hurt us in a way? Like that thing where people want to hurt others that have what they feel like they don't have and what they want.
Yeah, yeah. Like that's what like narcissistic people do. But like, I don't know. I've thought about this. I think it's maybe like a mix where there may be times that they kind of envy us and feel bad. It would be like a movie plot where someone's like in the evil family, but they secretly look around and like open the gate or something. Like I think that at times they're pulling for us, and then at other times like they disassociate and they just like want to destroy us because they're jealous. And how's it fair that think about this, like people look at them like, how's it fair some people are born to these super rich wealthy families that own like billions of acres, and they look at us like, how's it fair that they could just live a normal life and I have to be like traumatized from 3 up, right? Same thing with like people look at angels like, oh, how's it fair they get to be in like a heavenly immortal state and they don't really have the choice to not know what's real, and then we have to sit here and figure it out with all of like the world's religions and blah blah. Both sides would look at the other side like envious. So yeah, it's it's like a conundrum. But anyway, I think that they largely like want to be us and kind of in a way pull for us and even try to imitate us. Like this is kind of just this is purely speculation, bro. But because if you think about it, it seems like that's what they do. I mean, yeah, maybe they're trying to imitate us because they're trying to fit in, though, right? Like they may just be trying to fit in. But like if you listen to some of the songs, it's like no one knows what it's like to be the bad man, like behind blue eyes. And that kind of goes into this RH negative. Some of the bloodlines that track back typically will have blue eyes, and I think that they wish they could be us, and I don't think that it's necessarily like they always want to hurt us. I think they just have no empathy, and it's just a transactional thing. I think that's all it is, and like it's compartmentalized. They're told what they're supposed to do. They have their role in their family. They're told to carry certain things out, and everything is transactional. They view it like, okay, here's the best way to put it: like a narcissist. Like, say you're with a narcissist and they habitually cheat on you, or you're with a narcissist in business and they can habitually like finesse you or steal from you. They think that you deserve it because they're like, how are you? You're stupid. Like you're naive or gullible to fall for these tricks or to fall, like this is how it works. So why would you not be looking out for it? Like, so they consider you stupid. So
Exactly.
you kind of deserve it. They don't even perceive it or conceive of it as like a personal thing. They're just like, you're incompetent. It's a transactional world and you're not like cutthroat enough to survive. So I think that what they do to us, quote unquote, and how they maybe really feel about us may not even be attached. Does that make sense? Like I don't like. I think there's like layers to that. I think that like the transactional component of it is almost just like a competition, and they feel like, wow, you guys are just like incompetent. If you've ever experienced like narcissism, then you understand what I'm saying. Like this is kind of how they view it. They're like, wait, how do you not see what I'm doing? How do you not see what I'm lying? And then eventually it'll click and you'll see it and you'll maybe put everything together and you'll be like, oh my god. But they just view it like, wow, you kind of deserve it because you didn't figure it out. That's what I think the families think, and they look at us kind of like livestock. That they're in a way they like you should be thankful because we help take care of society. If we handed it over to you, you guys would destroy it.
I was also thinking about this earlier. Well, they want us to not have a lot of babies because they're like, logically speaking, if we have too many people on the planet or whatever we are living on, then we're going to be overrun. We're not going to have resources, etc. So logically speaking, we don't want to have too many humans, right? And so it's just kind of like, in a way, this is really cynical, but in a way, it's a good. I don't even know if I want to say this, but like, in a way, I guess it's a good thing that they think this way because they're like, they believe that if we just are prosperous and happy all the time, then there's no turmoil and we're just going to keep producing and producing and producing. And then eventually there's just going to be nothing left.
Yeah, and I wonder if they even believe that. I mean, I think that we're entering into a new state. They've obviously tried to create like a society where we don't reproduce a lot, but like
100%.
where we're now entering like a surveillance state. I mean, I don't really think it's going to be an issue for them, right? Like, I mean, with what Trump is setting up, I don't even think people realize like it's
Oh yeah.
not good. It's not good. So like 10 years, I mean, you could probably you could in theory like almost double the world's population. They're gonna know where everyone's at. You know what I mean? Like there's plenty of land.
I don't think it's about like knowing where everybody's at. It's more like not wanting to have too many people taking resources away from the people that have everything. You know what I mean? Like they want more. They want it. They keep us cold the population essentially, like how we do with deer.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, for sure. And at the least, it's like they don't want a ton more to look after. 'Cause I think that's how they view it, right? Like that, like we're incompetent and they have to look after us. And they're like, okay, well, they're only good for like slave labor and to do the jobs that we don't want to do and to kind of gather the resources for us. And it's like, well, now we can maybe use robots and some AI. We can cut a lot of this out, and we don't want to have to like take care of too many of them.
I feel that way, honestly. I just think that it's really a shame of how like everybody's job is being taken away and they're automating everything. And I think they're making these 15-minute cities so that we can be even in a smaller society, and so we can be all in one place. Yes. So they can kill you easier. Yeah.
I don't want a robot to look after me in a few years. I'd rather
Wait,
a
what?
human do it. I said I wouldn't want a robot to be looking after me in a few years when I get old. I mean, I am old, but only a few years to go, so I don't want to have robots doing the work of a human, what a human can do.
What, you don't want to get a Tesla robot in your house, bro?
Want to get a sponge bath by a robot?
Yeah, man. They'll make female ones by then.
Yeah. What, in a couple of years?
Yeah, they
That'll
already
be that.
exist, bro. Sex bots already
Wow.
exist. Yeah. Don't do it. It takes your soul, I heard.
But they're already building drone armies. Like they're building drones that are autonomous, quote unquote, that will go around with guns on their backs or rockets under their wings. I mean, I say wings, but I mean rotors. And they'll kill whatever they're told to kill. So the whole point is they don't need people. If you ever read Asimov's The Foundation, very late in the story, there's a planet that they visit where basically it's a few thousand, literally a few thousand extremely wealthy individuals who live underground and are surrounded with drones. And they treat everyone else around them, everyone, like absolute pawns. They're the most sadistic people that you can possibly imagine. And the main characters come here and they're like, "Oh my God, we're gonna die." And the individuals on that planet run the entire scheme by having giant armies of robots that do their bidding. Like I don't know. It's amazingly prescient to me because if you think about what we're seeing right now, and you look at I don't know. I don't know what chat I just walked into. I'm just
Everybody's chill. Go ahead.
yeah. I feel like the whole globalist scheme is to eliminate all human autonomy, to get you so you have no job, you're utterly dependent on everything that they do, and then to create an army that's all-seeing and unstoppable and utterly replaceable, so they can come out and wipe everyone out whenever they want. And whenever they want is what's convenient to them. I think they'll keep people around so they can have some chattel to rape or do whatever they want with, and the rest of us are going to die. That's what I think they're doing with AI. And I'm sorry, that's just a weird random tangent. I came in, I heard this conversation, and I'm just like, this is my feeling on it. That's where it's going if we let them.
Well, that is dark. Wait, that they're like raising us to like farm us as to what a human is, so that they can then replace us, like get the AI to be as good as humans, basically, and just replace the actual humans with some kind of AI robot army kind of thing.
They need their adrenochrome and their rape victims. That's all. Sorry, total black pill.
Yeah.
What, am I in the wrong chat?
No, you're good. People are distracted.
Maybe it's not the people.
Here's at the left.
What was someone saying?
Maybe it's not the people. What do you mean it's not the people?
It's not the people, it's reality itself.
It was NBA. Okay.
I'm saying reality itself is becoming more hostile as capitalism increases because systems are becoming autonomous. And as they become more and more autonomous, they're going to replace humans.
Yeah, we should probably set the price of goods and redistribute the wealth.
I'd love that. That would be great.
Well, you've got two aspects. You've got that Terminator type one where the AI take over, or you've got that other movie, like the other ones like Star Trek, where there's no money, there's no nothing, there's just everything's available to you. So you've got two different types of scenarios.
Oh, well, I think it's going to be like a mixture of this, right? Because I think that the reason they won't fully eliminate the people, it isn't as simplex as like adrenochrome and rape victims. I think that they require human innovation, and even to roll out the AI themselves, if you were to track like each major technological advancement built within that infrastructure, it was just like the average, well, not average actually, it's probably advanced, like the gifted MIT kid they brought out, pulled out of, high school or whatever, or college. And like the creativity and the innovation built within the human mind. And I think actually like evil can't create, it can only imitate. So like when it comes to art and like even just technological advancement, they need a decent. Now, what they may do is really roll out eugenics, meaning like the lower end of that spectrum, which is what I think the vaccine kind of was a step towards, right? Like the people that are more gullible, don't have discernment, have lower IQs, etc. They don't need those people anymore. I think they would still like to keep around a good amount of like higher end people, because even if that turns into even for the purpose of like polishing their technocracy, it's something that they cannot replicate. I don't think that they're short-sighted enough to think that, oh, where AI and technology is right now, we can just call it quits and we can get rid of humans. I think that they know they're like it's the initial step or stages of implementing that, and they'll want to continue to curate it, polish it, kind of expedite innovation. And so they actually need like the organic creativity of like the higher end, the brighter people.
Well, if they're going to try to get rid of lower IQ people, I'm going to rebel.
I don't know if it's as simple as IQ. I just use that word. IQ is a rabbit hole, but like the vaccine's a good example, right? Like I know people all along the spectrum of the quote unquote IQ that did and or didn't take the vaccine. So I think that's like exactly how they operate. It's like, dude, they told you it was experimental, that they had never given that type of vaccine to any human. And then the government, like a movie plot, came on TV and told you you had to take it, and people did it. So it's like, they're like, okay, bro, like, I mean, we told you. So it kind of was a test where, built within was informed consent in their mind. I think it'd be like stuff like that. Like their eugenics is kind of same thing with like if you eat McDonald's 3-4 times a week. I mean, bro, at this point in 2025, if you don't know that you shouldn't be doing that, or you just choose to do it anyway, you're kind of like you're participating in your elimination, right? I think that's kind of how it goes. I really don't think they like to operate in like a forceful termination type of thing.
Sorry, I stepped away for a moment, but Hope said you guys said something in response to that, and I kind of caught some of it, and she filled me in on a little bit of it. But what I understand that you basically were saying was along the lines of essentially it sounds like patronage. Like you have a few select individuals who are deemed to be worthy of preservation for whatever reason. They entertain, they dance around, and I think that's true. But I think that also is part and parcel of the techno feudalism that I'm talking about here. Like I think like down the path of AI and generally speaking replacement of humans by machines lies ruin. That's all I'm saying. I think at the end of the day, instead of knights, they've got machines, right? And then they have a few humans who are convenient to them, who are resources that they can tap as they need. But all of that is kept in check ultimately by, as you said, a combination of the compliance, because you go along to get along, and then the like that's the carrot, right? And then there's the stick, which is if you don't do that, then there's a strong possibility that over your quote unquote castle, you might find that there are 3 drones that have Hellfire missiles attached to them, and then they can just blow you up whenever they want. and there's no justice because the justice is in the hands of the knights, and the knights in this case are all machines.
No, I get it. Like I think we've all probably considered and seen where the technocracy's going. I do think this though. What I think is that people are resoundingly resilient. I don't dispute that a lot of people today really aren't. I also don't dispute that kind of like a really advanced AI technocracy or technocratic army is like a substantial threat that we can't even really conceive of. But I do think that the people will just respond, right? Like they will react. There will obviously be group of break off civilizations. I think the question would then become how efficiently can they truly monitor every square inch of Earth? Are they able to truly do that every square inch? I mean, they've already built the Skynet, right? They could. I mean, drones. They can only cover so much. I don't know. And then do the people kind of figure out how to, cloak themselves from whatever their surveillance is, or take out whatever it is? I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, I know people would have said for years, like, oh, you could never, you think your stupid guns are going to do something to the military, like you could never stop them, they have tanks, blah blah blah. And the military ran logistics and said, yeah, actually, like the American civilization would dominate the US military because they just had tactical advantage, like home field advantage. And they even tested it in the Middle East, it didn't work at all. So I guess I'm saying, again, robots are much different. There's no doubt that AI and robots are much different, much more efficient. It's a new threat, but I really am not willing to kind of put my chips on some like surefire bet that humans couldn't, fight back or react or adapt. I do think that this is the conundrum I think they have, right? Where you said, like, yeah, the people that are kind of compliant, you have the carrot and you have the stick. People that are kind of compliant, they'll use them for like, like useful, like not necessarily idiots, whatever they want to use them for. I wouldn't say just entertainment. My point was specifically innovation. They need the brighter end of the spectrum of people for innovation. I don't think evil can only imitate. They know that AI itself can't improve itself infinitely. Like actually humans are going to be needed to build on the technology. This is their conundrum, right? So they want to say they hold the herd or whatever, because you have kind of the stupider people that lack discernment went and got the vaccine. That was the example. So they're like, well, like kind of the lower end, they're going to self-implement eugenics. They're going to go get the vaccine in school. Well, they actually want to only keep the brighter, more creative, discerning people. So they have a bit of an issue here, right? Whereas like if you fully implement the technocracy, you really the only use humans are to you, other than kind of the much darker, morbid things that you mentioned, is innovation and creativity. And that's the higher end. That's the group that has discernment or whatever. So they may create some type of like mock royal class or something that appeases that group of people. Because if they only reward those completely compliant, then they then will not actually attain that innovation that they need. And I'm just saying, I think that they are bright enough to know this. I think that they are not so short-sighted that they will eliminate all of the brighter people. So
Well,
that's what I think, but I don't know.
I mean, that's fair to say, but weren't you just saying that you didn't want to give them too much credit because you think they're stupid and that they did a lot of inbreeding?
I do think that they're very like impulsive and kind of stupid. Yeah, I think I say that more to be facetious. They're often not entirely stupid, right? I mean, but yeah, I think that they are kind of stupid. Maybe they would do that, but I think it would be potentially self-destructive. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe they would take out all the smarter, innovative people, but
Because then there would be rebellion, wouldn't there?
Yeah, I think to
Maybe.
complement what she's saying, I think I see both ways being possible. Like I'm not 100% black pilled on that, like at all. I'm just in a bad mood lately, and I'm just throwing out there my negative opinions. But like I do see the possibility that they're just too arrogant and short sighted to value disagreement, and we've seen this over and over again. And like for example, Joseph Stalin killed dozens of his most competent advisors simply for the fact that they disagreed with him or made him look or feel dumb in front of other people, even though they delivered repeatedly on results. For example, the general who broke through, I don't remember his name at the time, but the general who broke through against Finland during World War II, within, I think it was about 6 months of that success, was killed by Stalin simply because he disagreed on some tactical nuance. And I think that you see this over and over again with narcissists. The people who wind up being in charge are in charge because they have the relentlessness and the psychopathy to be willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to get to where they are. And so I'm just being devil's advocate right now. Again, I understand where you're going, but to continue the line of discussion that Hope and I were talking about, I feel like there's a strong possibility, a tendency in humanity to sort of cut off your nose to spite your face. So I won't rule out the possibility that they kill. For example, look at Imperial China. Imperial China has a habit of ticking off the most brilliant people to such an extent that some of the emperors were themselves declared rebels prior to their ascent. So I think there's a possibility that they could go down that route.
Yeah, I mean, I can yield on that. I think America, I mean, maybe you could say this is Merocentric or something, but I think that we're like kind of a different group of people, right? Like, I just think that the world hasn't really seen a group of people like us, meaning like, say the ones that's from European stock here. Well, they're not just from European stock. They're from the stock of Europeans that said, okay, screw the monarchy. I'm out of here, right? I mean, ostensibly believing whatever they told us or whatever. So it's like, it's a group of people that are like kind of fundamentally rebellious in our ancestry. And I think that kind of holds true. It seems inevitable that if they could have truly taken firearms and say free speech from the people, they would have, and they just really can't. And like, I think they're going to have a bit of an issue with us now. If they do something cataclysmic to the states, that might work. I know I don't want to sound too harsh here as the rebuttal there. Let's just say like Asian people are typically maybe more like obedient. I mean, like they you know what I mean? Like they just are. So like I don't know, man. Like I don't again, I actually am always the one that's just gonna throw because I can like still man the like black pill technocratic pitch, and it can get real dark. I just think that the primary thing that is required to even kind of have a fighting chance is that the people think there is a fighting chance. Because the only way you even then begin to formulate some type of opposition is to plan it. And to kind of respond to her where she was saying like, well, don't you think that they wouldn't necessarily want the smart people because that would also like open up the avenue for rebellion? I do agree with that. I think that they're not worried about, like, I think when we turn the page to this new world, they're not worried really about organized rebellion. I think the surveillance state is going to be way too implemented. It seems the direction that they're going is they're going to really kind of round everyone up in like a smart city areas, and then other people are going to move kind of more towards the rural areas, and they're going to be like, fine, if you want to not participate in the system, you're going to miss out on all the perks, and you guys have fun. What you do? And there's going to be a group of people that can't resist it, and there's going to be a group of people that kind of like take themselves out with self-implemented eugenics, and then everyone will be surveilled, and they'll basically force you into a digital currency state where if you don't participate, it's going to be very difficult to even survive. And I think they're just going to like let us kind of die out. Like, what opposition are we really going to form at that point, right? I mean, we're just trying to survive at that point. I think that might be where it goes, where they don't really care at this point. I don't know. I can't really predict what all that. I mean, how many people? It depends on what events they have planned. Like do they have like mass extinction events, cataclysmic events, and they clean up the mess with robots? That could happen. And what can we do about that?
They're trying to create a one world government. I know that for a fact. And so I don't know if this is too conspiracy, but like Project Bluebeam, I think they're going to start implementing with aliens and all that because I don't believe in aliens at all. Brendan, on the other hand, does. But I do think that they're trying to herd us into a situation where we're not able to have a choice.
Right.
That's for sure.
We're all together. No, that's exactly, I think, the point. So I like, again, like you said, steel manning. I vibe with what you're saying. I think if I'm going to try to represent the other side accurately, I think the distinction, as you said, there is throughout history, there are examples of people who have been easily cowed and suppressed. And we are, as Americans, some of the unique examples. We're kind of a collection of the rebels and the miscreants and the misfits from all these other societies, and we've come together in one place. So if we continue down that path, theoretically, again, just playing the advocate of the other side, I think you can kind of draw a parallel between what we were just talking about, putting people into 15-minute cities or into little rural communities and whatnot where they can be corralled. And if you extrapolate that and you say, okay, well, we've corralled all of the individuals that we know to be the rebellious kind. Everywhere else on Earth,
Yeah.
right, we're in one place. What's the differentiating factor between now and every other point in history? Well, it's AI. AI is like those, damnable machines in, in the Matrix, where they're able to predict every single possible outcome of every interaction, and then just reset the machine, so to speak, every time anything goes awry. And you have drones or fleets of these machines, or even armies of the chattel who are coming from the cities that they can just replenish as they please, because whatever, they repress them and they let them breed like rats, and then they send them out to do their bidding and just overwhelm communities with their hunger, to try to take over the people who are Christly and forgiving, or just to use brute force, right? They have robots and humans aplenty. And so because they can predict everything that you might do, and they have endless hordes of both the kinds of enemies that can attack you with physical force and the kinds of enemies that can subvert you by attacking your heart, what chance do our ancestors stand? Or descendants, I'm sorry, not ancestors.
Yeah, it's on you.
Huh?
So someone cut out unless you just said it's on you. Like I think I think my point is kind of the same. I think I don't disagree with your points as much as like I just like you said, like what's different about where we are now, AI, and that's true to such an extent that we don't even know how we'll react to it, right? And kind of history has shown, really regardless, like if you were to tell people about like, dude, they're gonna make military tanks and Apache helicopters or whatever, they'll be like, okay, well, we're screwed. Like if you were to bring up the technology, if you would have told someone in 1950 that they're going to have fighter jets, or was to just like read off some of the DARPA technology, like, well, you're done, right? You're cooked. And really, we've kind of adapted. Or if you were to tell them that like everyone's going to have a little black mirror box in their hand, and they're going to consume information at like an average of 30 seconds per like new piece of propaganda, and they're not even going to be able to, they just willingly are going to hold tracking devices in their pockets at all point. They'd be like, oh, you guys are never. We still have a pretty overwhelming amount of freedom, actually, if you think about it at the moment. Now, again, AI hasn't been rolled out, but I'm just saying, like, well, AI is the new leap of technology. It's always going to look like, oh, bro, this is it. I do agree that it does seem to be like substantially different, substantially more dangerous, way bigger of a threat than anything we've ever. And like they keep on putting out these figures to say we don't even know how bad AI could be. It could get way out of hand. I think that's all largely bullshit. I think that they know exactly how good AI can be, and we have like the baby primitive version of it. And they're letting the free market kind of polish certain things and come up with ideas that even they haven't come up with. But I think that they have a much more advanced version of AI. And I just don't buy this story that Elon Musk runs around selling, and it's because I think he's completely fraudulent. That like they're just all like running around letting AI like loose. That would be really stupid even for them. Right, I don't buy that narrative. I think that that's a narrative that they built to sell us, so that we will kind of just be scared and accept whatever regulations they roll out. But those regulations will just be for the peasants, and they do what they want with the AI. They would be extremely stupid. I do agree that they're maybe arrogant and short-sighted enough to take out their best people in a way, like if you like with some of the examples you pointed out. But I don't think that they're so, again, it's possible, but so retarded that they actually are just like, hey, let's like plug AI in and walk away, see what happens. I just don't think that they're that stupid. I think they have way more advanced AI. They've already kind of kept it under wraps, and they've given it very specific protocols, and that they're just waiting to press the button. They're going to launch the system, and they've been building it around us for a while, and they're probably still kind of building infrastructure. So that's how I see. So I think it's probably dystopian, very 1984-esque. I think it's probably crazy. It's more like Fahrenheit 451-esque, where there's no paper and they're going around like destroying all the books, blah blah blah, robotic police dogs, all that. I don't think it's this like super crazy, it's going to get out of control and take out humanity. I don't buy that narrative, and I don't buy the narrative that they haven't already limited it. Saying all that just to say, well, then that means in theory we, we could overcome it. Now we would actually need to organize pretty quickly and need to, while we still have access to it as it develops, we would probably need to start doing that sooner than later. That would be the real open-ended question there. Like, how do you get the people to do that, and what do you do to organize like that, and how do you get the funding to do so, etc.
Yeah, because I'm sure they have a lot of safeguards in place when they detect a threat, similar to what happened to COVID, right?
Correct. Yeah. Like if we all got together and started creating our own AI resilient, opposition army, I don't think we'd get very far. Like we probably we probably slip on some ice or something.
So I'll just throw out there, like I'm just advocating from the position of like I kind of threw a grenade in, and then I didn't want to like walk away. But I think you make some interesting points, and you've given me some interesting things to think about. I think what you're talking about, in summary, is I think they really, really cherish the idea of singularity. People like Larry Ellison are obsessed with that as a form of immortality, and more really dominance over other human beings. And I think you're probably absolutely right. They probably do have their own little quiet safeguards in place to keep things on track. But I just wanted to like go ahead and round out the argument that I had made to begin with. But I think you're probably on track. I think the inherent unpredictability and rebelliousness of the human spirit has shown throughout history. Things like the French Revolution, for example. The enemy gets too arrogant and they overreach, and then they wind up falling to ruin. So I still hold out hope that that's what'll happen.
Amen, bro. I'm glad. I'll take that as a finale. I agree, and I think we're gonna be good. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Thanks. I'm gonna dip, but
yeah, nice talking.
Thanks for the time, though.
Yeah, bro.
All right. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. That was a good combo. Another thing is I think that we currently, as it stands, are in a somewhat protected position. So I think that if like people kind of continue to speak out and to see the stuff before it's coming, and that sounds real cliche, but I think that actually is I think that's like the strongest weapon. We are in an information war now, InfoWars took the good name, but that's kind of what it is. So like, yeah, I think that you can at the least delay and prolong a lot of this stuff just by catching them and pointing it out. Now, who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's not true. I just think that local governments have a lot more power than we kind of as truthers or black pillars like to acknowledge. And
Oh yeah, I agree with that. But I don't know if you know, Israel had about 250 Congress members from all over our country go to Israel to be indoctrinated. So
oh yeah, trust me, I know. I cover it on my channel a lot. Yeah, AIPAC owns both sides of the Congress.
Yeah. So, the United States of Israel.
Correct. Yeah, and there's even conspiracies there because it seems like they've like allowed the people to now critique them for the first time. And it's like, what's really behind that? Like, why are they letting us talk about them now? Because some of us have been talking about Israel for long before October 7th. Like the
Oh, yeah.
sixth stream I ever did on YouTube, I talked about Israel, I got censored. A lot of us have been kicked off. Like at one point I was kicked, and you could say it's for FE, but I think it's like I started talking about Israel. I was kicked off PayPal, I was kicked off Venmo, I was kicked off eBay, I was kicked off
Oh
Airbnb.
my
I was like
God.
regularly like taken off YouTube. Yeah, so I don't yeah, I don't know. Like it just seems weird that now I can talk on YouTube about Israel or even just Jewish supremacy. I can actually say that and be pretty blunt about Jewish supremacy, and I don't get censored at all. I don't even get like flagged. So that's weird.
That is really weird, yeah. I
Yeah.
wonder what their play is there.
I haven't figured that part out. I haven't
I
figured
think
that
they're
part out.
enacting the same play over and over, like they did with World War II, and they're doing it again.
What, to
With
scapegoat the Jews?
huh?
Like scapegoating the Jews?
I think they're just LARPing biblical stories. I think they're just LARPing it for some reason.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's true. So this one is like the nation's turn on Israel thing?
Yeah, I can see that. They in the Bible it said that it will be Israel against all nations.
Yep. It looks like that's happening. So,
Yeah.
the U.S. would have to turn on them, though. It just seems wild.
I mean, they're doing a great job of making that a reality.
I
The
think that's
population's
part of.
turned on them.
I think that's part of like letting us talk about them more and more.
Well,
Because that's going to
we've
build up
turned on them.
the people.
Yeah, the people have turned on them, right? But like Congress hasn't turned on them. Like they're still passing anti-Semitic hate speech laws. And, I don't know.
That's retarded.
Yeah.
But there's still, I feel like I don't know. There's a group like North, that group of people, that ideology. There's still like a group.
It is a group.
I don't know
It's
how big
typically
it
an
is.
older group. It's an older group, right? I think they're really concerned with the younger group, though. Although I will say, I heard some pretty disheartening statistics of maybe the younger crowd. There seemed to be like an overwhelming sentiment of apathy and nihilism, and like even like the quote unquote conservatives, they don't hold like particularly conservative values now. So I don't know. I think it all comes down to them, to be honest. Whatever they decide to do. I do think that they are overwhelmingly anti-Israel, though. Like people under the age of like 30, 35, like pretty overwhelmingly.
Well, I mean, they're just doing egregious things, and they're openly doing a genocide. So it's kind of hard to defend them at this point. And they're taking over TikTok and openly trying to pass laws and our legislation, and just doing a bunch of bullshit. And so clearly, people they're showing their hands so obviously, and so people can see that, and it's. I'm not sure why they're allowing this to happen, because before, obviously, we were all censored, but I am curious to see what the future holds. I'm really worried about like maybe Israel will become like a state. Maybe is that what they're trying to do? Because I mean, our taxes basically pay for their healthcare and their Iron Dome and everything else there.
50 states, one Israel.
Yeah.
Seen that?
It just made me think, like, how censorship they were about the Sandy Hook thing and all that. Like, is that just all out the window now? Like, there's just conspiracies flying everywhere with the Charlie Kirk thing, and it's just free reign everywhere. Is there just no? Because I've been surprised, like even talking about it, like on YouTube or Discord or any of these. As far as we know, like they're not. They did that with COVID. Done it with other events. I guess
It's
9/11
the new
kind of open.
It's the new bread and circus.
But this one was a shooting, and they usually never like let you go free with shootings like this. 9/11, yeah.
Yeah, but YouTube also just came out and said anyone that was banned can come back, and obviously that wasn't real, right? They immediately banned Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes, but I think that just the government wants all the conspiracies out there. They want everyone to feel like they can say what they really think, so they can kind of run a full-scale logistical operation and plug it into AI, and then give everyone a preemptive social credit score.
Oh, that's sick. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so let's see who can get the lowest score, right? I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be in bad shape, bro.
You're not going to be able to do anything, man. You're not going to be able to buy food or nothing.
Nah, man, I'm gonna have to be ready.
I hope you know how to garden and herd cattle.
I don't actually. So, I mean, I guess I know a little bit. I gotta find someone that knows how to bake bread from scratch. Most important thing.
Yeah, but it's sort of like from the perspective that they're just gonna win and just completely new world order. I guess that is pretty negative kind of outcome. And if that's the case, I guess that's
What can you
dark.
do?
I guess see you on the other side kind of thing. That's intense. But from the but from the perspective that actually they are like, because there's always a thing that they can trip up in whatever way, that they fall apart. Maybe one of their leaders dies, or maybe they catch a disease. You never know. Like, who are they? What are they doing? So, yeah, there's always that potential. But it also makes me think, how like in a movie when the darkness is coming over and there's some evil army, and it's like they only get so far, and then something happens to where they can't get further,
Yeah.
and then either they trip up or what. So with all this we're talking about, it's like it's one thing of what their plans are and what they want to do, but then it's like how far will they really get? So like,
I mean,
will it ever get to
we
the
want
full
optimism, obviously, because we don't want to give
Yeah.
up. Because what's the point of living if that's the case? But I mean, bring up movies is kind of unfair because they created all the movies.
Yeah, do you know they did that just so you would be hopelessly optimistic during this moment?
Oh, dude, the double, triple bluff got me. I know. Well, there is like a theme to all movies. I do kind of, but there is also like the hero's journey with it all. But
Yeah.
well, I'm just saying, like, will there ever be like a full blown social credit score to where you say the wrong thing and you literally have no money, no food? You know what I'm saying? And you die. Like, is that going to be happening? Like,
Oh no, bro, I'm cooked. I'm so cooked, bro. Like, I don't even care at that point. Like, send it, full send. It's a wrap.
What
Like,
can
if
you
America
do,
lets that
bro?
happen, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Yeah, I mean, we're all cooked if we let that happen, though. So,
I don't know. To a certain extent, I understand the younger generation's nihilism because it's like they are raised in this world where everything is like screwed up and there's nothing that they can do about it, and they can't get a job and they can barely afford to live, and they're just like they go to like sex and games and other things to distract them. And so what can you live for other than just to have little fleeting bits of happiness?
no, I get it. I definitely get it. And it sucks because that's actually the trick, though. I mean, I get the money part too, especially like, and then older people are just like, oh man, work harder or whatever. And it's like, on
Work
one
harder
hand,
for what?
it's easier to make money than ever in a way on one hand, and then it's like way more difficult than ever. So like basically, there's just going to be like a major separation of wealth. We're about to see probably like the biggest gap formed ever. I think like largely the middle class will slowly dissolve. And
100%.
then, yeah, like what we call the upper class, like they would probably kind of chuckle at that. Like it's not really the upper class, but for intents and purposes, the typical scales, I guess.
I mean,
The middle class
they've
is
been
gone.
sorry, I apologize. They've been trying to nibble away at the middle class for a long time. In like Reagan economics, where he like screwed up everything in our economic system, and then called trickle economics. And and for the middle class, we pay the majority of the taxes to like Medicare and like all the people that depend on us, like the super poor people. Like the rich people don't pay shit. They avoid taxes. They're able to, you know, have loopholes. They do lobbying in government. Like it's the system as it is currently is extraordinarily unfair.
Yeah, so
Like
like the
actually,
real trick
yeah, go
is financial literacy. So like the
ahead.
wealthy just teach their children how to avoid taxes and stuff like that.
100%. Yeah, you put yourself in a trust and then you own nothing, technically.
It does kind of make
Yep.
sense. Makes sense that like they would want to get rid of the middle class from the perspective that the lower class and the upper class might be easier to control on two sides. The lower class because they don't have money and they're limited, so that's easy to control. There's no really risk there, and people can't even afford whatever. And then on the wealthy, there's more potential that those people want to keep their wealth and they don't want to be in the lower. They don't want to do anything to go to get into the lower. So then they'll maybe do either sketchier things or things that are more on the line. So yeah, it makes sense that just from their like maybe evil controlling mindset,
Or they'll be super content with whatever system got them there, and then they're going to fight any change. They're certainly not going to aid any change, right?
Yep. It all falls on the middle class. So I don't know if you're in middle class, but do your part. Survive.
Middle class nowadays.
Good question. 6 figures.
Yeah, 6 figures.
Yeah.
We must survive. We're the last frontier. It's been hard
and
out
make
here.
babies and stuff like that.
Americans are making 6 figures?
Hmm?
Does anybody know what % of Americans are making 6 figures?
Oh,
Not a high percentage. I know the
Pretty
average is still like
low.
in the
it's really
40s.
low. Yeah, it's very low.
I think we go local. Also, if we can get off their, our reliance on them, that's a big part of it too.
Yes.
Yeah, there's ways you can have your own internet. It's called a LoRa chip. I'll drop
40% of people
Amazon.
Let's
Yeah, do that.
18 and older? Like, I'm talking about like 18 and older, I guess, or 25 and older, or something. Like, what % of people make 100,000 a year? Like,
I don't know. You have to look it up. I know there's like 21 million millionaires in America now, which is like roughly 10%. Because $1 million is not really what it used to be, which is a pretty eye-opening statistic. 21 million millionaires.
So
that's what.
that's a
10% of Americans are millionaires?
I looked
That's
it
what I
up.
heard.
Tyler. Approximately 18%.
18% make over 100 grand.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
So whenever you say millionaire, what does this mean? That they make a million?
Well,
a year?
no. Like the way they calculate a millionaire is like all of your assets.
Well, that's not that hard, I guess, if you have a house and cars and stuff.
If you own them, yeah, you actually pay for them.
And you also have stock. They count your stock as well.
I don't know, man. I just don't like how many people are. Okay, I'm gonna have to look it up on my own.
She said 20. She just looked it up. 18%.
Oh, 18% of people are making 100,000 or more.
Yeah, so approximately 18% of individuals in the U.S. earn more than 100,000 annually.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
So that's 6 figures.
Yeah, which I mean,
That's not bad.
Yeah. Well, it's because 100 grand a year is just like surviving now. So
Yeah, I know.
100,000.
Yeah. I mean, we're kind of in a pickle where it's like I want to have a kid, but it's like, can we afford a child?
yeah, you'll figure it out.
Definitely, people are raising kids with mud.
With mud.
That's true. That's true. People are living in mud, dude.
Like no matter how much you think you can't afford a kid, there's a guy with like a stick and mud, and he's raising his kid.
Yeah, or probably like his 10 kids.
Yeah, he has like 15 children, and he has just a stick.
Is he bored of? Is he just bored? And is that why he's making a bunch
Yeah,
of
that's
kids?
why he has 15 kids. Yeah, gotta get it in.
That's
And
ridiculous.
then you got
So how many kids do you have?
people just two.
The white what?
You have 2 as
You got-
well?
I have 2. Yeah.
And Basil, you have 2?
No, I don't have any yet.
Oh, okay, cool.
Do you have any?
Not yet. I can't wait to graduate so I can actually I don't think the lifestyle I'm living right now to try to finish my PhD is going to be healthy for a child. Like, for example, I was up all night last night analyzing data. Just don't know how healthy that would be.
Yeah, the PhD would fall to the backside. I'll let you know. The PhD would get put on the shelf. Realistically,
Yeah. Kids take the forefront of your mind, especially for women, I think.
yeah, that's why they should
Well,
just
nowadays, if you have a
be
PhD,
able to stay with
you
them.
can teach.
I
You can
agree.
teach like good college classes from home at like really prestigious universities. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
going.
that's definitely true. That's definitely true.
It's you still have to have time to study and to absorb the knowledge, and you're gonna have a bunch of screaming kids running around. Like,
I already know the knowledge. I just have to like put the course together. Most of the time, they already have like a lot of it put together. You just have to facilitate it, teach it.
Did you guys see what they've just come out with, where like it's basically impossible to use ChatGPT in college now?
Really?
What?
How's that?
Yeah. So like professors are using like a new software that's like circulating, where it shows you the entire writing of the paper. It shows you how many how many pastes there are,
Oh
how
yeah,
long,
yeah, I've seen that.
yeah,
Like
everything
a
about it. Like,
keylogger.
yeah, and then it shows you like the writing style and an overall grade and a score as to whether or not it was written by AI, and then it breaks it down hyper specifically as to why, and it shows you which portions were deleted, rewritten, pasted in, and then slightly paraphrased, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How much time was actually spent writing it? It's
They've got
pretty rough.
That's like the
I think that's
metadata of a
Google.
document, right?
That's crazy.
How are they getting metadata on a document like that?
I don't
I
know.
can't get that.
I don't know. I saw a
How do they
teacher
know
aide.
what's
I
cut and
saw.
not cut paste? It's so
They're
weird.
requiring
I
students to
saw.
use Google Docs.
Yeah, Google
Yeah,
Docs. But
they're
people
requiring
like
Oh,
you
they're
to write your paper
advising.
in a certain place, and then they're.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, cool. Gotcha.
that's not the case though, because usually in administrations for school use Word. So unless Word implements it, they don't usually use Google Docs. And also, that's like an infringement of privacy on like an ultimate level.
I saw a video. Now this could be fake, I guess, but I saw a video of a teacher's aide
Yeah.
saying that he was grading papers for his teacher, and he has me using this software here. So he's just taking the papers and uploading into a software and claiming that it somehow ripped it. I don't know how true that is. I don't know what they use to submit the papers. I don't know anything about it, but and he showed the
Yeah.
screen and it like fully graded it and showed all the cuts and pastes, and then showed like the AI score.
I saw the
that's weird.
exact video of what you're talking about. And if you go in the comments, a lot of people were like, that's not like, it's an extension.
Oh, as in like, okay, as in like he downloaded the extension and then pretended to write a paper in it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to like get people to download his extension. I don't think, because he like made several videos on the thing, and I'm not sure if he's actually a teacher's aide or not.
Okay, yeah, because I saw one other video claiming something similar, and it looked like maybe the same thing. I don't know.
You can clearly tell when people are using AI. Like just
Yeah, but if you paraphrase it, and then you can, and then there's a software that you can just take your AI and drop it in there and say, "Don't let this sound like AI," and then it'll like make it where the AI detection programs won't know it's AI.
Yeah, there's always workarounds.
Good idea.
Yeah, because I can tell you, like 90% of papers over the last 2 years have probably been ChatGPT.
No, but I mean, a lot of these rich kids and people that have elite power, their degrees were given to them anyway. So I mean, I don't blame people that are like working really hard and they're like, you know what, whatever, I'm done. Like I can't get a job anyway. Fuck it.
Well, that's when it gets back to the notion of Charlie Kirk and
Really get given to you because there's like standard guidelines, like especially to higher level degrees, like you have to like submit a paper, get publications, you have to have your committee review.
Yeah, citations and stuff. Yeah, of course.
But yeah,
that can all be done.
That's pretty sketchy.
Yeah, real quick, I dropped the off-grid internet devices. It's called LoRa. It pretty much sends bursts of like encrypted radio traffic, and you can connect to this network. It's called the Mesh-tastic network. I dropped a little 6-minute video explaining everything too.
Or is it like super slow?
Yeah, what's the ping
Oh.
like on that thing?
I mean,
I got a gaming fanatic I need to do.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know if it's super high speed, but it might not be that bad. It's just broadcasting a radio signal out, and it's called chirping. So it'll kind of chirp the signal and encrypt the message or the information that way. So
All right, let's look into it. I'm about to look into it. See what the speed is. So I shouldn't use my Starlink. Well, it looks like a BlackBerry, so it's probably not super fast. No, I'm kidding.
it's a good question because I don't know. So let me see.
Definitely not no fiber optics or anything like
How
that.
Yeah,
fast
I'm
is
not
the
gonna get
mesh?
my 9 up and down. Let's see.
Yeah, Witsit, you should check your DMs. You should come in the
Oh yeah, it's
ML.
slow.
Allegedly.
Do you know how many
it's
DMs
slow.
that guy's got?
Too many, man. I'll check.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
check.
Oh, you
like
probably have fun.
KBs.
Huh.
Yeah, it's like
None of,
10
none of the
KBs.
comments are saying. What is it?
Like KBs, 10 KBs. So it's used more for communication.
Emergency. Yeah. So
Yeah.
like so you're saying I shouldn't use Starlink because the grid goes down. I'm trying to avoid surveillance. I shouldn't use my Starlink.
No.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No.
Damn. Someone
What?
donated a Starlink back in the day. I said, if the grid goes down, you'll still have internet. Thanks, man.
Is that why you have Starlink?
Yeah, like I've never used it, but I do have one. Yeah, yeah, because like in theory, right? If the grid goes down, I have just use the solar panels. Hook them up to their charge controller. Goes to like some marine cycle batteries. You could run most of the house, and then you got like freeze dried food. I also have a freeze dryer.
Me too.
And you just need some boiling water, right? Just throw in the food, and then just use the internet. Then really you wouldn't even notice anything happened. So your food wouldn't be the best, I guess. But
Well, and what about like electricity? Well, I guess you got solar panel, but like water and.
oh yeah, you got to have like a big container that can handle water.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of
Guess
the
you gotta
Pro
start
Floridas. That's not a huge issue. Like there's like no real shortage of that.
prepping. Freshwater, yeah, freshwater lakes, yeah.
Yeah, but you got to be able to get to it. It rains, I guess, quite a bit in the winter.
Good luck going through the Everglades.
Yeah, it's the worst place ever. Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier. This is kind
Hey,
of
what
dark
about
and
the
random, but
springs over there? Do you have
yeah,
any near you?
yeah. Of course, they're everywhere. Like that David guy that like I guess killed his like he's like a pedophile, killed his underage girlfriend or something. Like his body, the body. I know this is dark, but like you guys heard about that? Like there's like a rapper named David, and then
Yeah.
he had a Tesla. Yeah. So anyway, pretty crazy story. Like put the truth in plain sight in his music and all this. Anyway, so I was talking with someone. I'm like, how stupid is like just like left the body in his car, and I'm like, dude, like just go to the Everglades. Like, how would you ever get caught, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many alligators there. It's like, bro, you know,
Yeah,
as long as you get it to
flesh
the
eating
Everglades,
bacteria and shit, you know.
bro, bro, that thing is
Why
gone
people
in
go so
minutes.
fast?
He was
Honestly.
probably too like panicky. Like imagine having to drive with a dead body in your trunk too. Like
I think he has a manager do it, but yeah, like that dude's cooked.
yeah.
Anyway, it's pretty dark. If you guys haven't looked into that though, like it's pretty wild. So it's maybe worth a few minutes. It's really crazy. Like the part of the story that's crazy is that the guy just put it in his music, dude. Like just put it in his music, and then did a music video where they're putting a body in a trunk, and like at his shows they were doing mock funerals, and he's like singing songs about it. It's just like wild.
But wasn't
wasn't the song way before she got murdered though?
No, there's like, maybe
Like
there's like like which one? Like there's an unreleased
there was
song.
one where it's like, I put you in the back of my mind, homicide or something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
romantic homicide. Right? But like,
Okay,
there's another
yeah.
thing is people don't really know when she died because she's
Right.
been missing for a year. Yeah.
Mm.
Yep.
Wow, that's crazy. He got away with it.
Yeah, hot mic.
So
But
wild.
yeah, it's because she was underage, and so she had ran away from home at one point, and it was kind of an open secret that she ran away with this like rapper from Hollywood. But he was, I mean, when you do the math on everything, he was like 19, and when she was like 13, 12 or 13 when it started, so pretty crazy. So obviously, then he had to keep the secret. This theory is she got pregnant, so he's like had to keep the secret or whatever. And then he was paying people off, and I guess she eventually wanted to go back home, and blah 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 blah. Then she like ran away a second time. She was reported missing, and so people kind of assumed that she was with him. So it wasn't super prioritized, and so like he could have, he had like maybe got away with it for a year, and then he was an idiot and had like I don't want to say what details, right? But it was like, just say the whole body wasn't found, but some of it was in the car, an abandoned Tesla registered to him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, dude, it got towed to a junkyard, and the employees noticed the smell, and then whatever. He just kept touring. He hasn't been arrested. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, may all be a psyop.
Oh, my internet must be garbage because I keep cutting out.
I kept cutting out earlier. Like you're saying, like just like all of a sudden you can't hear what people are saying. Like it's just like you got disconnected for a second.
Yeah, it keeps happening over and over and over again. And I'm like, what is going on? This has never happened before.
Same. Happened to me for like 30 minutes or like an hour earlier. Yeah.
Maybe they're monitoring us or something.
No way, they're not. They don't do that.
Definitely not.
Just Discord says they don't record the voice channel, so we'll just believe them.
I know
It's
they
funny.
do.
They threw Discord into the whole Charlie Kirk thing. And then what was the story? Like they claimed he did certain things, said certain things on Discord, then Discord came out and said, no, we searched through all his messages. That's not true, or something like that.
Yeah. I cracked up so hard. I was like, ooh, they're not collaborating.
And then something happened with David as well. Like that girl had an account and then they found out who she was and she deleted it, but she still all the stuff she had said in there is like under a deleted user. And like they have matching tattoos on their fingers and he was in there looking for her and blah blah blah. So
In
Discord's been
Discord?
two of those yeah. And like the David and Celeste thing, like the David rapper murder thing. So both of those like really high profile things like took over the internet at the same time. And Discord was involved in both of them.
Well, I mean, Discord is the new popular social media platform now. So, I mean, I'm not really surprised.
It is for sure. For sure. We've been here for
It's
a
like,
minute.
yeah, right? I've been here the longest.
Nah, because it's like one of the smoothest video calls too. Like if you're not
Yeah.
older and still using Zoom, then you just pop on Discord.
Discord's the best, but before that, we used Skype because that was the whole thing. But they needed you to
Yeah.
pay for video sharing and turning on your cameras, and then Discord was a thing, and then it was for free. So it's like, all right, moving over.
Yeah, now Skype is like not even a thing, right?
Nope. I'm glad it was owned by Microsoft.
Yeah. Oh, it just became Teams, right?
Skype? No, Skype is still a thing. It actually installed on my computer the other day for some reason, and I was like, what are you doing on here, bro?
What am I thinking about? I thought Skype, like when you go to Skype, it takes you to Teams now. It says
No way.
Skype retired. Yeah, Skype retired in May 2025. You can use Microsoft Teams for free messaging, calling with your contacts.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Actually,
Yeah, 'cause we used to use it for one of the shows, and I'm gonna stop.
Well, it's sad.
Hey, what's it? One day I want to go through our fraction stuff with you. I've done a lot of experiments and like read like dozens of papers. Like I'm used to reading papers because I do it for my research. But I was reading a bunch about terrestrial refraction, and that's like how objects appear in the atmosphere. And I was basically reading how like mountains and stuff would get like progressively shorter throughout the day. And I was like, that's weird. Why would they look shorter, throughout the day? And it's because like the ground heats up essentially. But then I was continuing on. They were like, oh, well, refraction's higher at night, so that things are actually being moved up at night instead of being moved down during the day. And I was like, yeah, that's weird. Okay, so let me look at the temperature gradients at night and during the day, because after reading papers, the vertical temperature gradient is the predominant factor in terrestrial refraction. If you have like a strong temperature gradient, you're going to have more refraction. Okay, so then I was reading, and it's like, oh yeah, the temperature gradients like totally stabilize out at night, but during the day, well, almost, but the ground's still hotter. But during the day, the ground's much hotter than the air above it, causing like profound, terrestrial refraction. And so this is like the interesting part. So basically, if your ground is warmer, then you're going to have the lower density actually near the ground. The temperature gradient outweighs the pressure gradient, in that the temperature gradient that's normally there on the ground will heavily outweigh the small pressure gradient that would make the density higher near the ground. Okay, so what this would mean is that instead of light bending down, and other papers actually talk about this too, instead of light bending down, it would actually be bending up. And peer-reviewed papers in terrestrial refraction point this problem out. But the globe model says light's always bending down because the density's higher. But if you just plug in like standard temperature gradients, you'll see that that's not always the case. Whenever they made their standard refraction calculations, they were assuming a steady temperature gradient, like a uniform temperature gradient, but that's not the case. It's much, much higher near the ground. And so when you actually take this into account, you would expect to see drop over distance. And you would see that, like over a cold lake, you wouldn't have as much drop over distance. Over warmer grounds, like, on asphalt or any other type of ground that's not a frozen lake, it's going to be more drop over distance. And you would only need a negative 0.2 degrees Celsius drop per meter to get that effect of 8 inches per mile squared. That's not even a heavy temperature gradient. Like, all you need is negative 0.2 degrees Celsius per meter to get that apparent effect. That is that's easy near the surface. And so, this is just something that should be taken into account. I got like a research grade temperature probe, and I got like 2 temperature, pressure, and humidity sensors, and then flew them off my drone down my line of sight at the salt flats that I went to do some experiments. So I'm finishing up like the humidity parts on the spreadsheet, but essentially, once you actually plug in the accurate atmosphere profile of the day, you can see that drop over distance is what you'd expect, and you can kind of predict it on a model that's not curving. Have you heard about that before?
No, but that's very cool. That's very cool.
Yeah.
If you got some papers, I'm all for it.
Definitely. Yeah, I would like. Do you ever come? I don't know if Gally sent you an invite though. Like, I'm sure he would. Over there, where we could kind of go over. That'd be cool.
An invite where?
So morning, lobby.
Oh yeah, I've been in there.
Yeah, but this isn't an ether cause, because there was a whole like split that happened between the Christian. Not really, but like Gally wanted to start his own because some people that I don't know, just some drama.
Oh,
They
well, me
didn't.
and Gally are tight, bro. It's
I know, I
Gally's.
love Gally. Anyway, so if he invites you to the server, just come and check it out.
All right,
You
cool.
know.
I just asked him for an
And
invite.
I've debated a bunch of Globers on this, and not one of them can, because it is what it is. That's just what it is. I've debated, Ruhif and all of them.
What do they just deny? They just deny it.
No, they don't deny it. They can't respond to it. They have to concede it.
You should debate me on it, though.
Witsit, you can access
Oh
Morning
no!
Lobby. It's a VC. You can access it.
The atmosphere is what it is.
Wait, pause before we go to that extremely exhilarating experience. What did you say, Gio?
No, I just said you can join morning lobby. It's a VC. Like ether cause. So
Yeah.
It's
Well, that's
just
what I thought. I thought she was saying that like something changed and then he made his own server or something.
no.
Guy just made his own server, but it's kind of a secret. So I hope I don't get in trouble for like you were kind of
Okay, well
you were
that's
pressing me
a
on
wrap.
where, so I'm not like gonna be like So I just had to say
Okay,
it.
well, I thought you were
No,
talking
yeah,
about
no, oh
money
yeah, it
Bobby
is an
did.
ether cause. Oh yeah, the VC and ether cause. That's right. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll join there.
Tyler, you can't keep a secret.
No, what are you talking about?
It's
Oh
not ether
dang,
cause. That's what I've been saying.
was morning lobby and ether cause not supposed to be a secret? Dang, the secret's out.
Wait,
No,
but you're
Anyway,
saying
there's its own. He has his own
Taylor, I'm
server.
trying to save you. I'm like, stop. Okay,
I think it would matter, dude.
obviously at this point. All right, wait. I don't even know what I'm trying to rush back to. I don't. Never mind. So I'm asking you,
Taylor,
like, wait, yeah.
Taylor debating.
Debating who?
Debating Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the only one you haven't debated on those things in a nice
Oh, I
debate.
got a notification when you join the room, my guy.
That's good to see you too, Witsit.
I had to say no. I'll stay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
you
get J Ace to continue the debate on abiogenesis. He's supposed to be showing me his evidence I've been waiting on, but I'll debate anybody, about what I talk about because I do
sorry,
a
I
lot of research.
can't debate you.
I've read dozens and dozens of papers on it, and I feel like I have a pretty good.
You need
There's
somebody
there's
intelligent.
a pretty big red flag that not just I, but other scientists who study this topic have been raising. That standard atmospheric refraction is not accurate. I have like 10 papers to cite that. So, yeah, we can do it.
I would love to have that,
real
Taylor.
fast.
Sorry.
Battle of the references. Reading papers is what I do best. I'm not good at math, but I can read papers.
Well,
Taylor,
reading
can you
is a prerequisite for papers.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's the other? Is that say Basil?
Yes.
Basil, sorry, we interrupted you. What's up?
I can learn like the units and stuff, but I don't know. Algebra is all right, but I can just like read like 12 papers in a few hours and like keep reading, I can sit there and read papers all night if I wanted to. Maybe that's why I chose research as a career field, which I happened to be up all night last night doing.
Could you link me the paper, Taylor?
There it is. Yeah, just a heads up too. I don't know. I'm not sure what changed with your mic recently. If you're like running sprints or throwing the phone across the room or something, but every once in a while you go way out.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
Recently.
everything ready for bed. But no, I'm good. Yeah, I can send you a few papers, but might have to explain them to you, like what they mean, because it's like, do you read peer review papers a lot?
Of course.
Basil? Oh yeah, you're in college too. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I had to.
I'll send you a few, and if you don't know what something means, you probably know how to look it up.
Yeah. But I will
Definitely.
definitely talk to you about it. I am very interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I've
so
been
just to like,
oh, sorry.
you got it. Okay, so to summarize the papers, here, there's a bunch of somewhat recently published and peer-reviewed papers that are acknowledging the inaccurate assumptions built into atmospheric refraction, predominantly the assumption of the distribution of the pressure gradient. And when properly accounted for, it shows that we would expect
temperature,
an optical distance drop in the distance due to the higher temperature near the surface.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to find a quote from another terrestrial refraction scientist. I guess it'd just be like an atmospherist or what would that be called? That profession that studies the atmosphere. Meteorologist. I don't know if it'd be for meteorology. But yeah, I'm trying to get this dude's quote pulled up from this paper. Y'all can continue while I'm pulling it up. I have like so many notes.
I
I
keep
like
dropping the call. I don't know why. It's annoying me.
Oh, the whole call is dropping, or just like the audio is cutting out?
The whole call is dropping completely. Like I go ahead and I talk, and then I'm like, "Hello," and then you
But
guys just
you're staying in the room though.
yeah. Sometimes I drop completely.
Yeah, so that happened to
Have
me
you
earlier
tried?
too. Like just like you're in the room, but everything just cuts out.
Yeah, yeah.
Super lame. Yeah.
Have you
Today's
tried
the
turning
first
it
day
off
that's
and then
ever
back on
happened.
again?
Huh? What?
Have you tried turning it off and then back on again?
Sure. You know what? Let me leave and come back.
Hey,
That's why
Witsit, did you know that they use range gating whenever they do? Because I'm like scrolling through my notes to get to it, but did you know they do range gating when they do Earth Moon Earth bounce? Do you know what that means?
No, I
No.
never.
You know how so you know how they're looking for a particular time to hear a response. Like, hey, like, I think this is for like shooting laser pulses, like a photon, I believe. Am I? Yeah, atmospheric backscattering. Okay, illumination, da da da. Okay, so this is with photons. Yes, I believe, yes. Okay, a pulsed laser illumination. Okay, so they're like looking for these photons to bounce off of the moon and come back to the receiver. But actually, the sensor for the camera opens only for a very short and controlled time window called the gate. The gate is synchronized with a laser pulse delay so that the sensor captures only the light that reflects from objects a specific distance or range away while rejecting light from other distances and atmospheric backscattering. So this selective timing enhances image clarity by filtering out the inference such as fog, rain, dust, or other obscurance. So it's so funny, like, okay, they're like, yeah, we get like this signal back at the perfect time if it was bouncing off the moon at this location. But they only open the sensor to the camera at that location. At that time. They only open the sensor to the camera at that time. So it's like not affirming it's confirmation bias. Like, okay, I'm gonna look for like a response at this time, and that's the only time I'm gonna open the sensor. Oh, I got a response that time. Then yeah, it's like
No,
that's
so
how
there's
far.
like they're just cherry picking. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah, sort of, yeah. Like the idea that you shoot the wall and then you go draw circles around it. So they're just cherry picking it.
Yeah, it's called what they call it is range gating, where they only open the sensor at a specific time window that would, be basically what they'd expect for it to be bouncing off the moon this far away, etc.
But when ham radio operators are just doing voice off the moon or CW off the moon, they don't do that. So they would hear any echo at any time that came back.
That's
Okay, but
probably
I
the
have something
100th
for that.
time I've heard that claim, and then about 20 of those times, the person said that they've done it. You could just go in your backyard and do it, and all 20 of those times, they were shown to be lying about it. So
You know what they should do whenever they do that is they should also do one shooting towards the atmosphere. Because guess what? They can have what's called a long delayed echo, which is a very high frequency shooting straight up in the atmosphere with UHF, which is what they use for the moon bounce. Some studies hypothesize that LDEs could be caused by radio waves trapped in the ionization ducts aligned with the Earth's magnetic field and plasma wave interactions. So basically, they can shoot it up in the atmosphere and have a delayed response too. And they're hypothesizing as to how that could happen.
yeah,
So
yeah.
this
Check this out.
did you
This is
know
how
about this?
stupid. Yeah, yeah. Because this is how stupid this situation is. They claim they shoot a high frequency so they know it will go through the ionosphere, right? And then when I take a significantly higher frequency and I shoot it over horizontally over the earth and it goes hundreds or thousands of miles too far for the globe, suddenly they know that even that really, really high frequency much higher than the frequency used that they supposedly shoot at the moon, they know it's still bouncing off the ionosphere. So which one is it? Does it go through the ionosphere if it's high and so reliably that we can claim to know that we're bouncing it off the moon? Or does it not go through the ionosphere and it reflects back?
I guess they'd say it depends on the frequency.
It
Is that
depends
right,
on
Jesse?
the BS claim. No. Okay, so in their paradigm, a higher frequency, so technically they claim the ionosphere goes to 40 megahertz. So anything above that should penetrate it. Okay, but so we shoot higher frequencies now all the time, and they go way too far. So then they came up with this claim of ionospheric clouds, right? And not like literal clouds, but like density, like little dense regions of ionization. It's just theoretical. There's no evidence for it at all, and it doesn't even work within the mathematical models. But we won't even get to that. It's like that there's just conveniently these little regions that still reflect the really, really high frequencies, even though they should go through the ionosphere. And the way they know where they are is when the frequencies go too far on the Earth. So it's just baselessly affirming the concept. But the point is, then they'll turn around and they'll like invoke a way lower frequency and claim that they shot it off the moon, like straight through the ionosphere. So
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Taylor?
so it's called a long delay echo when it takes a long time to bounce off the atmosphere itself. Were you gonna say something, Jesse?
Yeah, I got a head
Okay,
to
go
bed here. But do you have a quick minute to look at my screen share?
I suppose.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
I hope you're not talking to me.
Yeah,
Hi,
you're.
Dex.
No, sorry, we said you've been rejected.
Nah, that's cool.
Yeah, we were just talking about the reliability of standard refraction earlier, and I wanted to show 2 slides and then take off. So this one is the blue line is the geometric predicted globe curve, and then the red dots represent real-world data collected, measured by myself and others without any corrections applied to it. So that's the difference between the geometric predicted and the measured angles in these real-world measurements with theodolites and 1 auto level. Now I'm going to switch slides to where I apply standard atmospheric refraction to all of them. So this gives you an idea. It's not perfect, and a lot of these were taken from close to the surface. So it's not perfect, but it's still surprisingly useful. So anyway, I just wanted to show that. I'll drop the 2 images in the text chat so you can check them out
Wait,
later.
keep it up. Keep
All
it
right.
up.
What's that?
How low did y'all go to the ground to measure
Well,
the temperature gradient?
what's that?
How low? Like you were trying to get standard atmospheric refraction, right?
No. This is just angle measurements with and without standard atmospheric refraction being applied. You don't measure any temperature to apply standard because standard is a fixed rate.
Okay,
That was her question. Was were you
that's what I
using
was doing.
standard?
I was pulling up these papers that are basically like refuting the idea of a standard refraction, like especially if you're going to be like on the ground taking the measurements. I'll get you the paper. I was just looking for it, but I got distracted with the other stuff.
Oh, sure thing. Just tag me or DM me. Either way, and I'll check it out in the morning.
But you do have observe height and target height.
Jesse's
You do
gonna
have.
wake up to nightmares that standard refraction's been debunked.
Well, I agree that you can see generally the same effect, but the question would be which way is the light curving to give us this standard effect?
Right, and
because if you ignore the temperature gradient and you like assume a steady temperature gradient from like the upper levels of the troposphere and you apply that to the lower levels, that's not going to be accurate. And then once you do that and then insert the pressure gradient, they say that basically overthrows the temperature gradient because it's so minute, but the minute temperature gradient only exists in the upper atmosphere. That does have a steady rate, but near the ground it doesn't. Let me get this paper. I have so many papers. I have like cited at the scroll. I'm on my phone. Sorry. It's taking me a minute.
Welcome to biblical Earth.
But
can
Upload
I?
like a Notion or Obsidian or something and link the full
I know I need to do that, but I know I need to. That'd be nice.
organization.
That would take me a minute.
I know.
That would take a hot minute, but it's.
Everybody's
I
like,
think it
you
would
need to
be.
have sources.
It'd be worth it. Oh, I have sources. I just don't have them on like Obsidian where they're organized. That would be very helpful though, because I wouldn't be sitting here scrolling right now.
So
Oh
So I
yeah,
think there's some
it's
there,
in this
you can
other
just drop
thing.
it in AI. Like you can mass upload your PDFs to AI and tell it to organize it for you, and you may be able to transfer them all over once they're organized to something like Obsidian.
I was thinking about doing that actually, so that it would save me an immense amount of time, and then they can like keyword it and then have like different tabs and things like that. So when people want to bring
Oh,
up
sorry.
things to me, sorry, Taylor, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were like finished, but it says here's one source by okay, I'll tell.
Is my internet cutting out?
Customarily used.
No, it's Taylor.
Sorry, I think my phone's gone out. Some surveyors may customarily use an average value of K equals 0.13, perhaps being unaware of the risk involved in such simplistic assumptions. And then let's see, under here, it goes over the refractive. Okay, it says if temperature vertical profiles are unknown, then the refractive coefficient cannot be reliably determined. Some surveyors may customarily use the value of K equals 0.13, perhaps unaware of the risk, and it was found extensively used by Gauss in his computation of the Hanover geodetic network. The use of a standard value for refraction coefficient, however, has proven to be a very limited approximation because it corresponds only to an average adiabatic conditions. I can't pronounce that word ever, sorry. That are not particularly representative of most engineering type measurements made close to the ground where the heating effects predominate. And it says the average temperature gradient in the troposphere, dT over dz equals negative 0.0065 kelvins per meter, may enable a computing a mean value for K. This value, however, often happens to be very inaccurate, inasmuch as existing conditions for a sufficiently close to the ground sighting may differ considerably from the tropospheric average conditions, which is what they use for standard refraction. Therefore, to deal with the common situation for the surveyor in which measured temperature vertical profiles are not available, the use of a suitable temperature vertical gradient model is strongly recommended. And then they like gave some numbers, but essentially like you should not apply the values for like, you know, the upper troposphere temperature, vertical temperature change to like the lower troposphere, which is kind of what they're doing. And like this is from a separate paper that I'm going to give you guys too. Let me just
Hand it
give you the
over.
name of it.
That's cool.
I'm sorry, I stayed up all night last night doing research and I'm pretty tired and stuff. But this paper is called Practical Formulas for the Refractive Coefficient. And it's in the Journal of Surveying Engineering.
Well, how'd you come across it? How'd you find it?
I just read a lot of papers on refraction. So this is volume 140, issue 2, Journal of Surveying Engineering. Title again is Practical Formulas for the Refractive Coefficient.
Nice. What year is it?
Let me pull it back up 1 second. This was 2013. But they actually made a lot of these standard refraction values like in like the 1900s. Okay, so here's another one. Over the day, the sun's radiation is being absorbed by the Earth's surface. The warm terrain in turn heats up the lower atmospheric layers, resulting in negative vertical temperature gradients and turbulent motions of air, which is convection. For example, a gradient of, and then here's a calculation, it's like a weird figure, T over Z equals negative 0.5 kelvins per meter, derived from practical temperature measurements by Hennies 2006, translates to a local refraction coefficient of negative 2.9 compared to the Gaussian value, which is what they use, of plus 0.13. This describes not only a stronger, but also a concave curvature of the path of light, i.e. opposite to Earth's curvature. And whenever I was talking to people like Shoebill and other surveyors, they say like the light's always, moving convex, like moving down. But these papers talk about these practical temperature gradients can show the light concave, moving upwards, which would make things appear shorter over distance. And yeah, refraction can be also cumulative, so the longer that you're looking through this type of medium, the more profound their effects could be.
Right. So we're all aware that when your line of sight is predominantly close to the surface of a solid or a liquid, it often has extreme refraction one way or the other. So we know that even on a flat Earth, if you had a warm surface warmer than the air and you're sighting close to that surface the entire way, you could get anywhere from flat to concave to globe. It just depends on the gradient. But
definitely,
what has to be addressed though is for consistent results with a line of sight that's high above the surface. Like on my screen share here, I have 36 measurements to a 10,781 foot mountain, which puts most of my line of sight at least 1,000 feet above the ground. And I did not throw out any outliers. I included all measurements, and I had a plus or minus total variation of 100 feet elevation at 75 miles, which is small compared to the missing 3,200 average that I measured, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, talking about the wild variations, the Skunk Bay variations that we all know happen close to the surface, doesn't address the real big question, and that is how do we get consistent day in, day out, any time of day, any time of year measurements with a line of sight thousands of feet above the surface, predominantly. Most of it's 1,000 or more feet above the surface. With, it has to be a consistent, stable condition that causes this. And so the question is, what possible condition would cause this to happen day in and day out?
Yeah, so like actually the temperature gradient extends much higher than just like, right above the surface. So let's see.
But
Temperature declines this much with elevation. Okay, so even between mountains though, you can have significant like temperature variations because that convection from the sun is still going to be like heating them up, and they have like mountain breezes and valley breezes, which is consistently like moving this air. There's like a direction that it moves essentially around mountains, but you're still gonna. I believe that air between mountains is still gonna feel this effect, especially from the way that the wind moves through them, and then you're gonna have like the heated surface on the mountain, which is gonna be now extending towards higher elevations just due to the terrain. But this is something that like we'd only have to measure to know. We'd have to just measure like how strong the gradient between the mountains is if you're going to make the assumption that it's not strong enough to cause upward curving light or whatever.
Well, we know it's not 0.2 degrees per, was that per meter or per foot?
In the one I just read, this is
earlier.
negative 0.5 kelvins per meter.
To equal apparent Earth curve on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if it were dropping at that rate.
Oh, are you talking about the one that was on the spreadsheet?
I don't remember.
Are you talking about from the one I just read on this paper?
Either one. The point is, if I understand your claim correctly, is that if the temperature drops fast enough with increasing altitude, then we would measure a Earth radius of 3959 on a flat Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That drop rate is somewhere between, what, 0.2 and 0.5 degrees per meter, right?
Yeah, 0.2 to 0.3 is what I had. But maybe, yeah, so I'm assuming 0.5 would give even more of a curving appearance.
Right.
But yeah, 0.2 I think would be sufficient. But I can double check my notes.
Yeah, but it's not important for my counter argument here. Whatever it is, it's possible to have that strong of a gradient in a short area near the surface, but it can't continue for very far because, let's say it's 0.2 degrees per meter. That's a degree every 5 meters, right? 10 degrees in 50 meters, 100 degrees in 500 meters. So it would have to be like extremely cold when you just go up to the top of a mountain that's a mere 500 meters high. Like way colder. It'd be like impossibly cold.
But it's okay. Sorry, go ahead.
And it isn't. So we know that temperature gradient that would be needed to emulate a globe on a flat Earth, to optically emulate a globe on a flat Earth, we know that temperature gradient does not exist by and large all the time up high above the surface, right?
Well, I wouldn't know how strong of a gradient is up until how high. All you need is 0.2 degrees Celsius drop per meter. So I don't know how long that would persist, but either way, what the observer and the target, like, where you're standing with the theodolite and what you're observing, are still experiencing these gradients. So even like mountains and high altitudes are still experiencing the convection and the heating of the surface of the Earth. They found that even snow-capped mountains experience this effect, where essentially the ground is still much warmer than the air above it. So yeah, so then at this point we'd say, okay, we know the target and the observer location are experiencing this type of refraction, but the line of sight is what you're saying, basically, like through a long line of sight of a high elevation, it would be experiencing, the other refraction. So this is where we would need a ray tracing modeling program to be able to see like how much, like, the observer and the target, how much does it affect like the refraction overall versus like the photons moving down the line of sight or the light moving down the line of sight and what gradient it would be in, so that would just have to be something that you'd have to use a ray tracing program to find out.
Well, but we don't have to use a ray tracing program to find out that, for example, I have a mountain peak that I like to go to here. It's 6,000 feet above sea level, and it's within a few miles of sea level, so I have a good variation of temperature here. So like, if there was a 0.2 degree per meter gradient temperature loss, and let's say it was 70 Fahrenheit outside, a nice warm day. This is not California, so 70 degrees outside is a kind of a normal summer day. So when I would go up to the top of that mountain, even on a warm summer day, it should be minus 340 degrees centigrade up there.
No, nobody's arguing that.
Well,
no one's arguing that. No, wait, what? Like, no, I'm not saying like, okay, so the mountain would be the where you're standing on the top of a mountain, presumably, would be the starting point at which the temperature gradient would then, lower as you increase in elevation. It's not just from sea level, it's from the ground. That's what it is. Because the convection affects the ground evenly, whether it's in a higher, sea level or lower sea level. It's just like the sun is heating the earth, and through convection, the earth's being heated and giving off heat, and it's going to be like, warming the air above it significantly. So, it wouldn't be like, okay, I'm going to climb this mountain and get out of that. That's just not, how it works. So basically, you're still going to be experiencing those as the theodolite itself that is, observing a mountain would be subject to the gradients along with the mountain that you're observing.
So you're saying that day when I went up there to 6,000 feet, there was this unusually strong 0.2 degree per meter gradient, top heavy gradient, but below me down to sea level, there was no particular temperature gradient.
No, everywhere that has the ground underneath it will have the gradient. I can send you some papers on this.
But I mean, it's like let's say I'm at sea level and it's 0.2.
Sea level's meaningless in this conversation. It's just how far are you off the surface?
Okay, so... Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying this... Okay, so... But the line of sight, the majority of the line of sight has to be near the surface for this strong refraction to take place. Are we
But
agreed?
if the observer and the target are still experiencing it, then which would outweigh which? Like, I suppose you just need a ray tracing program to say, okay, we have like this, sort of gradient going on in this line of sight, assuming that it's like evened out enough to where the pressure would take over. But so that's the line of sight, but then the target and the observer are standing in a gradient which the light would be, moving concave. So then which one would outweigh it at the end of the day is essentially the question.
The one where the majority of the light path is, right?
I mean, yeah, you can say that, but I have read like what what the like observer's location is, what kind of refractive medium that they're experiencing is the most important. So I've read this in papers, but this would be something you'd have to dive deep into physics. Like, the light originally starts bending this way, then it starts bending the other way, and then it starts bending that way again. Which way wins? That's kind of where we're at.
Well, it would be an integration, right?
Yeah, so you'd have to integrate it, just model it out and see which one wins. But I think that the 0.2 degrees Celsius is like reasonable up until like, I mean, they say that the gradient's very predominant up to like 100 feet. Like it's much different than the higher tropospheric levels. Like the temperature gradient's much more profound in like the bottom 100 feet, and then like, even some extending above that. But
okay, so
yeah.
here's maybe this will bring clarity. Let's say that my 36 shots to Mount Baker were maybe that angle drop was caused because the first part of my, the first 1% of my line of sight was below 1,000 feet or whatever, and because that's where you're claiming the 0.2 temperature drop per meter would be, because then the rest of it was above that 1,000 feet or whatever on its way up to that almost 11,000 foot tall mountain. So let's say I then got up on a 6,000 foot mountain peak and I'm literally feet from a precipice and the land drops away from me drastically, which is what it does up here, and then that should change the amount of apparent drop I'm getting, because the line of sight is no longer going so close to the surface for that first 10% or whatever, right? Did that make sense?
I mean, yeah, we're just kind of reiterating the last point. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, like the refractive gradient that the observer is in would be the most important, but then you argue like the line of sight's the most important, but how would you know that?
But
like how would we figure it out?
Let's say I'm literally standing on the edge of a cliff looking towards my target and there's a breeze blowing in my face. There's no gradient forming on top of the ground where I'm standing. I'm on this like precipice. There's
I would say what you should do, and what I've told Ruhiv since he keeps saying you need to get off the ground, is you need to get in a hot air balloon, obviously. Because it's so funny, he says you need to get off the ground, but then he's like, oh, we're on a mountain, but the mountain's still the ground, and you're still all near the ground in all directions. A hot air balloon would be sufficient. It would be optimal to like prove your point. Because you're way off the ground in that case. But getting on a mountain is not getting off the ground, because the mountain has the same effects as anywhere else.
Well, no, not the same effects.
Like the same temperature gradient profile.
I disagree.
Why?
A flat, smooth surface like water that's warm has a ground effect, it makes it much harder for the hot air to rise quickly. So it slows the rising and it provides even heating. Whereas when you're up on a point, any heating causes air to rise up the sides of the mountain and creates wind and turbulence. So you can't have that
But the
stable.
wind and turbulence is moving the heated air from, the surface up or down or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you're still going to be experiencing these gradients, and they have measured these gradients still strong at the top of mountains, like anywhere. Like this convection is predominant anywhere near the ground. It's just an effect the sun has on the earth. It just heats it, and it's much warmer near the lower layers.
Yeah. And Jesse, I also have a question regarding objects in the horizon, distant horizon. When you get a moment.
Let's talk another day there, John. It is my bedtime, and I do need to get to bed. I just wanted to go over a couple things with Taylor since she had brought some interesting things up.
Okay, it's regarding demagnification and how it'll make objects in the distance appear slightly lower than they would in a vacuum, making them appear below the true eye level. And thank you.
Certainly, yeah. Take me up another time when it's not 1 a.m. my time.
Yeah, I'm also extremely tired. I'm getting a little delusional at this point. I've been up all night last night analyzing my research data, for my biology, and then I'm like trying to get it because I haven't been here in like 2 days, so I have to come and take care of everything at home, and I'm getting ready for bed, and Dan's like sleeping, and I've been trying to hurry up and get to bed.
You're saying you got a life outside of Discord, Taylor?
Yeah. Well, I was on Discord yesterday, while I was actually analyzing my data yesterday. So I guess you can do 2 in 1. But yeah, absolutely.
When you
And
get to my age,
my husband's a med student, and so I'm
when you get
always
to my
trying.
age, when you get to my age, being on Discord is just a part of your day you have to fill in.
Aw, well, I hope you have fun here. I'm heating up there. Yeah. I was gonna try to get Jesse a paper on that last part.
Oh yeah. And this is the 6,000 foot simultaneous reciprocal zenith shot that I did with my brother. It's on my screen.
That's cool.
So we were way up there. And
What?
That looks like a fun climb.
You can drive pretty close actually, so it's just a little walk once you actually get to the parking lots.
Oh. Oh, so this is. Oh, I thought you took that
Oh, you
picture.
didn't climb that whole mountain.
No, you drive up and then it's just like a 15-minute walk to the top. It's national park. It's really nice.
That's too much walking to me.
So, according to this theory that the 8 inches per mile squared is simply a result of a 0.2 degree per meter temperature gradient that one's looking through, then this test should yield wildly different results on a non-sunny day, right?
Well, I mean, the Earth is still like warmer than the air above it. I don't know how much solar exposure like causes this to happen, but the ground is like generally always warmer unless like it's debatable whether over frozen lakes it happens or not, but the Earth is just, much warmer. I'm not sure how high was your line of sight over the ground?
Well, if you look at the elevation profile, it was varying, but let's see. It looks like each line is 250 feet. So a good part of it was 1,000 feet above ground, but not the whole thing because there was some ridges sticking up. Most of it was 500 feet above the ground, but still a good lot of it was more than 1,000 feet. Looks like more than half of it was above more than 1,000 feet above the ground, and some of it was 1,500. It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like a very rugged terrain. Well, we talked about the drone thing, and that would be really useful if you could kind of do what I did with the drone and the temperature sensors to like see what the temperature, because we can be assuming all day what the gradient could be or would be or how that would affect it, but I think step one would be going measure that gradient, because that's like, as we read in the papers, you need like the vertical temperature gradient to get like an accurate atmospheric profile to then calculate the refraction and which way the light would be bending.
Yeah, I'm working on building a sensor system that will hopefully work well, but I don't get paid for any of this. I have to work a real job to pay my own bills, so it takes time. But one problem is this beautiful spot is all in a national park, so of course they're not going to let me fly a drone in there, so I'm going to have to find some place where I can fly a drone and that has a high line of sight. So I haven't figured that out yet.
With the native land.
Don't fly on native land.
Oh, okay.
My drone controller's still missing.
Wow. Do they have a no drones rule or something, or did they just think it was a cool item that they couldn't afford to buy?
It seems like both, but they're not even supposed to own their airspace, so I don't know how they have the legal rights to do that. Apparently they're fighting with the government over owning their airspace over their, tribal land. But apparently nobody owns airspace. But also the guy seemed like he wanted it because it was this like drunk guy who came up to our car and was like, "I want that drone," like over and over, and he's like demanding like that the tribe police come and take it. But they were cool with just taking my handle and my controller, even though I lost all my stuff on that drone. They promised they'd give it back, but they never did. I called them dozens of times. They just won't. They won't give it back. They won't answer. So, and I tried calling their phones before I went there and they didn't answer. So I was like, dude, y'all are not going to answer. And he's like, here's my cell phone number. But yeah, no reply.
Wow.
Yeah, so careful.
Yeah, I don't know that we've got a couple tribal lands around here, but I don't think they own any of the big tall mountains. The big tall mountains are all either in national park or national forest, and national forest would be fine, but I haven't located any national forest peaks that I can drive close to. Most of it's a all-day hike in and an all-day hike out.
That's rough. It takes work to do experiments. It's not easy.
That is for sure. That is for sure. Oh, you mentioned something about convection. Convection is actually your best friend when you're trying to accurately measure angles optically, because it mixes up. It gets rid of the gradients. It mixes them up. Convection is the act of gradients, or I should say, it gets rid of top-heavy gradients. It's the act of top-heavy gradients mixing up. That's
But the warm air underneath is still rising, and that's causing, the gradient. The warm air, moving upwards.
Well, but it's not causing a static gradient. It's causing a dynamic gradient, which is that scintillation thing.
Yeah, but so convection is just like radiating heat.
No,
right?
no. That's radiant heat. There's convection, radiance, and conduction. Conduction is contact heat, like when you put your hand on a warm whatever, you feel that warmth directly. That's conduction. Convection is warm air or water rising. It goes up. And then radiant goes in any direction. It's, infrared or visible light, or radio waves, but it's goes, straight out. It's radiant. It's like light going out, even if it's invisible.
Okay. Let's see. Temperature gradients and internal convection. Yeah, I was just wondering why I read that here in the papers. What is the word for like retaining heat?
Thermal mass?
No, there's another one.
Heat retention.
I know, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, it mentions convection, but yeah, that is the turbulent motion of the upward rising heat. So, what if that was at a steady rate, though? How bad would scintillation be?
Well, have you ever watched how a hot air balloon rises? How it kind of bobs back and forth, or a helium balloon that's let go, it kind of bobs back and forth. Whenever something is in motion through a fluid, it creates a lot of dynamic forces that make it turbulent and mix it up. So you really can't have static convection like that.
Okay, let me reread it. It said over the day, the sun's radiation is being absorbed by the Earth's surface. The warm terrain in turn heats up the lowest atmospheric layers, resulting in negative vertical temperature gradients and turbulent motions of air convection. Yes, that turbulence you mentioned. And for example, a gradient of negative 0.5 derived from practical temperature measurements translates to a local refraction coefficient of negative 2.9 compared to Gaussian 0.13. So yeah, I guess it is saying the warm terrain heats up. Okay.
Right.
So the act of heating up, I need to. There's a word for that, I believe. But yeah, I mean, you get the point. The point still stands. It's just like, yeah, maybe there's better terminology.
Well,
but it seems like this heat rising would still be like a top heavy gradient, right? Even if it is rising, if it's consistently doing it, then you're still going to have the warm air underneath the cold air.
So, in a way, especially near the surface, or specifically only near the surface, it's really a top-heavy gradient. When it gets up higher than that, it's just turbulence, because you'll be looking out through a column of hot air that's rising, and then behind that will be the column of cold air that's falling, and behind that a column of hot air rising. It's all rising or falling, because for a gallon of hot air to rise, a gallon of cold air has to fall. It can't just all be rising. It's not actually the heat that's rising, it's the hot air that's rising. And
then how can they apply steady temperature gradients? We know, like, as you go up in elevation from the ground, it gets colder. So how can they apply any steady gradient if that's the case?
Because the pressure is also decreasing, the air pressure is decreasing, and it's decreasing at a slightly faster density rate. So even though the temperature is decreasing at 0.006 degrees per meter, the pressure
At
is
what point does it start doing that, though?
doing which?
Apparently, like, that's like whenever they were doing, I need to get the quote on this, but whenever they were doing their standard refraction calculations originally, like, they were assuming like the upper levels of the troposphere's temperature gradient and applying them to the lower levels. Like, they were assuming they'd just be consistent throughout, but that's not the case. So like, at what height does it actually become 0.006? Negative 0.006 degrees Celsius per meter. Like, when does that start? Because it's obviously not starting near the ground. That's the question, really. That's an important one. And I guess it could depend on the day and the season, but there's many papers criticizing that assumption, and many papers criticizing standard refraction.
Right, and that would be a good question, and I know you don't want me to say this, but for Ruhif and his balloon data.
But his balloon data is just using a refractometer, but it's not telling us which way the light's bending.
But it's telling us the density. Unless you don't believe
it's
in
just
Boyle's
telling you-
gas law.
No, I believe in Boyle's gas law, but
Okay, so what it does...
Okay, so the refractometer for I was actually looking into getting one, and but whenever I was reading into them, it was just like, it's going to just tell you the amount of refraction, but you're saying it's going to give the overall density, and what's it going to take into account for that?
They measure the barometric pressure, the temperature, and the humidity, right? The weather balloons, right? Okay, so with all of those things, you can use Boyle's gas law and probably some other similar laws relating to moisture content and calculate literally the density, that is to say the number of molecules of each gas inside a cubic meter. That's the density. Density is the mass divided by the volume, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so with the pressure and the temperature and the humidity, you can calculate the density.
Yeah.
And so
Okay, I didn't know the refractometers gave us density.
Well, we're talking about why air can be getting colder at 0.006 or 0.003 degrees per meter without becoming top heavy, right?
Okay, so I looked it up. It says refractometers do not directly measure density, but they measure the refractive index of a substance, which can be used to infer density in many situations because the changes in density often affect refractive index. Well, yeah, obviously. Okay. So that's maybe what deterred me from getting one. Yeah, so what were you saying?
Right. So, well, I'm trying to explain how it's possible for air to be decreasing in temperature at 0.006 degrees per meter of elevation without it becoming top heavy. Because I think you asked how could it decrease in temperature with elevation without becoming top heavy and still be a stable gradient, right?
Well, the last question was, at what point does it become the negative 0.006 degrees Celsius per meter, which they use for standard refraction? That was my last question.
Oh, right, that's right. Okay, so that
You
would be
said, then
good.
you said Ruhif, and then I said, you were talking about the refractometer. You said it measures density, but it measures refractivity. So then I guess, we'd have to figure out how to get the density from there.
Okay, so your question was, at what point does the atmosphere typically match 0.006 degrees loss per elevation of meter gain? And the balloon data would tell you that because it does measure the temperature at all those different
Does
elevations.
it give temperature outputs?
Yes.
Because when I looked at his charts, all they had was refractive index, so I couldn't really put much together.
He calculated that from the balloon data. The balloon data is actually the temperature and the pressure and the humidity.
Does it have those raw outputs?
I believe so.
Okay, well, next time maybe ask him for those charts. That'd be nice if there was data for that, but maybe I don't know. I just remember seeing on his charts, like the refractivity, which is the refractive index, which is basically what the refractometers give. I was like, well, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, I believe he calculated the refractivity based on the temperature, pressure, and humidity from the balloon data.
Okay. Yeah, ask him if he still has that raw data. And, he sent me some databases, and honestly, they might be in there somewhere. I got to his charts, and I'm not sure if rummaging around, going into the depths of those files he sent me would lead me there. So don't blame me if they do, but I would love to see him.
Yeah, okay. I'll shoot him a note.
Cool.
And those measurements are, I guess, for that location, right? Because the Earth's atmosphere is dynamic because the subsolar point continually moving along. So
Yeah, Eden, what was your question earlier to Jesse about the magnetization?
Oh, demagnification, where objects in the
demagnification?
distance. Yeah. I'm sure you've seen instances where the sun appears massive in the distance on the horizon, where it's magnified.
I think that they say that's not a real thing, though. I think
All you got to do is take your camera, correctly expose and focus so it's not blurry and it's not like just this big blooming blotch because you're overexposing it. Take a picture of it just when it's rising up and it looks huge over some trees or some houses, and then with the same camera and the same lens 6 hours later or whatever, when it's straight overhead, take another picture with the same zoom level, of course, and then just bring them into your computer and compare them, and they'll be basically the same angular width. It's just an optical illusion.
Oh yeah, I was referring to objects in the distance appearing lower than eye level. It's
It says this phenomenon
demagnification.
occurs because the refractive index of air changes with altitude, which can alter the path of light and apparent dimensions of light rays transmitted from distant objects, causing them to appear smaller than they actually are. Yeah, this would be demagnification. Maybe what you're looking for too is like magnification. Because that would, yeah, I've heard about the magnification thing, I believe, but I don't
Yeah, so
think they
this
cause it.
yeah, so this is a phenomenon called demagnification, where the horizon will appear lower than true eye level. And I shared a little bit of information there with you guys to maybe consider for next time. So when Jesse is looking at an instrument far in the distance, and he is recording it below eye level, I think this is what may be happening. Just
So this,
some thought.
when light rays bend and distort the image. Okay, so temperature and pressure gradients cause differential refraction. I wonder if that would be kind of like the scintillation, which bend light rays and distorts the image proportions, leading to a compressed or demagnified appearance of the object. Object's vertical dimensions.
So differential just means that one part of the path of the light is going through a greater index of refraction than the other, which causes the path to bend. Because the index of refraction actually has nothing to do with bending, it has to do with the speed. So if you could have, a vacuum or air or water, but if it's all homogeneous, if it's all the same index of refraction, a ray of light will still go straight through it. It'll just take different times, longer or shorter. If it's longer, if it's a higher index of refraction. It's when there's a change in, a combination of different indexes of refraction in that same area, like a gradient, that they're calling a differential index of refraction that causes the light to curve.
Is that kind of like what we're talking about when light goes through different refractive indexes? Like if you're on a mountain, then you're looking through a different line of sight. Would that cause squishing?
A different line of sight?
I mean, a different refractive index in your line of sight.
Well, even if you're looking straight across from one mountain peak to another, the light has a wavelength and a size. Light is not zero size, so that small ray even has a size, and part of it will be going through higher air than the lower part of it. So that light ray itself will be simultaneously going through two different, regions in that gradient, and that will cause it to curve.
And appear smushed.
So if it's causing, like, let's say you're looking at someone on the far mountain peak, and there's one gradient that you're looking through to their feet, which causes their feet to be lifted up a lot, but the gradient you're looking at their head through doesn't cause their head to be lifted up much, then it will make their feet appear to be squished up towards their head, for example.
Or it could be vice versa, where the head looks squished down to the feet.
Yeah, it could. That would be an interesting situation where you had a stable top heavy density gradient with nothing to hold it there.
But we know that there is top heavy density gradients near the surface.
Well, but they're not stable. They're continually being regenerated, because as the warm air rises, because it immediately starts rising, as soon as it rises and cold air falls down to take its place, that cold air falls down and gets reheated. So it can only take place.
Yeah, but if you just simply take a thermometer near the ground, you'll just see it's hotter. And it's not like, because the cold air is falling, it's not making it like colder. It's still hotter near the ground.
Yeah, and by the time you get from the observation to the point of contact where the temperature is, the temperature will have changed.
So yeah, this is what I was thinking. Maybe what we're observing with objects on the horizon, and yeah, thanks for taking a look, Taylor. I did share 2 papers. No pressure or rush. I know you're busy.
No, it's okay.
Here's
On
an
demagnification.
here's an example.
Yeah, and how that can explain how items in the horizon appears lower than eye level. And yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Here's an example of the demagnification you asked about. I took these pictures myself. The scope was leveled both times, and you can see the crosshairs. And
wait, I think another guy presented this.
I've shown this to you before.
Did somebody else present this?
I don't know. I've been passing it around for a couple years now.
Okay.
So
okay.
You can see on the left, it was a hot day, a hot calm day, and the water was cold, and the whole lighthouse was lifted up, appearing to be lifted up, but the bottom was lifted up more than the top, so it appeared squished up, as compared to a cold, blustery day, where there was no particular unusual temperature gradients. Is that what you were talking about, John?
Yes, potentially.
Just the horizon looks
Or
moved.
specifically, how objects in the horizon will appear lower than true eye level.
That would require a warm surface close to most of your line of sight.
But how much of the line of sight? Like, this is kind of ambiguous.
Most of.
Why? Where do you get that metric?
Because, and actually, I heard you read it in one of your papers you were reading a little earlier. It said that the curving due to refraction is accumulative.
Yeah, it is cumulative. So how would we know how much would contribute to what? Like, what is most of? Like, if you have a really heavy, top heavy gradient where the observer and target is, but then it's like I8 in the line of sight, then like, where's the math where we like, work all that out?
Right. To work it out from that angle would be a lot of work. But what you can do is if you can get like 90% of your line of sight out of that surface area, what you'll find is that your results become very consistent. And that if most of your line of if most of let's see, how should I put this? If the 8 inches per mile squared is caused strictly by top heavy refraction, then it's going to be extremely unreliable, because top heavy refraction or top heavy density gradients are extremely wildly fluctuating. They're not consistent at all, and you can prove this to yourself by simply making some repeated measurements close to the surface of water, and you'll find that it's completely unreliable.
But we're on the surface. We're talking about the surface of land right now. But what about if you have a gradient near the observer and the target that's even much higher than negative 0.2 degrees Celsius per meter? Which would give an even stronger gradient, which would make it, appear to drop even more than 8 inches per mile squared. But then your line of sight is like even. So then, I think to say like, oh, you need like 90% not in the, not near the ground, like that would be just like subjective kind of. Or how would you know that?
Because the wild variations would be about 10% of what they would be if all of your line of sight was in that wildly varying region.
But where do you get 10%?
Oh, it's just an easy number.
Just like when you put some math behind it. Because, I feel like it's like, let's say I feel like it's 50%, you know? What would be a determining factor?
Well,
I'm provoking you to do some more math.
right, and I'm trying to figure out how to explain it in a way at least that it makes sense. I mean,
it makes sense. I completely get what you're saying.
Even if I could launch into all the math right now, that wouldn't help at all.
I know. Well,
that
you
wouldn't help one
obviously.
bit.
I'm tired as well, and I'm.
But
yeah, I don't expect you to launch into the math right now.
Let me try this. Let me see if this helps.
Okay.
Let's say we're looking at a target, and all of our line of sight is in a 0.2 gradient, right? That would cause that object to appear dropped 8 inches per mile squared, right? Because the 0.2 gradient is what it takes for the whole line of sight.
Yeah, but 0.2 is not even like you'd have a much. I think you'd have something. Well, if yeah.
Well, whatever the number is, there's a certain value where if that described your entire line of sight, you would measure 8 inches per mile squared drop on a flat Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, because it's accumulative, because it happens gradually over that distance, then we can say with reasonable certainty that if only half of that line of sight were within that 2 degree per meter gradient, and then the rest were completely outside of that, when it was just 0.006 or something really insignificantly small, then only half of our line of sight would be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. The other half wouldn't be. So
how do you know the gradient of the other place?
Well, in this thought experiment, I'm defining that it's insignificant.
I know, but this is this is why like we need to do real measurements instead of like just a thought experiment. You know what I mean? Like I'm wondering like because I think that if the gradient outweighs in the observer and target, then even if you have less of a heavy gradient in the line of sight, like it would I think that where the observer's standing, it may be the most effective because that's the way the light's traveling when it gets there. Or it could be what the target that you're observing. What is the way that the light originally starts moving? Does the light originally start moving in a concave fashion? Then if it was like, a slightly bottom heavy gradient, then if it's slightly bottom heavy, which is what they say the atmosphere is, then it could just kind of even out from the direction in which it was already moving. It could still appear the same as it would if it wasn't going through a line of sight that was a different gradient. You see what I mean? So it's just opinion at this point. This is why you need a ray tracing program to see what the light would actually do.
Okay, and I
Because
think
we know in some cases it is concave, but you're saying like if it's through a different gradient in the line of sight, now we're off the ground or whatever, or the line of sight's off the ground, then how much would that even compensate for the original way the light's moving?
Let me know when it's my turn.
Sorry, I didn't even hear you.
Oh, okay. Let's see. That was a bunch of different things, so I'm going to respond to one of them, I guess. It's important to understand that the reason light bends in a gradient is because part of it is delayed more than the other part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I only have, let's say that the light is traveling out from the target towards me, and it goes through no particular gradient for 75 miles, and then it reaches 10 feet in front of me, it enters a gradient of 0.2 degrees per meter. The actual amount of slowdown, the delay that it will experience in that 10 feet, that last 10 feet, is not going to be equal to the delay that it would experience had that entire 75 miles been in that same gradient, right?
But what about the first 10 feet? The first 10 feet where it's leaving the target?
Same thing. If it was a 0.2 degree per meter gradient for the first 10 feet, it would curve 10 feet worth of curve. Then when it went into the low gradient, it would go back to basically straight.
Yeah, but okay, continue. Sorry.
And then it would, so it'd have a total of 20 feet.
How do we know that? Okay, so you're saying basically like the gradient starts out, it's going to be like move 10 feet of curvature, then it goes to the line of sight, it's going to even out, and then it gets to the gradient again where it's going to be experiencing concave curvature, but then the more stable gradient made it to where it wouldn't be as profound, like over the distance, the apparent drop, because it's not continuing to move up. So if the light ray is like curving up to begin with, and then there's no gradient, would it continue to curve up, or I guess it would just do what? What do you think? This is just honestly, we're just playing with hypotheticals until we. And if you're talking, I can't hear you. By the way, is it me?
No, you're talking. No one else.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you. I just don't hear him.
Well,
Go
he
ahead,
hasn't
Justin.
responded yet.
Okay, we're doing some thought experiments. So I would say that, if we're going to be consistently over the ground, I think that he concedes, yeah, the light rays would be concaving up, making things appear to drop over distance. But what we're discussing is if the predominant line of sight is not near the ground, how much would it then be affected? That's essentially what we're discussing. But I don't know. I just can't hear him.
No, he's not talking. He dropped his live stream, so
His phone might have died.
yeah, he might have dropped out for that reason. Well, like all this, what you're talking about, it all depends on the actual circumstances of the day.
That's true.
You get all the readings and everything that you can for that observation.
Exactly. That's very true. That's what I'm encouraging surveyors who are trying to prove the globe to account for.
Yeah, and Taylor, have you heard what OG Apocryphon was talking about? Where mapping a planar surface that has equal elevation appears to curve in software, mapping software.
Oh yeah, yeah. Are you talking about for the sunset thing? Can you repeat it one more time?
Oh, okay. So Apocryphon mentioned something, and he wanted everyone to verify. So essentially, even if you have a planar surface, right, level with equal elevation, uh, two places and separated by a distance will appear to curve when mapped using software.
Like putting in the atmospheric conditions. I think that's what that dude was doing, right?
Potentially.
Yeah, I think okay, so what I think this guy did was he put the atmospheric conditions into a database or whatever, and then he like said what the apparent sunset would look like. And then he said, "Oh yeah, the sunset would look like what we see it, if we just input the atmospheric conditions." I think that's the same dude, but no, I haven't looked at that particular video, just like how terrestrial objects would look. Is Jesse back?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
My wave cable internet just died. So I
What?
had to get on my cellular data, which is also no good.
How did it die?
Because I live in a cheesy backcountry backwards area that doesn't have very good internet, and it's 1:30 in the morning, and they're probably doing maintenance on their networks.
Okay.
So it's like my Discord on my computer, everything, my computer disconnected completely. So, but I do need to get to
Did
bed.
you hear? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We can definitely continue another day.
Yeah, thank you for the great discussion, everybody, and we'll pick it up another day.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah. If y'all know anybody with a ray tracing program, we're in need, bro. We're over here messing with hypotheticals. how much we think. I don't like doing that. I'd rather have like some hard math behind it. Me personally, but I get what he's saying. I feel like we need to substantiate it. There's got to be some math that says, okay, if the light's bending this way, and then hypothetically we're like looking through a gradient that then begins to have a different density that now bends this way, and then it bends the original way again before it hits the observer, then is the object like then like what's it look like ultimately is like the question, and you'd need a ray tracing program. It's not in contention about things near the surface. It's like we both agree that things near the surface based on temperature gradients would appear to drop over distance. That's not the issue. It's over another line of sight that's of a different density, like two mountains where you're not near the ground. That's what we've been discussing, as I mentioned earlier. So if y'all know anybody with a ray tracing program, please send it my way. Apparently they're pretty expensive.